Doing so, he gave the command that would ultimately seal the fate of the city of Pharaoh. Take this city and show no mercy. You have my permission to kill any man, woman, or child who shows even the slightest sign of armed resistance to our conquest. With this order given, 50,000 men charged towards the crumbled walls of the city. Their goal was simple: to put down any form of resistance that remained. However, after such a hellish barrage, not a single soul that survived was willing to resist any further. The remaining garrison members immediately threw down their weapons and submitted to their conquerors. Thousands of people lay dead without the garrison even firing a shot. There was no purpose in remaining defiant when faced with such overwhelming firepower. Thus Berengar and his army had captured the first major city of Portugal. As for the rest of the kingdom, it would slowly but surely be invaded by the army of the Triple Alliance in the days to come. The devastation that followed in the wake of Berengar's advance throughout Portugal and the reports of the Austrian king riding on the back of a red horse would forever depict King Berengar von Kufstein as the personification of war among the Christian world. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 442. French ambitions. While Berengar had begun his conquest of the Kingdom of Portugal in the name of the Emirate of Granada, another war was waging throughout Europe, and that was in the heart of France. Due to Austrian interference, the factions that opposed the French crown were equipped with a fair amount of firearms, thus turning the tides of war. Under the guise of representatives from the now-defunct Iberian Union, the Duchy of Aquitaine, and the Duchy of Burgundy, who was both in open rebellion against King Gilles de Valois, were well equipped to deal with the ongoing war effort. Despite the collapse of the Iberian Union, Berengar's agents still managed to supply the enemies of France by claiming to be representatives of Aragon. Thus the arms trade between Austria and the rebellious French duchies remained uninterrupted. Despite the use of firearms by the enemies of France, the king had remained steadfast in his unwillingness to make use of the weapons provided to him by the Austrian crown as a gift. For if he did so, he knew that the English king would undoubtedly make use of the scandal to cement his claim to the French kingdom further. Thus the Kingdom of France found itself in a rock and a hard place as they continued to wage war against their enemies, both internal and external. Few allies had backed the French crown, and now they found themselves further isolated as the common people had begun to riot at the instigation of undercover Austrian agents. While this was ongoing, Prince Aubrey was sitting within his chambers. At the moment, he was applying Austrian cosmetics such as lipstick to his feminine face. The Prince of France was dressed in a luxurious baby blue ball gown in the new style that had become common in the Kingdom of Austria. Aubrey had paid a substantial sum to acquire the dresses that pertained to the Austrian sense of fashion. While he was applying his makeup, the prince heard a knock on the door, which he quickly answered to with a light-hearted tone. "It is open." Upon saying this, the prince heard the door creak open, which revealed the appearance of his sister Sibylla. Though beautiful in her own right, she had always felt envious of her brother's cutesy and extraordinarily feminine appearance. In a way, she was responsible for the way he had turned out, and after gazing upon Aubrey's current appearance, a frown spread across her lips. However, rather than find conflict with her brother, she quickly began to address her reason for visiting. Portugal will fall to Austria and its allies within the next 3 months. Castile and Aragon are on the verge of being united and supplying our enemies. Father does not want to admit it, but if we wish to win this war, then we will need the support of Austria. Aubrey did not gaze upon his sister. Instead, he focused on applying blush to his cheeks. As he used his makeup, he spoke in a disinterested voice towards his sister's claims. "What does that have to do with me?" A cruel smile etched itself upon Sibylla's face as she approached her brother and tilted his head towards her face so she could look him in the eyes. After doing so, she kissed her brother on the lips before whispering something in his ear. "I need you to personally visit the Austrian king when he returns from his little war. I don't trust anyone but my precious little brother to properly seduce the man and convince him to support our family's interests. Aubrey smiled upon hearing this message and nodded his head thrice. After doing so, he went back to applying his makeup before addressing his sister's request. That is fine by me. I've been meaning to meet this King Berenger. From what I hear, he is quite the capable ruler. If he is half as handsome as people say he is, then I am sure he will make a better lover than that limp-dick bastard who turned against father. The prince was referring to his previous lover, the Duke of Burgundy. Sibylla knew this and immediately rolled her eyes before commenting further. I assume you will be able to complete the task? Aubrey licked his lips with an excited expression as he turned around and faced his sister with a smile. I have always wondered what a German man tastes like. A look of disgust appeared on Princess Sibylla's face as she heard this. Just how perverse was her little brother. However, it was quickly replaced with a sadistic grin as the young woman cupped her brother's face with her hands before whispering something else in his dainty ears. If you succeed in this task, I will reward you handsomely. A twinkle appeared in the eyes of the feminine prince as he nodded his head once more, committing to the cause. You can rest assured, sis, I will make sure that King Berenger supplies our forces with the weapons they need, even if I have to give him my body in return. After hearing this, Sibylla smiled once more before departing for the door. She left a single phrase behind as she left her brother alone to finish his makeup. I am counting on it. After saying this, the Princess of France disappeared from her little brother's quarters, where the prince got up from his seat and twirled around in his frilly dress while gazing upon his appearance in the mirror. A feminine smile spread itself across his luscious pink lips as he winked and blew a kiss towards his reflection. As he did so, he made a solemn vow. Berenger von Kufstein, you will be mine. While encamped in the Portuguese wilderness, Berenger felt a shiver down his spine before sneezing. He immediately wiped his nose before commenting on the situation. I better not be getting sick. He was far too busy of a man to be hampered by illness, and thus he had resolved to take the necessary precautions to prevent such a fate. He had no way of knowing that the French prince was at this moment conspiring to seduce him so that he would aid the de Valois dynasty. Instead, he shifted his attention back to the map laid bare across his table. A group of wooden figures represented the enemy forces. According to his recon units, the next city on their list of targets held a combined power of 20,000 soldiers within its vicinity. Most of these men were peasants from foreign countries. However, it was not something he felt the need to be concerned about. His army was significantly larger and contained more than enough firepower to annihilate the enemy before they could cause any harm. Luckily for Berenger and his army, King Louis was forced to split the peasant crusaders into smaller armies to wrestle control over the major cities from the brigands and disloyal mayors. At the current rate, this war would be over in a matter of months. Then, he could finally return home to his family. Berenger shivered to think about how he would reject Henrietta's advances or how he would introduce his newest bride to his family. However, the fact remained that he was the man of the house and the King of Austria. Since he had decided to take a fourth bride, he would have to lay down the law to his family. Berenger had no idea that the young Prince of France had set his eyes upon him. For if he did, he would likely take the first ship he could get a hold of and sail to the New World, never to return. Of course, he remained entirely unaware of Prince Aubrey's machinations or that of his sister Princess Sibylla. Thus the Austrian king had a broad smile on his face as he thought about returning home after so long. Though Granada was a beautiful place, he vastly preferred the cold mountain air of his capital embedded deep within the Austrian Alps. He began to wonder whether or not his wives had given birth yet. There were so many things that were bound to have transpired while he was away. He looked forward to seeing how advanced Austria had become in his absence and how far its railways had stretched. These were the thoughts on the young monarch's mind as he sat within his encampment, resting for the night. By the dawn of the next day, he and his army would be on the march once more, for this war was far from over. By now, he had gained a fierce reputation for the devastation he had left in his wake. Everywhere the army of the Triple Alliance went, death and despair remained behind. They had slaughtered brigands, deserters, crusaders, and the Portuguese army on their journey, and there was far more blood to be shed in this conflict. However, Berengar thought nothing of it, whether his mind was conscious was numb after years of war, or he had grown into a sociopath. When confronted with such thoughts, he remained stoic and instead lit a hemp cigarette. After taking a short break from his task, he snuffed out the oil lamp within his tent and climbed into bed. Tomorrow more blood would be shed in the pursuit of conquest. He would rest easy on this night and set off first thing in the morning. Chapter 443, Sacking of Lisbon. The sound of gunfire echoed in the air as the defenders of the city of Lisbon desperately held on to the last man. Despite the overwhelming numbers and power of the enemy they fought, they continued to defend their city against the invaders bravely. It had been weeks since the Triple Alliance first set forth into the Kingdom of Portugal, and now they had finally breached the capital. Berengar sat upon horseback as he strode forth through the ruined city walls, leading the cavalry charge with a rifle in hand. He rapidly pulled back the bolt of his rifle before chambering the next round and squeezing the trigger, sending the projectile downrange and into the torso of the target. The power of the 8mm round blasted the soldier's breastplate apart and dug its way through his innards, splattering what remained of his internal organs across the stone walls of the city. While the Austrian cavalry gunned down any man foolish enough to come close, they were flanked by the Granadon and Byzantine infantry, who fired their muskets into the fray and clashed against the enemy with their bayonets. Despite a hellish artillery barrage that had brought their city to ruin, the surviving defenders of Lisbon refused to surrender their arms. Instead, they fought with every intent to save their dying kingdom. These men had not been paid in months and were under-equipped. Yet, they mustered their courage with fierce determination and battled against the invaders. However, against overwhelming numbers and firepower, there was only so much that they could do. Thus, the battle began to shift in favor of the Triple Alliance the longer it went on. Berengar continued to fire his weapon towards the enemy lines. Each shot fired managed to find its way into the target's body, reaping their life in the process. After firing the 5th round of his bolt-action rifle, he quickly retrieved a full stripper clip from his web gear, where he proceeded to load his weapon. After ensuring all 5 rounds entered the built-in magazine, he slammed the bolt home before raising his gun and firing at more targets. While the muskets utilized by his allies battered the makeshift defenses of the hostile garrison, the true penetrative power came from the 5,000 cavalrymen armed with the superior bolt-action rifles. The men who were willing to waste their lives in a foolish attempt to resist the invasion of their city were cut down like wheat to the scythe. As the blockade that was set up to prevent the advance of the Triple Alliance came crumbling down, Berengar forced his horse, whose name was Glory Forward, to hop over the piles of dead bodies and further advance into the city. The cavalrymen by his side rode forth into the narrow paths of the town as they gunned down any man who still bore arms. The Granadon and Byzantine soldiers followed behind, opening fire on any soldier still standing in their path. Eventually, the massive horde made their way to the city's castle, where they intended to drag the Portuguese king out from his hiding place and force him to surrender his kingdom to Granada. However, when Berengar and his men arrived at the city's castle, they found it completely unoccupied. The gates were wide open as if they were welcoming the soldiers of the Triple Alliance to the seat of Portuguese power. Berengar was cautious of the scene and immediately ordered a unit of infantry to go in and clear the building. "Go forth and clear the building. I want King Louis dragged before me within the hour." Upon hearing the orders of the Allied commander, the Granadon and Byzantine troops saluted the young Austrian king before entering the castle. As they did so, Berenger sat back with Palladius, who commented on the odd situation. I think that Portugal's king has long since fled the city and abandoned his people. He is probably marching north as we speak to the city of Porto. Berenger gazed upon the open castle with a disgruntled expression. Since the soldiers had entered the building, no single sound of conflict had occurred. What Palladius said was starting to appear to be the reality he faced. Before long, the soldiers who went into the interior of the large fortified structure came out with nervous expressions. There was not a single living soul within the castle. Nor was there any sign of the royal family's bodies. It was as Palladius had said, they had long since fled the city. After hearing this report, Berenger stomped his foot in fury and cursed in his native tongue. Fuck. This bastard is determined to make this war last as long as possible, isn't he? After venting his frustrations, Berenger gave his decree on how to handle the city. The royal family is gone. They have left behind the city for us to plunder. I say we take advantage of it, loot everything of value. We will chase after Portugal's cowardly king once we have had our fill. After giving this order, the Granadon and Byzantine army began to tear the city apart, looking for every piece of silver or gold that they could find. Anything of any value was stripped from the city and sent to Granada. As for Berenger, he sat back with his cavalry as he watched the looting occur. Those civilians who had survived the invasion were left cowering on the side as the foreign soldiers tore their city apart. They began to curse their king beneath their breath as they realized now that they had been abandoned to their fate. Berenger began to smoke a hemp cigarette as he sat on his horseback next to the strategos of the Balkans, who began to comment on the ongoing looting. Are you sure this is wise? Granda will be conquering these lands. Will this not foster resentment from the people to their new overlords? A plume of smoke came out of the young monarch's mouth as he addressed his allies' concerns. Undoubtedly, however, Granada needs the wealth. This war effort had not been easy on their coffers. Regardless of how we handle the civilians, there will be an inherent resentment towards a foreign power that now rules over them. As long as it is managed to a tolerable degree, there is nothing to worry about. If these fools want to cause trouble in the future, they only need to look back upon this day and see what happens when they resist the authority of Granada and its allies. Palladius sighed as he heard this response before asking the following question on his mind. Can I have one of those? He was referring to the hemp cigarettes when he asked this question. Thus Berenger nodded his head before dragging another one of the smokes out from his container and handing it over to the Byzantine general, where he then helped him light the cigarette. The two men smoked in silence for the remainder of the looting. The city of Lisbon would never forget the humiliation they had suffered this day. However, Berenger did not care. Such a troublesome population was not his to manage. Instead, he gazed off into the distance towards the city of Porto, where he swore in his mind that he would get a hold of the Portuguese king and make him surrender before this war was over. The soldiers of the Triple Alliance dwelled within the city they had plundered during the night. The following morning they would embark on a chase to see if they could capture the enemy king who fled his capital for the next best city. However, tonight the soldiers drank and feasted as they celebrated this victory. For they had no idea what they would encounter the next day, and it was best to enjoy your life when you could. Berenger retired to the city's castle, where he slept in the royal bedchamber of the Portuguese king. As he lay on the silk sheets, he thought about what he would do when this war was over. Although he immensely enjoyed fighting on the battlefield, his technology was advancing rapidly. Soon, there would be no need for him to visit the front lines personally. Would he be an armchair general, sitting in the war room in Kufstein while his forces battled foreign empires across the globe? Or would he continue to lead his soldiers through every battle until he could no longer do so? These were the questions that haunted his mind as he drifted into a sweet slumber. He was sure of but one thing. He deeply regretted not taking a Portuguese woman to his bed because the night was cold, and he was truly alone in this vast castle that belonged to a foreign monarch. Chapter 444. Tied up like a common hog, having sacked the capital city of the Kingdom of Portugal, Berengar had begun to lead the chase in the direction of the city of Porto, where he believed the hostile king had fled to. His ultimate goal was to end this war quickly. Thus, he planned to capture the King of Portugal and force his surrender. Unfortunately, after laying siege to the city of Lisbon, the cowardly king was nowhere to be found. He had fled the city he was tasked with defending and left its people to their fate. Thus, Berengar now not only wanted to force the man to surrender, but he also desired to punish him for his dishonorable actions. After all, if there was one thing that Berengar hated, it was a coward. A king who would leave his soldiers to be slaughtered so that he could buy some time for his escape was no king at all, at least not in the eyes of the Reichsmarshal of Austria. At the moment, Berengar rode upon his red horse, whose name was Glory, as he trod forth, with his army of roughly 50,000 men behind him. It had been days since they had conquered Lisbon, and though a small force was tasked to stay behind and manage the conquered region, most of the troops belonging to the Triple Alliance were now in the field. Scouts had advanced, searching for any sign of the King of Portugal and his host. Finally, after days of searching, they had been spotted. One of the scouts among Berengar's forces returned to the main army with an excited expression on his face. The moment Berengar saw this, he smiled cruelly. At last, he would be made aware of the enemy's whereabouts. The scout eagerly approached his king before reporting the intelligence he had come to receive. "Your Majesty, we have spotted a caravan heading towards the border of Castile that we believe to belong to King Felipe and his family. It appears he has decided to completely abandon Portugal to our conquest and intends to hide among the Castilians with who we have a treaty." The moment Berengar heard these words, he spat upon the ground in utter contempt. He could not believe that such a coward ruled over a once mighty kingdom like Portugal. If Berengar wanted to intercept the man, he was left with one option. He quickly questioned the soldier about the distance between his army and the party of the Portuguese king. "How many days' ride are we from his location?" The scout immediately pointed in the direction where he spotted the target and gave the available information. "About 3 days' ride towards the east from here. If you hurry, you can catch him before he reaches the border." With this said, Berengar snapped the reins of his horse and rode back to Palladius, where he gave him the orders he had devised within his mind. "We have received word that King Louis and his host rides for Castile. I will lead the cavalry to the east where we will intercept him. You are to lead the majority of the army towards Porto. I want the city under siege by the time I return with the Portuguese king. Let us finally end this war." After saying this, Berengar did not wait for a response. His orders were absolute. Instead, he rode off and sounded the bugle where the 5,000 cavalrymen followed in pursuit. They would ride for the next 3 days, with intermittent breaks before finding their target. King Louis was exhausted as he neared the Castilian border. He had given up his dignity as a monarch and fled the city of Lisbon when he heard reports of the army of the Triple Alliance rapidly advancing through his southern borders. Despite his best efforts to control the chaos in his territory, it had rapidly spiraled out of his control. With brigands declaring themselves lords of their territories and a lack of currency to stabilize his collapsing economy, he had completely and utterly failed to defend his territory. Reflecting upon this, Louis cursed the ministers who raided his treasury and fled for foreign countries. If not for them, he may have been able to mount a proper defense against the invaders from the south. However, he had no idea that Lisbon had so rapidly fallen, nor that the Austrian cavalry quickly was approaching his location. Instead, he gazed upon his wife and children with a bitter smile. He had managed to scrounge up the last of his wealth so that he could live a decent life in Castile as a monarch in exile. After all, the Aragonese crown was close to unifying the two Iberian kingdoms, Surely his former ally would welcome him with open arms? However, just when he was about to enter his new life in the neighboring kingdom, Louise witnessed a group of horsemen gathering on the hill above them. The more time passed, the more men arrived until he gazed in horror as he noticed thousands of cavalrymen flying the banners of Austria, charging towards him at full speed. Dear God in heaven! The man's words were cut short as the thunder of a rifle echoed in the air, and a projectile whizzed past his face. This action had frightened the king to such a degree that he immediately rushed his mount to gallop forward at full speed, leaving his own family behind to be captured or killed by the invading force. The Queen of Portugal and her young children gazed in shock as their king abandoned them for the brief glimmer of hope that he could safely make it past the Castilian borders. Thousands of horses rushed past them in the next moment, with a few hundred staying behind to secure their persons. Berenger was at the head of the cavalry as his mighty steed rapidly caught up to the king's mule. He had purchased a pack mule as his mount and fled under obscurity to save expenses and hide his identity. However, when faced with a proud Iberian warhorse, the mule could not compete with its pursuit. Berenger pulled out a weapon he had designed in a camp precisely to capture the Portuguese king. In his hand were bolas made from ordinary rope and stones. The mighty Austrian king twirled the weapon in his hands before casting them off towards his Portuguese rival. With a skillful toss, the bolas flew through the air and wrapped around the man's upper body, forcing him to fall from his saddle and onto the ground below, where he struggled to get out from the device. Berenger wasted no time and immediately dismounted from his horse, where he approached the Portuguese king on the ground and began to fasten ropes around his limbs as if he were tying up a common hog. The Portuguese king began to curse at his captor in his native tongue, which was met with a firm kick to the teeth. The once proud king grunted in pain as a molar was dislodged from his jaw before falling into a slight pool of blood on the sand below. As he gazed upon the man that stood in front of him, the fury immediately faded from his eyes as he saw the vicious smile upon his captor's face. As if Berenger was the devil playing with his prey, the young Austrian king picked up the restrained Portuguese monarch and tossed him onto his shoulder before dragging him over to his horse and placing him on its back. Despite the wound he had suffered, the Portuguese king refused to remain silent. As such, Berenger reached onto his belt and grabbed a handkerchief where he wrapped it around the man's mouth as a makeshift gag, silencing him completely. As he was fastening the Portuguese king to his horse, the colonel in charge of the cavalry brigade approached him on horseback and witnessed the sight. Upon seeing the wicked grin on his monarch's face as he subdued a rival king, the colonel felt a chill down his spine. Despite this instinct, he managed to find his voice as he began to speak to Berenger. Reichsmarschall, what should we do with the members of King Louise's host? Berenger shifted his glance over to the king's family, who was both frightened due to their circumstances and outraged at their fallen king's behavior. Upon witnessing their conflicted expressions, the Austrian king laughed before making his decision. Bring them with us to Porto. I want the Portuguese people to see what has become of their cowardly king and his family. After saying this, Berenger jumped onto Glory's saddle, where he began to take off in the direction of his main army. By now, they should be approaching the city of Porto, which was the last bastion controlled by the forces loyal to the Portuguese crown. As the Austrian cavalry strode forth into the fading sun, Berenger sang the words to the song, I Wanna Be in the Cavalry, with a vicious grin on his face and a prisoner tied to the back of his horse. He was departing to the next battlefield that was sure to be the end of this long conflict. Chapter 445, Portugal surrenders. The sun rose in the east, and with it, the shelling of the city of Porto had continued under the command of Strategos Palladius. The Austrian artillery brigade had been unleashing its firepower on the unsuspecting town throughout the entire night. While Berenger was off on a quest to capture the Portuguese king who had begun to flee to the neighboring kingdom of Castile, The main army had been in the process of journeying to the city of Porto to lay siege to it. Several days had passed, and Palladius had made sure not to shell it until the night prior, despite surrounding the city. He wanted to give Berenger some time to complete his objective before turning the city into a ruin. The destructive power of the cannons in use by Berenger's forces was something the aging Byzantine general swore he would never become accustomed to. After an entire night of launching countless shells upon the city, it appeared as if it had been carpet-bombed from the sky above. There was not a single building in the town that was completely intact. Palladius had begun to doubt whether or not anyone was still alive. Unlike the bombardment that the Austrian army had put on the city of Florence, the field guns used in this 8-hour shelling were far more advanced and capable of firing 10x the amount of shells in a minute than the previous 14, 17, 12 pounds field guns were capable of. Thus, while only a few hours had passed since the bombardment had begun, thousands of shells had been launched from the 70 guns onto the city of Porto. As the sun rose further in the air, the sight of thousands of horses and the men who ride them could be seen in the distance. Strategos Palladius gazed upon the approaching horsemen with a wide grin on his face. The men were flying the Austrian banners, and thus it was pretty obvious the king had returned. Thus he waved his hand, ceasing the bombardment and forcing it to a complete and total halt. Just as he was preparing to rush the survivors, the cavalry had arrived. Berenger rode proudly into the established siege camp with the Portuguese king tied to the back of his horse. The man was in rough shape. Throughout the journey to Porto, he had received several beatings from the Austrian monarch. Among the ranks of the Austrian cavalry were the other members of Louis' host who had been dragged with them to the last bastion of Portuguese sovereignty. Everywhere else within this once proud kingdom was now either occupied by the Triple Alliance or any number of local warlords and despots. Though Berenger suspected he would be able to officially end the war with his actions on this day, he knew that subjugating the various despots that occupied 75% of the kingdom would be a task that Granada would have to undertake for years to come. However, on the bright side, such a thing would allow Berenger to send his newest recruits into a proxy war to get the actual battlefield experience they would need to dominate this world in their future conquests. Thus he was pretty pleased with the result. After dismounting from his steed, Berenger dragged Louis from the back of his saddle and handed him over to the Granadan soldiers. The once proud Portuguese king was now a prisoner of the Emirate of Granada. After doing so, he approached Palladius and saluted the man before asking for a status report. "What's the situation? Has the city surrendered yet? Or are they still resisting?" The answer to this was quite obvious, judging by how the army of roughly 50,000 men surrounded the dilapidated city and were not inside it. Upon hearing this, Palladius sighed before updating the Austrian king on what he had been doing in this time. "Your Majesty, the city has been shelled for the past 8 hours. I don't even know if there is anyone left alive within its gates." Berenger scoffed at this comment before grabbing hold of one of Louisa's family members. He wrote a letter and handed it to the captive as he did so. "Take this to the city, and if there is anyone capable of receiving this document, then give it to them. If you do not, I will kill your mother and your siblings." The small child gazed in fear at the foreign king who had issued such a bold threat. However, he managed to find his resolve and nodded before running off towards the ruined city. When Palladius saw this, he asked Berenger the question on his mind. "What was in the letter?" A wicked grin appeared on the young monarch's face as he grasped upon the veteran Strategos' shoulder and educated him on what he had just done. "Not much. I merely informed them of their king's cowardly actions and implored them to surrender. I also may have made a threat in regards to what I would do if they continued to resist. Something along the lines of destroying the rest of the city and everyone in it." Palladius gazed upon Berenger with a cautious expression before voicing his thoughts aloud. "You are ruthless. You know that, don't you?" In response to this, Berenger merely chuckled before stating his opinion on the matter. I want to go home to my family, and I have grown weary of this conflict. I have spent far too much time bailing my allies out of their mess. The sooner I can wash my hands of this dumpster fire, the better." Palladius sighed as he nodded his head in response. He understood Berenger's reasoning for his brutality, even if he disagreed with it. After a while, a man emerged from the ruined city gates with a white flag in his hands and several hundred soldiers by his side. The men tossed their arms away before approaching the camp of the Triple Alliance. The man who held the white flag began to introduce himself when he finally stood across from the commanders of the army that had so ruthlessly bombarded his city. "I am Duarte Batista, mayor of this city. Under the terms you have presented, I surrender unto you King Berenger of Austria, as well as your allies. I only make one small request, that you spare what remains of my city. As for this cowardly fool who calls himself our king, do what you desire with him, it is of no concern to me." Berenger smiled in response to this before nodding his head in approval. As he did so, he declared his intentions. "Very well, I accept your surrender. I hereby declare that the Emirate of Granada has annexed the Kingdom of Portugal. You and your people shall forever serve Sultan Hassan al-Fadl and the members of his house as loyal servants. As for the reconstruction of your city, Granada will make sure that it is fully rebuilt to its former glory, as a proud jewel of its future empire." The mayor bowed his head towards his conquerors before being dismissed. As for Berenger, he began to stretch his back and exhale deeply. It was as if an enormous weight had been lifted from his heart. While he was relaxing for the first time in a while, Palladius raised the question on his mind. "What now?" Upon hearing this, Berenger continued to stretch his weary limbs, all while announcing his plans for the future of Granada. "Now we return to the capital. For insurance purposes, we will leave behind a small army of Granadan soldiers. Once we have returned to the city of Granada, I will discuss in further detail how we will handle the current situation in regards to the occupation of Portugal. If your emperor so desires, then you can dismiss your forces and return home. I, however, will leave behind a rotation of soldiers deployed to the region to ensure the continued training of Granadan troops, as well as support them in their efforts to assert their authority over their newly conquered province." Having said this, Berenger did not wait for a response. Instead, he began to walk away towards a tent. He made one last demand of his ally to the east as he did so. "If you need me, I will be getting some much-needed sleep. I trust that you and your forces can take down the camp without my interference." After saying this, Berenger forced his way into someone else's tent, where he rested upon the cot within. Leaving Palladius to stare at him with disbelief, he did not know why, but he had a certain feeling that the Kingdom of Austria would forever have its claws embedded within the Emirate of Granada. The veteran strategos of the Balkans immediately became wary of any future dealings with the young Austrian monarch in fear that the man would turn the Byzantine Empire into a subordinate state. While reflecting upon this, Palladius left a comment behind as he ordered his troops to tear down the camp. "I underestimated you, Berenger von Kufstein. I will not do so again." Chapter 446. Hung over politics. The sun rose in Granada. The young king of Austria lay sprawled out on his bed naked next to his newest bride. On his nightstand was a golden chalice with the slightest residue of fortified wine dried and sticking to its gilded center. After returning to Granada, with the former king of Portugal in tow, Berenger had celebrated the night with the many soldiers who had taken part in the combat operations. He spent the remainder of the night making love to his wife. However, now he groaned as he slowly reached consciousness. His head was pounding, and he felt as if he were neither living nor dead. His deep sapphire eyes stared at the ceiling, though he could only see its well-carved surface with his left. As he struggled to regain control over his thoughts, a single phrase escaped his lips. "Fuck my life." Having said this, a series of memories from his past life flooded his brain, causing further agony to his already poor state. He could immediately remember that he had spent several years of his past life waking up to an alarm clock saying a similar sentence as his first words every morning. It took well over 30 minutes for him to rise to a standing position, and the moment he did so, he felt wobbly. At this moment, Yasmin awoke. She was in a similar state, and rather than say good morning to her husband, she immediately rushed to the window and vomited the liquid contained in her stomach. Berenger, ever the gentleman, chose to ignore this fact and merely decided to slowly but surely get dressed in proper attire before descending the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom level of the palace, he immediately found a passed-out Hassan lying defenselessly on one of his grand sofas. The moment Berenger saw this, he groaned before kicking the man in the leg, immediately waking him up in a startle. It took several moments for Hassan to notice that the person who had woken him from his drunken stupor was none other than his friend and ally Berenger von Kufstein. Berenger did not hesitate and instead began to speak to Hassan with a grave tone. "Get you servants to brew some coffee. We're going to need it for the discussion that we need to have." Hassan immediately nodded his head as he rubbed his eyes before calling out to his servants. "Get the coffee ready." He had no idea where they were located, but they were sure to hear his cries. Thus, while waiting for the coffee to be properly brewed, Berenger and Hassan walked over to the dining room. Despite their victory celebrations, the men had not had a proper conversation on where to go now that the Portuguese king had officially surrendered and agreed to annexation. After a few minutes of moaning and groaning, struggling to recover from their dreaded states, the coffee was set before the two monarchs as they immediately began to sip from their cups. Berenger had long since started exporting the substance into Granada via his trade routes through the Byzantine Empire, and it had become quite the lucrative trade. Now he was finally enjoying the fruits of his efforts and was thankful that he had gone through the difficulty to achieve this. After taking several large gulps from the brew, the young Austrian king sighed heavily before commenting on the situation at hand. 3/4 of Portugal lies in the control of various local warlords and despots. Though we have seized the critical centers of Portuguese control, there will still be intense fighting in the months to come. I will be withdrawing back to Austria within a fortnight. During this time, I intend to set up a joint task force between several of my officers and your military. The goal is to put down any resistance within Portugal and exert Granada's control over the people. With your permission, I would like to station an expeditionary force of between 5,000 to 10,000 men of various units in Granada to aid in the development of your army and assist in combat operations against the rebels. Hassan dwelled on this plan for several minutes as he thought about the condition of his forces, with the Austrians and Byzantines withdrawing. He would ultimately be left with an army of roughly 25,000 men to contend with the remnants of the Portuguese army who now acted as local warlords and despots. He would also need to maintain the border with his limited number of soldiers, greatly diminishing his combat capabilities. Thus, the Sultan was quite pleased that Berenger was willing to dispatch a fresh unit of a sizable force to aid him in expanding control and influence over the recently conquered regions. Ultimately, he nodded his head after taking another sip from his coffee before agreeing to Berenger's terms. "Very well, I look forward to cooperating with your forces in the future. As for the Byzantines, I assume they are packing up and leaving Iberia for good." Berenger nodded his head slowly before revealing the information he had received. Palladius is required back in the Empire, and the forces he brought with him are needed in the Balkans. There is turmoil in the east. I am not entirely sure of the situation, but from what my agents have gathered, the Islamic states are preparing in the shadows for something big, possibly a jihad. Hassan scoffed at this notion before commenting on the other Islamic states who existed across the globe. Fools, if Byzantium was able to dominate their enemies in North Africa with the old weapons you gave them, imagine what they will be capable of with the new ones. I doubt it will end well if those fanatical fools declare a jihad. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before making fun of the moderate sultan. Oh so, Granada will not answer the call to holy war? The young sultan immediately glared at Berenger for making such a jest before declaring his intent. I do not need to get involved in the religious conflict. I have other concerns to deal with. I still have to maintain my control over Granada and Portugal, rebuild from the damage we have caused in our invasion, and secure my borders against my Catholic enemies. If those fools want a holy war, then they won't be able to count on me to support them. Berenger smiled in silence. He took another sip from his coffee before switching the subject to something more personal. Since I will be leaving within the next few weeks, I will be taking your sister back with me to Kufstein. Are you sure you will be all right without your big sister to take care of you? Hassan scoffed once more at this snide comment before wearing a proud smile on his face. I am not a little kid who relies on his big sister to get by in life. Besides, I have 2 wives to keep me company. I'm sure whatever grief I may feel with my sister's departure can be appropriately treated by the 2 of them. Speaking of which, I hear you have a beautiful young sister who will soon be of age. Why don't you marry her off to me? A stern frown appeared on Berenger's face as he heard this before placing his ceramic cup down upon the table. After doing so, he made a short but bold statement. Don't even think about it. Hassan chuckled lightly before slapping Berenger on the back in response to this. I see you have a sister complex, huh? Just remember, your taboo thoughts are fine, but you should never act on them. Sooner or later, you will have to wed your precious little sister off to some other man. Berenger immediately shrugged his friend's hand off his shoulder before chastising the man. I have a sister complex? You are one to talk. Hassan merely laughed at such a defensive comment and began to sip from his coffee once more. He had enough fun at Berenger's expense anymore, and the King of Austria might actually get mad, and the young Sultan of Granada was all too aware of what happened when Berenger was angry. Thus the 2 men continued to banter for some time. After a while, breakfast was brought to the table, and the seats were filled with Yasmin and Hassan's 2 wives who gazed lovingly at their men. Berenger had drunk more than his fair share of coffee during this process to help overcome his hangover. With this new phase of the war in Iberia, Berenger would soon return home. A semi-permanent unit would be stationed in Granada, who would regularly rotate with other soldiers to ensure that Berenger's army maintained some form of combat experience between his effective campaigns. While Berenger planned to conduct combat operations in Portugal, the Aragonese king worked hard to unite his kingdom and his neighbor Castile. Though the fighting had been fierce, soon, a new kingdom would arise in Iberia, and in the end, there would be 2 powers fighting for control of the peninsula in the years to come. Chapter 447, a long-awaited reunion as Berenger had promised. He spent the next 2 weeks lazing about in his manor at Gibraltar with his loving new bride by his side. The couple seemed to get along exceptionally well and had spent much of the time in the bedroom. After all, Berenger had grown weary from months of conflict and needed something to lift his spirits. During this time, men and resources swapped from the Iberian Peninsula to the Kingdom of Austria. For some time to come, there would be a massive transition in the state of the Emirate of Granada. However, eventually, Berenger got onto his royal clipper and returned home to the fatherland. With such a swift ship, the journey was relatively smooth, and in a matter of days, he and his new bride arrived in Trieste. The moment Berenger stepped off the docks, he could barely recognize the port city. Nearly half a year had passed since he first stepped foot in Granada with the intent to put an end to the Iberian Union and the Catholic Church's ambitions. In this time, the city of Trieste had rapidly industrialized. By now, the railroad stretched from Kufstein to Trieste and was fully operational with telegraph wires and stations embedded throughout the entire journey. Smoke filled the air as the fires of industry burned bright within the massive port city. The streets were fully paved, and factories were operational. Men and women went to their jobs, while children stayed in their schools. No more excellent site was available than the shipyards, which were engaged in the lengthy process of laying down the first of Berenger's newest vessels. Of course, this light cruiser was only in the initial stages of development and would still require years before it was sea-ready. When Yasmin gazed upon the incredible sight of the industrial port city, she could hardly believe her eyes. Compared to the medieval state of Granada, Trieste was on another level. Upon seeing his newest bride's response, Berenger smiled and wrapped his arm around her shoulder before whispering in her ear. "If you think Trieste is shocking, wait until you see the capital." It took the Granadan princess some time to recover as she thought about her husband's words. Ultimately, she smiled in anticipation, waiting to see just how marvelous the city of Kufstein was. Berenger walked in the streets, where the people gazed upon him with respect and immediately conversed among themselves. "The king has returned. Is the war over? Who is that foreign woman by his side?" The people of Trieste immediately began making up all sorts of ideas about Berenger and Yasmin as the couple walked to the train station. Upon arriving, Berenger pulled out his wallet and gave the appropriate amount of silver thalers to buy a ticket to Kufstein. On the dashboard of the train station, there was a map of currently existing railways. Berenger was shocked to see how much progress had been made, as the railways now stretched from Kufstein to Salzburg, to Graz, and down to Trieste. Though he wasn't too shocked, after all, the Transcontinental Railway of the USA was built in a matter of 6 years, and the Kingdom of Austria was substantially smaller than the old USA from his past life. After seeing this, he nodded with a smile as he and Yasmin boarded the train, which shortly after that departed for Kufstein. As they traveled, a telegraph was sent back to the capital informing the royal family of Berenger's return, though it neglected to mention the foreign beauty by his side. Yasmin gazed in awe as the train rapidly moved along the tracks at a speed of over 60 miles per hour. At their current rate, it would take them a matter of hours to arrive in the capital city. On the way, they had passed by several cargo trains transporting raw materials from the mines of the Alps to the other cities, which caused a sense of delight to appear in Berenger's eyes. This meant that his country's industrialization would progress far more rapidly than it had in the past. Eventually, the couple made their way into Kufstein's train station, where they stepped onto the sweet soil of the Austrian capital and made their way from the heart of the city to the palace. The mix of medieval and Renaissance architecture, when combined with the might of industry, was a marvel to behold. The people were dressed in relatively modern fashion compared to the Granadan princess, which immediately caught her eye. The Great Walls of Kufstein had expanded once more to include the newest section of the city, creating yet another star barrier around the city, with the garrison doing their jobs of protecting each entrance to the next layer. The newest variant of cannons was mounted on the walls, manufactured in enough supply to replace the pre-existing muzzleloaders. Those old siege guns would be refurbished and either sent to the reserves or sold to allied nations for use in defense of their cities. However, none of that was any concern. As Berenger and Yasmin reached the gates of the royal palace, the princess stared in awe at the massive structure home to the Austrian king and his family. Upon entering its gates, Berenger was immediately greeted by his wives, children, and sister. By now, his wives had already given birth to his offspring and had recovered quite well from experience. Henrietta was the first to leap into Berenger's arms and hug him tightly before pecking him on the cheek with her luscious pink lips. "Welcome home, big brother." She was so enamored with her precious big brother's return that she failed to notice the tanned beauty by his side. However, Berenger's wives immediately noticed the presence of another woman and frowned at him. Linda gave her husband a murderous glare as she asked the question on all of the girls' minds. "Who is she?" Berenger felt a chill down his spine as he noticed his second wife's perturbed appearance. As for Adela, she was in an even fouler mood. She knew exactly who this woman was and immediately began to protest. Darling, while we were worried for your safety, giving birth to your children, you went off and married that Moorish whore? Yasmin's German was not the best, and thus she did not take notice of the insult. Instead, she gazed with an awkward expression as she struggled to find a way to introduce herself to her husband's other wives. Berenger scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Henrietta was still clinging onto him, giving a fierce glare at the newest woman to snatch her brother away from her. Meanwhile, a baby boy and girl were in the arms of Adela as she gave him a vicious stare. She had given birth to two perfectly normal fraternal twins. Anuria held an infant boy in her arms while giving a curious gaze at Berenger. Among all of his wives, she was the most open-minded in sharing the man she loved with other women. Thus she did not care that he brought home yet another woman so long as she aided Berenger in some significant way. Linda had two baby girls in her arms. One was Helga, and the other was her newest child, as Hans and Veronica clung to the second queen's side. Hans had an excited expression on his face as he boldly asked his question. Did father bring a new mommy home? She's so beautiful. Berenger's girls immediately stared at the boy, giving him a scowling glance. Despite this, he either did not take notice of it or didn't care, as he instead gave his father a solid thumbs up, signaling his approval. Berenger struggled to contain the tear that had formed in his eye as he thought to himself, "My boy will one day be a true man of culture." However, instead of outright saying this, he nodded his head and introduced his newest acquisition. "Everyone, this is Princess Yasmin Al-Fadl, my newest bride. Due to certain circumstances, we are now married, and our alliance with the Emirate of Granada is now stronger than ever. Treat her well. If you don't, I will know and will punish you accordingly." Henrietta, Anuria, and Adela felt a slight tingle in their bottoms as they remembered the vicious spanking Berenger had given them quite some time ago and immediately tensed up. As for Linda, she had a look of excitement in her eyes as she reflected on the same experience. Ultimately, Berenger walked forward and introduced himself to his newest children. He started with Adela and her two children, where he reached out to grab a hold of the two twins with a fatherly expression on his face. "So, what are the names of these two beautiful children?" Adela pouted as she begrudgingly gave up the info that her husband had requested. "Since you were away at war, I took the liberty to name them. The boy is the elder of the two twins, and he is named Christopher. As for his sister, she is named Catherine." Berenger nodded his head in approval towards these names before giving them back to their mother and moving on to the next child, which was in Anuria's arms. She had a sly smile on her face as he handed the boy over to her father before making a snide remark. "You already know this little tyke's name, Alexandros." Berenger smiled and nodded his head once more as he took a brief moment to hold on to his baby boy. After kissing the infant on the forehead, he gave Alexandros back to her mother before walking over to his baby girl with Linda and inquiring about her name. "This is..." Linda smiled and kissed her husband on the lips passionately as she marked her territory before the newest bride. After doing so, she handed off the baby girl to her father and boldly declared her name. "This is Ilsa, your beautiful daughter. Don't you ever forget." Berenger smiled as he heard this. Now that introductions were out of the way, he led his family back into the royal palace. After all, he and his wives had much catching up to do, even if they were in a fit of jealousy at the moment. Of course, his wives would not let him off easy for gallivanting around in some foreign land. They would make sure to use up every ounce of his energy in the following night. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 448. Breakfast in the royal palace of Austria. Berenger sat at the head of his table. After spending all of his energy satisfying his frustrated wives the night before, he was completely and utterly exhausted. He couldn't even find the energy to get dressed this morning after his bath. Thus, he was sitting in a black silk robe with golden embroidery and wearing nothing else. Yasmin had been excluded from the festivities, at least for now. After all, she was the newest addition, and the other girls were not too keen on her being involved in their nightly debauchery just yet. However, she did not mind. After all, she was far more mature than the other girls and came from a culture of polygamy. On top of this, she had spent the last few weeks doing nothing other than spending time with Berenger in a profoundly intimate manner. However, when Yasmin was sitting by his side while the others rested, she fed him a breakfast dish from her own culture that she had personally cooked. Something that Berenger he only recently became accustomed to. After all, when dealing with women from the backgrounds of royalty and nobility, it was not common for them to learn how to cook themselves. Despite this, one of Yasmin's hobbies was cooking, and thus she was more than happy to prepare a meal for Berenger and his family. Berenger was pleased that the woman took the time and effort to cook her dishes. After all, he had always desired to eat a woman's home cooking in the previous life. Especially when one considered that he was primarily responsible for his own meals from a young age. Thus he entertained the woman who spoon-fed the dish into his mouth. After he had swallowed the food, the foreign beauty immediately grabbed a glass of fresh milk and pressed it to his lips, allowing him to enjoy its cool sensation as it dripped down his throat. He was indeed in heaven at this moment. Truly, enjoying a hedonistic lifestyle at home was far better than living in the mud and blood of the trenches. While this scene was underway, the sound of steps coming down the stairs could be heard before Berenger witnessed Adela entering the room with an excited expression on her face. She had smelled the food and greatly anticipated breakfast. However, when she gazed upon Berenger and his new bride, her expression sank. As for Yasmin, she merely smiled politely as she continued to feed her husband. Not wanting to invoke Berenger's ire, Adela sat down at the opposite side of the table and crossed her arms in a fit of fury. She began to tap her foot on the floor as the servant came over and gave her a cup of coffee and a portion of the food that had been prepared. Before long, Linda and Anuria arrived and witnessed the scene. Unlike Adela, Linda had no intention of sitting by and pouting as she watched her new rival's actions. She immediately counterattacked as she began to defend her claim on her man. Since the moment that Linda had first laid eyes on the Moorish beauty's mighty bosom, she had felt threatened. The second queen refused to let a woman with a bigger bust steal her place as the favorite of the king's wives. Thus she began to give her husband a shoulder rub and a kiss on the lips as she greeted him. "Good morning, master. Did you enjoy last night?" Berenger had a smug smile on his face as he nodded his head before responding to his second wife. "Of course I did. However, I am afraid I will be spent for a few days. You girls took all the life out of my body." Upon hearing this, Linda smirked at Yasmin as if she had accomplished some form of victory. However, Yasmin did not mind. Instead, she noticed that Berenger's drink was close to being empty and immediately got up to pour him another glass. At this moment, Anuria had taken her chance to hop into Berenger's lap and make her demands. "Daddy, feed me." Upon seeing the cutesy expression on the Byzantine princess's face, Berenger sighed before grabbing a hold of his fork and feeding the food upon it directly into his third wife's mouth. Before long, Yasmin returned and began doing the same for Berenger. Adela gazed upon the two women who were shamelessly mingling with the newest addition to Berenger's harem with a gawking expression. Did they not already agree to treat her with hostility? Why were they not making Berenger suffer for bringing home yet another woman without notice? It was at this moment that it dawned upon her that she was sitting alone at the other edge of the table, along with the kids who were old enough to eat on their own while her husband enjoyed his time flirting with 3 other beauties. However, despite suffering a loss and being betrayed by her sisters, Adela was ultimately a stubborn woman at heart. Since she had said she would treat Yasmin with hostility and make Berenger suffer for a few days, she would not abandon her principles and join the others to play with her man shamelessly. At this moment, Henrietta came down the stairs with wet hair and wearing a silk robe that could barely contain her bust. It also showed off her long ivory legs perfectly. When Berenger noticed this, he was surprised. Since when did his sister grow to such an extent? Henrietta was seemingly unaware that her robe no longer fit her properly and sat down by her brother's side with a broad smile, showing off her substantial cleavage. During her brother's absence, the Austrian princess had turned 16, and thus now that she was of age, she wanted to fulfill her promise to compete for her beloved big brother. However, when she entered the scene to greet him, he was already surrounded by his wives, which inwardly frustrated her. Thus all she could manage to say as her brother stared at her inappropriate appearance with a complicated gaze was, "Good morning, big brother." It took Berenger a few moments to break his gaze away from his own little sister's mature body. When he finally did, he was met with the stares of his women, who looked at him with angered expressions. Immediately a single thought came to his mind. Oh, fuck. Did they notice me staring at Henrietta? However, before he could finish this line of thought, Henrietta shifted her legs to a point where he could see her inner thighs. Though her nether regions were not in full display, it was enough to force Berenger to avert his gaze. Upon seeing that her seduction attempt had failed, Henrietta began to pout, though, after a few seconds, she began to smile once more. For now, it was enough knowing that her beloved big brother could look at her with such a lust-filled gaze. Adela was the first to speak about this absurd situation and immediately cleared her throat as she lectured Henrietta. "My dear cousin, you're dressed in a rather unbecoming manner. Why don't you go put on something more appropriate before you eat?" Henrietta immediately wanted to protest this statement, but when she looked around, she immediately noticed the malevolent glares that were being cast her way from Berenger's wives. Thus she could not help but sigh as she got up from her seat and departed. She made sure to flaunt her plump ass as she walked up the stairs. Berenger looked for but a second before his chin was grabbed onto and forced into the sky-blue eyes of Linda, who whispered something in his ear. "Don't even think about tasting your flesh and blood, or we are all going to have a problem." Berenger's attention was immediately snapped back to reality as he realized the murderous glares he was receiving from all of his wives, including Yasmin. This was a point universally agreed upon by Berenger's harem. They would never allow him to taste the forbidden fruit that was his younger sister. Thus to ease tensions, Berenger began to break out into awkward laughter as he tried to deflect the issue. "Me and Henrietta? It will never happen. You're all worrying too much. Do you think I'm that kind of guy?" All of his wives stared at him with deadpan expressions as they nodded their heads in unison when he said this. As if he could read all their minds, Berenger immediately knew they were thinking the same thing, and that was simply, "Do you even need to ask?" Shortly after that, Henrietta returned dressed in far more appropriate clothing, and the breakfast between the royal family of Austria continued as if that awkward display had never occurred in the first place. Berenger was certain that he needed to put an end to Henrietta's feelings quickly, or else he might fall prey to his darker instincts. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 449. Status report with the war in Iberia entering a new stage, and the King of Austria returning to the fatherland. Berenger had much work cut out for him. He was currently sitting in his office, surrounded by a group of ministers who represented the different aspects of Austria's development. The first among these men to speak was Field Marshal Eckhard. He voiced his report regarding the conscription of soldiers, their training, their outfitting, and various other factors that went into the rapid expansion of the Austrian army. "Your Majesty, I will have you know that we have more than doubled our army size. Over the past 6 months, since you have established conscription, we have trained and outfitted a total of 250,000 soldiers. Currently, the needle rifles have been produced en masse and given to the soldiers, and we have begun the introduction of the 7.5 cm FK-22 field guns. In total, we have 10 standard divisions capable of being deployed and acting independently or together under joint commands across Europe and the Mediterranean. We are currently working on producing sufficient numbers of the next-generation weapons to be employed among specialty units such as the 1st Jaeger Brigade and the JAG Commandos. We project that the next generation of weapons will thoroughly replace the current weapons used by our infantry units within the next 3 years. So you can rest assured that by the time the Crusaders make their way to our lands, they will be dealing with a vastly superior armed force. While you were gone, there has also been significant progress in developing lightweight artillery that can be employed by a single squad of soldiers in the field. The current prototype is very promising, and I am sure you will be pleased with the results. Berenger looked over the dossier that Eckhard had given him and was incredibly pleased with the army's progress. It numbered roughly 250,000 soldiers in total now and was by far the largest and most powerful military globally. The young king knew he would have to introduce some updated artillery to accompany the advanced weapons of the infantry. However, aside from that, his military had reached its max potential until things like the combustion and diesel engines could be manufactured en masse. However, what drew his interest the most was the progress of the border defenses. As such, he quickly shifted his gaze to his field marshal and asked the question on his mind. Marshal von Hallstatt, please do explain the progress the Army Corps of Engineers has had at our current borders. Upon hearing this, Eckhard did not hesitate and quickly began to speak of the massive trench system built around the borders of the Kingdom of Austria. At the moment, much of the land between Tyrol and Bavaria has been thoroughly entrenched, with a dedicated faction of border guards handling its defense. There are roughly 100 meters of barbed wire between our border and into the Bavarian lands. This massive wall of wire stretches across the trench line that has been constructed. As for the reinforced cement structures you have designed for future machine gun nests, they are undergoing construction as we speak. By the summer of next year, the Tyrolean-Bavarian border will be thoroughly secured. Currently, the border guard assists refugees from the other German states in resettling in our lands while protecting the borders from undesirables. I must inform you that the escalation of violence in the Kingdom of France has caused an uptick in French peasants migrating from their homes and towards our borders in the hopes that we will let them in. However, under the command of Her Highness Queen Linda von Kufstein, they have been turned away with force if necessary whenever they arrive. Berenger smiled when he heard this remark before commenting on Linda's actions. That woman knows me so well. The French can stay in their lands. It is not our responsibility to look after the hungry and poor masses of the world. If they are not German, they are not entering our kingdom. Now, Eckhard, are there any other major concerns I should be made aware of in terms of military matters? The veteran field marshal immediately shook his head in response. He had caught up with his king on everything he needed to know. Thus Berenger shifted his attention to Chancellor Otto von Graz before asking the question on his mind. Tell me, uncle, what news do you have for me in terms of the development of our infrastructure? Otto immediately handed the young king his dossier, where he began to speak out on a summary of the things that had been accomplished during Berenger's absence. To put it simply, the railway and telegraph lines have stretched from Tyrol, across Salzburg, and into the Kussenland. Our projections are that within another 2 years, your royal railway will reach across the entirety of the Kingdom of Austria, the Grand Duchy of Switzerland, and the Kingdom of Bohemia. As for the development of the capital, it has grown in size. As I assure you are aware, we have had to erect another wall to protect the people, and the area between that wall and the others are filling up as we speak. As you may be aware, Trieste is now close to being fully industrialized, while Salzburg and Graz are also undergoing significant progress. Before long, Innsbruck, Kufstein, Graz, Salzburg, Trieste, and Vienna will all be industrial cities, capable of producing many goods to be transported across your 2 kingdoms via the railway. and the rest of Europe via more conventional trading methods. Upon hearing this, Berenger's smile doubled in size. He was delighted to hear that they had made such substantial progress in such a short period. Perhaps by the time he united all of Germany, his kingdom would be a fully industrialized nation. However, there was something else he wished to discuss, and thus, he immediately shifted his attention towards Linda, who was standing by obediently dressed in her service uniform. "My queen, is there anything you wish to report to me in terms of international matters that I should be made aware of?" Linda was hesitant to speak for a while, but after a few moments of awkward silence, she began to open up about the knowledge her agents had relayed back to her. "There are a few matters of importance. First and foremost, our neighbors are undergoing a massive economic decline and even entering a state of famine after you have slaughtered the 500,000 men who entered Iberia, hoping to put an end to Hassan's reign. As you are aware, most of those men were peasants. Thus, there is a significant gap in men capable of toiling the fields in the neighboring kingdoms, especially Poland and Lithuania. They have suffered the worst out of our neighbors and blame it directly upon you. They did not just send farmers, they sent thousands of their soldiers thinking the war with the Teutonic Order was over. However, the Golden Horde is in a state of civil war thanks to our intervention. Due to some significant operations behind the scenes, the Eastern Coalition has halted its advance into the rump state that is the current Teutonic Order. Famine ravages Poland, Lithuania, and France. After all, despite the French king not wanting to get involved, tens of thousands of his peasants sought glory and a place in the afterlife in Iberia rather than deal with the ongoing war between the English and French crowns. This brings me to my next point. My agents have reported that although operations are going smoothly with the supplying of the enemies of France with firearms and training, the French crown still refuses to adopt the weapons we have given him. As a result, Prince Aubrey has departed from Paris and is heading towards Kufstein as we speak. If my information is correct, he seeks an audience with your majesty. For what exactly I am unsure. I am certain that you are aware of the rumors regarding the French prince. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before mocking his wife. They say he has a face as beautiful as any woman and a sinful body. Aren't you afraid that such a slutty trap might catch your husband's fancy? Linda's face twisted with revilement before she began to tease Berenger in front of his other ministers. I'm more worried about my husband lying with his sister than some amorous twink from France. However, I am positive that neither of those two scenarios will occur. Berenger sat with a grim expression on his face when he heard this remark. He would make sure to punish Linda for saying such a thing in front of the others later that night. However, for now, he had business to attend to. As such, he stood up from his seat and gave his orders to the men, and one woman gathered. All right, I have heard enough. You are all dismissed. If I need your services, you will hear from me. Until then, continue with your business. With that said, the gathered ministers departed, leaving Berenger alone within his office, staring out the windows of his palace. The unintended consequences of the peasant crusade to Iberia were sure to have disastrous effects for Berenger's neighbors and the Catholic Church as a whole. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 450. The French prince arrives. Berenger was within his study, smoking a hemp cigarette as he gazed upon the documents in his hands. Although he had spent a few days reacquainting himself with his wives upon returning from war, the work of a ruler was never truly fulfilled. Thus once more, he had thrust himself into the endless throes of paperwork. After exhaling a large puff of smoke, the young monarch heard a knock on the door. Refusing to put out the cigarette, Berenger responded before taking another hit. "It is open." Upon saying this, the door crept open to reveal his first wife Adela, who was dressed in a sapphire gown. Upon seeing his lovely wife enter his room, Berenger assumed that she was here to make amends. However, the sentence she spoke was anything but. "There's a visitor here for you. They claim to be a part of the French royal family." There was a look of utter disgust on the young woman's face as she said this. Berenger was quite surprised to hear this. The French prince had arrived quicker than he had estimated. Thus he decided to put out his cigarette in his ashtray before standing up and approaching his young wife. Lead the way. Adela rolled her eyes before departing from the office with her husband in hand. Before long, they arrived in the great hall, where Berenger gazed upon a small host of visitors. He searched for the French prince but could not find him. However, his eyes fell upon a beautiful young woman who was exceptionally petite. This woman had honey blonde hair and emerald green eyes and was dressed in the current fashion trends of Austria. Berenger mistakenly assumed this person's identity to be Princess Sibylla. Thus, he approached her and bowed before introducing himself. The stunning French woman held out her hand with a pretty smile upon seeing this, and Berenger placed his lips upon it. After doing so, he made his introduction. Princess Sibylla, I must say you are as beautiful as the rumors have claimed. However, I am a bit confused. I was led to believe that Prince Aubrey would be the one to visit. The woman presumed to be Princess Sibylla immediately giggled in an effeminate manner before covering her mouth. After doing so, she spoke in a high-pitched voice that matched a woman's. Your Majesty, you are not mistaken. I am Prince Aubrey de Valois, and I must say you are as handsome as the rumors say. Berenger immediately felt his mind shatter as he heard these words and struggled to mask his disgust in his actions. Did he seriously kiss the hand of a man? Meanwhile, Adela was in the corner smirking at his actions, thinking to herself, "It serves you right for being a playboy." Of course, Berenger had no way of knowing what his wife was thinking and instead began to pull away from the effeminate French prince awkwardly. I apologize for my actions. I assumed you were your sister. Tell me, Prince Aubrey, why are you here in Kufstein, and why are you dressed like that? Prince Aubrey continued to smile as he placed one of his dainty hands on his cheek. After doing so, he twirled around in his dress before leaning in close to Berenger. What's the matter? You don't like my appearance? The young Austrian king was immediately put in a difficult spot. This was, in fact, the prince of a neighboring kingdom, and he had to, for the time being, maintain diplomatic ties with them. After all, his plan for fracturing the French kingdom relied on putting on the facade of friendly relations with his eventual neighbor to the west. Despite this, he immediately tried to distance himself from the effeminate prince. However, the moment he did so, Aubrey followed him and latched onto his arm with a sultry smile before asking the question on his mind. We can discuss business later. Why don't you show me around this wonderful palace of yours? Berenger had a distressed expression on his face as he looked over at his wife with a pleading gaze in his eyes. However, despite this anxiety, Adela merely scoffed before walking off. She knew Berenger would never sleep with a member of the same sex, and thus this was her punishment for him bringing home another wife without notice. Thus Berenger was forced to endure being a tour guide for the Prince of France. The first action that the young monarch took was to introduce the current location to his guest. This is the Great Hall, where my throne is present. Frankly, I don't stay here often and am instead usually found in my office. Aubrey took this comment with great interest. After all, his father, the King of France, was practically glued to his throne, and it was where he usually conducted business. To see that the mighty King of Austria rarely used his throne room was unique in the boy's mind. On multiple occasions, Berenger tried to wrest his arm away from the effeminate prince. However, every attempt to do so was met with fierce resistance and a warm smile. It became abundantly clear what this trap's intent was, and the King of Austria made a silent vow not to fall prey to his tricks. However, since this guest was a member of a foreign royal family, he had to show some restraint in his action. Thus he kept a calm facade as he continued to walk Aubrey through his palace and show him every quarter of his court. After entering the dining room, Berenger and Aubrey witnessed Anuria eating lunch. The moment she gazed up and saw her ex-fiancé locking his arms around her husband, the food fell from her hands and onto her plate. She was stunned to witness the sight and immediately got up from her seat, where she rushed over to Aubrey and slapped the prince across his pretty face. After doing so, she began to curse him out. "Get your hands off my man, you filthy tramp. Who the hell let you into this palace?" Though the French prince was enraged that a woman would behave in such a manner towards him, he refused to let go of Berenger's arm and instead put on a cruel smile as he mocked the Byzantine princess. "Oh, Honoria, it has been some time since we last met. I am glad to see you found yourself a husband. However, there is no reason to be so jealous. Berenger and I are just getting to know each other, isn't that right?" Berenger smiled awkwardly as he heard this. Ultimately, he decided it would be best to separate from Aubrey now that Honoria was enraged, and thus pushed him aside before scolding his guest. "Honoria is right. I didn't want to say anything because you are a guest, but your actions are rather inappropriate. It would be best if we kept a safe distance between us." Aubrey immediately puffed out his cheeks as he began to pout. He could not believe that Honoria had gotten in the way of his plans yet again. She seriously had the worst timing. Of course, what came next further aggravated the French prince. Honoria immediately wrapped her arms around her husband and kissed him passionately before giving Berenger a fair warning. "Don't fall into this boy's trap. I know you are not that type of man, but I have seen many otherwise normal men fall prey to his spell." Berenger chuckled before patting Honoria's head. As he did so, he spoke the words that would make Aubrey all the more determined to seduce him. "Don't worry, I'm not like that. You would only have to worry if he was a woman." Of course, this statement did little to ease Honoria's anxiety, and thus she opted to stay with the two men during the duration of their tour. So long as the effeminate French prince was in Austria, she would keep her eyes on him. Unlike Adela and Linda, she did not trust Berenger with Aubrey. After all, she was too aware of how captivating he could be to other men. After touring around the entire palace, Berenger introduced Aubrey to his room before giving him a little lecture. "These are your quarters for the duration of your stay in Kufstein. You are free to walk about the city and do as you please so long as you don't violate the law. Though you can eat at any of the wonderful restaurants in our city, I encourage you to be back at the palace in time for dinner at roughly 6 p.m. Aubrey silently nodded his head before sitting on his bed with a smile. As he did so, he made an offer to Berenger, which greatly disgusted the young king. "I'll be fine. You can leave now unless you want to stay and give me a message." Berenger immediately rejected the French prince's notions and departed from the room. He swore that no matter what it took, he would not fall prey to his schemes. After all, he was not that type of man. Of course, the moment he left the room, Aubrey began to pout and swear to himself that he would accomplish his objective. Thus a battle of seduction between the French and Austrian crowns had begun. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 451. The Devil on Your Shoulder within the city of Kufstein was a group of Byzantines allegedly within the borders of Austria for the purpose of trade. If there was one thing that the Austrian government had come to be successful at, it was none other than border security. Even with their cover identities that were thoroughly prepared by the powers behind the second prince of the empire, these men, like any other visitors to the kingdom, had gone through a thorough vetting process. At the moment, they were hawking wares in the form of wine and silk at the trade district of Kufstein City. However, behind the scenes, these alleged merchants were here for a far less noble purpose. For 3 weeks now, they had watched and waited in the trade district for the opportune moment to assassinate Princess Honoria. Yet, despite this, the Byzantine princess had never entered the streets of Austria. Instead, she spent her entire time within the safety of the royal palace, so much so that these men were beginning to lose all hope of completing their mission. Because of this feeling of despair, one of these men finally had enough and immediately began cursing at the other in Greek. For Christ's sake, we have been here in Austria for 3 fucking weeks, and we still have not even gotten the slightest glimpse of the princess. Immediately his compatriot slapped him across the back of the head and began to chastise the man for making such a foolish comment. Quiet, you fool, that red-headed bitch has spies everywhere in this damned country. The fact that we have remained undiscovered so far is a blessing from the Lord God Almighty. The first man immediately scoffed at his companion's behavior before scolding him for his actions. You're being paranoid. I doubt any of these barbarians even speak Greek. Yet you assume we are being watched every moment of the day. However, unbeknownst to this man, there was indeed a spy nearby at the next stall keeping an eye on these men from the Byzantine Empire. As a safety precaution, for any visitors to the kingdom who were staying for longer than a period of a week, there was an agent of Austrian royal intelligence sent to observe them and their actions multiple times a day. This spy was trained in 5 different languages, one of them being Greek, and thus she immediately heard the mention of the princess and the hushed conversation that followed. It quickly became apparent that these men were not ordinary merchants. Therefore, she had the urge to report this to her superior right away. However, she did not do such a thing. Instead, she fulfilled her duty and closely observed these men for a bit long in an attempt to gain any more valuable information about their reason for being in Kufstein. The first man immediately poured himself a cup filled with the wine they were hawking and began to speak once more, albeit in a slightly lower tone. Once that bitch is dead, we can return to the Empire and get paid. I can't wait to buy a nice villa within the city of Antioch. The more cautious of the 2 men looked around to see if anyone was listening before approaching his more wild counterpart and began to give him a stern talking. If you say another word of this in the open, I swear to God I will cut your throat myself. The vicious glare and the bold threat by his ally immediately caused the man to shut his mouth. The only sound to escape his lips was an unintelligible mumble. However, the internal security agent nearby had received all the intelligence she needed. Thus, she paid for the vase in her hands from the nearby merchant's stall and scurried off into the crowds of nearby people. Before long, she rounded the corner, where she placed an envelope filled with actionable intelligence into a dead drop. After doing so, she left the area and surveyed the following targets on her list. As for the document, it remained in its location until a man came and collected it not 5 minutes later. A week had passed, and a fully detailed report was in the hands of Linda as she stood before Berenger and Anuria, who were gathered in the office of the royal palace. By now, every detail about the men, including the aliases presented on their travel documents and their actual identities, were within the hands of Austrian royal intelligence. If not for the telegraphs built between Kufstein and Trieste and the high speeds of the clippers in service to Berenger's intelligence network, then there would be no feasible way for them to gather such vital information in such a short time. However, in a week, Austrian royal intelligence had cross-referenced all of the information they had gathered about these men with Palladius' intensive spy network. In the end, the potential assassins had been identified as freelancers employed by a client known as Dalmatius Carolarios, who was a strategos within the Byzantine Empire and a well-known backer of the second prince. After spreading this information out in front of Berenger and Anuria, Linda waited patiently for their response. Anuria had a sad expression on her face. She could hardly believe that her brother would try to have her killed. However, Berenger was the first to pose a question about the intelligence that had been gathered. Where are these men now? Linda put on an amicable smile as she stood at attention. Though the man in front of her was her husband, he was also her boss and her king. Thus she acted like a professional as she answered his question. Currently, the 2 men, as well as the 3 other operatives involved in this conspiracy, are under constant surveillance. We have teams on standby to arrest and interrogate them at a moment's notice. However, since we already know their identities and their purpose, I suggest we silently eliminate them and send their heads back to their employer as a message." Berenger had a vicious grin on his face. For whatever reason, he always got excited whenever Linda expressed a cruel plan of action. As such, he nodded his head in response before giving her permission to enact this plot. "Very well, we will handle this your way. I also will approve of further funding to counter espionage. I am surprised to see that these men went so long without being detected. If Honoria had in fact left the palace and visited the trade district, something could likely have happened to her." The second queen of the Kingdom of Austria smiled upon hearing this. She would never turn away more funding for her organization. As such, she bowed respectfully before her husband before thanking him for his generosity. "Master, I am pleased to serve you, and am thankful for this gift." Upon hearing this, Berenger dismissed his second wife. It was only after she had left the office did he grab a hold of Honoria and hugged her in an attempt to comfort her. "It must have been a bit of a shock knowing that your brother had tried to kill you. If there is anything you wish to discuss, just know that I am here for you." The Byzantine princess gazed up at her husband with her mint-green eyes. A small tear dripped from her cheek as the young king wiped it away. Honoria struggled to find the words to express her thoughts for a few moments before speaking with a voice filled with trepidation. "How did you feel when you found out that your brother tried to kill you?" The Austrian king sighed heavily in response to this question before revealing his feelings on the matter. "Bitter, vengeful, hateful, depressed, and honestly quite confused. I only had one brother in this life, and he tried to kill me on multiple occasions. I kept asking myself why he would do such a thing. In the end, he simply wanted the inheritance. Obviously, I made him pay with everything he had before I took his life." A bitter smile formed on Honoria's face as she nodded her head after hearing about Berenger's experience with a similar situation. After several moments of deep introspection, she came to a conclusion. A stern gaze appeared in her eyes as she voiced her thoughts on the situation she found herself in. "Very well. Since my brother wishes for me to die, so be it. I have no choice but to retaliate. I will bring him to his knees so that he begs me for my mercy, and once he does, I will deny him it, and end his pitiful existence once and for all." A cruel smile curved itself upon Berenger's lips as he heard this. He pushed the woman's hair to his side as he kissed his wife upon her graceful neck. As he did so, he menacingly expressed his thoughts. "And I will be right here by your side, aiding you in every step of your journey as the devil on your shoulder." Honoria nodded in silence as the villainous couple began to plot their revenge against the second prince of the Byzantine Empire and all the men who supported him. Thanks to the agents within the internal security branch of Austrian royal intelligence, the plot against Princess Honoria had been thoroughly squashed. Though the prince would not know it for some time, he had invoked a monster within the heart of his little sister, one that the devil on her shoulder constantly fed. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 452. Papal woes to the Pope sat in his chair with a hopeless expression. Not only did the peasants' crusade to Iberia fail miserably, but due to the massive supply of forces sent to the region, the Catholic world was undergoing an economic crisis and a massive famine. Roughly 500,000 peasants from across Europe lie dead in Iberia, their corpses rotting under the hot sun. Because of this, there were substantially fewer people to work the fields. The Catholic kingdoms were severely lacking in agricultural technology compared to the Kingdom of Austria. Since practically all work had to be done by hand, the overwhelming majority of the population in the Catholic world were forced to work on farms. Now that 500,000 men lie dead in a foreign country, the populations of France, Hungary, Poland, Lithuania, England, and the German states were depleted. This had led to a massive food shortage that could not easily be overcome. Meanwhile, Austria was overflowing with a food surplus. Despite this fact, They outright refused to sell their excess agricultural products to the Catholic kingdoms. What they did with this extra food, Julius did not know. If he knew that the Austrians were preserving the excess food and selling it for a minimal price to their citizens in an attempt to ensure that they were all properly fed, he would probably gouge his eyes out from sheer envy. Thus he was in a state of crisis as more of his followers believed that the papacy's obsession with hunting down and destroying the German Reformation had become a lost cause. If it were not for the rulers of these nations offering their support, then few men would volunteer for the crusade against the Berenger heresy. Julius stared at the reports in his hands with complete and utter frustration. Portugal had fallen, King Louis was now a prisoner of the Emirate of Granada, and Aragon was attempting to annex Castile in a brutal campaign that depleted both kingdoms' strength. On top of all of this, there were rumors from the conflict that Austria had deployed weapons of severe destruction capable of countering the numerical advantage that the Catholics had employed. At this very moment, the Vicar of Christ felt lost and faithless. No matter how many times he racked his mind around it, he could not comprehend why the Lord God Almighty was testing him so frequently. Was it indeed the end of days? Or did the Heavenly Father favor the German Reformation? If the Catholic world knew that their Pope was having a spiritual crisis, they would probably lose faith in the Church entirely. However, they were blissfully unaware of this fact, and thus Julius kept his doubtful thoughts to himself as he was surrounded by his cardinals who gazed upon him and his downcast expression. Ultimately, one of the cardinals voiced his concerns over the matter as he began to address the issues at hand. I think the question on everyone's minds is, what are we going to do? We are already raising funds via indulgences for the crusade against the Berenger heresy, but after the disaster that was the peasants' crusade against Granada, fewer and fewer people now support our cause. On top of all this, the kingdoms suffering from famine partially blame us for this result. If the Church had not called for a massive crusade to overwhelm the enemy with a sheer volume of numbers, then they likely would not be suffering to the extent they are now. Thousands of men, women, and children in the Catholic kingdoms are dying from starvation with each passing day. We do not have the funds to aid them, for all of our wealth is going towards investing in yet another attempt to end Berenger's reign. What do we tell the people who starve to death and can't afford the inflated prices of grain? That they should give what little wealth they have to us in hopes that we can avenge their deaths. With these words spoken, few men gathered in the chamber knew how to or desired to answer this question. Utter silence prevailed aside from the sound of the Pope tapping his papal throne repeatedly with his index finger. For quite some time, not a word was spoken before the Pope raised his voice. As he did so, he projected his authority as the leader of the Catholic world. We must secure the funds and workforce necessary to march on Austria within 4 years' time. I don't care how we have to do it, Berenger von Kufstein must die. If he is allowed to persist as a ruler, then the Catholic Church as a whole will be ruined. Despite the Pope's words, his council of cardinals was no longer sure that such a thing was possible. Since the Berenger heresy began, there had already been 2 cardinals to defect to the enemy's side. Such a thing was a slap in the face to the papacy, and yet as time went by, more and more of the men present considered jumping ship. Thus it was no surprise when one of the cardinals voiced his concerns over the Pope's command in a fairly flustered state. "You have gone mad, Julius, just like Simeon before you. This King of Austria has driven you past the point of sanity. It is no longer about the power of the Church over sovereign kingdoms, but the very survival of our religion. In your attempts to drive Berenger von Kufstein out of power, you have shed the blood of countless lives and caused economic crisis upon the kingdoms who look up to us. Famine and poverty rule over Europe, while Austria rises to new levels. Is it any wonder that millions of Germans flock to Berenger's so-called Reformation every year? By now, the Catholic dukes and margraves of Germany no longer have the ability to compel their people to follow our faith, for the peasants and lords alike have united against them. If you insist on going down this path of another reckless crusade, I swear to you, it will be the end of the Roman Catholic Church as we know it. I implore you to rethink your actions and settle your grudge with the King of Austria once and for all. Let me remind you that if it weren't for the corruption of the Bishop of Innsbruck and the local clergy, Berenger von Kufstein may not have ever challenged our authority. See Reason Julius before it is too late. Though the other cardinals remained silent, the reality was that many of them held similar views of the ongoing conflict with Austria. If the Austrian army could annihilate 500,000 men in battle within the Iberian Peninsula with a force of 50,000 men, then what could possibly be achieved by invading their home turf? However, Julius was consumed beyond the point of reason. At this point, he, like his predecessor, had been driven to the brink of madness after being bested by an upstart from a once insignificant region. The pride of the papacy was at stake, and the constant humiliation they had suffered in their attempts to remove Berenger from power had driven both popes mad. Even if the cardinals initially selected Julius to replace Simeon so that he would take a moderate stance against Berenger von Kufstein and his realm, it did not take long for him to be pushed past the point of no return. Thus, instead of accepting his losses and making amends with the young monarch, he instead doubled down once more. I refuse to allow this upstart from Austria to further humiliate the papacy and the Catholic Church as a whole. If I were to bow my head and concede defeat to this devil, he would be acquiring exactly what he desires. Under no circumstances will I allow such a fantasy to become a reality. Instead, I will bring forth the greatest army this world has ever seen and ravage his lands. I swear, even if it is the death of me, that I will see Berenger von Kufstein's head encased in bronze and mounted outside my walls. This will serve as a permanent reminder as to what happens when you dare to challenge the authority of the Church. If any of you refuse to play your part, then you can consider yourselves excommunicated. The Pope had expected this mad rant to convince his cardinals to follow his plan until the end. Instead, the cardinal who had raised his objection responded by pulling off his hat and placing it on the table. After doing so, he stared deep into the Pope's eyes before declaring his intent. I will not follow you into damnation. If this is the direction of the Catholic Church, then I want no part of it. You can consider me excommunicated. After saying this, he began to walk away from the papal chamber with his head held high. Julius called out to him in an utterly enraged state as he did so. Fine. Go. You are excommunicated and, at this moment, branded a heretic. If you ever step foot in another Catholic kingdom, I will have your head on a pike. When the other cardinals heard the Pope's response to the cardinal's resignation, many of them followed suit. They too stood up from their seats and placed their hats upon the table before walking off. In the end, all of the cardinals from German-speaking regions had ended up resigning from their position and walking off. In their eyes, the Pope had gone entirely insane with a thirst for vengeance, and they refused to allow their people to bleed over the unrealistic possibility of avenging their losses to the Kingdom of Austria and its monarch. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at Chapter 453, Demonstration of the 1422 Lightweight Mortar in the Middle of the Kufstein Testing Grounds. An Austrian soldier loaded a projectile down into the bore of the standing device. In the next moment, the 60mm shell flew through the air and towards the group of straw targets at the training ground. The moment it impacted, it blew up in a fiery explosion, sending shrapnel in all directions. Despite their utter destruction, the weapon was quickly reloaded and fired a second shot on the target's location. The shell whistled into the air and impacted once more only a few centimeters off its previous mark. Berenger witnessed the display of the newest mortar design that Ludwig and his son Jacob had come up with. This lightweight, highly mobile mortar could be deployed either as a crew-served weapon or operated by a single individual. Berenger was quite shocked to see that without his instruction, such a valuable weapon of war had been developed by his engineers. To an even greater shock, it was not Ludwig who was the lead designer, but his eldest son Jacob. After witnessing the demonstration performed by his soldiers, the young monarch began to clap repeatedly with a wide grin on his face. Initially, he had intended to create a mortar design of his own after returning from the war effort, but in reality, his engineers had developed an entirely functional lightweight mortar without his input. Thus he was delighted to see such a valuable weapons platform come to fruition. Wonderful! Wonderful! It would appear that Jacob has inherited his father's intellect. The young engineer had a bashful response as he heard the king's mighty praise. You flatter me too much, Your Majesty. If not for the efforts of my father, I don't believe that I alone would have come up with such a functional design. However, Berenger dismissed the boy's humble claims and placed his hand on his shoulder as he complimented him once more. You are too hard on yourself. Jacob, your father, has informed me of how much he contributed to this mortar, and I assure you that this weapon would not exist without your brilliant mind coming up with the basic design. This weapon will revolutionize our infantry and their tactics. I will award you with the Order of Civil Merit for your actions. You have done well, son. Though Berenger spoke as if he was substantially older than Jacob, the reality was that he was at most 3 years his elder. Thus it came off quite awkward as he said these words. Despite this, Jacob had a humble smile on his face as he nodded his head in agreement. Berenger returned his gaze to the ongoing display when he witnessed the base plate easily removed and the weapon operated by a single user. He was genuinely shocked. Such a device would be considered exceptional even by modern standards. This was well beyond what he had in mind for a mortar. He watched intensely as the man placed his foot on the bottom of the mortar and held it with one hand by the handle as he skillfully laid the projectile down into its bore before firing the device. However, the 60mm ammunition had decreased in effective range. It was still a sight to behold. Immediately, the young king asked the question on his mind. Jacob, what is the weight of this weapon without its base plate? The young engineer immediately smiled as he obediently answered his king's question. Approximately 20 pounds, Your Majesty. Berenger could not hide his awe-stricken state as he returned his gaze to the device. This was a genuinely lightweight mortar that could be lugged through any terrain and operated by a single soldier. The thought of such firepower in the hands of a soldier, while still capable of carrying a rifle, brought a sense of wonder to his eyes. Berenger was aware that such weapons were scarce in his past life and primarily utilized by special operations units. Yet here in the 15th century, his engineers had come up with a design that was a close replica while not on par with the so-called commando mortars of his past life. He was genuinely astounded by the work of his engineers. Perhaps only Berenger would recognize just how useful this weapon could prove to be in the hands of the correct units. Thus, when he made his following statement, all of the officers gathered stared in awe at their monarch. Jacob, tell me, what is it that you desire? So long as it is within my power, I shall grant it to you. Even Ludwig was surprised when he heard this, and thus he nudged his son's shoulder and whispered something in his ear. After this had occurred, Jacob nodded his head before responding. There is not much I require, Your Majesty. Thanks to the efforts of the father, my family is wealthy and has a noble title no matter how minor it is. I suppose if there is anything I might need in this life, it is a proper wife. Berenger chuckled when he heard this and immediately responded to the young man's request. Well, I can't force a woman to marry you, but if that is your desire, I can at least make it, so you are more desirable in the eyes of our kingdom's many ladies. Very well, I at this moment name your family the Dukes of Thurgau. Henceforth Ludwig and his true-born sons shall be given the surname von Thurgau, and rule over the Duchy of Thurgau within the Grand Duchy of Switzerland. All of the men present were greatly surprised when they heard this remark. Even Ludwig didn't expect Berenger to give them such a prestigious position. Though with Berenger's political reforms, noble titles had essentially become ceremonial rather than actual political rulers. Still, the title of Duke was no laughing matter. It came with a level of prestige that would allow plenty of young ladies of noble descent to come clambering after Ludwig's sons with the intent for marriage. Although the actual dukes of the old nobility would likely snub Ludwig's family as they were recent upstarts, such a thing would not be a case for the women from the families of margraves and counts. After a few moments of silence due to the shock, Ludwig and his son Jacob got their act together and correctly thanked their monarch for his generosity. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I swear I won't let you down. Your Majesty, I don't know how I can ever repay you for such generosity. However, my son will work hard to live up to your praise." Berenger smiled and nodded to the two men's responses before gazing upon the weapons display once more. Now that the mortar had been taken care of, there were a few more weapons he would need to introduce. What he needed to design was a proper landmine. Though landmines were one of the most brutal and unforgiving inventions of the 20th century, Berenger knew how effective they would be at securing his borders from invaders. With the upcoming crusade against Austria, he wanted to take every precaution to ensure minimal losses while maximizing enemy casualties. Thus he vowed that after this demonstration was over, he would get to work on one of the most gnarly weapons ever to exist in his past life. For now, he sat back and drank from his chalice as he gazed upon the destructive power of the 60mm mortar. Every time the explosion went off, he gazed with fondness upon it. As for Ludwig and Jacob had excited expressions, they had once more elevated their status in society, and by such a large margin this time. With the wealth Ludwig had accumulated as the head of the Austrian royal armory, now a large plot of land, and the title of a duke, he knew that his family would be set for generations. Despite this, the older man swore he would make sure that his heirs were proper noblemen and did not waste away on the wealth that their forefathers had created. He desired to create a noble house whose name was embedded within the industries of the Kingdom of Austria. While his father and king were occupied with their thoughts, Jacob was intensely focused on his own. He knew he had just hit the tip of the iceberg and thoroughly planned to become even more helpful to the Kingdom of Austria in the future. Thus he vowed to produce new weapons designs and continue the family lineage of noble engineers. With the three men dwelling on their thoughts, eventually, the demonstration came to an end. Not only was Berenger fully satisfied with the results, but so were the officers in charge of overseeing the testing and implementation of weapons into the armed forces. A unanimous decision was made this day to implement the 60mm mortar into service within the Austrian Royal Army as soon as possible. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 454, Dinner with the French Prince. Since Aubrey had first arrived in Kufstein throughout the past few days, Berenger had been maintaining his distance. As a host, he was forced to entertain guests from the nearby Kingdom of France. Because of this, he would find himself at meals with his family, with Aubrey at the scene. An awkward situation was taking place at the moment, as Honoria glared at Aubrey with a sense of overwhelming fury. The feminine Prince of France had stolen her seat next to Berenger and was currently flirting with her man. While Berenger was far from pleased with the result, he found it hard to push away the boy's repeated advances. Thus he was sitting in his seat, with a twink staring at him with a longing gaze, trying to find out more about his personality. "I heard that your Majesty was just a lowly baron's son. Yet, you used your superior knowledge of engineering and tactics to rise to the status of a king. Is that true?" Berenger sneered at Aubrey as he entertained his question with a smug response. "That is right. In the eyes of many of my more noble subjects, I am still nothing more than a usurper. A lowly baron who had killed his way to the top. Now tell me, Aubrey, do you despise me for my lowly pedigree?" Though Berenger expected the boy born with a silver spoon in his mouth to rile in disgust of his lowly heritage, his statement had the opposite effect. There was a twinkle of excitement in Aubrey's eyes and a slightly noticeable bulge in his dress as he heard Berenger boast of rising to his current position through sheer strength of will. The feminine prince shook his head before expressing his thoughts on the matter. Not at all. In fact, I find it exciting. Despite being born to a line of lowly barons, you have used your power to achieve victory over your masters, to the point where you are now the most powerful man in Christendom. Any man who calls you usurper is unaware of your great strength. Berenger immediately frowned as he noticed that his plot of insulting himself had not turned out quite as planned. Instead, he decided to take a more religious approach. Though Berenger knew there was no way that a homosexual like Aubrey was deeply religious, he did know for a fact that the social implications behind his following statement were something the boy could not ignore as a prince of a Catholic kingdom. So, you don't mind that I am a heretic who has been excommunicated and condemned to hell by 2 popes? Once more, the effeminate prince answered in a way that was contrary to the Austrian king's expectations. Not at all. I agree with some of your premises, such as how the right to rule over man is given to man, not the church. I think if our 2 kingdoms formed some form of partnership, we would be able to achieve many great things and throw off the yoke of the papacy once and for all. When Aubrey said this, he reached over and started dancing his dainty fingers across Berenger's forearm, which was a step too far for Anuria to handle. She immediately lashed out at her ex-fiancé and violently ripped his hand away from her husband. "Get your paws off my man, you filthy tramp." Though Aubrey was far from a violent man, he realized he was struggling to contain his desire to slap the bitch for her interference in his seduction attempt. Luckily for Berenger, Anuria had removed Aubrey's hands, or else he would have punched the prince, causing a diplomatic crisis. If there were one thing he would not tolerate from a man, it was forced physical intimacy. Rather than resort to violence, Aubrey forced a smile before commenting on Anuria's behavior. "Princess Anuria, there is no need to be so hostile. I am simply being friendly, as is my responsibility as a diplomat of my father's kingdom." However, Anuria was not buying this remark. Instead, she stared at Aubrey with a murderous aura as she whispered a vile threat into his ear. "If you continue to seduce my husband, mark my words, it will end bloody for you." Despite these words, Aubrey was undeterred and smiled at Anuria in response. Linda and Adela gazed upon this scene of conflict while eating their meals. They had no intentions of interrupting the effeminate prince who was making a fool of himself. As for Henrietta, she was also glaring daggers at the young man, the reason being is she would never allow yet another bitch to steal her brother away from her. Even if this bitch was a man dressed as a woman. She would be damned if her precious big brother slept with this tramp before herself. Ultimately, Yasmin broke the tension by making a remarkable comment. "If there were a man like you in my kingdom, we would throw him from the rooftop. Frankly, I find your lack of masculinity utterly disgusting." When Berenger heard this, he set down his fork and uttered his command to the chaotic scene and the people involved with it. "Enough. Sit down and shut up, the lot of you. We are having dinner. I will not tolerate any more conflict at this table." Anuria immediately sank back into her seat while Aubrey crossed his arms and pouted like a woman. As for the others, they went back to eating their food. For a while, there was utter silence until Aubrey finally took his first bite of the case spatzel. As he did so, he moaned in pleasure like a bitch in heat. This exaggerated action did not go unnoticed by everyone at the table, including Berenger, who struggled to cope with the obnoxious noise. However, ultimately he gazed over sternly at the French prince and forced a smile. "Do you like it?" Without hesitation, Aubrey nodded emphatically before digging more of the cheesy noodle dish into his mouth. After a few bites, he washed it down with a glass of milk before complimenting the meal. "This is the best thing I have ever tasted. Do you eat like this every day?" Berenger immediately nodded his head in response with a proud smile on his face. As he did so, he complimented the chefs and their hard work on creating such delectable dishes. "Of course, the chefs in Austria are second to none. You will not find finer cuisine in all of Europe, especially not in your kingdom. As he made this comment, a lace of venom was hidden on Berenger's tongue. Partially because he came from a German family in his past life and lived as a German king in this one, he had a particular disdain towards the French, especially towards the claim from his previous life that their cooking was some of the best in the world. During his previous life, Berenger had enjoyed many great dishes from plenty of cultures, which was one of the perks of being an American. In his view, there were 3 nations that could compete for the honor of having the best food, and they were from 3 different continents. German, Chinese, and Mexican food were his favorite cuisine. Reflecting upon this, he began to wonder how Mexican food would develop in this timeline since he would colonize the northern region instead of the Spanish. The alien hybrid of native and German cuisine was a thought that he was greatly interested in. Ultimately, he was snapped back to reality by one of Aubrey's comments that immediately filled his stomach with revile. "I wish I were a woman, then I could marry you and eat this food every day." The moment the French prince said these words, he once more received the death glares from Honoria and Henrietta. However, despite their intense hatred for this slutty trap from the Kingdom of France, they made sure to stay their tongues due to the warning that Berenger had given. Henrietta immediately became intimidated by the presence of this foreign tempter and decided to make a move to get one step closer to her big brother. "Big brother, I don't feel so good. I think I have had too much wine. Do you mind carrying me to my room?" Henrietta made sure to properly exaggerate her words and sway her head with a fugue-like gaze to sell the act properly. If Linda was not already aware of the girl's feelings and scheming nature, even she might have bought into the show. Just when she was about to comment on this, Berenger stood up from his seat, walked over to his little sister, and picked her up before addressing the rest of his women and his guest. "I will be back shortly. In the meantime, I advise the rest of you to behave." Berenger was not stupid. He knew his sister well enough to know that she was faking. However, he would rather risk alone time with his sister's seduction attempts than spend a minute longer with Aubrey. Thus he carried Henrietta towards her quarters. As he did so, she rested her pretty face in his chest and inhaled his masculine musk. She had finally been allowed to be alone with her brother, and she swore to make the most of it. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 455, Sweet Dreams. My precious little Princess Berenger carried his little sister Henrietta up the stairs to her room as if she were a princess. Now that he thought about it, she was indeed technically a princess. Thus, he had a smug smile on his face as he thought about his sister's prestigious position resulting from his actions in this life. Henrietta had no idea what her precious big brother was thinking about as he dodged the ongoing conflict downstairs in the dining room. However, seeing him smile as he carried her away to her quarters was enough to make her happy. Thus, she clung closely onto his chest and engorged herself in the warmth that his body was exuding beyond his clothing. Eventually, the king and his princess made their way into the girls' quarters, where Berenger tucked the allegedly intoxicated young woman into her bed before kissing her on the forehead. He was prepared to leave her behind and head back to the dining room until the moment she grabbed onto his sleeve. As Henrietta did so, her cheeks were flushed red with embarrassment. However, she had decided to make the most of this moment, and thus she made a request of her brother for the first time in a long time. "Big brother, will you stay and tell me a story like you did when I was a kid?" Berenger chuckled as he heard this before sitting down on the bed next to his sister and began spinning a tale about himself from his previous life. He did not know why, but he had an overwhelming desire to spill the truth about his past, even if it was in the form of a bedtime story. There once was a boy named Julian who grew up in a faraway land. In this land, there were hundreds of millions of people, and most of them lived their lives without achieving anything of significance. They were truly cogs in the machine and never managed to move the dirt necessary to bury them. At this point, Berenger's expression began to shift from nostalgic to slightly distressed. He remained silent for a few moments as he struggled to come up with the words to express the cruelty of the life that he was forced to endure in his youth during his past life. This boy came from an impoverished family and was bullied by his peers due to the lack of income that his family had. You see, in this society, the average person lived a life of such wealth and luxury that they tended to take everything they had for granted. The average household lived in such levels of prosperity that even the noble houses of our society could not compete with them. However, as a result, those at the bottom of society could not afford the lavish lifestyle of the middle class, and thus they were often ridiculed for it. While other kids were receiving the latest fashion and newest toys, Julian was forced to endure through the years, making us of the generous donations from those better-off families. After being ruthlessly berated by those kids his exact age, he would come home to an empty dwelling where he was forced to cook his meals and clean for himself. However, things were not all bad. He managed to get close to a pretty girl and become her friend. He would even spend hours of his day teaching her how to do her schoolwork. Years passed by, and Julian had entered his teens. In doing so, he had fallen in love with this girl who was his only friend. One day, there was a big dance to be had at the school, and Julian decided to muster his courage to ask his friend out. However, despite his feelings for her, things did not go as expected. Do you know what her response was? "I am sorry, but I could never go out with someone as poor as you." Julian was heartbroken. However, the worst part was that their friendship rapidly deteriorated after that until a point where they barely talked anymore. The moment this girl got herself a rich boyfriend as she had wanted, Julian came to a decision, and that was that he would make something of his life and not live a life of poverty like his parents. So you know what he did? He spent the next 4 years dismissing his social life and working hard so that he would have the ability to get into a good college. He also worked on his fitness to ensure a healthy body and mind. After all, no matter successful he was, he would never be able to get a decent girlfriend if he was a fat tub of lard, or so he believed. However, when the time came to go to university, he selected the military academy. Why would he do that, you might ask? Because he could not afford to be in debt for the rest of his life for going to his first choice of a university. You see, universities were costly in this kingdom, so much so that you would be selling yourself into debt for decades to afford the tuition fees. However, the military academy was different. They would practically pay for your entire expenses, so long as you pledged to serve 8 years in the armed forces after graduation. The difficulty was that the military had a very low acceptance rate. Luckily, Julian had graduated high school with high enough marks that he was accepted. Thus, Julian spent another 4 years of his life doing nothing but studying hard to complete his education as an engineer. During this time, he had met a few acquaintances who helped him along his path, but in the end, he had never really developed any long-lasting friendships or relationships with women, for that matter. By the time he knew it, those 4 years passed by, and he was sent into the army as an engineering officer. After graduating from the military academy and entering his service, he performed excellently at his job, and things were starting to look up in life. However, years of maintaining a distance from others had crippled his ability to form any lasting bonds. Thus, he struggled to bond with those beneath his command on any meaningful level. Despite this, he was making a good salary as an officer and was even awarded for his efforts. Henrietta could see the pain on her brother's face as he continued the story. However, despite this, she was thoroughly enthralled with the tale and eventually asked for him to continue. What happened next? Berenger could feel his entire life flashing before his eyes as he reminisced about his past life, especially the painful death at its end. After several moments, he finally collected his thoughts and stood up from the bed. After doing so, he ended the story with the truth. It is quite tragic. During his last deployment, a month before the war was supposed to come to an end, he was killed in an attack by the enemy while working on a construction project that wasn't even needed to begin with. So much potential gone to waste. But I guess that is life. Upon hearing this ending, Henrietta burst out into tears. She did not know why this story had troubled her to such an extent. However, after listening to her brother tell that tale as if it were about himself, it had broken her heart. The very idea that Berenger had to go through life alone with such difficulties nearly took the young princess's breath away. The young king of Austria noticed his sister's distraught behavior and immediately rushed to comfort her. He climbed into bed beside her and hugged her as he stroked her silky hair while reassuring her that things were for the best. "Do not cry, my sweet little sister. Death is not always final." For all that we know, Julian was born again in a different world, where he used his vast knowledge to become a mighty king and lead his people to glory. Henrietta felt better after hearing this and started to giggle. She wiped the tears from her eyes with her dainty hands before gazing at her brother in his deep sapphire eye. As she did so, she made a jest of her own. "Kind of like you?" "Huh, big brother." Berenger smiled and nodded his head before responding. "Just like me." After saying this, Henrietta wrapped her arms around Berenger and swiftly fell asleep in his arms. Seeing that the girl was utterly unconscious, Berenger sighed before commenting on the situation. "At least let me get undressed." After saying this, he broke free from Henrietta's grasp. The moment he did so, the young woman began to frown in her sleep as if she was aware that he had escaped. Upon seeing this, Berenger sighed before stripping out of his luxurious clothing until only boxer shorts remained. After doing so, he climbed back into bed with Henrietta and kissed her on the forehead. After reflecting upon his past and current lives, he muttered the words in his heart. "Sweet dreams, my precious little princess." Having uttered these words, Berenger soon found himself falling asleep beneath the warmth of the down covers, with his little sister latched onto him like a lamprey. He would sleep this night in her bed, completely forgetting that he had left his wives, along with the French prince, downstairs. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 456. You are all I have in this world. The following day, Berenger awoke to the feeling of something wet pressed against his lips. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he witnessed a face pressed against his, with their lips intertwined. Immediately, he became frightened and pushed the young woman aside to reveal that it was none other than his sister. With a coquettish expression on her pretty face, Henrietta placed a loose strand of her silky golden hair behind her ear before greeting Berenger. "Good morning, big brother." Immediately, the young king felt frightened and yet, at the same time, slightly aroused as he thought to himself, "Has my sister always been this beautiful?" Nevertheless, he instantly looked away from Henrietta's azure blue nightgown, which showed off her cleavage. Though it wasn't as large as Linda or Yasmin's, there was no doubt that her bust was more significant than Adela's, perhaps even more prominent than Honoria's. However, as a proper brother, he averted his gaze, despite his dark desire to get a better glance. Before Henrietta could make a move on her brother, the door slammed open to reveal the sight of Berenger's various wives, who were enraged that their husband did not find himself in their bed during the previous night. Adela was practically red with fury as she stared at her cousin, who had a guilty expression on her face. Henrietta immediately stood up from the bed and bowed before her kingly brother before departing for the bathroom. "Big brother, I had a great time last night. I just want you to know, that was my first time." After saying this, she absconded from the scene like a frightened criminal, leaving Berenger to bear the brunt of his wife's fury. The Austrian king's expression sank when he heard those misleading words come from his sister's mouth. Immediately, he lifted his hands in defense while asserting his innocence. "It's not what it looks like. Nothing happened between us. Despite this truth, none of his women were buying his protests. After Henrietta's comments, they had to be thorough in their investigation before buying such a line. Linda had a murderous glint in her sky-blue eyes as she stormed over to the bed and threw off the covers, where she quickly began to scour the scene for evidence of wrongdoing. We will see about that. Berenger immediately hit his excited little brother with his hands as the girls observed the white sheets to ensure no signs of any incestuous behavior between the two siblings. After confirming that they were clean, Linda sighed in relief before declaring that Berenger was, in fact, innocent. They're clean. Aside from being a pervert who gets excited over his sister, no crime has been committed here. Berenger sighed in relief as he heard this. Luckily, he would be spared the trouble Henrietta had nearly brought upon him. Despite being found not guilty of the alleged charges, his wives were by no means relieved. After all, he was enticed by Henrietta, which was a fact that they could not easily ignore. However, before they could adequately scold him, Aubrey walked by the room in his gossamer nightgown, which showed off the woman's panties he was wearing beneath them. He immediately gazed over at the scene and became curious. Thus, he walked into the room where he witnessed Berenger's well-toned, half-naked body. The effeminate prince practically drooled in excitement upon seeing this and could not help but comment on the situation. "Oh, King Berenger, you are so manly. Won't you impart some of your wisdom unto me?" Luckily for the Austrian king, Aubrey had no idea that this was, in fact, Henrietta's room, and thus he was unaware of the allegations laid against him. Instead, he was too absorbed with the appearance of a striking German man in his undergarments. Of course, the moment Aubrey said this, Berenger's multiple wives immediately shifted their attention to him and forced him out of the room, leaving Berenger by his lonesome. They had forgotten entirely that Henrietta was still in the attached bathroom. The moment they disappeared, Henrietta appeared before her brother with a sly smile on her face. Berenger was quite irritated by her actions and immediately flicked her forehead before scolding her. "Just what the hell were you thinking saying such a provocative statement? Do you have any idea the kind of trouble I would be in if they mistook your words for something more severe?" Despite being criticized by her older brother, Henrietta merely played dumb. In doing so, she put on an innocent expression before asking Berenger why she was being so mistreated. "What did I say wrong, big brother? I didn't lie. I swear that was my first kiss." Despite her convincing act of innocence, Berenger refused to buy it and flicked his sister on the head once more before lecturing her yet again. "You know damn well what I meant. I swear to God if you weren't my sister dash." Before Berenger could finish his sentence, Henrietta spoke over him with a mocking expression. "You would pin me down on this bed right now and ravage me?" Immediately Berenger's cheeks became flushed red in embarrassment as his mind began to melt. He had no idea how to handle such provocation. He tried to shift his head away and avert his gaze. However, Henrietta grabbed a hold of his cheeks and fixed his line of sight on her beautiful azure eyes. "I can't be the only one who wants this. Can't you be honest with yourself? Who cares what anyone else thinks? You are the king. You can do what you want." However, despite her enticement, Berenger merely turned away from her and began to get dressed in his clothes on the floor. As he did so, he began to speak his thoughts on the matter. "No, it is wrong, Henrietta, and you need to move past this fantasy of yours because it is never going to happen." Despite his harsh words, Henrietta refused to give up. As her brother was equipping his pants, she latched onto his back with tears in her eyes as she professed her feelings to him. "Don't you dare leave me. Mom and Dad left me. So did Lambert. I can't bear to lose you too. You are all I have in this world." Berenger could feel his back smeared with tears, and thus he sighed heavily. He couldn't bear seeing his sister cry. Therefore, he turned around and stuffed her head into his chest as he comforted her. "My sweet little sister, I will never leave you, but what you want from me is something that I cannot give you. Even if a part of me did want to be with you, it could never happen, for if someone found out about our little secret, it would undo everything I have worked so hard to achieve. Everyone would turn on me, and in the end, I would be deposed, and you would no longer be a princess." Henrietta merely shook her head. She refused to listen to reason in her distraught state and gazed up into her brother's one good eye as she continued to latch onto him. "I don't care about any of that. I only want you." Berenger kissed his sister's head before forcing himself apart in response to this. As he walked to the door, he left behind the words that Henrietta would latch onto with hope. "We will discuss this later after you have calmed down." The moment he left the room and shut the door behind him, the young princess fell to her knees and began to break out into tears. After several minutes of crying, she managed to find her resolve. She refused to admit defeat. If Adela could win his heart as a cousin, then surely she could do the same. Thus, despite Berenger's best efforts to let his sister down softly, Henrietta was now more determined than ever to find a way to make things work between the two of them, and she would not stop until she had found a way to make such a thing into reality. As for Berenger slowly descended the staircase, he was only half-dressed. The remainder of his kingly attire laid strewn across Henrietta's bedroom floor. He even lacked his signature eye patch. Instead, he was lost in thought. He knew deep down there was a part of him that was at least attracted to his sister. However, he also knew that such a thing was wrong for many reasons. It was a pity that Henrietta was his sister, or else maybe they could indeed be together. Ultimately, he walked out into the gardens of the imperial palace, which were covered in snow, where he sat on a bench in the freezing weather of the Austrian Alps. The Austrian monarch rested his head in his hands as he tried to find a solution to the problem at hand, one that could make everyone happy. It would be some time before Berenger returned inside, and by that time, he was nearly frozen solid from the cold. However, despite his foolish actions, he would endure as he always had. As for how Berenger would handle his sister's incestuous feelings, perhaps even God did not know the answer to that. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 457. Buying time. Berenger sat by the fireplace as he warmed himself beneath a blanket. He had just done something utterly foolish, and that was to enter the cold winter weather of the Alps with nothing but pants on. He had spent more than enough time outside on a frozen bench, thinking through his plight in the freezing weather. He was indeed in a difficult situation, as it appeared Henrietta's infatuation with him was more substantial than he initially believed, almost like she was dependent on his affection to sustain herself. If he coldly rejected her, there was no way of knowing what drastic measures she might take to win his love. Thus he had come to a decision: he needed to buy himself some time. Time to find a proper suitor for Henrietta, and introduce him to the girl so that she could build a proper bond with a man unrelated to her. However, it had become obvious that she would insist on an answer from him sooner rather than later. Thus he had hatched a plot within his mind that would allow him to accomplish his goals. Until he found a proper suitor for his sister, Berenger would be forced to entertain some of her less radical ideas, to give her the emotional fulfillment she needed to prevent any unnecessary actions that she might resort to if she were desperate enough. As he was thinking of these thoughts by the fire, Henrietta silently approached him from afar. Eventually, she sat down next to her brother without him noticing. It was not until she latched onto him did he begin to see her presence. Berenger's first instinct was to flee the scene, but like a wolf who had locked onto its prey, Henrietta could smell his fear. Thus, with a soft voice, as if she was hiding her true nature by acting like a sheep, she whispered something in his ear. "Big brother, please don't leave me." Upon hearing this, the young king's defenses immediately melted, and he sat firmly in place, where he began to pat the princess' head like he had done so many times before. As he did so, he gazed down at her appearance to see that her eyes were red and puffy. She had been crying for some time. With a heavy sigh, he began to put his plan into motion. "I would never leave you, Henrietta." A glimmer of hope appeared in the girl's azure eyes as she heard her brother's words, almost as if she was too afraid to shatter the dream she found herself in. Henrietta cocked her head with a curious expression on her doll-like face. "Do you mean dash?" However, before she could complete her sentence, Berenger gazed at her with firm determination and nodded his head before revealing his plan. "If it is what you desire, then I can be with you. However, we must keep it a secret from the others. If anyone were to find out about our relationship, it would be the end of everything we hold dear." Henrietta immediately nodded her head thrice with a broad smile on her face. However, Berenger interrupted her once more. "We will take this slow, and in the meantime, I will find a suitor for you to keep up appearances as if everything is normal between us. You must agree to be courted by a man of my choosing." The young princess immediately began to frown as she heard this condition. Her cheeks puffed up as she pouted before expressing her discontent. "But I don't want to. I only want to be with Big Brother. The thought of talking to another man disgusts me." Berenger chuckled when he heard this. However, in his mind, he was cursing himself. It would appear he still underestimated his sister's obsession with him. However, to get his plan to work, he would need to convince her of this condition. His grand scheme was that he would pretend to date his sister in a secret while, in reality, setting her up with a man that she could grow close to and form a healthy bond with. Thus he put on an intimate facade as he grabbed a hold of her chin with a smile on his face. "Henrietta, my dear little sister, you are now of the age to marry, and if I don't at least create an attempt to get you a husband, then not only will my wives grow suspicious, but so will the people of Austria. For us to be together, there must be some sort of cover." Berenger's little sister gazed at him with a distraught expression. Though she did not want to see another man, she could understand her brother's reasoning. After careful consideration, the young princess decided that she would tolerate this condition, but she vowed to herself that this was merely a facade to mask her illicit affair with her brother. Thus she slowly nodded her head with downcast eyes. "Okay, I will do whatever is necessary to be with you." Immediately after saying this, she jumped into her brother's arms and tried to kiss him once more. However, Berenger... Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Immediately shrugged her off and made some distance between them. When he did so, Henrietta became confused and inwardly questioned his actions. Despite this, the young king cleared his throat before making his stance clear. "If we are to do this, Henrietta, then we need to take it slow. For now, there will be no kissing or physical intimacy of any kind, aside from holding hands and hugging, okay?" This response was not what the girl was looking for, and she immediately began to pout once more. Despite this, Berenger grabbed a hold of her hands with his own and smiled. Ultimately, Henrietta could not resist her brother's charming face and sighed before agreeing to his terms. "Fine. We can take it slow for now." After agreeing to these terms, she latched onto her brother and shoved her head into his chest as she sniffed his masculine musk. Berenger had no choice but to wrap his arms around his sister, all while asking the question in his mind. How long can I keep this up before she demands more from me? Thus, for now, Berenger had bought himself some much-needed time to deal with the complex issues that stood between him and his sister. As for potential suitors, he had a few men in mind who had proven themselves as valuable members of Austrian society and were relatively young. After all, he would never set up his dear sister with an old man or a scoundrel. While Berenger and Henrietta were making up from their brief fight earlier, Linda was sitting before the French prince with her legs crossed. If Lambert were still alive and witnessed the scene, he would be all too familiar with the domineering expression on the woman's face. For whatever reason, Aubrey brought out the latent sadist inside Linda's heart. After dealing with her husband's nonsense early in the morning, she was not forced to admonish the French prince for his action. The young queen utterly refused to have this femboy strutting around in negligee attempting to seduce her husband. Upon gazing at the beautiful woman's frightening expression, Aubrey was absolutely petrified. He had never met such a terrifying woman in his life. Thus he lay prostrate on the floor begging for forgiveness from the second Queen of Austria. "Please forgive me, Your Highness, I know now of my misdeeds, and I swear I will wear appropriate clothing henceforth." Despite his apology, Linda glared at him with a cold expression on her face. As she did so, she placed her heel upon his head and slammed the effeminate prince's skull into the ground. After doing so, she spoke with a tone of voice she had not used in some time. "Pathetic. You call yourself a man, yet here you are dressed like a woman. I honestly don't know what you intend to accomplish by being here in Kufstein, but it ends now. Pack your bags and return from whence you came. If your father wishes to deal business with Austria in the future, he is best to send a more impressive diplomat, for you are an utterly disgusting creature. If I catch you within the borders of my husband's kingdom after you have been expelled, then I promise you, only pain and death await." The French prince shivered upon hearing these words. In all of his life, the only woman he had ever feared was his elder sister, and yet the red-headed lass sitting in front of him deeply reminded him of that woman. The difference was that she was more mature and had far more tool at her disposal to accomplish her threats. Another point that instilled dread into the boy's heart was that, unlike his sister, he had no familial bonds with Linda to stay her hand. Instead, she gazed upon him with total contempt and cruelty. Thus, he knew that she would remain faithful to her words if he were to risk staying in Austria any longer. After kneeling his head on the floor beneath Linda's feet, Aubrey vowed internally to never return to the Kingdom of Austria nor attempt to sway its king ever again. Upon seeing that she had utterly broken the prince, a wicked smile etched itself upon Linda's lips as she pulled out a knife and cut the bonds that tied him up. As she did so, she spoke in a cold and murderous tone. "You are free to leave, but remember my warning, for you will not be given a second chance." After hearing these chilling words, Aubrey returned to his room where he frantically packed his supplies. Having done so, he quickly fled the palace of Austria with his host, leaving behind a letter to Berenger, which acted as an apology for his swift retreat. Now that the prince was gone, Linda narrowed her gaze in the direction of Henrietta's room. One threat was now removed. All that remained was to figure out a way to deal with the other little brat appropriately. Her hands curled in rage as she thought about her husband's scandalous actions on this past night. Though nothing had happened between the two siblings, it would not be long before something troublesome transpired if things were left as they were. Though she could not harm the princess, there were other ways to deter the girl from the treacherous path that she walked upon. While Berenger had hatched a plan to deal with Henrietta's incestuous fantasies, so too did Linda. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 458. Family Reunion Part 1. Months had passed since that fateful day when Berenger entered into a relationship with his sister in secret, and things had become normal once more. Though he worked tirelessly behind the scenes to find an appropriate suitor for Henrietta, it was not as easy as he was initially led to believe. Due to his fearsome reputation as a conqueror and a man with a severe sister complex, it was difficult to find any man worthy of his sister who had the stones to pursue the Austrian princess. Thus at the moment, he was overseeing various dossiers compiled by Linda on men of high nobility or merit who could be considered acceptable suitors for Henrietta. However, as he was glancing over these documents, a slight knock resounded upon the thick wooden door, interrupting his studies. Thus the young monarch elected to take a short break as he looked over at the intrusion before replying to the person whose identity was concealed on the other side of the door. "What is it?" Immediately, he heard a somewhat irritated yet feminine voice behind the door, who he knew to belong to none other than his second wife, Linda. "Master, your parents are here." Immediately, Berenger rose from his seat before approaching the door. Upon opening it, he witnessed the captivating sight of his beautiful red-headed bride. She was not very happy with her in-laws' arrival, and Berenger did not blame her. After all, his mother had treated her quite cruelly in the past, and since their marriage, things had not gotten any better. Thus, without hesitation, Berenger assumed his role as mediator between the two women and gave his wife an order. "Lead the way." Linda nodded silently before leading her husband to the dining hall, where the entire family was gathered. An awkward silence prevailed in the room, aside from the sound of Sieghard speaking with Yasmin about how she had come to marry his son in secret. "I have honestly never found tan skin to be attractive myself, but I must say you are gorgeous. My son is a lucky man to have a Moorish princess as another one of his brides." Immediately upon saying this, Gisela glared at her husband while she was playing with Adela's twins. She could not believe that the man supported their son's outlandish behavior. As far as she was concerned, Berenger had one wife, her niece. Eventually, she noticed her son's arrival and glared at him menacingly as he entered the room. Though Berenger had no idea what he had done to invoke his mother's ire this time, he was glad to see that she at least remained civil with his various brides. Thus the Austrian king put on a broad smile as he greeted his parents, whom he had not seen in some time. "Father, Mother, it is good to see you here in my home. I assume you are here to visit your grandchildren." Immediately, Gisela handed off the twins to their mother before she approached her son and grabbed a hold of his ears as she yanked on it with force. The moment she did so, Berenger winced in pain as she began to rebuke him for his actions. "You little bastard! You end up having children with your wife, and you don't even write a letter to inform us. I had to find out via the local newspaper, and they are far behind on the capital's events. The next time you and your wife have children, you write me a letter ASAP. Do you understand me?" Upon saying this small rant, the woman let go of her grasp over her son's ear, resulting in the young king rubbing it with a pained expression. He silently nodded his head in response to his mother's harsh words. "Yes, Mother." Upon witnessing this interaction, Henrietta smiled and giggled. No matter how powerful her precious big brother became, he would always react the same around their mother. It was good to know that though he had grown more ambitious with his ever-increasing power, fundamentally, he was still the same kind and caring big brother she had always known and loved. As for Berenger's brides had mixed expressions. They noticed how the old Baroness had used the term wife rather than wives, and were less than pleased with her assertion. Despite this, Adela walked over to her aunt, with the twins in her arms, and smiled. "Auntie Gisela, it is always nice to see you." The two women appeared to be on better terms than all the others, including the mother and daughter. Henrietta bit her lip as she witnessed her cousin getting along with her mother. She was not exactly on the best terms with her parents after they moved to the countryside and left her in the care of her brother all those years ago. Upon seeing the awkward display, Berenger decided to get involved. As such, he approached his wife and mother and hugged the two of them before trying to soothe the tensions between them, his other wives, and his sister. "Mother, it is good to see you. Have you said hello to Henrietta yet? She has grown into quite the beautiful young woman in your absence." Truthfully, Gisela did not even notice her daughter sitting quietly at the table. She had been too enamored with her niece and the two twins. Thus, when Berenger said these words, she gazed over at Henrietta and was stunned by how much she had grown. "Henrietta? Is that you?" The young princess glared at her mother as she called out to her. It was clear from her expression some serious issues had to be worked out in their relationship. As such, she stood up from her spot and approached her mother. However, when she came close, she veered away from her mother and latched onto Berenger's arm before making a spiteful remark. "Big brother, who is this woman? I don't recall ever seeing her before." The moment she said this, Gisella's expression sank, and Adela became visibly enraged at her cousin's behavior. As for Berenger's other wives, they began to giggle. It served the woman right for treating them like they were nothing more than their husbands' mistresses. Berenger immediately flicked his sister on the nose before scolding her in front of everyone. "Henrietta, behave yourself." After saying this, he looked over at his mother and apologized on his sister's behalf, which immediately caused the girl to pout. "I'm sorry, mother. Though Henrietta is now of age to marry, she is still a bit immature." Immediately, Gisela frowned at Berenger before scolding him. "Whose fault do you think that is? My baby girl is already 16, and you have not even found her a man. If I knew you were going to neglect her, I wouldn't have left her in your care." Berenger struggled to maintain his smile as he listened to his mother's harsh words. Though he wanted to criticize her for abandoning Henrietta to his care, he chose not to do so. However, in the next moment, before he could smooth things over, Henrietta took the opportunity to enrage her mother further. "What do you mean? Big brother is my man." After saying this, Henrietta pecked her brother on the cheek in front of everyone. The moment she did so, everyone was shocked, including Berenger. After hearing this, he flicked his sister on the forehead once more before lecturing her on her behavior. "Not funny." In response to this, Henrietta stuck out her tongue as if she were joking the whole time. She knew she could not reveal the secret relationship she had with her brother. Thus, the moment she did so, everybody present sighed in relief. Gisela nearly had a heart attack from this announcement. Therefore, when she finally recovered, she felt the need to slap her daughter. Clearly, Berenger had failed as her guardian. As she raised her hand to do so, Berenger caught a hold of her wrist and glared at his mother before speaking coldly to her. "No offense, mother, but the moment you abandoned Henrietta to my care, you forfeit any parenting rights you may have. Disciplining my sister for her errant behavior is my responsibility, not yours." Sieghard gazed upon his wife and children with a stoic gesture. It was confirmed that he had abandoned them to focus on his health, but his wife was taking things too far. Thus, he intervened in the conflict before it escalated any further. "Leave the kids be, dear. So the girl has a bit of a mischievous streak in her that will disappear in time. I'm sure our son has done a wonderful job raising our daughter. Now, how about we all get something nice to eat and come together as a family?" With that said, the tensions were eased, and the family began to sit down at the table for a nice meal. Though Sieghard had defused the time bomb that was his familial relations, for now, it would not take much to set off at least one of the many women present. Thus, Berenger and his father would have to navigate through the following lunch perfectly to avoid any future conflict. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 459. Family Reunion Part 2. At the head of the table sat Berenger. To his left was Linda, to his right was Adela. As for his other two wives, they flanked both sides of the table, followed by Henrietta and Berenger's parents. On the other edge of the seating was where all of the children were sitting in high chairs since they were far too young to sit in a regular seat, aside from Hans, that is, who sat in his own seat with his small feet dangling from the air. For the past few minutes, since they began to eat the lunch prepared for them by the kitchen, this large family sat in complete and utter silence. An awkward silence prevailed as the only sound that could be heard was the people gathered munching on their food. While this was going on, Henrietta glared across the table at her mother with a bitter stare. Though Henrietta had enjoyed her time in Kufstein, growing up under the tutelage of her precious big brother, There was no doubt that her current infatuation for her sibling stemmed from the abandonment issues resulting from her parents up and disappearing after Lambert's death and leaving her alone with Berenger and Linda. However, it appeared that both her mother and father were aging well after their retirement and were living safe and secluded lives in the heart of the Tyrolean Alps. This was something that the young princess had contention with. If not for their poor parenting, then perhaps Lambert would still be alive. Neither Henrietta nor her mother was aware of the true origins of Lambert's death. Of course, even if Berenger informed his sister how their brother passed, she would undoubtedly take his side. After all, by now, she was greatly enamored with her big brother and willing to engage in an incestuous relationship with him. What was a little fratricide in the face of her unconditional love? However, Berenger wanted to maintain the memory in Henrietta's heart that Lambert was not the backstabbing scoundrel he was. In doing so, he had unwittingly created a divide between the girl and her mother. After all, she shifted the blame on her parents for Lambert's passing. While Henrietta scowled at her mother, Berenger noticed this and immediately tried to mend the void. "Henrietta, my dearest sister, you know it is rather rude to stare at our mother in such a manner." However, despite his words, Henrietta did not cease her activity. Instead, she cut into the Jaeger schnitzel, which sat on her plate, and elegantly took a bite from her fork. After doing so, she merely snubbed her mother and responded to Berenger with an excited expression. "So, big brother, when will we be going to Gibraltar?" Berenger immediately had a stunned expression on his face as he glanced over to the gazes of his 4 angry wives. He had planned to take the girls on a honeymoon to Gibraltar in the summer, but he had not voiced this concern. In fact, due to his political circumstances, he not only rushed 3 weddings in the span of as many months, but he never actually took his girls on the trip they deserved. Now that his schedule was reasonably open, he had decided that he would take some time to enjoy a vacation with all 4 of his wives on the beaches of Gibraltar, where the villa was given to him by Hassan Lai. Either Henrietta had gotten wind of his plans, or was merely creating conflict for the sake of it. Either way, he had to put his foot down and explain his plans before any of his wives got the wrong idea. As such, he presented a calm facade as he swallowed the scoop of Käsespätzle on his spoon. After washing it down with the taste of a hearty lager, he began to inform his family of his plans. "Well, it was supposed to be a surprise, and I don't know how Henrietta figured it out, but I intend to take all of you on a trip to Gibraltar this summer." Various gazes of excitement filled the eyes of Berenger's wives. As for Yasmin, she had a look of nostalgia as she remembered all the times she and Berenger had made love on the beach during his stay in Iberia. After a few lively exchanges, Adela finally came up with an essential question in her pretty little head. "Will Henrietta be coming with us?" Berenger immediately exchanged glances between his sister, his wives, and his mother as he thought through the answer to this question. He sincerely hoped to find a suitor for Henrietta before he went on a honeymoon with his wives. Otherwise, she was bound to interfere and demand some special attention of her own due to their secret relationship. Thus he cracked a joke in an attempt to shrug off the responsibility. "That is unless I can find a proper suitor for her in the meantime. It is just a damn shame." Immediately Adela latched onto the last part of Berenger's statement and inquired further about it with a curious gaze. "What is?" Berenger shook his head and merely chuckled in response to his wife's question. "Nothing. I was just thinking that if Henrietta and I weren't related by blood, then I could marry her instead." Immediately everyone's expression sank as they heard this, especially Adela. Henrietta was the only person among their ranks who did not react gravely. Unlike the others, she gazed upon her brother with a love-struck appearance. As for Gisela, she responded by smacking her son across the back of his head before rebuking him for his inappropriate comment. "Don't even joke like that. It is unbecoming for a man of your position." Berenger chuckled in response to this while Sieghard gazed upon his son and daughter with a complicated expression. Judging by his two kids' reactions, something was going on between them. However, immediately after thinking this, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. While Berenger may be a womanizer, there was no way he was that far gone. As for Henrietta, he did not know his daughter well enough to predict her feelings on the matter accurately. However, he was not foolish enough to miss the intimate glances that the girl shared with her brother now and then. Eventually, a frown appeared on the older man's face as he thought about what Berenger had said. It was indeed a damn shame that the two of them were related by blood, because nobody was better for his daughter than a man like his son. Unfortunately, there was only one man like Berenger in this world, and he was the blood-related brother of Henrietta. Thus he tried to shift his thoughts elsewhere. As his gaze landed on Linda, he was well aware of the difficulties between his wife and Berenger's second queen. Though his opinion of the woman was initially bitter, he had come to see how beneficial she was to his son's life and kingdom over the years. Thus, he began an attempt to bridge the gap between her and his wife as he brought up memories of the past. "I must say, Linda, you have changed a lot over the years. I have known you since you were a small girl. After all, you were engaged to my second son at one point, and I must admit I was not fond of you at the time. However, now you seem to have grown into a fine young woman." Linda was shocked upon hearing her father-in-law's praise. She was well aware that her in-laws despised her almost as much as her own family did. To hear that at least one of them had pleasant views of her was something she greatly appreciated. As such, she put on the dignity of a queen before addressing Sieghard's comments. "Father, you have no idea how much that means to me. What remains of my own family views me as a traitor, and I know for a fact that your wife does not care for me either. To hear that someone besides Berenger views me in such a kind light is truly a great honor." Gisela did not respond well to this statement. Calling her husband by the term father implied that the temptress was indeed married to her son, and the old baroness had never approved of Berenger's playboy nature or his legalization of polygamy. In response to Linda's statement, Berenger's mother merely scoffed, letting everyone in the room know just what she thought about Linda and Berenger's other wives. The only woman among Berenger's harem to not care in the slightest about Gisela's opinion was Honoria. The only person whose opinion she cared about who was in this room was her husband and him alone. As for her rivals, her in-laws, or even her own family, they could shove their opinions where the sun doesn't shine. The pirate queen had been severely influenced by the Austrian king's "to hell with the world, I do what I want" attitude. Thus, she merely watched her husband's and his family's engagements with a slight sense of interest. She enjoyed seeing Linda get a taste of her own medicine. While they had been intimate with one another during Berenger's absence, and the Byzantine princess generally found Linda to be more agreeable than Adela, they were frenemies at best and outright rivals at the worst. As for Berenger, he continued to eat his food and keep the conversation going in a healthy direction. After all, the meal was far from over. Soon they would move on to the desert, and there was much conflict to be resolved between Berenger's large family. He sighed in exhaustion as he could only imagine the difficult conversations he would be having in the future when his children were grown up and vying for power. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at Chapter 460. Family Reunion Part 3. Dessert arrived at the table, and it was in the form of various cakes, pastries, and cookies. Berenger was delighted to see such a large variety of sweet foods to snack on. The only problem was that he missed his favorite chocolate dishes from his past life due to a lack of access to the new world. Nevertheless, he quickly dug into the cake prepared for him and enjoyed the bite. As for those around him, they were somewhat tense. After all, the king's mother was not exactly fond of Berenger's multiple wives, nor was she in the best relationship with her daughter. Thus, Berenger and his father were left to smooth things over between their family. Of course, Berenger knew there was no conceivable way to get so many women to come together for an extended duration of time. Where there were multiple women, there was bound to be conflict. It was simply in their nature. Nevertheless, after a few bites, he began to speak up and try to mend the gap between his mother and sister. At the very least, he could fix their relationship. Thus, with a heavy sigh, he gazed fondly upon his sister before speaking the words he had been meaning to tell her for some time. "Henrietta, mother, it is time you learned the truth." After saying these cryptic words, the two women gazed upon him with confusion in their blue eyes. They did not understand what he was referring to, and Gisela was the first to speak up on the matter. "What are you talking about?" Sieghard gave Berenger a cold glance. He knew exactly where this was headed and quickly placed down his fork and knife as he mentally prepared himself for the conversation that was about to be had. As for the Austrian king, he immediately began to clarify what he meant. Lambert didn't die on the Eastern Front in service to the Teutonic Order. He returned home to Tyrol with an army in one final attempt to claim my life and exact vengeance upon his family. He and I fought at Oberstdorf, where he claimed my right eye with his blade. In retaliation, I shot him through the chest with my pistol. Henrietta, you should not blame our parents for Lambert's death. They gave him an act of mercy by sending him away to the Teutonic Order. It was his own vengeful heart that caused him to meet his end so soon. After all, what he did warranted a death sentence. On numerous occasions, the boy attempted to claim my life so that he could have my position as heir to the barony. At least twice he damn well nearly succeeded. If he had achieved this, he would have sold our home to Linda's father. In doing so, Lothar would have used our mines to overthrow Duke Wilmar. Lambert was a traitor to his family and his people until the very end. Father and I have hidden this from the two of you to spare you some grief. However, I have seen what this secret has done to you, my dear little sister, and I have decided you are now old enough to know the truth." Henrietta was amazed by this revelation. The very idea that her two brothers had fought each other to the death was simply unbelievable. However, when she reflected on the past, she immediately began to piece together some information and thus quickly concluded. Immediately, the young woman asked her brother for clarification on a particular issue. "Then your affair with Linda was?" Berenger smiled bitterly and nodded his head as he admitted to the truth behind the origins of his relationship with Linda. You could call it an act of revenge on Lambert. After all, he had poisoned me to the point of death. It is a miracle that I survived. Hell, if not for Linda and her actions, Lambert most likely would have succeeded on his subsequent assassination attempts. While Henrietta appeared to be processing the information by thinking it through to its logical conclusion, Gisela was in tears. She had known that her sons had been in a bitter battle of intrigue, and that was one of the reasons she convinced Berenger to agree to exile instead of execution as punishment for Lambert's crimes. Yet, to find out that her baby boy had returned to Austria with an army in an attempt to enact vengeance on his family indeed sent her heart into the depths of despair. Sieghard immediately comforted his wife. He had lived a life filled with grief and guilt these past few years, and one of the primary reasons for this was the continued lies he had told his wife about Lambert's demise. Now that the truth was in the air, the family could properly mend their grievances. As for Berenger's wives, they were all aware of the story of how Berenger had killed Lambert. Aside from Yasmin, she stared in awe at her husband. Indeed, he and Hassan had many similarities. It was no wonder that Berenger and her brother had become such good friends, despite massive differences in culture, religion, and heritage. Berenger continued to eat his dessert as his mother and sister worked through their feelings. While a significant point of contention in Henrietta's heart towards her parents had been dissolved, she still had to deal with the fact that they abandoned her during her youth. Thus she immediately raised her tone of voice as she began to yell at her mother. "Fine. Lambert's death is not entirely your fault, but the fact remains that you two abandoned me. I was 10 years old, and you left me to live with my big brother and his mistress. Do you have any idea the kind of effect that had on me? Even then, if you two were better parents, perhaps you could have prevented Lambert's treachery. Hell, even as grandparents, you're making this same mistake, Mother. You are isolating Berenger's kids with his other wives because you disapprove of his relationships. How do you think they will feel growing up with their grandmother despising them for being the product of secondary marriages? They will grow to hate the children of Adela. Berenger was surprised when his sister addressed this point, as were his wives. None of them wanted to say it out of respect for their husband's mother, but Henrietta was right. If Gisela continued to treat their children as if they were unrelated, it would indeed affect them as they grew up. Hans immediately looked over at the conversation and towards his grandmother as he felt a bit confused. He curiously raised his brow as he asked his sobbing grandmother the question on his mind. "Grandma? Do you hate me?" The accusation of being responsible for Lambert's fate, combined with knowing how he passed away, how she had abandoned her daughter during her grief, and the problematic question asked by her grandson immediately caused Gisela to have a mental breakdown. She continued to sob in her husband's arms as Sieghard attempted to soothe her. Berenger did not have words to say about the situation. After all, Henrietta was right, and he was growing sick of his mother's behavior towards his wives and children. Instead of consoling his mother during her grief, he looked upon his sister and smiled while giving her a thumbs up. Somebody needed to say something to the woman, and he was glad it was not him. Hopefully, now that all of these grievances had been addressed, Berenger's wives and sister could repair their relationship with his mother. Thus they waited for a while for the old Baroness to calm down. Afterward, Berenger would have his wives, sisters, and grandchildren spend a significant amount of time with his mother, talking through their differences. As for him, he eventually walked away with his father towards his private bar, where the two began to drink together. After all, men don't talk about their feelings, at least not in the presence of women. They drink away their sorrows and confide in their brothers. However, Berenger was severely lacking in the department of having friends his age, and thus he had to share his grief with his father. Sieghard pounded a shot of whiskey before sighing heavily. As he did so, he immediately began to chastise his son for his behavior. While I know it was good for them to hear the truth, I can't help but feel like breaking your mother's heart was not the most appropriate course of action. Berenger chuckled before responding to his father's complaint. Don't blame me. Henrietta was the one who was harsh with Mother. I had no intention of seeing her in such a state. Hopefully, they can move past this and begin to mend their relationship. I don't want to spend the rest of my life with a group of wives, a sister, and a mother who all despise each other. I have enough on my plate as is. Sieghard laughed as he heard this before responding casually. Well, what did you think was going to happen when you married 4 women? Did you actually think that they would live together in harmony? Are you really that naive, my son? The Austrian king took a shot of whiskey before responding to his father with a wide grin on his face. Hell, if you were in my position, can you honestly say you would make a different choice? His father did not respond to this question. Instead, he merely downed another shot before placing his hand on his son's shoulder and staring at him silently. This gesture was enough for Berenger to know the answer within his father's mind. With this, the father and son would continue to drink and complain about their lives, while the various women of the von Kufstein family hashed out their problems over a rather fierce debate. For now, some semblance of peace among women had been established within the dynasty, though for how long it would last, Berenger was uncertain. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 461. Preparing for a critical voyage at the moment, Berenger was within the confines of his study. For the past few days, he had entertained his mother and father, while carefully navigating through the confines of his social obligations, all while balancing his industrialization process. At the moment, things were going so smoothly that there was not much work required on his part. However, after nearly a week of dealing with intense family drama, the king finally had enough. So much so that he had begun to chart a course for the new world with a single purpose in mind, and that was to escape his chaotic family temporarily. With each passing day, Henrietta had begun to pressure him for more intimacy, and he could only come up with so many excuses to deny her. Thus he had taken drastic measures. Initially, he had planned to begin exploration and colonization of the New World after defeating the Catholic Church and its stranglehold over Europe. However, with his current predicament, he felt now was a good time to begin exploration while saving the colonization for years down the line. Thus he and Honoria avoided the rest of the family while plotting their course and going over the supplies and manpower needed to sail to the New World. Looking upon the map Berenger had made of the so-called New World, his wife began to scoff at him before commenting on the insane voyage. "You're crazy, you know that? Do you actually believe that Vinland exists? You do know that it is an old legend from Scandinavia, right?" Despite this, Berenger had an eager smile as he gazed at the map and the trade winds he had established based upon his memory of history from his past life. He expressed his views on the matter to his loving pirate queen as he did so. "Oh, it exists, all right. However, if we are going to travel to Vinland, we are going to need more than an old sloop of war." Honoria immediately frowned upon hearing these words and crossed her arms as she scolded her husband. "Is my ship not good enough for you?" Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled before sprawling a document across the table. As he did so, he nodded in agreement with Honoria's words. "Not in the slightest." Honoria was about to smack her man across the head for his insults, that is until she laid eyes on the blueprint he had stretched out. It was a plan to completely retrofit her ship, Honoria's Revenge, into an ironclad steam-powered sloop of war. Her mint-green irises sparkled as they gazed upon the improvements that Berenger planned to make to her ship. "You've got to be kidding me?" Berenger chuckled when he heard his wife's words. After doing so, he began to point and list out the improvements one by one. "I started by redesigning the interior of the ship. The main guns, the boiler, and the engine will be housed in a teak citadel which will be constructed by 5-inch thick steel plates bolted to 18 inches of teak planks. It will then be mounted on the 1-inch thick plating of the hull itself, behind which lies the timber frame and lining. The bow and stern will be connected to the citadel and be made out of 1-inch thick steel plates. As for the engine, it will be a single vertical triple expansion engine with a coal-fire maritime boiler for the support. It will also utilize a single screw propeller as the primary source of propulsion for the vessel. With such an advanced engine, this baby should be able to exceed 20 knots easily." Honoria gazed at this upgrade in shock. Her husband was essentially stripping her precious vessel to the bare bones and rebuilding it from the ground up. Could it even be considered the same ship at that point? Despite this, Berenger then placed his finger on the next significant improvement. "I will be replacing your obsolete muzzle-loading guns and outfit the vessel with a specialized naval variant of the 7.5 cm FK-22 guns currently in use by the armed forces. These will fire HE shells on our journey, but for your future privateering operations, they can be operated with inert or shrapnel shells instead." Honoria gazed at the redesigned vessel with a wide smirk on her face as she expressed her interest in the project. "When will my ship undergo this massive upgrade?" In response to his wife's question, Berenger had a smug smile on his face as he proudly declared his actions. "It is already being retrofitted as we speak." Honoria could hardly believe her ears as she heard this. Did this bastard seriously make changes to her ship without her permission? She was going to have to pay him back for this favor later. However, what was done. Thus, she calmed her nerves before asking the following question on her mind. "So obviously, we can't bring my girls on this voyage. They can't be trusted with such a high level of security clearance. Who do you have in mind for the journey?" Berenger smiled as he pulled out a pile of envelopes. Inside of these folders were the identities of the naval personnel he had chosen to accompany them on the voyage. It included not only his best sailors, but also the most trustworthy Marines. An entire company of the Austrian Marines would be present for the journey. Anuria quickly read through the files with a smile on her face. She trusted her husband's judgment and thus nodded her head in agreement with his decision. After reading up about the details of all the sailors and soldiers accompanying them, she handed the folders back to Berenger while crossing her arms. She had just one final question on her mind. If we're going on a journey to the mythical Vinland, then tell me, who will look after our son? Berenger was stunned when he heard this. He had not thought about such a subject. After all, to him the answer was obvious. Thus, with a wide grin, he answered his wife with an appropriate response. What do you mean? Obviously, our son will be taken care of by Linda while we are away. After all, we are one giant family, and Linda already has 3 kids and years of experience as a mother. Anuria snarled in disgust as she heard this before commenting on Linda and her children. You want my infant son to suck on that woman's cow udders while I'm away? I've seen what has become of Hans. One day, he will be as perverted as his old man, and it's entirely because that red-headed bimbo breastfed him for too long. Berenger chuckled when he heard this harsh response before reminding Anuria of an embarrassing piece of her history. Really? You don't approve of Linda? Because according to her, you are quite fond of her so-called cow udders as well. Upon hearing this remark, Anuria's face immediately flushed red with embarrassment. She wanted nothing more at this moment than to hide her head in disgust. She had no idea that Linda had revealed their intimate secrets to Berenger behind her back. Ultimately, she controlled her embarrassment and clicked her tongue in disgust. TSK? That bitch. I'll make sure to get her back for this. Berenger chuckled once more. Though Anuria used harsh words to describe her rival, he could tell that they actually had a good relationship, much better than that between Adela and the others. As such, he wrapped his arms around his wife's waist from behind before whispering in her ear. Oh, really? Why don't you tell me something embarrassing about her that I don't already know? In response to this, a wicked grin appeared on Anuria's face as she revealed one of Linda's embarrassing secrets in retaliation. Linda has an exhibition fetish. Now and then, she goes out into public without any panties. Luckily, nobody has found out. Yet, Berenger had an awkward expression on his face as he heard this. After all, he could guess that this was probably a result of the training he put Linda through. On more than one occasion, he had done things to her in a public setting. Thus, he immediately switched the topic as he gazed over at the information that had been compiled. We need about a month for the ship to be retrofitted and the supplies to be gathered. However, after that is finished, we can set off for Vinland. I can't wait to see the legendary land with my very own eyes. Anuria responded to this enthusiasm with a simple joke. If we manage to find a lost kingdom, you better not bring back its princess as another one of your brides. The moment she said this, Berenger had an awkward smile on his face. Ultimately, he decided to let this snide remark pass. After all, there was still much more work to be done before he could step foot on the soil of the New World. For the time being, he would have to find a suitable candidate to court his sister, and he already had somebody in mind. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 462. Breakfast with Adele Brand. The morning sun shined down upon the city of Kufstein within the Tyrolean Alps. Its warmth radiated from the sky above onto the fields below, providing a much-needed change to the usual cold weather. Within the city lies a common cafe, which had become fairly infamous for being one of the favorite places for the King of Austria to dine in. Sitting in one of its many booths was none other than Berenger and his general Adelbrand. Berenger used the silverware within his hands to dig into the substantial breakfast. After taking a bite from the delicious meal, he swallowed it down with a sip of coffee. As he did so, the young king glanced over at the man who was accompanying him. Adelbrand was a man who was a member of the upper nobility and a battle-proven general. This was a man well-renowned for his noble character and, in Berenger's eyes, his best hope at marrying off his sister so that she could live a normal life. Of course, the young general was utterly unaware of Berenger's intentions and thus was reasonably nervous as he sat in the ordinary café dressed in his luxurious ducal attire. He was astounded that the king would eat in such a lowly establishment, yet he refused to voice his concerns out of fear of offending the man. Upon noticing the nervous sweat that Adelbrand was brewing, Berenger put down his utensils and quickly got to business. "I'll be frank with you, Adelbrand. My sister is now of age to marry, yet she has no fiancé. I have been having a tough time finding a suitable man for her to marry." Adelbrand sat in silence as he nodded in agreement. He had heard that Berenger was looking for potential suitors for his sister, but never imagined himself as a prospect. Thus it took him a moment to realize what his king was requesting of him. It was only after Berenger looked at him with a suggestive gaze did the man finally get the hint. "Me? You want me to marry Henrietta?" Berenger was stoic as he expressed his views on the matter. "Since we are loosely related via marriage, and you have proven yourself as a loyal and valuable commander up until this point, I will be brutally honest with you. Henrietta has an unhealthy obsession with me, and frankly, I need a man other than myself to catch her interest. The fact that she is interested in me as a man and not as her brother is indicative of her high standards, and thus you are pretty much my only option to dissuade her from her current path. Now that you know my predicament, you are free to decline. After all, this is not an order, but a personal request. All I ask of you is that you get to know my sister over the coming months as a suitor. She has minimal experience associating with men outside her family, and I am sure that with a bit of exposure to the opposite sex, she will quickly forget her infatuation with me and move on with her life." Upon hearing this, Adelbrand was shocked. He had heard rumors that Henrietta had a brother complex, which originated from the other girls that attended her school, but he had never actually believed it to be true. After all, the princess was considered to be a goddess who should not be tainted in the eyes of many young men. Though he knew this would likely be his only chance to marry royalty, he was still hesitant to follow through with Berenger's plan after learning the truth of Henrietta's affections. Upon seeing the man's complicated expression, Berenger sighed heavily as he revealed the extent of his difficulties. Since he had resolved himself to be honest with Adelbrand, he figured that he might as well inform him of the whole truth. "I won't hide this from you. At the moment, I have found myself involved in a complicated relationship with my sister. To ensure that she won't do anything reckless, like a woman who has been rejected is prone to do, I may have promised to court her in secret. However, this was just a measure to buy me time to find a proper man for her. Unfortunately, it has taken longer than I had initially estimated to achieve this. By now, she is getting impatient and demanding that I become more intimate with her. I must admit that I am fresh out of ideas to forestall any longer, and I am becoming quite desperate. I implore you to think about this mess I have created carefully before you get entangled within it." While Adelbrand reflected upon his choices, Berenger continued to sip from his coffee and dine upon his meal. If Adelbrand refused him, he was pretty much stuck with Henrietta, which meant that he would eventually fall prey to her desires. After all, he had never been able to refuse his sister. She was his weak spot. After careful consideration, Adelbrand sighed heavily before revealing his answer. "Since the king is making a personal request of me, I suppose the least I can do is court your sister. However, if she shows no interest in me after several months of me attempting to change her mind, then I will be forced to cut my losses and leave you to your fate." A wide smile lit up Berenger's face as he heard this answer. He could hardly contain his excitement. Surely Henrietta's obsession with him was just a phase, right? Once she was introduced to a proper man, Berenger was confident that she would drop her incestuous fantasies and live a happy and normal life. Thus he quickly shook the man's hand and thanked him for his kindness. "Thank you, Adelbrand. You have no idea how much this means to me. I can finally get a good night's sleep without worrying about my future and that of my sisters." As for Adelbrand, he was not nearly as excited as Berenger was. From the tone of Berenger's voice, Henrietta's infatuation with her big brother was no simple matter. In his mind, it would not be easy to convince the girl to embrace him as her husband and leave behind her wicked thoughts. The young general could not believe that his king had dug himself into such an enormous hole. A single thought crossed his mind as he thought about Berenger's predicament. Just say no, you fucking idiot. If you put your foot down and rejected your sister's sinful desires, then you would not be in this situation to begin with. How the hell are you the king of Austria and the most powerful man in the world if you don't have the guts to tell your sister that you don't want to be in a relationship with her? After having this little rant in his head, Adelbrand sighed heavily before asking the question on his mind. "So when do I get to meet the princess?" Berenger thought about this question carefully. Within a month, he was going to be going on a months-long trip overseas to the mythical land known as Vinland. During his absence, he would have to task Linda to watch over Henrietta and Adelbrand's encounters to ensure that nothing inappropriate happened between them. Part of the reason why he wanted to disappear was so that he would not influence Henrietta's thoughts while she was seeing Adelbrand. Thus he thought about this subject carefully as he came to a conclusion in regards to when they should meet. I suppose now is as good a time as any. How about it? Do you want to follow me back to the palace so I can introduce you to Henrietta? Adelbrand was shocked to hear Berenger being so calm about the whole thing. Sometimes he wondered how this man became so powerful when he lived life mainly on a whim. As the monarch of one of the most powerful kingdoms in the world, was there seriously no schedule this man followed? Nevertheless, the young general ultimately sighed before standing up from his seat. As he did so, he chugged the remainder of his coffee before placing it down on the table. In doing so, he garnered his resolve for the task that was to come. "Lead the way." Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled, and he too finished his coffee before leaving a few silver thalers on the table as compensation for the meal. After doing so, the two men left the establishment and walked through the bustling city of Kufstein while flanked by the royal guard. In truth, Berenger was quite excited, as he hoped to dissuade Henrietta from the incestuous path she walked upon and save himself the need to reject her outright. After what had transpired during the last time he left the poor girl, he feared what she might do, either to herself or those around her. Whether or not the couple could hit it off had yet to be seen. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 463. Afternoon tea. Berenger sat at his dining room table, sipping on a cup of coffee. Though he had just drunk a glass of the substance not long ago at the cafe, he was well known for drinking at least 3 cups of coffee a day. As he was sipping on his drink, he quietly observed the reactions between the young man and woman sitting across from him. The king's sister had a scowl on her face as Adelbrand introduced himself, though she was aware that her brother had been working on finding a suitor for her to act as a cover for their secret taboo relationship. She was beginning to get the feeling that Berenger was not living up to his promise to be with her. After all, it had been months since the king promised that he would enter a relationship with his sister, and yet they have done little more than a hug and hold hands. The teenage princess became impatient and wanted to be more intimate with her precious big brother. However, as she began to pressure him, Berenger conveniently found a man to remove the pressure from his sister's actions. Thus she was forced to entertain Adelbrand for afternoon tea. Henrietta was dressed in a lavish gown befitting a young woman of her position, and Adelbrand was dressed in his black and gold full-service dress uniform. The medals that he had earned through gallantry were proudly displayed upon his chest, as well as the sash that signified him as a member of Austria's foremost order of chivalry. Where other women might be impressed by these honors, Henrietta was uninterested at best. After all, when compared to her precious big brother, how could a man like Adelbrand interest her? Ultimately, Adelbrand was the one to break the silence as he began to address the girl with a cheerful tone. "So, Henrietta, I hear that you are close to graduating high school. Have you thought about what you will do after you have received your education?" This was a stupid question. She was a princess and didn't need to do anything. Despite this fact, she did want to be helpful to her brother in some way. Thus, she reflected upon this comment for some time before answering the young duke. "I will probably go to Kufstein University and get a degree in biology, so I can aid my big brother in the development of his kingdom." Adelbrand sighed as he heard this. No matter what he talked about with this girl, ultimately, it would swing back to the topic of Berenger. He was beginning to understand why the king was so desperate to get her a man. Her obsession with her brother was something that would not easily be undone. The young duke greatly desired to give up on his attempts to pursue the princess then and there, but under the ever-watchful eye of the king, he would not demonstrate such a weak will. Thus he was forced to continue the awkward conversation that would inevitably speak about Berenger. "That's a noble goal. We could always use more scientists. I just never figured that a woman like yourself would be interested in such a subject." Henrietta scoffed in remark to Adelbrand's statement and immediately chastised him for his comments. "Well, I have to do something to be useful to my brother. Adela is working on cultural improvements. Linda is the intelligence director, Anuria is a master of naval warfare, and Yasmin. Well, I don't exactly know what she does yet, but I'm sure she will be useful to Big Brother in some way." Adelbrand immediately wanted to slam his head on the table as he heard this retort. The girl made it sound like she was one of the king's wives. He did not know if she was intentionally being obstinate or simply unaware of how everything she talked about returned to the topic of Berenger. Thus he tried to switch the subject to biology, which she appeared to be interested in. "What do you like about biology? There are plenty of other scientific fields you could go into." Henrietta took a sip from her teacup before going on a small rant about the field of biology and why she found it fascinating. "Biology is the study of life and how we all came to be. If I can help my brother put an end to disease, which is the cause of so much suffering to the people of his kingdom, why would I not want to get involved in the field?" Berenger immediately peaked his brow as he heard this. Currently, his biology department was somewhat lacking. After all, his physician Ewald was among the head biologists in his kingdom, and the man was far from the genius that Aldo von Passo was. Henrietta had a good head on her shoulders, but he had never expected that the girl would take an interest in biology. Ultimately, Adelbrand nodded his head as he took a sip of his tea before responding. "That is a very noble goal, though I don't know if we can entirely eliminate disease. I do believe that it is preventable. I can see that you care deeply about the people of Austria." Henrietta smiled as she heard this praise. While she did care about the well-being of the people of Austria, her main goal in this endeavor was to receive her precious big brother's approval. She had a gleeful expression on her face as she imagined Berenger rewarding her with a head pat and a kiss the moment she discovered the cure to some deadly disease. The young king sipped his coffee in silence as he watched his sister's excited expression. He could guess what she was thinking about, but he chose to remain silent on the matter. After all, it was Henrietta's first meeting with Adelbrand, and he did not expect her to cease her infatuation with himself during her first encounter with the Duke. Thus he sat back and watched in silence as the two continued to converse. The more they talked, the more cordial Henrietta became to Adelbrand. She eventually dropped her Ice Queen facade and actively engaged in a conversation about introductory biology with the Duke. Things were going quite well. Thus, Berenger decided to depart from the meeting. He would have a servant watch his sister and her suitor in order to ensure that they maintained appropriate behavior. After leaving the room, the young monarch approached the chambers allotted to his youngest daughter with his second wife. When he entered the room, he noticed that Linda was inside, gazing upon her newest daughter with a loving expression. Upon seeing this, Berenger remembered the conversation he had with Honoria not long ago about some of the more explicit behavior that his second wife engaged in. He immediately approached the woman, where he proceeded to lift her dress in an attempt to see if she was wearing any underwear. Upon seeing that the woman was, in fact, not wearing any panties, a devilish grin appeared on Berenger's face as he latched onto his wife from behind and whispered something in her ear. So Honoria was right, you do have a habit of walking around without any panties on. Linda's cheeks were flushed red with embarrassment. She had finally been caught during one of her escapades. Luckily, it was by her husband and not some random stranger. Thus a smirk appeared on her lips as she turned around and wrapped her arms around her man's neck. Master, I have been a naughty girl. Please punish me. Berenger was more than happy to take the vixen up on her offer. Thus, he led her to his room, where he gave her a good tumble, as Henrietta and Adelbrand continued their conversation for some time while the king was making love to his queen, utterly unaware of what was transpiring on the other side of the palace. Though they would not become a couple right away, Adelbrand felt as if he was off to a good start by the time their conversation ended. Little did he know that Henrietta was far from deterred from the path she walked upon. If anything, she merely thought of Adelbrand as a valuable tool to mask her relationship with her big brother. Though it was undetermined whether or not this train of thought would continue, either way, Berenger would make sure to continue to set up lunch dates like this between his sister and Adelbrand. After all, the more they interacted, the more likely Henrietta was to forget her infatuation with her big brother and live a normal life. Berenger knew that little progress could be made so long as he was around to influence her thoughts. As such, he planned to travel to the New World within a month and make first contact with the region's locals. As for Adelbrand, Berenger intended for him to remain behind in Kufstein and get to know the princess better. There was much work to be done. Thus, the King of Austria would stay busy for some time. He looked forward to the future that was on the horizon. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at Chapter 464. Preparing for war with the Eastern Coalition. Berenger currently sat in the confines of his office upon his leather-bound chair. Standing in front of him were 3 of his generals, one of which was from the Kingdom of Bohemia. Besides these men was the Director of Intelligence, dressed in her Steingrau uniform. The 4 people stood at ease before their king as he overwent the report in his hands. With a heavy sigh, Berenger asked the question on his mind. Is this report accurate? Linda immediately nodded as she confirmed the document that her husband was looking at. Indeed, the Golden Horde has united once more under a new Khan, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth has gone on a recruitment campaign. With the loss of peasants and soldiers that they suffered during the war in Iberia, they are more determined now than ever to take hold of the current Teutonic Order's rump state. If we wish to annex what remains of the Teutonic state, we must act now, before it is too late. Our agents in the field report that the Eastern Coalition will be marching an army of 100,000 men onto the Teutonic state in an attempt to eradicate it. Action must be taken if you wish to accomplish your goals of securing Eastern Germany. War is inevitable at this point. Berenger sighed heavily as he heard this last part. While his agents had been conducting sabotage and assassinations among the ranks of the Eastern Coalition, it was a certainty that they would overcome such tricks and unite against the Teutonic state. He was lucky that he had bought himself the time he had managed. Berenger had just gotten back from his war in Iberia not long ago, and in truth, had no desire to depart to another war so soon. As such, he looked at his 3 generals and began to ask the question on his mind. What is the state of the Bohemian royal army at the moment? Alexich stepped forward with a face filled with pride and determination as he reported to his king. Bohemia stands ready for any conflict. Our soldiers are armed and trained to the same standard as the Austrian Royal Army. Though our army is roughly a quarter of the size with a mere 2 divisions at the moment, make no mistake, we are well prepared for this conflict. Berenger smiled and nodded as he heard this. For the most part, his army was still equipped with needle rifles, and he had no intention of revealing his next-generation weapons just yet. With this in mind, he shifted his gaze to Eckhard and Arnulf as he began to give the 2 men his orders. I want one of the newer divisions to be deployed to the Teutonic state so that they may gain some valuable field experience. Make sure they are under the command of a competent and proven general. Eckhard immediately nodded his head in response to these orders and suggested, "How about Adelbrand? He has proven himself capable in multiple campaigns and is greatly respected among the army." However, Berenger immediately rejected this idea by shaking his head and responding firmly. "No, I have plans for Adelbrand. He must remain in Kufstein for the time being. Instead, you should send someone else if neither of you is up to the task." While there were many competent generals to choose from, ultimately Eckhard sighed before volunteering himself. "I will lead the campaign against the Eastern Coalition. However, I will do it under one condition." Berenger immediately piqued his brow in curiosity as he heard this. Well, he was aware that Eckhard was suffering from battle fatigue. The man had still been willing to perform his duty to the bitter end. If it were any other general, Berenger would punish him for making demands of his king and Reichsmarschall. However, since it was Eckhard, he merely sighed before entertaining the man's request. Eckhard spoke of his condition with a weary expression upon seeing his king nod his head in agreement. "Your Majesty, I am old and quite honestly exhausted. I will lead this campaign under the condition that it is my last, and I am allowed to retire after I have achieved victory." Berenger frowned when he heard this. Eckhard was by far his most efficient military commander, yet he understood where the man was coming from. As such, he proposed a counter-offer. "I will agree to your terms, so long as you serve your retirement as a part-time instructor at the Austrian Military Academy. Your insights are too valuable to the next generation of officers to lose so easily." There was neither excitement nor dread in the eyes of the veteran field marshal. Instead, there was only exhaustion as he nodded his head in agreement to the terms presented. "Very well, I agree to your offer, Your Majesty. I will lead the 5th Division into the Teutonic state and announce our annexation. As for the Bohemians, they can send one of their divisions as support, and together we will drive the Eastern Coalition back to the east." Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled before pulling out a map. This map contained all of the territories he desired to conquer during this campaign. Not only was the remainder of the Teutonic state on this list, but all of the land that once comprised the eastern portions of the Kingdom of Prussia from his past life, as well as the Baltic states. Through centuries of Germanization under the thumb of the Teutonic Order, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania now had large swaths of ethnic Germans among their population, and Berenger intended to unite these lands into his empire. After pointing out the areas on the map, Berenger spoke of his plan to his generals. "Your goal in this conflict is not only to annex what remains of the Teutonic state, but also conquer these lands and bring them under the banner of our kingdom. This is a war that will determine the future of our kingdom and that of the German people." Eckhard nodded his head. Though it was a lot of territory, he knew he could accomplish this feat. However, he would require more men to do so. As such, he quickly made another suggestion as he glanced at the map. "If that is your order, I will fulfill it, but I will need more soldiers. Perhaps the 7th and 9th Divisions should join us." Berenger immediately nodded his head as he heard these terms and offered his complete and total support to the campaign. "Take whatever forces you may need to accomplish this task and make haste. The war has already begun. It is time for Austria to claim the Eastern German territories as its own. The three generals immediately began to salute their king as they were given their orders. After doing so, Berenger stood up and saluted them in return. With this action, he dismissed his commanders, leaving himself and his wife behind to talk about more secretive matters. Linda sat in her husband's lap as she prodded his cheek with her dainty finger. "You're seriously going to go off searching for the mythical land of Vinland while you send your soldiers to war in the east?" Berenger smiled and nodded as he heard this response from his wife. After doing so, he cupped her face with his hand and began to give her his orders. "While I am away, I need you to keep an eye on Henrietta and Adelbrand. Make sure their relationship progresses smoothly and ensure that they don't engage in any inappropriate behavior while I'm away." Upon hearing this, Linda began to chuckle before responding with a jest at the expense of Berenger. "It sounds to me like you are actually against the idea of your sister seeing other men deep down in that black heart of yours. She is allowed to meet with Adelbrand on chaperone dates, but she cannot get intimate with him? How do you plan to break her infatuation with you if you won't allow her to be physical with someone else?" The Austrian king frowned when he heard this remark before flicking his wife on the forehead. "Just do as I say." Upon hearing this, Linda pouted before standing up from his lap. As she did so, she walked to the door before agreeing to his request. "As always, I will obey your orders, master. I just wonder what it is that you truly want." After saying this, the strawberry blonde-haired vixen departed, leaving Berenger alone with his thoughts. Though it was only a joke from his wife, she seemed to have struck a nerve, as the very idea of his sister being intimate with another man made Berenger's skin crawl. However, he did not know why he became enraged as he imagined such a scenario occurring. Ultimately, he pulled out a hemp cigarette and a match as he lit up a smoke in his office. Linda's words repeated themselves throughout his mind as he thought about the ordeal at great length. Maybe some time away from his sister would not only be good for her but him as well? Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 465. Casting off well over a month had passed since Berenger and Anuria had begun to make preparations for their journey to the New World. Standing at the docks of Trieste was none other than Berenger and his pirate queen Anuria. The couple held hands as they gazed at the recently retrofitted Anuria's Revenge, which had been rebranded as Queen Anuria's Revenge. It was now an ironclad sloop of war, fully capable of winning any naval battle on its planet entirely by its lonesome. No enemy vessel on this great Earth could pierce its watertight steel-plated hull. The day had finally arrived, and Berenger was about to step foot on a journey to the New World. While the 5th, 7th, and 9th Divisions of the Austrian Royal Army had already begun to deploy to the Teutonic state, he was taking a separate journey, one that many would deem utter madness should they become aware of it. Though Berenger knew the truth about this world and that there were two continents on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the world at large knew nothing about this. Even rumors of the centuries-past tale of Vinland were largely forgotten. Despite this, Berenger had announced to his wives and important government officials that he would be going on a journey to find this lost continent, which was only spoken about in ancient Scandinavian folktales. While Berenger stood at the docks, he was dressed in his standard field uniform, the primary difference being the great cloak he wore over his tunic. After all, it was the middle of spring, and the weather was still quite cool. Even here in the Mediterranean, he could only imagine what it would be like on the eastern seaboard of North America. Anuria was dressed in an entirely new outfit. It was primarily based upon that which the sailors in the Austrian Navy now wore. In other words, it was a Kriegsmarine sailor uniform. The difference was that it was cut in a feminine style to accommodate Anuria's curvy figure. Aside from this, there was another major difference, and that was the fact that she also wore a skirt and thigh-high socks with it. That was not the only new thing about Anuria's appearance. Since she had gotten a new navy blue uniform, she had decided to re-dye her hair. She had removed the expensive Tyrian purple dye entirely and replaced it with deep blue indigo, which flawlessly blended with her ivory skin and mint green eyes. Around the privateer's shoulder was an MP-22 submachine gun, and on her black leather belt was a P-22 pistol. Berenger had outfitted his sailors and marines with the best equipment available for this expedition to the New World. He, too, was equipped with the same weapons as his wife. Berenger's family were gathered in the docks as night descended upon the city of Trieste. To ensure that nobody would find out about the covert operation to the New World, Berenger had closed the docks at night for the past month. Even now, the only souls to bear witness to this monumental departure were the king's family and the naval personnel permitted with the security clearance to witness the event. Adela was far from pleased that her man would be leaving her behind with the newborn twins so soon after returning home from war, yet Berenger knew that now was the best time to escape the chaos that his family was going through. The young queen gazed sternly at her husband, believing he had gone entirely insane. After all, to search for land from a largely forgotten tale was not something a sane individual would do. However, she ultimately decided to support him in his endeavor and walked up to him, where she kissed him upon the lips and whispered something in his ear. "Though I don't approve of this madness, I will pray for your safe return." Berenger smiled as he patted his high queen on the head before reassuring her of his security. "Relax, my sweet Adela. I will be home in a few months. You do not need to fret so much." The young woman merely pouted in silence as she took her step back. It was now Linda's turn to say goodbye, and she was far more passionate in her act than the previous queen. She wrapped her arms around her husband's neck and passionately kissed him for more than 30 seconds before pulling herself apart. "Bring me back a souvenir. I trust that you won't do anything stupid." Once more, the king smiled and nodded his head before responding. "Of course. Do I look like a fool who would get himself killed on the other side of the world to you?" Linda merely smirked before responding to her husband's question. "What do you think?" Berenger chuckled before patting his second wife on the ass and whispering in her ears in response to this. "Take good care of our kids and Alexandros while you are at it." The second queen nodded her head in response and returned to the line, where Berenger's next bride took her turn to say goodbye. Yasmin approached her husband with a smile on her face. Out of all of his wives, aside from Anuria, she was the most supportive of his actions. She kissed her man goodbye before resting her head on his chest. She said the words that shocked everyone present as she did so. "Don't be gone for too long, or you will miss the birth of our child." Berenger, as well as his other wives, gazed upon the Moorish princess with awe. Did she just admit that she was pregnant? Before Berenger could ask for clarification, the mature woman placed a finger on his lips to silence him before nodding her head. After doing so, she returned to where the other women were standing. The last woman to approach Berenger was Henrietta, who was in tears. She desperately clung to Berenger, where she poured her tears into his chest as she desperately tried to convince him to stay behind. "You are going away so soon after returning. Must you leave?" Berenger nodded his head silently in response to this and wiped the tears from his sister's eyes. After the girl had managed to calm herself, she nodded her head before whispering something in her brother's ears. "Very well, but when you return, I will no longer take no for an answer." When Berenger heard this line, his eyes widened in response. He knew exactly what she was referring to. After all, for the past few months, he had been finding ways to refuse her advances. She desperately wanted to sleep with him, and now that he was embarking on a distant journey, she would one way or another have her way when he returned to her. Before he could protest her words, Henrietta plunged her lips against Berenger's and violated his tongue with her own, in doing so garnering the fury of his wives. They were unaware of the so-called secret relationship between them. Berenger was too stunned to do anything, and ultimately Anuria pulled the young princess off of her brother. Henrietta began to pout as she received quite a talking to from Berenger's wives. As punishment for her unacceptable behavior, the princess would be confined to her room for the next few days. As for Berenger, he and Anuria finally stepped up on the bow of the vessel, which housed an entire crew and a company of marines. Now that they had said their goodbyes, they had begun to cast off. The Austrian king stood firmly upon the bow as his wives waved him off. He continued to stare out towards their direction until the women were no longer visible. After he could no longer see the group, he sighed heavily and turned his head to see Anuria smirking at him with her arms crossed. The pirate queen quickly began to chastise him for not pushing Henrietta away. "You just can't say no to your sister, can you?" Berenger gazed upon his beautiful wife and smiled before grabbing a hold of her waist and reaching his hand through the bottom of her shirt and into her chest. The mighty pirate queen immediately blushed as her husband took advantage of her. However, his following words utterly charmed her to the point where she completely forgot her inner fury. "Why would I care about my little sister when I have such a beautiful woman standing before me?" Upon saying this, the Austrian king began to kiss his wife on the neck before picking her up and leading her into the captain's cabin. The couple started their journey by making love on the high seas. They would continue their amorous activities until they fell asleep well past midnight. As for when they awoke, they would already be close to the Strait of Gibraltar. With the triple expansion engine and the full-rigged sails, this vessel was capable of exceeding speeds over 20 knots. It was even faster than a clipper, making it the perfect boat to reach the New World. Theoretically, they could get the legendary land of Vinland in a fortnight, thus all they had to do now was wait until they arrived on the shores of a long-forgotten continent. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 466. On the march yet again on horseback, Eckhard rode among his army. Behind him were 75,000 Austrians. Their purpose was simple: annex the Teutonic state in the name of King Berenger von Kufstein and repel the Eastern Coalition. The 5th, 7th, and 9th Divisions who were dispatched for this mission were relatively inexperienced in warfare. Despite this, they were eager to perform in battle and confident in their training. With the great Field Marshal of Austria at the helm, they believed that there was no conceivable way that they could lose this war. At the moment, these Austrians were embarking into Bohemia, where they would regroup with the 1st Division of the Royal Bohemian Army. Though Berenger was also the king of Bohemia, he had seldom spent time within its lands. Instead, he had delegated the responsibility of governance to a personal representative who instituted the king's reforms. Though there was initially some dissent to Austrian occupation, after the Kingdom of Bohemia was fully repaired from the devastation of the Hussite Wars and was on the path to prosperity, the people gradually accepted their fate. As he was marching, Eckhard gazed upon the fertile fields that were once filled with the blood and corpses of friend and foe alike. He had spent several years of his military career within this kingdom, only for it to end up in the hands of his master. A bitter smile formed on the man's face as he gazed upon the reconstruction that had occurred since Berenger seized control of these lands. Cities were rebuilt with the advanced technologies provided to them by Austria. Plumbing existed and waste treatment plants, much like what was seen in Austria. Vast road networks connected the various cities that sprawled across the kingdom, and rumors were afloat that Bohemia would be united to Austria via its massive train network one day soon. The old buildings and fortifications that had been destroyed in the previous conflict were replaced with German-style structures, which heavily emphasized the ongoing Germanization in the kingdom. Even the language the Bohemians spoke was replaced with German in the education system that had been implemented. The people walked around in the Austrian dress style and appeared to be well-fed due to the agricultural improvements that Berenger had introduced. While the world focused on Austria as the most powerful kingdom in the West, they had wholly neglected the fact that Bohemia was rapidly catching up to its neighbor due to their joint monarch and his exceptional reforms. As the veteran field marshal gazed upon the rapid progress, he had conflicted feelings as he could no longer recognize the once distinct culture of the Bohemians. Instead, all he saw was yet another Austria. Eventually, Eckhard and the soldiers beneath his command found their way to the mustering grounds where 25,000 Bohemians had gathered. Among their ranks were former Hussites and Loyalists alike who had all come together underneath the iron fist of Berenger von Kufstein and his current regime. These men who once fought each other over religious differences were now united under the guise of nationalism. While many of the soldiers within the Bohemian army's ranks were Bohemian, the officer class was almost entirely comprised of the ethnic Germans who lived within the kingdom. The reason for this was simple: to ensure loyalty to their German king and to allow effective communication between the Austrian and Bohemian armies. The uniforms of the Bohemian army were based upon those used by the Austro-Hungarians during the final days of the Great War from Berenger's past life. The difference was that they also wore the same trench-style armor issued to the Austrian army, albeit in the color of Steingrau instead of Feldgrau. They were equipped with the same Schmidt needle rifles that were issued to the Austrian army, the 14-22 service revolvers, and the 7.5 cm FK-22 field guns. Many of these men were veterans from the conflict in Iberia and proudly displayed the medals that they had earned through gallantry. The field marshal in command of these forces was none other than Alexej Kasper, the man who once led the Kasperian Hussites against the Catholic powers of the old Bohemian crown. By now, the Hussite Reformation and its beliefs were being replaced by the German Reformation. Thus an old veteran like Alexej had no place in society but to take up the sword once more in the name of the new Bohemian state. When he gazed upon his old friend Eckhard, the man smiled before greeting the Austrian field marshal. "My friend, I am glad that you have made your way to Bohemia once more. I assure you that my men are ready to fight by your side and claim victory for our king. The Eastern Coalition won't know what hit them." Eckhard smiled and nodded his head. With an army of 100,000 men, all armed with the advanced weapons they currently wielded, Eckhard was confident that victory would be achieved so far as the Teutonic state was concerned. As for the conquest of the Baltic and the other regions that Berenger had outlined, it was easier said than done. However, he did not express this concern. Instead, he merely gave his orders to the Bohemian field marshal. After all, Eckhard was placed in command of this campaign. "Prepare your men. We march at dawn." Alexej immediately nodded his head in response and saluted the Austrian field marshal. "Yes, sir." Having said this, Eckhard led his 75,000 men to the quarters allotted to them during their brief stay in Prague. He immediately got together with Alexej and a few of the men he had once fought alongside as they reminisced of their past glory. The group of veterans sat together in a tavern within the city as they discussed their thoughts on the current state of Bohemia. Eckhard was the first to raise his concerns about the changes over the past years. "I am astonished at how much Bohemia has changed since I left it in ruin. The fields are fertile, roads are constructed, and the cities are rebuilt better than ever. It appears that the people seem to be happy with the changes. However, I want to know your opinions on the current state of Bohemia." Alexej looked around first to see if there were any listeners nearby before taking a swig from his drink. As he did so, he expressed his actual thoughts on the matter in a hushed tone. "Life is better than ever, but Bohemia isn't Bohemia anymore. The newest generation is all taught to speak German. Our architecture and culture have been overhauled to match Austria's. Despite our economic gains, we are nothing more than a client state of Austria, and many of the members of society are not happy about this." Eckhard nodded his head in silence as he took a sip from his beer. Even the breweries of Bohemia had been changed to mimic the style of drink that was crafted in Austria. While Eckhard knew that Berenger intended to Germanize the Bohemian population, he didn't expect a rapid culture shift. Ultimately, he shook his head before making a bold statement. In 100 years, Bohemia will be just another German state. It is a damn pity that the things that made you all unique will cease to be within our children's lifetime." With this said, none of the Hussite veterans were willing to speak. Instead, they gazed at the Austrian-style beer with pity in their hearts. Had they known that this would result from their war efforts, they never would have taken up arms against the previous king of Bohemia. With this, Eckhard spent a night of heavy drinking with his former comrades. It would not be until well past midnight that he managed to get any sleep. When he finally woke up early in the morning, he was in a groggy state as he mounted his trusty steed and set forth on the path to Marienburg. There were still several days' worth of marching before the Austro-Bohemian army arrived at their destination. During this time, they would keep their morale up by singing various marching songs that Berenger had introduced to his army, most of which were from his past life, though talented musicians of the era had created others. When the Austro-Bohemian army finally arrived at their destination, they were greeted with open arms by the current Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. Unfortunately for the men beneath his command, the end of the Teutonic state had come, as the Austrians had agreed to annex their beloved realm. As for the fate of the Teutonic Order, what Berenger had planned for them remained to be seen, though he certainly would not permit a separate armed force from his military to exist. This was Eckhard's last war, and he intended for it to be a flawless victory, forever to imprint his name on the history of the world before he finally retired. Thus Eckhard would go to great lengths to secure the territory that Berenger had requested him to. As for the Austrian king, he would soon be arriving in the New World, a secret mission that very few trusted individuals within the Austrian government were made aware of. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 467. First Contact Part 1. Berenger sat on the bow of the ship. In his hands was his MP-22 submachine gun, which he carefully cleaned. The salty air of the sea required the weapons of the Austrian force to be maintained regularly. Though they were finished with excellent bluing, which slightly aided in resisting rust, it was not nearly as effective as modern means of rust-proofing. His third wife, Anuria, was also cleaning her weapon by his side. The majority of the Marines who had been dispatched on this covert operation were all hard at work maintaining their gear to ensure it was in top shape for their arrival in Vinland. Berenger, like the Marines beneath his command, was dressed in thick winter clothing, with a splinter camouflage parka and trench-style body armor that was painted to match. Unlike his soldiers, though, Berenger did not wear a helmet. Instead, he wore an M43-style field cap which shared the same camouflage pattern as his parka. Currently, it was towards the end of winter and the beginning of spring, thus the land was still covered in frost, and the weather was dreadfully cold. Despite being a less than ideal time to venture to the New World, Berenger had decided it was best to begin his efforts now, especially since his family life had become somewhat chaotic over the past month. It had been 11 days since the crew set off from the port in Trieste, and though Berenger knew that they were close to the shores of the New World, his team was not as optimistic. Despite this, supplies were ample, as the canned food became exceptionally useful on the high seas. Thus, there was no concern about running out of things to eat and drink for the time being. Berenger used an oil-based product that he had imported from Byzantium to clean his weapon. While Austria had a decent oil reserve within its borders, Berenger had no intent to use this stockpile just yet. After all, he could consider it his strategic reserve, and he had not even begun production of refinement facilities, as well as combustion engines. Thus he relied on the relatively crude oil found across the world in open pits to maintain his equipment. After he had finished cleaning his weapon, the young king of Austria heard a shout from a sailor whose job was to spot land. Land ho! Immediately Berenger reacted by putting his weapon back together and inserting a loaded magazine into its chamber before charging the open bolt mechanism and putting on its safety. After doing this, He slung it over his shoulder and issued his commands to the Marines who occupied the ship. Men, we are about to embark onto a new world with various unknown factors. Under no circumstances should you panic. Remember to remain calm at all times. If we come under fire, do not hesitate to eliminate the enemy. However, make sure to conserve your ammunition, as we only brought so much with us on this difficult journey. The battle-hardened Marines beneath Berenger's command had dire expressions on their faces as they saluted their king. Yes, sir. While Berenger was lecturing his soldiers, Anuria rushed to the helm, where she helped bring the ship to the coastline of the landmass in front of them. If Berenger's chartings were correct, they would be off the coast of what was considered New York in his past life. Because this was a steam-powered vessel with a triple expansion steam engine, Berenger had opted to take the route from the coast of Iberia to New York. At an average speed of between 20 to 25 knots, the journey took 11 days to arrive at their destination. Berenger gazed upon the vacant coastline with excitement in his eyes. This was not only a monumental journey in world history, but it was also a personal goal of his. He would finally be able to return to the land of his birth within his past life. Though he was not a native to New York, he had spent 4 years of university in the state and had some decent memories of his life there. As he was reminiscing, the ship was settled off the region's coast, where Anuria and the crew deployed the anchor. After the boat had halted itself in the bay, Berenger issued a command to the sailors aboard the ship. Marines, assemble. Sailors begin to deploy the rowboats. We are heading ashore. While the crew currently operating the sloop of war known as Queen Anuria's Revenge were getting into position, Berenger, Anuria, and the Marines boarded the rowboats, where they were quickly lowered into the bay. Upon hitting the water, they immediately began to row towards the shore. While this was going on, Berenger stood at the head of the rowboat, proudly gazing into the distance. He decided now was as good a time as any to crack a joke, and thus he bellowed out in a voice for all his soldiers to hear. If any of you bastards step foot on the shore before me, I'll shoot you myself. Though Berenger said this with a hint of laughter, his men were smart enough to know that he was not joking. Thus they curbed their inner desires to compete with their king to be the first man to step foot on the new world. Ultimately, they would have to settle for being the crew of the man who accomplished this. Eventually, the rowboats made their way to the land where Berenger accomplished his goal. He stepped foot on the sandy shore with a broad smile on his face. The soldiers beneath his command began to pick up their rucksacks and supplies from the rowboats as they prepared themselves for the unknown. Berenger had a plan in place to set up a small frontier fort and a port capable of hosting the sloop of war they had arrived in. Thus he immediately gave out his orders to the necessary units. Sappers, I want you to build a port immediately so we can bring the rest of the supplies from the ship to the shore. Second platoon, your orders are to secure the perimeter. As for the rest of you, you will construct a fortress for our use. Get your hatchets and begin to fell some trees. These Marines were selected specifically for this expedition, and Berenger knew they were capable of fulfilling the task. Thus, he sat back and watched as the soldiers beneath his command slowly but surely constructed shelter and a port. Now and then, he would make sure to guide them in the right direction to ensure that they were adequately secure from the elements and potential hostiles. Berenger and his soldiers huddled together under a series of primitive lean-to shelters on the first night of landing in the New World. Within days, log cabins were constructed and a proper barrier around it to ensure defense. A small outpost was fully erected by the time a fortnight had passed, and a primitive port had been established to act as a proper stationing post for their vessel. Throughout this process, scouts from the nearby tribes observed these unknown foreigners' actions from afar, afraid to get too close and cause an unnecessary conflict with the strangely garbed men who had come from the sea. By the time their fortress was fully established, the natives had become quite worried with the regular Austrian patrols. They had no idea who these pale-skinned and golden-haired people were, where they were from, or their purpose for visiting the region. However, the rapid establishment of what appeared to be a well-thought-out fortress was beyond worrisome. Eventually, the word was brought back to the local Mohawk chieftain who was sitting within his longhouse alongside his wife and 2 teenage daughters. A young man by the name of Shoshiwa knelt before the chieftain of his tribe before giving his report. "Father, the Paleskins have spent the last 2 weeks establishing a fortress on the coastline. They appear to have arrived in a large canoe which spits smoke into the air. There are hundreds of them. However, we dare not approach them, for they appear to be armed with strange weapons, the likes we have never seen before. So far, it only appears that there are men among their ranks, as we have not spotted the presence of a woman. Could this possibly be a war band from some tribe far across the Great Sea?" The chieftain blew out a puff of smoke from his pipe as he reflected on his son's words. Whoever these men were, the fact that they were comprised entirely of males did not bode well for his tribe. If there were genuinely hundreds of these men, then it was a war band of significant size. However, the chief was wise. His immediate thought was not to instigate conflict with the trespassers, but to establish communication. Thus he gazed over at his eldest daughter, who spoke a total of 15 languages, and addressed the girl with a worrisome look on his face. "My dear Koida, you are the only one who I can trust to communicate with these strange foreigners. I am tasking you to bridge the gap between our 2 peoples and ensure no conflict between us. I will order your brother and the warriors beneath his command to protect you on your journey. Make haste before some other tribe foolishly provokes these strangers and forces us to pay the price of their ignorance." Koida was a young woman. In her later teenage years, she was a beautiful woman with tan skin, brown eyes, and jet black hair. Her body was slender, but with curves in the right places. She was considered by the tribe to be their most pristine beauty. Though the chieftain worried for her safety in interacting with an encampment full of foreign men, he knew of none other who could take her place as a translator. If anyone could effectively communicate with the strangers who arrived on the shore, it was his daughter. Thus the young woman nodded her head in agreement as she stood up from her spot and followed her brother out the door of their longhouse. Whether or not they would be the first native peoples to interact with the Kingdom of Austria and the German people had yet to be revealed. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 468. First Contact Part 2. The cold breeze of the early spring spread throughout the fresh North American air. Berenger stood in a watchtower that had been established within his frontier fortress, breathing it in with a broad smile on his face. This bountiful land had yet to be tainted by the stain of industry or the changes brought forth by advanced agriculture. Though these things were necessary for societal advancement, there was something beautiful in the primal nature of the North American landscape. As he gazed upon his surroundings with awe, he noticed the approach of a group of natives. As the young king witnessed the sight, a smirk appeared on his princely face. The local tribes had finally decided to show themselves to him and his host. Immediately Berenger began to ring the bell, signaling the troops to assemble. He had no idea if this was a native war band or a peace delegation. Despite the overwhelming advantage that his soldiers had in terms of training and firepower, it was best not to underestimate the tenacity of the Native American people. The bell resounded throughout the encampment and the surrounding area. As it did so, the mysterious sound spooked the native delegation, as they witnessed dozens of soldiers clad in strange uniforms rush to the ramparts of the wall and bear their rifles towards the presence of the unknown native tribesmen. To the Mohawk people, the fortifications they witnessed were alien and intimidating in design. Thus, they approached cautiously, with their weapons held in a docile position. Their orders were to establish communication with these pale-skinned foreigners, and therefore they had no desire to instigate a conflict with the men inside this timber fortress. As the Mohawk tribesmen approached the village, Berenger stood on the ramparts with his MP-22 loaded and ready. His fortress was set up like that of the Star Forts back in the fatherland, the difference being it was constructed of timber and lacked any means of sufficient artillery. Aside from a few 60mm mortars and MG-22 water-cooled machine guns, this fortress lacked explosive firepower. Despite the lack of overwhelming artillery, Berenger was sure that his company of Marines could hold this fortress against an army 10 times its size. After all, they were still issued with bolt-action rifles and machine guns. However, despite the slow approach of the natives, Berenger did not sense any form of hostility from them. As such, he raised his hand, halting his soldiers' actions as he issued an order. It appears that they might be peaceful. Do not open fire unless you are opened fire upon. I would very much like to see if we can establish some form of communication with these natives. The soldiers under Berenger's command looked at him with confusion. Just what could these savages provide to the great kingdom of Austria? Despite this, they were given orders by their king, and thus they followed them. The soldiers lowered their weapons from an offensive position while keeping a close eye on their surroundings in case they were to come under assault. As the Mohawk delegation closed in on the fortress, the gates swung wide open, revealing Berenger, Anuria by his side, and a few grunts to protect them. Their weapons were lowered, so they were not overtly hostile but could be rapidly deployed if necessary. Eventually, the Mohawk tribesmen stopped roughly 15 feet away from Berenger and his group. They gazed curiously at the camouflaged parkas in use by the German soldiers. They had never seen such strange clothing before. Of course, Anuria's deep blue sailor outfit and indigo hair confused them even more. Eventually, the chieftain's daughter, who went by the name of Kawita, stepped forward and attempted to introduce herself in her language. I am Kawita, daughter of the great chief, Aquaho. We come bearing gifts. Please accept this corn as a token of our friendship. Neither Berenger nor the people beneath his command understood a word that the woman was saying and instead gazed curiously upon her as she spoke the words. However, when they brought out a few wicker baskets filled with corn, Berenger immediately noticed that they offered a gift. He said in German as he ordered his troops to stand down. They come in peace. Lower your weapons. Kawita was surprised when she heard the German tongue being spoken for the first time. Not only was it a completely foreign language that she had never heard before, but it sounded incredibly aggressive. So much so that the warriors under her brother's command immediately flinched, thinking that these men were about to become hostile. However, upon noticing that the Austrian Marines had slung their weapons over their shoulder and accepted the gift of maize, the Mohawk warriors sighed in relief. Though neither of the two people could understand each other, they knew by their actions that there was no hostility between them. Berenger smiled and nodded his head as he accepted the token of friendship with gratitude. As he did so, he thanked the Mohawk delegation in his language, which though they did not understand, they could make an educated guess as to what he was saying. The Austrian king immediately opened up a path to the fortress and, with a gesture, led them inside. Unfortunately, since there was no direct translation between the Iroquois language and German, Berenger would have to start from scratch. He used the most basic forms of establishing contact, pointing to objects and exchanging each other's words for what represented said object. As Berenger led the Mohawk tribesmen into his makeshift fortress, he took notice of Kawita's natural beauty and leered at her from afar. This action immediately caught Anuria's attention, who sighed heavily as she witnessed this. Did her man seriously not have the ability to keep it in his pants? She was amazed that he had managed to avoid having relations with his sister for so long. Of course, while Berenger was checking out Kawita, the men who had followed her were doing so to Anuria. Her pale skin and indigo hair were alien, yet appealing at the same time. Of course, they could guess that this woman belonged to one of the men in this fortress, and thus they did not make any advances. Eventually, Berenger led the delegation into the building constructed to house both him and his wife. He pulled out several golden chalices and filled them with his favorite beer as he did so. Since these people had so kindly brought him one of his favorite foods from the New World, he would share one of his favorite drinks from the Old World. After filling the cups with the dark brown liquid of the Doppelbock beer, Berenger handed it over to his guests and proposed a toast in German. To our newfound friendship. Though the Mohawks had no idea what they were saying or what this strange liquid was, they were brave enough to take a sip. The hearty flavor of the Doppelbock was something that not everyone would enjoy, especially if they were unfamiliar with alcohol. As such, several members of the delegation wanted to spit it out upon tasting its flavor, but chose not to do so to avoid offending these foreigners. Kawita, in particular, seemed to enjoy the beer deeply and drank from it rather rapidly, as if no matter how much of the substance she consumed, it could not satisfy her desire for more. However, the beer was 8% alcohol and thus quite heavy for such a beverage. Eventually, her cheeks turned red, and she had difficulty thinking straight. At that point, Berenger took away the chalice from her hands. He had forgotten entirely that her people were not used to alcoholic beverages and thus had a low tolerance to the drink. After getting the Mohawks drunk, Berenger found them some quarters and allowed them to sleep it off. After placing the chieftain's daughter down upon a feather mattress and covering her with fur covers, Berenger chuckled before commenting on the situation. Fucking lightweights. Honoria gazed at him with a curious expression as she asked the question on her mind. What are we going to do with them now? Berenger smiled before answering with a confident expression in response to this. We will try to get to understand these people the old-fashioned way. It may take some time, but sooner or later, we will be able to teach them our language and learn more about this mysterious land. In the meantime, I want you to go back to Austria and ferry across more men and supplies. My objective with this military outpost is to be established for the long term. Honoria gazed at her husband with surprise as she heard this order. She did not know why he was so interested in this strange land. Thus, she inquired further about his intentions. You want to establish a permanent settlement here in Vinland? In response to this, Berenger grabbed a hold of one of the stalks of corn and bit into it. As he did so, he reminisced about his past life and the barbecue he would always eat on the 4th of July. Grilled corn, ribs, and potato salad was a staple in his house on such holidays. After trying the fresh corn, he handed it over to Honoria, who took a bite of her own. She immediately fell in love with the juicy food. As Berenger witnessed this, he began to answer her question. This substance is simple proof that we have entered a new world, with plenty of resources that we can learn from and cultivate to improve our society. Not only do I intend to establish a permanent military fortress here in Vinland, but I also intend to colonize this land in the future. We need to make contact with the natives and learn how to interact with them. A few years after we have crushed the Catholic Church and destroyed their influence over Europe, we will embark on a full-scale colonization effort. We already have a booming population growth due to the advanced agricultural practices I have established. We will have too many people to sustain our population in a few generations, even after I unite the German-speaking regions. Thus, the German people need to establish living space if we wish to sustain our growth. Look around you. This land is ripe for the taking and filled with all kinds of natural resources. Here in Vinland, our people will grow and prosper. The resources they gain here can be sent back to the fatherland to improve it as well. This land is not only the future of the German people, but a great empire as well. Honoria chuckled as she heard this. Her husband's ambitions were truly grander than she had ever imagined. As such, she began to make a snarky remark to the man she loved. Why do I get the feeling that you are not only aware of Vinland's existence for some time now, but have already included it in your plans of expansion long before you broached the subject with me? Berenger smiled in response and remained utterly silent. This was enough to convince Anuria that she was right. As such, she sighed heavily before responding to Berenger's orders. Fine, I will ferry supplies and troops across the Atlantic while you establish communication with the natives. However, I swear to God, if you sleep with this woman or any other while I am away, I will never forgive you. Berenger had a cheeky grin on his face as he responded to this statement with his glib tongue. So does that mean I am allowed to sleep with her so long as you are present to bear witness? Anuria scoffed at this suggestion before storming off. Sometimes she did not know why she loved this asshole. With that said, first contact with the native peoples of North America had been made, and plans for establishing the first German colony in the New World had begun to take place. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 469. First Contact Part 3. Adrian Lem was a young man in his early 20s. Born and raised as an Austrian living in the province of Crane who came from a long line of anglers and hunters. He was too young to take part in Berenger's early conquests. However, when the Austrian Navy was founded, this young man was more than eager to sign up. If you were to tell Adrian that in a few years, he would be among the 100 or so Marines dispatched to the mysterious land of Vinland on a top-secret mission alongside his king, he would scoff at you and insult your intelligence. Yet this was the reality he now faced. Adrian was the squad leader of the Marine Reconnaissance Unit that had been dispatched as a part of the company of soldiers who accompanied King Berenger to the New World. Currently, he was in the field away from the outpost established for Austrian occupation. Among the snowy landscape, this man and the soldiers beneath his command gazed upon an Algonquin village in the distance. To the Austrian soldiers, there was no distinction between them and the Mohawk who had visited the outpost in an act of friendship. Despite this line of thinking, they carefully jotted down all intelligence on the nearby tribe. While the Mohawk had decided to act peacefully with the Austrian host, the Algonquin were instead preparing for war. The warriors painted their bodies in strange patterns and began to engage in their pre-combat rituals. Adrian gazed upon the warriors' actions as they gathered their war clubs and primitive flatbows. What the Marines witnessed was enough to confirm their suspicions. The natives of this land were not as peaceful as they were initially led to believe. Those who had gathered at their fortress merely pretended to be friendly while their warriors prepared to invade. With this information in hand, Adrian ordered his soldiers to fall back to the fortress and notify the garrison of the upcoming conflict. We have seen enough to know of these natives' intentions. Swiftly, we must return to the outpost and warn our soldiers of what is about to transpire. With that said, the Marine Reconnaissance Force doubled back to the fortress to prepare their brothers for the combat that they would soon be facing. While Adrian and his soldiers were returning to the outpost, Berenger sat in the main cabin. A wood-burning stove had been set up to provide warmth to the structure. On top of it, Berenger cooked the contents of one of his rations. The can was filled with diced chicken that Berenger had marinated in a buffalo-style sauce. As the chicken grilled, an intense aroma filled the cabin's interior, causing the Mohawk delegation to salivate in anticipation. Kawita gazed upon the tin cans that contained the food with a curious expression. Metallurgy was rare among the tribes of the eastern seaboard. Thus, she was interested in how these jars functioned and what the material was that they were comprised of. She had seen a lot of shining metallic substances in use by the pale-skinned foreigners. This led her to believe that perhaps these pale-skins were far more advanced than her people could even fathom. After all, they had rapidly constructed this timber fortress that was more defensible than any village she had come across in her travels. The beautiful teenage girl pouted as she reflected on her inability to communicate with these strangers. She had attempted to speak to the handsome one-eyed man, who appeared to be the leader of these people in all 15 languages that she was fluent in, and yet the man did not comprehend any of it. Because of this, Kawita was almost entirely sure that these golden-haired men had come from across the Great Sea. However, the very idea of their civilization being capable of doing such a thing brought an intense sense of fear to the chieftain's daughter. She had a firm resolve in her heart to avoid conflict with these men no matter what the cost may be. As such, she played the role of a perfectly humble delegate as she sat in the cabin waiting for Berenger and Anuria to finish cooking and serving the canned rations. After a while, the food was finished and Berenger served it to his guests. Ultimately, the buffalo chicken was combined with cheese, onions, rice, and ranch to create a delicious casserole. Such a food had become a staple of the Austrian military as it was easy to preserve, quick to cook, and quite delicious. Not only was it a common dish served to the soldiers of Austria, but due to its inexpensive nature, it could be found within the lower and middle-class households across the kingdoms of Austria and Bohemia. The Mohawk delegation nearly passed out as they tasted the exceptional flavor of the dish. The chieftain's daughter, in particular, was deeply entranced with the meal as she dipped and gorged herself on the substance. She began to speak in her language. From her tone of voice, Berenger could guess what she was asking, so he pointed to the resources that had been used to create the casserole and answered her in his native tongue. Tyrol sauce. He then pointed to the ranch dressing and referred to it as such ranch dressing. He repeated this action for every component, instructing the multilingual Mohawk woman of the German language and how they referred to these items. To his surprise, she repeated the words back to him, making sure she was pronouncing them correctly and committing them to memory. Thus, while the two groups ate together, they educated each other on their languages. Ultimately, the peaceful meeting was cut short when a knock resounded on the king's cabin. Berenger instantly got up and opened the door to reveal none other than Sergeant Adrian Lem, who immediately saluted his king before expressing the information he had acquired. "Your Majesty, I would not trust these savages if I were you. We found their village and marked its location on a map we are creating. They are preparing for war. These two-faced barbarians are probably here to spy on us and sabotage our operation when their warband finally arrives." When Berenger heard this, he frowned. It was entirely possible that the Mohawk people were playing him. However, it was also likely that his Marines had found a different tribe and had made a mistake in identification. The only reason Berenger was able to surmise this possibility was because of his status as a reincarnation. If he did not have the knowledge of his past life, then he was liable to trust his scout's words as absolute proof of a conspiracy and in doing so make a huge mistake. Luckily, Berenger was more knowledgeable than his soldiers on the various tribes who inhabited this land, and thus he did not act upon this intel in the way that his soldiers might expect him to. Instead, he had a calm expression on his face as he gave his soldier an order. "Hand over the map and whatever other intelligence you have gathered. I want you to alert the garrison and patrols that there is a high probability of conflict to occur shortly. Though I do not doubt your abilities, I sense no hostility from our guests. The village you found may be a rival to these people. After all, we have no way of knowing how large this land is, or how many different factions inhabit it." Adrian nodded his head as he heard his king's reasoning. He honestly did not even think of that as a possibility. These natives all looked the same to him after all. However, the king might have a point. These savages were clearly a tribalistic society, which meant that each village could have local governance. This meant that there was a possibility that their guests were friendly, whereas the other village they had encountered was entirely unrelated and hostile. If such a scenario were reality, then Berenger's actions were understandable. After giving the orders, the Austrian king dismissed the Marine sergeant and brought the highly detailed map to the dining table. He had a frown on his face as he revealed the information that his soldiers had gathered. As Berenger pointed at the village's location, he inquired about what the Mohawk delegation might know about the area and the people who inhabited it. Shoshiwa was the leader of the guards assigned to protect his sister. He was considered a great warrior of his village and an excellent scout. Upon seeing this map, he knew exactly who lived in this tribe and immediately shook his head, confirming in Berenger's eyes that this was not their village or their people who were preparing for war. Thus Berenger pointed at the map once more, and then to the war club that Shoshiwa had brought. He hoped that this gesture could communicate that this village was preparing for war. Luckily, the man was intelligent enough to understand Berenger's intent, and thus his response was within Berenger's expectations. Anishinaabe was the word that Shoshiwa used to refer to the people who inhabited this village. Berenger scratched his chin as he searched his memories before recalling that Anishinaabe was what the Algonquin referred to themselves as. This meant that Shoshiwa and Kawita were likely from the rival Iroquois Confederation, or one of the tribes that consisted of it. He now had a general understanding of what he was dealing with. If that were the case, his guests were most definitely hostile towards the tribe preparing to attack the Austrian fortress. Berenger had a wicked grin on his face as he thought about the massacre that was about to unfold. Anuria gazed over at her husband's expression and knew what he was thinking about. Thus, she was not surprised when the Austrian king uttered the following phrase. "Let them come. I want our guests to witness what happens when savages march upon Austrian soil." Though the Mohawk delegation did not know what Berenger had said, they could tell by his expression that it was not anything kind. Thus an eerie atmosphere prevailed across the Austrian fortress as the Marines and sailors stationed within prepared themselves for battle with the Algonquin warriors. Chapter 470, Relationship Advice. While Berenger was off on a grand adventure in a distant foreign land, Henrietta was left behind in Kufstein. Unlike all the previous times her brother had departed from home, she was now exceptionally depressed. If it were a simple war, she would not be concerned. After all, her precious big brother was invincible in her eyes. However, he would be traveling across the Atlantic in an attempt to wrestle control of the unknown. Such a thing terrified her. What if his ship sunk on the journey and he drowned in the depths? What if he faced a strange empire of overwhelming might who captured him and forced him into slavery? Worst of all, what if he had entered a mysterious land filled with giants and he was squashed beneath their heels? All kinds of fantastical scenarios entered the young woman's mind as she feared for her brother's safety. Her anxiety was so bad that she had not left the confines of her room since he had departed. It was initially punishment for her taking advantage of the situation to kiss her big brother in front of his wives. Yet, she was now sealed away in her quarters entirely by choice. She spent most of her day lying on her bed, with her head buried in the pillows and her body concealed by her covers. Her heart constantly ached as she worried about many things that could have gone wrong with Berenger's journey to the mysterious foreign land known as Vinland. As she was locked away in her room, her suitor had attempted to visit her on 3 separate occasions, only to be turned away by the young princess. She had no time to entertain the man who acted as cover for her relationship with her big brother. As she reflected upon this, she cursed herself for not forcing Berenger to be more intimate with her while he was still within the bounds of the fatherland. Now more than ever, she was more confident that she would finally become one with her beloved brother when he eventually returned home from his journey across the Atlantic. While she was thinking about this, a knock resounded from the thick wooden door that acted as the entrance to her room. The mysterious identity on the other side of the door was none other than Linda, who called out to her sister-in-law with a hint of worry in her tone. "Henrietta, my dear. It has been over a month since Berenger has departed. I know you are worried for his safety. We all are. However, you must come out from seclusion eventually." Henrietta did not budge despite the voice of concern from the other end of the door. Henrietta did not budge. Instead, she yelled out to Linda with a voice filled with inner fury. "Go away." The proud queen did not budge. Instead, She ultimately pulled out a small brass key and unlocked the door, forcing her way into the princess's room. Though Henrietta heard this intrusion, she remained as still as the dead, as Linda eventually approached her and sat down upon the edge of her bed. The strawberry blonde-haired beauty sighed heavily as she began to confront the most significant issue that she and the others had been avoiding for some time. "You truly love your brother, don't you, Henrietta?" Henrietta's cheeks flushed red beneath her covers as she was asked this question. Until now, Berenger's wives had been avoiding stepping on this landmine, and yet the princess's seclusion had forced Linda's hand. Thus Henrietta eventually spoke in a meek voice to confirm the queen's words. "Yes." Linda nodded her head in silence as she began to inquire more about Henrietta's feelings towards her flesh and blood. "You do know why you and Berenger can't be together, right? Society will never accept that kind of relationship between a brother and sister. If anyone found out about it, it could easily cost your brother everything he has worked so hard to achieve. Despite this, you still want to be with him, don't you?" Henrietta was dead silent as she listened to this lecture. After all, she knew very well that she was being selfish and that there was substantial risk behind what she desired. However, she believed that one does not choose who they love, and thus she was still determined to be with Berenger. Upon witnessing the young princess's silence, Linda sighed heavily before speaking. "If you know the risks and are still willing to be with your brother despite them, then that means one of two things. Either you are an incredibly selfish girl who does not care who you hurt so long as you get what you want. Or your feelings for your brother are not mere infatuation and instead are the genuine article. If you truly love Berenger in the same way that myself and the others do, then I am left with only one choice." Henrietta felt a slight chill down her spine as Linda said these words. She had always had an instinctive fear of the woman, and now she felt that she was being threatened. Despite this, the princess threw off her covers as she began to bark back at the spy master like a rabid dog who had been cornered. "If you're going to kill me because of my love for my big brother, then make it quick. I'd rather die than live without him." Linda was shocked upon hearing this. After all, she would never harm a hair on Henrietta's head, but the determined expression on the girl's face told her that her feelings were the real deal. There was an awkward silence that filled the air for a few moments before Linda broke out into uncontrollable laughter. This reaction immediately confused Henrietta, who perked a brow as she gazed upon her brother's second wife with a look of confusion. Eventually, Linda calmed down and regained her composure as she informed Henrietta of the decision she had come to. "Henrietta, if I harmed you in any way, your brother would never forgive me. I was not threatening you. I was going to say that I will support you behind the scenes to make sure that your scandalous relationship with Berenger is never leaked beyond the confines of this palace." Henrietta's azure eyes glowed with excitement as she heard this response. She quickly crawled over to Linda and grabbed a hold of her hands with a pleading gaze while she questioned whether or not her ears were working correctly. "Really? But what about Adela? She has made it clear that she would never approve of our relationship." Linda's expression immediately sank as she heard that name. She and Adela had never been on good terms. In fact, their relationship was now worse than ever. This was a direct result of the actions Linda had taken to coerce Adela into enjoying a foursome with their husband. With this in mind, the veteran spy master vented her frustrations in confidence to the young princess. "Fuck that bitch. She is a massive prude and a hypocrite. For starters, she is Berenger's cousin. If anyone should be sympathetic to your plight, it should be her. Besides that, she is not exactly as innocent as she has led the kingdom to believe. If you have seen the stuff she does with our husband behind closed doors, you would call her a whore." Henrietta felt her heart sting as she heard this. She and her cousin had always been close, especially since Adela had been first engaged to Berenger, and yet over these past few months, as Henrietta made her feelings more apparent, There had become an unbridgeable divide between the two cousins. Upon seeing that Linda was on her side, the princess immediately felt herself growing closer to the second Queen of Austria. Of course, even without Adela's approval, there were still two other women she had to worry about. Thus, Henrietta voiced her concerns. Okay, but what about Honoria and Yasmin? At this moment, Linda let her sister-in-law in on a little secret about the politics of the royal harem. With a smirk on her pretty face, she began to educate the princess on these critical matters. Honoria is a wild card. She doesn't care about anything other than having fun and enjoying life. That girl is a true hedonist and wholly disregards what is considered morally right or wrong. She also enjoys the company of men and women alike and is quite the pervert. She would probably get off on the idea of having a threesome with a pair of siblings, so I am sure that I can convince her to keep quiet about your little affair with our husband. As for Yasmin, from what I can gather, she is just going along with the rest of the girls right now to blend in. She is yet to show her true colors and instead appears utterly faithful to Berenger. Whatever her husband desires, she is likely to agree to it without incident. Even if she did something so foolish, I could easily prevent that news from spreading, so you have nothing to worry about. With my support, you are free to pursue your heart's desires. However, convincing Berenger to engage in an incestuous relationship with his little sister will be tough. You have a lot of work cut out for you, but I am confident with enough tenacity you will be able to get through to him. Upon hearing this, Henrietta reflected intensely on Linda's words. She knew that Berenger had reservations about their so-called secret relationship. However, with Linda supporting her behind the scenes, she was confident that she could convince him to go all the way. It was just a matter of time. Thus the young princess had a newfound resolve to make her fantasies become a reality. As for Linda, her reasoning for supporting Henrietta was far from benevolent. It was no secret that the power struggle among Berenger's women was a real thing, and because of this, she had decided to take advantage of Henrietta's feelings so that she could convert the girl to her side. After all, Henrietta could never marry Berenger, and they would likely never have children. Still, if the two siblings truly loved each other, Linda could use this as an advantage to get the young princess to convince her brother to support Linda's offspring in the right to rule the future German Empire. Thus the spymaster of Austria and the princess had formed an unholy alliance in the fight against the High Queen and her progeny. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 471. One-sided massacre. The frost air of early spring in the region that was once known as New York in Berenger's past life chilled the Austrian Marines to the bone as they gathered on the ramparts of their makeshift star fortress. In the trees, the Algonquin warriors hid, awaiting the signal to begin the attack on the Pale Skins fortress. It had been a week since the Austrian scouts reported the hostile movements of the local tribe. During this time, Honoria had set sail with the sailors beneath her command back to the fatherland to ferry more troops and supplies to the New World. In doing so, she left the Austrian king and his company of Marines stranded on a continent that existed on the opposing side of the Atlantic. These men bravely stood within the confines of their star fortress, waiting for the day of the Algonquin attack. As part of a defensive measure, the Austrian Marines had cleared a great deal of the surrounding brush around their fortress, resulting in large swaths of open territory between their mighty timber walls and that of any attacking force. These men were no greenhorns and were well trained and experienced in warfare. Because of this, they were selected for this critical and classified operation. Thus, when Berenger stood atop the wall, gazing off towards the treeline with his binoculars, he had an expression of complete and total confidence on his face. However, the captain beneath his command did not share his sentiment. Upon seeing his king's haughty expression, he began to give his report. "Sir, we are surrounded, with no means of escape." A chilling smile etched itself upon Berenger's handsome visage in response to this. After gazing at the warriors who hid within the treeline one last time, the young king placed down his binoculars before giving his response to this report. Good. The fact that they have us surrounded has greatly simplified our problem. There is now only one solution: keep firing in all directions until this new world runs red with the blood of savages. Upon hearing this retort, the captain was stunned. He did not expect such a harsh response from his king. However, after thinking about it for a few moments, an equally wicked smile formed itself upon the man's lips before he threw up a salute to the Reichsmarschall. Yes, sir. With that said, the captain relayed the orders to the company of Marines. After all, what was there to fear when they wielded the power of automatic weapons and explosive mortars? Thus the Austrian soldiers locked and loaded their guns as they braced for combat. As for the Mohawk delegation, they had since returned to their home, informing their tribe of what was going on. Despite this, the chieftain's daughter had stubbornly remained behind. Her curiosity had gotten the better of her. After all, despite the report that hundreds of Algonquin warriors would be descending on this position, the one-eyed man did not appear frightened in the slightest. Thus Kawita stood as a witness for the massacre that was about to unfold, the first of many that would result from German exploration and conquest of the New World. She sat within the camp's interior, waiting for the conflict to begin. The silence before the storm caused a great deal of fear to occur within her fragile heart. Berenger continued to watch the treeline as he gazed down the iron sights of his MP-22 submachine gun. The men by his side did the same with their weapons until, eventually, the sound of battle had begun. The Algonquin warriors began to chant their war cries as the hundreds of native men rushed forth from the trees. Berenger gazed in awe as he witnessed this. There were far more of the enemy than he initially realized. Thus, he cried out to his soldiers with the following orders. Conserve your ammo. We only have so many rounds to put down range. Fire short bursts and make sure you have the enemy in your sights before you pull the trigger. Though these men were professionals, it did not hurt to remind them how to fight such a large armed force effectively. Thus, after saying this, Berenger acquired his target and squeezed the trigger of his weapon, holding it down for no more than a second. As he did so, a small burst of 3 rounds went down range and into the torso of his first target. The man gazed in shock as his torso was torn apart by the 3 rounds of 9mm. The last thing he witnessed before his life was snuffed away was the sound of thunder accompanying his death. Berenger paid no more attention to the slain savage, and instead aimed down his sights at the next target, squeezing the trigger, firing a similar burst of ammunition through the air. While Berenger and his soldiers had begun to fire upon the enemy, Kawita was standing in the center of the fortress, covering her ears from the loud blasts of gunfire. A look of horror spread across her face as she realized that these pale-skinned and golden-haired foreigners could conjure thunder. These were not mere mortals, but gods who had descended upon her people's lands. Immediately the young beauty fell to her knees and began praying to her new deities for mercy. These actions went entirely unnoticed by the Austrian Marines, who continued their duties by gunning down the hundreds of Algonquin warriors who had gathered in all directions. The native tribesmen were horrified as their bodies were torn apart by the projectiles that the foreigners had fired at them. However, that was not the end of their terror. As they got closer to the fortifications, a large explosion detonated in the center of their ranks. Fire and smoke filled the air, accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of the men who survived the blast. Yet that was not the only explosion to occur immediately. Another round was fired by one of the mortar teams, which detonated once more among the center of their ranks, causing bodies to be blasted apart and limbs were torn asunder. Berenger paid no heed to this violence as it was something he was well accustomed to. Instead, he continued to aim down his sights with his one good eye and fire rounds at the oncoming enemy. Not even 5 minutes had occurred since the battle began, and yet now, The Algonquin warriors had lost over 100 men and were fleeing for their lives. Despite their retreat, Berenger showed no mercy as he and his men aimed down their weapons and fired upon the enemy, gunning them down from behind as they fled towards the tree line in the hopes of escaping this ruthless slaughter. After firing one final burst at the fleeing enemy, Berenger released his empty magazine and made sure his weapon was cleared before declaring a ceasefire. "Hold your fire." With the king's words echoing in the air, the soldiers who defended their fortress immediately ceased their assault and cleared their weapons. After doing so, they began to cheer. The enemy had been so petrified by gunfire that they had not managed to fire a single arrow or sling a single rock towards the Austrian Marines. To say that this was a one-sided massacre was an understatement. Hundreds of Algonquin warriors lay dead in the field below. Their bodies were torn apart, their blood fertilizing the soil. It was only now that Berenger remembered that the chieftain's daughter had witnessed the battle scene. As such, he climbed down from the ramparts and approached the young woman, who immediately pressed her head to the ground as she kowtowed to the one-eyed man as if he were a god. Though he did not know what she was saying, he could see the reverence that was entangled with fear in her deep brown eyes. The young Austrian king stood before the Native American woman with a smirk on his face. He began to wonder if he could convince the local populace that he was, in fact, a war god, and if so, how could he use such a thing to his advantage? Of course, he needed no convincing, as Coweta fully embraced Berenger as a deity at this moment. After witnessing such battle prowess and the advanced technology that the Austrian Marines wielded, how could she not? Thus Berenger signaled for the young woman to rise to her feet, which she quickly did. However, there was a different reaction on her face than before the battle. Now she was docile, with her head lowered and her gaze averted. She showed a proper level of fear and respect to her newfound god. Berenger scratched his chin as he thought of what to do with this woman's new reverent attitude. He immediately thought of several things he could take advantage of now that Anuria was gone. As such, he grabbed a hold of the woman's dainty hand and led her towards his cabin. After all, in the king's mind, it wasn't truly colonization unless he had taken the virtue of a local native girl. Chapter 472, Securing the Teutonic State while Berenger and his Marines were engaging in a one-sided massacre on the other side of the world, the Austro-Bohemian army had finally arrived within Marienburg. The current Grand Master of the Teutonic Order was a man named Henrik von Rothenburg and had greeted Eckhard and his soldiers with open arms. After all, the current state of the Teutonic Order was not exactly enviable. Immediately upon making contact with the Teutonic Order, Eckhard handed the Grand Master a list of demands from King Berenger von Kufstein. After a night of intense negotiation, the terms that the Austrian monarch had presented were agreed to by the Teutonic State and its various leaders. The first of these conditions was that the Teutonic State, all of its territories, and claims were to be annexed by the Kingdom of Austria starting immediately. This was something that the Teutonic leaders had already agreed to some time ago. However, the second condition was far less forgiving. Berenger demanded that the Teutonic Order disband its military component and become a chivalric order within the Austrian state, whose membership would be conferred to those who had served valiantly on the field of battle within Austria's armed forces. It would retain its nature as a religious organization. However, it was demanded that they convert to the German Reformation and publicly disavow the Catholic Church and the Pope. This was a stipulation that the members of the Teutonic Order fiercely debated. However, they had no choice but to accept these demands in the end. After all, not only could they no longer defend their borders, but they had 100,000 Austrian and Bohemian soldiers temporarily settled in their lands. By accepting these soldiers into the Teutonic State during their negotiations with the Field Marshal of Austria, they had essentially given away any power that they had to negotiate for themselves. Eckhard's first act as the newly crowned military governor over the Teutonic region was to send an ultimatum to the forces of the Eastern Coalition. Under the terms presented by Eckhard, they were given 3 months to remove all military and political presence from the lands claimed by the Austrian crown or face a full-scale invasion. The leaders of the Eastern Coalition did not take these demands lightly and responded by immediately invading what remained of the Teutonic state. A bold move, and one that Eckhard had entirely expected. Thus, the aging field marshal currently stood atop a castle on the Eastern Front. This once proud Teutonic fortress was nothing more than an obsolete structure in the eyes of the Austrian field marshal, though it and other castles like it would serve as important cultural icons in the Kingdom of Austria and the future German Empire. Its usefulness as an actual military structure was inferior to a star fortress or even earthen fortifications. Currently, as he stood atop this structure, his soldiers were firing their needle rifles and cannons into the field below where the army of the enemy had gathered. Eckhard had split his army into much smaller units to protect the border from the enemy's invasion effectively. Thus, he merely commanded 5,000 men in defense of the current castle. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the rapid fire of the needle rifles and the support of the high-explosive artillery was more than enough to ensure total victory in this battle against the forces of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. As the shells impacted upon the lines of ironclad warriors, the enemy began to be filled with dread. Just how were they supposed to siege a city against such a technologically superior foe? While Eckhard watched the ongoing carnage, a crossbow bolt flew by his head, narrowly missing his skull. Despite this threat to his existence, the man did not panic. In fact, not a single sign of excitement was visible from his appearance. Instead, he merely sighed heavily before ducking below the merlons. As he sat by his soldiers, who fired their needle rifles into the gathered army below, the Austrian field marshal pulled out a pack of hemp cigarettes where he began to light one up and smoke during the ongoing battle. Such senseless slaughter, simply because the Eastern Coalition stubbornly refused to recognize that there was a new power in this world, one greater than their 3 nations combined. It was all so tiresome. Gunshots echoed in the air as the Austrian and Bohemian soldiers poked their rifles through the castle's machicolations while they fired their weapons into the gathered mass of enemy soldiers. The .451 caliber bullets spiraled downrange and through the metallic armor plates that protected the enemy as if their expensive armor was completely and utterly worthless. Blood spilled, and bones shattered after being impacted by these large lead projectiles. The sound of the bolts of these needle rifles could immediately be overheard as they were racked back in unison, and new rounds were chambered. Now and then, a soldier would place his rifle on the floor and eject a failed paper cartridge with a clearing rod before loading another round and firing into the horde. If there weren't so many enemy soldiers, the battle indeed would have been won by now. Yet, the Polish-Lithuanian men at arms desperately struggled to raise their ladders and ascend to the top of the castle's ramparts, where the Austro-Bohemian soldiers continued to rain down their projectiles onto them. If any man got close to the edge, he was either shot down or stabbed to death by the blade bayonets atop the needle rifles. The battle continued for several hours before what remained Polish-Lithuanian forces were wholly decimated. Any soldier worth their salt had routed long ago, and many of them had done so. The rest of them lay piled below the castle's ramparts. Thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of Polish-Lithuanian men lie dead on the ground. Yet, despite their efforts, they had utterly failed to breach the castle's walls or inflict severe casualties on the Austro-Bohemian defenders. In the eyes of Eckhard, this was no battle, but a synchronized sacrifice of young men at the behest of foolish noblemen who refused to admit that their primitive ways had come to an end. The Austrian field marshal was confident that Austrian hegemony had been secured when Berenger defeated the Holy Roman Empire. Yet, Now with an armed force that was deadlier than ever, there was indeed no force in the West that could challenge the Kingdom of Austria and its mighty army. Despite this overwhelmingly obvious conclusion, Austria's neighbors continued to resist the winds of change. They would send wave after wave of young men into the guns of Austria, hoping to overwhelm the trained professionals that comprised its forces. In the end, it would always result in this senseless slaughter. Gazing upon the massive loss of life wrought by his command, Eckhard sighed before commenting to himself about his ever-changing views of warfare. Such a pointless waste of lives. Here I stand on the field of battle witnessing the death and despair that my decree has caused, and yet I know that I have not seen the end of the war, for only in death can one truly escape the wicked nature of man. Upon saying this, the man turned away from the gory scene and descended from the castle's walls. If he were going to continue this campaign to the Baltic, he would need a stiff drink to calm his nerves. Thus he entered the great hall by his lonesome and served himself a beer from the stockpile within the castle. Unfortunately, the Teutonic Order was utterly lacking in the advanced brewing methods that Berenger had introduced to his kingdom. Thus, the veteran field marshal was forced to drink from the weak substance which proclaimed itself to be an ale with a disgruntled expression on his face. For Eckhard, this war had only just begun, and yet he was already weary of it. Luckily for him, his king had agreed to his demand that this was the end of his military career. Or else he would not know how to face himself in the mirror for the rest of his days. While the soldiers of Austria and Bohemia cleaned up the battlefield and prepared to march on Poland-Lithuania to reclaim the lands that once belonged to the Teutonic state, Eckhard drank himself to sleep. With such weak alcohol, it had taken a substantial sum of the substance to achieve this, but by force of sheer will, the man had swallowed enough of the swill to accomplish his goal for the night. When he finally woke up the following day, he would be lying face down in a pool of ale, yet there was no time to sulk. His army had to be on the march and finish this war as quickly as possible. Thus the aging field marshal dusted himself off and put on a stern expression. His ever-increasing battle fatigue would have to wait until after he had concluded with conflict. Chapter 473. Diplomacy at its finest. Berenger lay naked on a bed of furs in his cabin. He was in a half-asleep state, most likely hungover from the night of celebration after a brilliant victory. The young king instinctively reached over to his side, only to realize that nobody was lying next to him. The fact that there wasn't at least one pair of soft mounds to greet him in the morning caused him to sober up greater than any coffee could. After the glorious victory the day before, Berenger and his soldiers had overindulged in drinking what little alcohol supply they had brought with them for this journey. Now they were almost completely tapped out, leaving them in a state of sobriety for the next few weeks, until Anuria could arrive with a new shipment. To Berenger, there was nothing more painful than being permanently sober. In fact, he figured that if hell truly existed, it would just be him sober for all eternity. With all the things he had witnessed in his past life and this current one, he needed a bit of intoxication to calm his nerves after a stressful day. Unfortunately, all he had now been hemp cigarettes, and though they helped bring him a sense of calm, their lack of THC did not fix his issue with sobriety. He gazed over at the vacant spot next to him with a hint of remorse. Just why exactly did he send Anuria to lead the fleet back to the fatherland? There were dozens of naval officers who could easily fulfill such a task. Unlike a usual deployment, he could bring one of his wives with him this time, and yet at the first opportunity he told her to leave his side. There was a word for such a decision, idiotic, and Berenger felt it right now. If Anuria were here, he would have probably slept with her after the battle. After all, from his perspective, there was nothing better than making love after a good fight. However, she had been dispatched to ferry supplies and men from the fatherland to this new military outpost. Thus, not only was he now sober for the next week or two, but he also had blue balls. He was thinking that coming to the other side of the world, in the dead of winter, was not the brightest idea he had ever devised in his creative mind. While he was lamenting every life choice that brought him to this point, a knock resounded on his door. Because of this, he quickly got up from under his fur covers and put on a pair of trousers. After doing so, he shuffled towards the crude wooden door and opened it, revealing the Mohawk chieftain's young daughter, who had an excited expression on her face. Since the battle the night before, she had been overenthusiastic about serving his needs, to the point where Berenger was fairly certain that she had offered to sleep with him in her own language. Despite such a tempting offer, he refused. After all, he could not tell whether she had syphilis. The last thing Berenger wanted to do was make the same mistake as the explorers from his past life and bring that horrible disease back to the fatherland. Because of this, he had strictly forbidden his soldiers from having relations with the native women, not that there were any in the camp besides Kawita. The punishment for such a thing was a long-term quarantine. Berenger was serious when it came to the spread of diseases to his people. Besides, if Berenger had actually taken advantage of the poor girl, he could only imagine the screeching that would resound across America's universities in his past life should they become aware of his actions in this one. All the pink-haired land whales would scream about the Austrian monarch's so-called crimes against humanity and any other form of nonsense that their instructors fed to their vacant minds. He internally swore that he would never allow his own universities to become such an absent-minded cesspool of humanity's worst aspects. After thinking about such pointless things for a few seconds, Berenger allowed the young woman to enter his cabin. After she did so, she sat down at his table as if it were the most natural thing to do. Berenger ignored her actions and instead brewed himself some coffee. If he was going to be sober for the next few weeks, then he was at least going to have some caffeine in his blood. As Berenger brewed the coffee, Kawita gazed at him with reverence. Since the battle the day before, her brother had made her vow to do everything in her power to seduce him so that they could establish an alliance with these gods from across the Great Sea. Despite agreeing to her brother's request, Kawita was completely inexperienced when it came to dealing with the opposite sex. Even though she was renowned across the region as a great beauty, her father's fearsome reputation had scared away any potential suitors. Thus, until now, she had not even kissed a man, let alone seduced once into her bed. On top of all of this, there was simply not enough time that had passed for the two of them to communicate, and though Berenger had learned some of the Iroquois languages and Kawita had learned some German, there was still an enormous gap between them before they could actually understand each other. As he thought about this, Berenger had finished brewing the coffee and brought it over to the table, where he handed a cup to the chieftain's daughter. Unfortunately, he was not able to bring fresh milk on his journey, and thus he was forced to drink it black. Which, though, was tolerable, was not his preferred way to consume coffee. As for Kawita, she could not help herself from spitting out the bitter substance the moment it hit her tongue. When Berenger saw this, he laughed before taking a sip of his own. The chieftain's daughter could not understand how this man had consumed such a disgusting drink. Eventually, Berenger pulled open a map and pointed towards a blank space. This action shocked Kawita as she understood his intent. After establishing friendly ties with her people, Berenger desired to meet with her father. Thus, she calmed her heart before she nodded her head in response. Berenger saw this serious expression on her face and spoke in German as he attempted to communicate further with the women despite her limited knowledge of his language. "I look forward to establishing trading ties to your village." However, most of what he said was gibberish to Kawita, and thus the young woman looked at him with a forced smile as she nodded her head, pretending as if she knew what he was saying. With this plan established, Berenger brought Kawita and her people to the square of the outpost, where he gathered a small squad of men. The Austrian king did not waste time and immediately gave the soldiers their orders. We are departing for the village that Kawita hails from. We have a simple goal, to establish trade with them and see if we can further enhance our communication. I won't lie to you. We are severely lacking in intelligence, and at the moment, her tribe is the only friendly force we have encountered. For all, we know we are surrounded by hostiles on all sides, and while we may have superior equipment and training, we are relying entirely on imports from the fatherland to maintain our presence here in Vinland. Some local support would go a long way towards our long-term goals. Thus, it is your duty to accompany me to the village and provide the protection to ensure that trade can be established between our two people. Remember, we are a long way from home, with only ourselves to rely on. So treat this mission as seriously as you would any other. Do not let our victory yesterday cloud your judgment. We are still in a precarious position for the time being. The soldiers threw up their Roman salutes in unison before responding to their king in the affirmative. Hail victory! With this said, Berenger threw up his own salute in response. Hail victory! Kawita gazed upon this strange gesture with curiosity in her deep brown eyes. She did not know what a salute was, or what this gesture represented. Innocently enough, she followed suit and threw up a Roman salute, while poorly pronouncing the words that the golden-haired gods had stated. The Marines gazed upon the woman with a stern expression, while Berenger looked at her with affection. He did not know why, but seeing an indigenous woman innocently throw up the symbol which was associated with German racial supremacy from his past life brought a smile to his face. Her naivety was endearing in many ways. After saying this, Berenger whistled, and in doing so, a member of the battalion brought forth a wagon pulled by 2 draft horses. The mounts were brought with them from across the Atlantic. As for the wagon, it had been entirely constructed here in the New World by the engineers. It closely resembled that used by the U.S. Army during the 19th century, complete with its canvas covering. Kawita gazed upon this magnificent device with awe in her eyes. Not only was she astounded by the existence of horses, but the wheels attached to the large land canoe were also something she had never seen before. To Berenger, this wagon was a simple tool which his army used for logistics. It was an utterly primitive design, and he desired to replace it with trucks powered by diesel engines. Unfortunately, he was still lacking in the technology and manufacturing capacity to produce such vehicles. However, to this indigenous woman, this wagon was the most magnificent feat of engineering she had ever laid eyes on. With the ability to conjure thunder and command the beasts of a foreign land, the young woman was more than ever convinced of the divine nature of the golden-haired invaders. Berenger noticed the awestruck expression in her deep brown eyes and chuckled to himself. It was entertaining to see such reverence for him and his people. Berenger entered the back of the wagon and dragged the indigenous beauty up into it to sit alongside him. Afterward, the rest of the delegation followed them inside before the Austrian Marines piled into the wagon. Only 2 Marines sat up front to pilot the device and protect it with their rifles. After they were ready to head out, the gates to the fortress opened, and the wagon departed, heading towards the Mohawk village. Berenger gazed at the girl next to him with a complicated expression. Though it had not become apparent yet, he and his men brought diseases from the old world that the native populace lacked immunity to. This would undoubtedly one day devastate the local population, which would aid towards his colonization efforts. However, he would feel regretful if this beautiful young woman who revered him as a god ended up passing away as a result. Hopefully, such a scenario would not come to pass. Though his kingdom may be relatively advanced in terms of medicine, it was still far from the ability to prevent such a natural disaster from befalling the Native Americans. Thus, he observed this girl closely. He hoped that she would be able to endure what was now a certainty. Without knowing it, Kawita was about to bring a plague to her people that would one day spread from coast to coast, killing millions in the process. Chapter 474. Attack on the conspirators. While Berenger was off in the New World overseeing a diplomatic mission with the Mohawk tribe, and while Anuria was at sea, journeying back to the fatherland so that she could bring more men and supplies back to the outpost to ensure its long-term stability. There was a group of men gathered in the city of Antioch. Decentius, Dalmatius, and a group of other conspirators who had engaged in a botched covert operation to assassinate the Byzantine princess were standing around a table in a secluded room. Several heads that belonged to the freelance assassins who had made an attempt on Anuria's life were on this table. These severed heads were cleaned out, and on their foreheads was the mark of the Austrian crown. The delivery of these heads to the conspirators was a blatant act of aggression by Austrian royal intelligence. More importantly, it served as a reminder that Austria had its claws embedded in every nation around the Mediterranean. There was nowhere that these men could flee for safety now that the Austrian crown was aware of their involvement in the conspiracy to claim Anuria's life. Dalmatius was, of course, the most nervous out of all the men present, as this was his residence where these severed heads had been delivered. He was anxiously biting his fingernails as he desperately sought a solution from his co-conspirators. Chief among them was the second prince of the empire. "Your Majesty, what should I do? Now that the agents of the Austrian crown know of my involvement, they will stop at nothing to hunt me down and eliminate me." As the man violently shook the prince, Decentius remained unresponsive. The truth was he was greatly concerned for his safety. Though he was fairly certain that Austria and its agents would not directly retaliate against him, his family was an entirely different matter. After all, his wife was currently with his child, and he knew how devious Austria's intelligence agents could be. Though it was unknown to those outside of the Austrian court who acted as Berenger's spymaster, what was a certainty was that whoever this mysterious individual was, they were vindictive beyond belief. There were more than a few rumors that Austria's agents would harm their targets' families if thoroughly provoked. It was unknown whether these orders were given by the King of Austria or his mysterious spymaster. However, web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. One thing was sure. He had attempted to assassinate the tyrant's wife and, in doing so, ensured the most vicious reprisal for his actions. Since the Austrians had found out that Dalmatius was responsible for hiring the assassins, it was highly likely that they knew of the man's connection to the second prince. Decentius was beginning to regret his actions, as now it was all but guaranteed that his family would be targeted after Austria made an example out of Dalmatius. While he was reflecting on this, the man named Dalmatius was having a mental breakdown and began inspecting the heads for whatever reason. Initially, Decentius ignored this detail until his subordinate said something that caused a chill to go down his spine. "What the hell is this? The head has been hollowed out. Wait, there's something in here." Immediately, Decentius panicked as he cried out to Dalmatius, "Wait." However, it was too late. The strategos had pulled on the drawstring, which ignited an explosive compound packed within the skull of the severed heads. Immediately, an explosion took place in the room, which tore the nearest conspirators, including Dalmatius, to bits. When the explosive within that skull went off, it ignited those embedded within the other severed heads, causing a chain reaction to take place, which blasted apart the conspirators as if they were nothing more than chunks of meat. Decentius felt a searing pain across multiple aspects of his body while his ears were ringing as he struggled to regain control over his blurry vision. When he finally became aware of his surroundings, he began to scream in agony. Not only were several of the more prominent figureheads who supported his claim to the throne turned into mincemeat, but he was missing both his right hand and the lower half of his left leg as they began to bleed profusely onto the floor. He would be truly and utterly dead if he did not stop the bleeding soon. Luckily for the second prince of Byzantium, the guards outside the door heard the explosion and came into the room, where they immediately began to take action. A leather belt was placed in the mouth of the second prince, as one of the guards stuck his sword into the open hearth. After it was glowing red, he pressed the steel blade against the prince's wounds, searing his flesh and causing the man to howl in his suffering. If not for the leather belt in his mouth, he may very well have bitten off his tongue and caused his death to be ensured. Yet, such a scenario did not occur. Instead, his wounds were rapidly treated by the royal guards, where they swiftly carried the prince back to the local palace's physician. The second prince of the Byzantine Empire would be under intensive medical care. Whether or not he would survive was up to the Lord God Almighty. As for this attack on the Byzantine royal family, it was carefully observed by the Austrian agent who had conducted the raid. Not only had they delivered the heads packed with the highly explosive compound known as TNT, but they also stuck around to see just how many of the conspirators had been killed. They never expected the second prince to arrive at this meeting personally. In fact, it was a bonus that he was so grievously wounded in the attack. However, it added a layer of risk. If it were to become discovered that Austria was responsible for the attack, it could harm relations between the two nations. As such, the veteran field agent immediately got to task cleaning up any evidence of his kingdom's involvement. Of course, it did not take a rocket scientist to understand just who was responsible for such an explosive attack. Yet, as long as they could maintain plausible deniability, Austria would never admit to it. Thus, a new and thorny era of Austro-Byzantine relations was about to take place, and during this crisis, the King of Austria was inexplicably missing. After all, he was on the other side of the world, in a continent that was utterly unknown to the entirety of the Old World. When Berenger finally returned to the fatherland months later, he would have to construct a much more delicate cover for his absence than he had initially planned. It did not take long for word of this attack to reach Palladius' spy network and, by extension, Austrian royal intelligence. Back in Austria, Linda was within the headquarters of the department, where she was dressed in her service uniform. She could not believe the report in her hands. As such, she was pretty vocal as she scolded her deputy director. Did I not explicitly state to abort the operation if Decentius was involved? How the hell did this happen? I warned you that if this operation was not conducted properly, it would set back our diplomacy with the Byzantine Empire by decades. How did your operative botch this mission so badly? Hema was silent as she stared down at the floor, unwilling to meet Linda's gaze. Though she had informed the agents of the proper measures that were to be taken to conduct this operation, the responsibility for this massive failure still fell on her shoulders. She struggled to come up with an excuse that would not further outrage her boss. Your Highness, we did not know that the second prince would be at the meeting. Somehow, he had arrived without being identified by our field agent. However, we eliminated the conspirators. With their deaths, we could easily leak the evidence for their wrongdoing to the Byzantine crown. Linda was far from pleased despite this reasoning, and she continued to berate her subordinate. So let me understand this somehow, someway. The second prince of the Byzantine Empire slipped past our detection and entered the kill zone without our knowledge. I want to know how our agents failed to identify his presence. The moment Decentius arrived in the area, this operation should have been aborted. I want the names of everyone involved in this plot, especially that of whoever was the agent in command of this operation. Our king is absent on a critical diplomatic mission. While he is away, you idiots have single-handedly set back the diplomacy between our kingdom and our greatest ally by decades. Do you have any idea how hard our monarch has had to work to build the relationship he currently has with the Byzantine Empire? Somebody needs to be held responsible for this. You have grievously wounded the second prince of the empire. If you assholes cannot pin this attack on somebody else, then I will make sure that heads roll. Do I make myself clear? Hema immediately saluted her superior before responding in the affirmative. Yes, ma'am. After hearing this, Linda looked disgusted at the woman she had appointed to help her lead the Department of Intelligence. She left one last comment before departing back to the palace. "Clean up your fucking mess and do it quickly." Having said this, Linda departed from the headquarters of Royal Intelligence. As for her deputy director, the woman quickly got to work creating a scapegoat for this attack, and she knew just who to blame. Whether she could convince the Byzantine emperor that Austria had no involvement with this attack would not only determine her future, but that of the Austro-Byzantine alliance. Chapter 475. Arriving in the Mohawk village after several hours of riding in the wagon, Berenger, Kawita, and the Austrian Marines arrived at their destination. The Austrian king poked his head out from under the canvas and examined the Mohawk village, which was relatively sizable. Various longhouses were spread throughout the town and surrounded by a primitive wooden palisade that acted as a defense against hostile tribes. If Berenger had to guess, this village could entirely sustain hundreds of people. This was reasonably impressive when considering the severe technological limitations that the native peoples of North America had when compared to their Old World counterparts. Nothing exemplified the stark contrast greater than when the Mohawk people laid eyes on the Austrian wagon. They were in as great a shock as Kawita was when she first witnessed the foreign beasts that powered the device. This simple supply wagon was beyond the limited understanding of transportation for a people who lacked beasts of burden and the wheel. The village guards gazed upon the pale-skinned riders at the front of the wagon with trepidation in their eyes, as they did not know how to react to this strange occurrence. However, when Berenger stepped out of the back of the wagon with Kawita and her brother by his side, they immediately relaxed and greeted their chieftain's children in their native tongue. "Kawita, Shoshiawa, it is good to see you return. Your father was worried when we heard that you had not yet returned even after the Algonquins attacked the foreigners' village." The chieftain's children gazed upon their brethren with a pitiful expression. They had not witnessed the incredible feats these golden-haired gods had achieved. Thus, they were unaware that the Austrians repelled the Algonquin without a single casualty. However, it was not their place to inform these sentries that hundreds of their enemies lay dead. Instead, Kawita merely demanded access to the village. "I must speak with my father about something important regarding the future of our tribe." Swiftly open the gates. The two men looked at each other with awkward expressions before sighing heavily. After doing so, they pushed the gates open, allowing the Austrian Marines and the Mohawk delegation entry to the village. Berenger and the chieftain's children hopped back into the wagon as they continued up towards the chief's longhouse, which his daughter provided directions towards. When they finally arrived, Kawita jumped out of the vehicle with a bitter expression on her face. She did not know how she was going to convince her father that all the things she witnessed were reality and not some strange fever dream. However, she was determined to bring lasting peace between their two peoples after witnessing the destructive power that the Austrians wielded. Thus, she halted Berenger before entering the longhouse with her brother. She struggled to speak in the little German she understood. "Wait here." In response to this, Berenger smiled and nodded his head. He was confident that she needed to discuss much with her father. Upon seeing his agreement, the girl smiled before entering the longhouse, where her father and sister were gathered with several of the veteran warriors of her tribe around a table that had a map sprawled out across its surface. This map represented the Algonquin village responsible for the attack on the Austrian fortress, believing the Algonquin would be weakened after a significant victory against the foreigners. The Mohawk were now preparing to attack their enemy and claim their village's resources as their own. Truthfully, the chieftain had little faith in the Austrians' ability to hold their position. Though the fortifications seemed impressive at first glance, he did not know how effective they indeed were, nor did he know how advanced the Austrian weapons were. By the sheer volume of numbers, he believed the mighty Algonquin warriors would quickly overrun the Austrians. Yet, right before he could complete his plan for attack, his son and daughter, who he thought to be dead, appeared before him. When the aging chieftain witnessed his children's safe return, a broad smile appeared on his face as he walked over to her and hugged the two of them fiercely. As he did so, he immediately inquired about what events had transpired to lead her home. "My sweet Kawita, tell me, how have you survived the Anishnabe's attack? We were certain that they would have driven out those pale-skinned foreigners by now." The chieftain's daughter struggled to voice her thoughts. After all, had she not been there to witness their might, she never would have believed what the Austrians had managed to achieve. After a few moments of silence, Shoshiawa was the one who spoke up to his father. "Father, these foreigners are no mere mortals. They are, in fact, gods. We both act as a witness to their ability to control thunder and fire alike. Not only the two of us, but also the entire delegation have seen them command beasts of the land with absolute authority. The Anishinaabe attacked that day with well over 1,000 men, and yet, with the forces of nature at their charge, these golden-haired gods repelled their enemies with ease, killing hundreds in the process and suffering no casualties. Look outside your longhouse and see the methods we have used to travel here. We must not make the mistake of our rivals. If we show the slightest sense of hostility to these deities from across the Great Sea, they will wipe us out as quickly as a man would swat a fly." The chieftain was flabbergasted by his son's hysterical comments. Just what had the delegation witnessed to praise these foreigners to such an extent? He quickly gazed over to his daughter with a curious expression before asking for confirmation of her brother's wild tales. "Kawita, is this true?" The young woman nodded her head and responded without hesitation. "It is, father. He is not lying. These foreign men must be gods, or at the very least the children of them, to conjure such forces of nature and to command the beasts of the land. I implore you to greet them as guests and treat them well. For even if our entire tribe were to fight against them, I fear as if we would be no match. I would also like to remind you that this is a small host, likely a scouting party, sent to investigate these lands. If more of them were to arrive, it would be disastrous for our people if they were to become our enemies." The man could hardly believe his ears, but after witnessing both his son and daughter compliment these foreigners so greatly, he had no choice but to listen to them. Ultimately, he waved to the guards at the entrance of his longhouse to allow Berenger entry. As Berenger entered the longhouse, the chieftain gazed upon him with a curious expression. Berenger was tall, far taller than their greatest warrior. However, the most striking part of his character was the eye patch and the scar concealed beneath it. The chieftain could tell by one glance at the foreigner's features he was a veteran of many battles. From one warrior to another, the Mohawk chieftain treated Berenger with respect as he pulled out a peace pipe and offered Berenger a smoke. Kawita translated what few words she could between the two leaders. "My father offers you a smoke from this pipe as a sign of peace between our two peoples." Berenger instantly nodded his head and grabbed hold of the pipe, where he pulled out his lighter and took a long draught. He held the smoke in his lungs for several moments before blowing it out into the air. After doing so, he handed it back to the chieftain, who was still shocked to see the device that the Austrian king had used to light the pipe. After taking a large hit of his own, the chieftain exhaled a large plume of smoke no greater than the size which Berenger had released. Now that the two of them had smoked the peace pipe, negotiations could begin. Berenger immediately discussed his terms of trade that he wanted to establish between his encampment and their village. "I would very much like to establish trade with your people. We are merely a forward outpost and are relying entirely upon imports from our fatherland at the moment. However, our kingdom is a great distance away, and it will take many days for our supplies to arrive. In exchange for food, I would be willing to trade you iron, which can be used to make superior weapons and tools." Kawita could only really understand the gist of what Berenger was saying and struggled to communicate his intent towards his father. In the end, Berenger was forced to resort to a more primitive means of communication. He grabbed a hold of a stalk of corn from the table nearby and took off his cuirass. The chief looked at him with a questioning gaze as Berenger motioned for Shoshiawa to give him his flint dagger. After a brief exchange of glances, Shoshiawa handed his weapon over to Berenger, where the Austrian king used all of his force to stab his cuirass with the stone dagger. Upon impacting against the high-carbon steel, the flint dagger broke apart, and the Mohawk chieftain, as well as his gathered warriors, stood in shock. It was at this moment they realized the value of steel. Of course, Berenger would not be willing to trade high-carbon steel to the natives, but an iron breastplate would have the same effect. With the durability of metal established, Berenger pulled out his own steel bayonet and placed it next to his breastplate, trying to communicate that despite the difference in color, they were made of the same material. Iron, I give you iron for food, yes? Kawita suddenly understood what Berenger was trying to convey and immediately began to translate for her father. I think he is willing to give us this material in exchange for food. The chieftain gazed at his daughter with confusion in his eyes. Why would they give away such a valuable material for mere food? When he asked her this question, Kawita shrugged her shoulders. She did not know. Thus, she tried to translate her father's question to Berenger. Father wants to know why you are trading iron for food. Berenger smiled as he stalked the corn into a giant pile while leaving a single stalk of corn in a pile of its own. After doing so, he pointed to the two piles of corn and tried to communicate his thoughts to the native chieftain. I have a lot of iron, but I have very little food. After a few attempts, Kawita finally understood what Berenger meant and conveyed his thoughts to her father. He says he has a lot of the material, but very little food. Hence why he will trade it to us for something as simple as food. With this being the case, the Mohawk chieftain immediately nodded his head in understanding and spoke to Berenger in his native tongue. Very well. We will accept your trade. We will provide you and your people with food in exchange for the so-called iron. After Kawita had successfully translated her father's words, Berenger wore a wide smile before extending his hand in friendship. It took the native chieftain a few moments to understand the gesture, but in the end Berenger and Kawita's father shook hands on the agreement, in doing so conducting the first recorded instance of trade between the Old World and the New World. Chapter 476, Wrath of the Golden-Haired Gods. Having successfully conducted the first instance of trade between the Old and New Worlds, Berenger and his men immediately departed to prepare the goods they intended to exchange for food. Somehow, Kawita had convinced her father to allow her to stay in the Austrian outpost. She fully intended to master the German language before she returned home to her family. With not much work to be had, Berenger took time out of his schedule to teach the native girl the German language, not just in verbalization, but also in reading and writing its script. Despite her humble origins, the woman was a quick learner. After studying the language of her newfound gods for some time, she could now communicate with her benefactor to some degree. By now, she had learned Berenger's name and the origin of his people. He honestly did not need to exaggerate that much to convince the woman that the Austrian people were, in fact, deities. After all, the tales he spun of railways, steam-powered vessels, massive structures, and the many other impressive feats of his kingdom was enough to convince the native woman that the so-called Kingdom of Austria was a blessed land of great prosperity and power. Unfortunately, with the Austrians' arrival, pestilence had occurred in the land. Before long, Kawita developed feverish symptoms, and Berenger became quite concerned. After all, he knew that this woman lacked any form of immunity to the diseases he and his men had unwittingly brought over from the Old World. Thus, Berenger was tending to the sickly woman while waiting for Anuria to return with more men and supplies. As a precaution for facing unknown illnesses in the alien land of Vinland, The Austrians had prepared many herbal remedies to aid in all kinds of conditions he and his men might encounter as part of the journey. With the initial outbreak, Berenger had ordered his medics to bring a portion of the supplies to the Mohawk village and treat anyone who showed symptoms of the flu. In doing so, he hoped to save at least a few lives from the pestilence he brought to the New World. At the moment, Berenger was brewing up an herbal tea alongside a pot of chicken noodle soup as he kept a careful eye over the native woman who lay naked in his bed. As part of her treatment, he had prepared a damp towel and placed it over her head. Despite appearances, Kawita was not in the worst condition possible. In fact, she was doing quite well. However, she was entirely unaccustomed to influenza, and thus she felt as if she were dying. In reality, she had a mild case, primarily because of the effective natural treatment she had received from Berenger. Something the other tribes would not lucky enough to experience. The woman lay underneath the fur covers as she coughed lightly into the air. After doing so, she had a bitter expression on her face as she revealed her thoughts to her deity. "I fear that I will not be able to witness the grandeur of your divine kingdom. My only regret in this life is that I failed to prove useful to you." Berenger held onto the young woman's dainty hand with a warm smile on his face. He shook his head as he informed the native girl of her current condition. "You will have plenty of time to establish diplomatic ties with the local tribes. Your condition is not as bad as you think it is. You have a high chance of surviving this illness. Rather, what you should be concerned about is the effect this illness will have on this land as a whole." Disease in itself was an ugly thing, especially when it came in the form of a virus. Influenza could rapidly spread and was one of the leading causes in Berenger's past life for the decline of the Native American peoples. Unfortunately, there was no natural way to stop it. It was something that accompanied the Germans when they visited the land. Berenger, like much of his men, had become accustomed to this disease that was mainly the result of domesticating livestock. While Berenger and his men had brought none such animals with them, they carried the disease, and by simply contacting the natives, had begun its spread. Thus, when Kawita heard her people were also suffering from this unknown illness, she felt her heart bleed. The fact that these foreigners could spread disease seemingly will act as further proof in her mind that they were, in fact, gods. This disease was the wrath of the golden-haired gods and had come about as a result of the Algonquins' folly. Fortunately for her people, they had sided with the Austrians, and in doing so, ensured their protection from the pestilence they brought with them. Of course, Berenger had no way of knowing that the girl was thinking about this and instead felt like she would blame him for her people's suffering. Despite this, he did not apologize. Whether it was the Austrians who spread this disease or some other population from the Old World that reached the Americas, such a thing was simply inevitable. Thus, Berenger did not dwell on the subject and instead fed the girl the soup and herbal tea, which immensely helped her condition. After finishing her meal, Kawita fell asleep, leaving Berenger with some downtime. As such, he exited his quarters and approached his soldiers, who were currently on guard. "What's the current status of the flu?" The officer scratched the back of his head beneath his helmet as he updated the king on the ongoing plague that spread across the land. "Our boys are fine. We've taken preventative measures and have effectively countered its effects. It is honestly a mild variant, at most a few sniffles here and there. Those who are showing symptoms receive regular hydration and herbal remedies. However, for whatever reason, this variant's effect on the natives has been devastating. Only a few weeks have passed, but our scouts report that thousands from among the known tribes now lie dead. When we contacted the Mohawk, it was already in our systems and began to spread to them. Unfortunately for them, the moment we left the village, the Mohawk chief departed on a diplomatic venture to the other tribes on our behalf. In doing so, he unwittingly spread the disease to the other native populations. This could prove very useful to us in the long term. With the rapid spread of the flu, the natives' numbers will dwindle, allowing our fortress to remain secure. So long as we bring in more men and supplies, we could theoretically turn this into a self-sustaining military outpost with limited support from the fatherland. Berenger nodded his head in response to his captain's suggestion. Though it was a horrific event for the Native Americans, to the Kingdom of Austria, the spread of influenza within the New World was a serious tactical advantage. Of course, it would only increase after they had imported livestock. Ultimately, this was a fate that could not be avoided. Upon seeing his monarch's reaction, the Marine captain had another question on his mind, which he immediately inquired about. "Your Majesty, if I may ask, what exactly are the supplies being brought over on the next voyage?" In response to this, a wide grin appeared on Berenger's face as he explained the mission he had tasked Honoria with. "It may be a few months before they arrive. After all, several ships need to be retrofitted, but I intend for a larger fleet of frigates to ferry troops and supplies over, everything from livestock, agricultural technology, and building supplies to military equipment and munitions. This primitive wooden fort will be rebuilt into a proper star fortress, and our dock will be capable of containing several ships. We will begin implementing fields outside the defense in the spring and raise livestock so that you men can have some fresh meat. This fortress will act as our first military installation in this new world and as our first colony. For now, it will remain a highly regarded secret within our kingdom. Only those with enough security clearance will know its existence." This response by the Austrian king only filled the officer with further questions, who immediately asked for clarification to his curiosity. "Who will work the fields? Surely you do not expect us to do so." When Berenger heard this, he chuckled before responding to the man's question. "In time, some natives will come to revere us, especially after they see that we're unaffected by the pestilence that we have brought into this land. The survivors from the tribes that are not aligned with us and have not received our blessing will come seeking shelter, and when they do, we will put them to work in the fields. Their payment will be a portion of the food that they grow, shelter to live in, and protection provided by the Austrian military. In the coming years, I intend to replace these savages with Austrians. In the meantime, you and your soldiers are free to take as many of the local women as you want as concubines. Just remember, while we may bring diseases with us that these people are not immune to, it is possible that they have diseases which we are not familiar with as well. You should all be very careful who you sleep with. If you think there is even remotely a possibility that a girl is sick, don't bed her. Spread the word. If any of you fuckers contracts an unknown disease, I will quarantine your ass here in the New World for the rest of your miserable lives." The captain immediately nodded his head in understanding as he heard the words of his king. He would ensure that he would well inform the men stationed in Vinland about the potential risks of disease and the consequences for their actions. Thus, while pestilence ravaged the land and the people who dwelled within it, Berenger and the Austrians planned to take advantage of the crisis. Chapter 477. Finding a scapegoat within the confines of the Mamluk Sultanate, an agent of Austria was currently dressed from head to toe in Arabic attire, though a German by blood. He had spread enough makeup across his skin and dyed his hair in an attempt to blend in with the local population. If one did not pay close enough attention, they likely wouldn't tell the difference. This agent had a singular purpose: to frame the attack on the second prince on the Byzantine Empire's long-term rival. This was a task easier said than done, as it required smuggling ordnance into the country through the Emirate of Granada. Yet despite the difficulties in his journey, at the moment, this man was on the back of a camel with several crates that were filled with artillery shells. These shells were a faulty product fired during the war in Iberia and remained undetonated. Despite this, they were fully armed and capable of being detonated if one knew what they were doing. Of course, they could also be drilled out, where the TNT could be retrieved and turned into a makeshift explosive like what was used in Antioch. His goal was to plant the evidence within the Mamluk arsenal. As for what came after that, only time would tell. In order for this operation to succeed, the man had taken up the identity of an Islamic radical who had salvaged the equipment in Iberia and was willing to sell it to the Mamluk Sultanate. As the camel slowly approached the gates of the Mamluk arsenal, the Austrian agent was stopped by the local guards, who immediately began to speak to him in Arabic. "Halt! State your business." The agent immediately did as he was told and stopped his mount before speaking in a perfect Granadan accent. "My name is Insaf al-Mersi. I am a humble scavenger from Granada. I have acquired some assets from the war in the Iberian Peninsula that your masters will be greatly interested in." The guards looked at this stranger with questioning gazes. Currently, the Islamic world was preparing for a jihad against the Byzantine Empire. Despite this, they had not included Granada due to their secular leadership and close ties to Christendom. For a Granadan to cross the Strait of Gibraltar with gains from the battlefields in the Iberian Peninsula was suspicious. Nevertheless, if he was genuinely faithful, then they could make great use of whatever was retrieved, and thus the leader of the guards nodded his head before responding to the strange scavenger from the north. "Very well, I will escort you to the magistrate. However, if you make one move out of line, I will cut your throat. Do you understand me?" The agent immediately nodded his head in silence, signaling that he understood the threat. After doing so, the gates opened, and he rode his camel through the entrance, where he eventually was led to the center of the facility. After reaching a certain point, the Austrian agent hitched his camel before following the guard further into the armory, where the Mamluk magistrate in charge of overseeing its operations was located. When the man witnessed the stranger beside his guards, he immediately began to question what was happening. "Who is this? Why have you allowed him to have access to this facility?" With this said, the guard immediately began to explain his actions. "This is a scavenger from Granada. He comes bringing weapons scavenged from the battlefields of Iberia. I thought you might be interested in what he has for sale." The magistrate's eyes immediately widened in excitement as he heard this news. Anything utilized by the Austrian army in warfare was a considerable gain and was greatly desired by the various powers of the Western world. As such, he quickly addressed the Austrian agent with a welcoming response. "My friend, I am Ufair ibn Sulayman, magistrate of the Mamluk Sultanate. Please show me your wares. I promise I will pay a fair price for whatever you offer." A smile immediately etched itself upon the agent's face as he bowed before the magistrate. "It would be my honor." After saying this, the group walked over to the camels where the agent lowered one of the crates. After doing so, he opened it up to reveal the unexploded ordnance. These are explosive shells fired by the Austrian artillery. They proved to be faulty and failed to detonate. However, the explosive material within them is said to be still active. If you were to open these up, you could use them as makeshift explosives far more powerful than gunpowder. The magistrate was immediately enamored with the product. He did not even care about its potential danger. As such, he swiftly nodded his head with enthusiasm before holding up 5 fingers. "I will pay 5 Austrian guldens for each. If my people can research how these devices function, we will easily be able to defeat the Byzantine Empire." By now, the Austrian coinage had pretty much become the international standard of currency in the Western world. Its purity and size made it a stable commodity, and the strict laws of Austria's national mint prevented any debasement. The Austrian agent did not even bother to negotiate. Instead, he bowed his head gracefully and responded with a surprising statement. "That is fine by me. Anything I can do to support the faithful." Upon hearing this, the magistrate began to trust this supposed Granadan scavenger more. As such, he quickly ordered a servant to retrieve the payment. After a few moments, a sack containing several gold coins arrived and was handed to the agent. After counting the payment to ensure it was accurate, the agent nodded and smiled before responding. "A pleasure doing business with you. As he said this, he began to depart, where the magistrate called out to him from behind. "If you find any other Austrian weapons, our doors will be open for you." Despite hearing this, the agent did not respond. Instead, he hurried off to a safe distance from the arsenal. After all, he had left a little present for the Mamluk Sultanate. The magistrate looked over at his guards and gave them their orders only after the strange scavenger disappeared. "Quickly, unpack these shells and get them to the research department. I want to know how they function as quickly as possible." The guards immediately nodded in response and began to do as instructed. After searching through the open crate, a guard noticed something peculiar. There was a small pocket watch at the bottom of the crate. He immediately called out to the magistrate with a hint of concern. "Boss, what is this?" Immediately the magistrate walked over and inspected the device. It was some form of a clock, but he had no idea what it was doing in the crate. The seconds slowly counted down as the Mamluks inspected the device with curiosity until finally, the hands struck noon. The moment it did so, a massive explosion detonated, killing everyone present and bringing down the entire arsenal. The agent gazed off from afar atop a dune as he watched the massive explosion rock the city. He had wired this clock to act as a detonator. At the bottom of these crates was a board that served as a fake floor. Beneath this board was a layer of tightly packed TNT. When combined with the explosive shells, it provided a large enough blast to tear apart the arsenal and everything in it. With this act of terror, Austria could effectively claim that unexploded ordnance had been smuggled into the Mamluk Sultanate, which was used to attack the second prince of the Byzantine Empire. In doing so, absolving themselves of the guilt. They could also claim that after learning about this fact, they dispatched an agent to detonate the ordnance to prevent the Mamluks from making another such attempt in the future. This was the plan that the Deputy Director of Royal Intelligence had come up with to frame the most prominent enemy of the Byzantine Empire for the attack on Decentius and the other conspirators. Unfortunately for the Mamluk Sultanate, Byzantium would retaliate swiftly and fiercely when this so-called fact was revealed. The only people who would know that Austria was involved in the attack would be the Austrian agents and the second prince himself. After all, it was his actions that were responsible for the retaliation that had permanently maimed him. This was something that he would never forgive so long as he still drew breath. However, despite knowing the truth, he would never reveal it. After all, if he did, his conspiracy to murder his sister and dissolve the Austro-Byzantine alliance would be revealed. If such a thing were to reach his father, he would be punished severely as a traitor to the Byzantine Empire and the Palaiologos dynasty. The punishment for treason was death, and though he was now maimed, Decentius would never willingly walk into the grave. As for the agent responsible for this operation, he would quickly exfiltrate out of the Mamluk Sultanate and back to Granada, where he would begin to conduct operations against the various warlords of Portugal who still resisted the Sultan's rule. For a man of his occupation, work was never truly finished. Chapter 478. All is fair in love and war. Anuria stood aboard the bow of her vessel as she gazed upon the coast of Trieste. It had been a relatively brief journey of roughly 2 weeks. During this time, she had made her way back home without incident. The only downside to this was that her husband, the King of Austria, had stayed behind in the New World. This caused her to be deeply concerned for his safety. After all, what kind of wife would she be if she did not worry about her husband who was isolated and alone, separated by thousands of miles of sea? She did not trust the natives of Vinland. In her esteemed eyes, they were nothing more than backward savages, and there was no way she could trust such uncivilized fiends. Still, Berenger was an ambitious man, and for whatever reason, he was right about the existence and location of Vinland. Perhaps he was also right about the vast treasure trove of untapped resources it held. If such a thing was true, then Austria must monopolize it at all costs. If others were to realize the existence of this new world, then it would spur a race for whoever could claim the most territory. Thus, Anuria was more determined than ever to aid her husband as she stepped onto the major port of the Kingdom of Austria. After she and the sailors had finished tying up the ships, she hopped off her vessel and embarked towards the shipbuilding factory. Her first order of business was to give a letter to Evio, the lead shipwright of the Kingdom of Austria. After walking across the largely industrialized port city, the third Queen of Austria forced her way into the primary shipyard of Trieste. Upon witnessing Anuria's entrance, Evio halted his actions and hurried towards her. The Venetian shipwright showed immense respect to the woman who had become known as the scourge of the Mediterranean. "My queen, I thought you were on a secret mission alongside the king. Why have you returned so soon? Did the quest turn out to be a failure?" Anuria shook her head in response. A broad smile appeared on her pretty lips as she confidently handed over the letter to the man who handled the construction and retrofitting of her vessel. She remained silent as the man continued to read the letter's contents. With each sentence, his eyes grew wider as he spoke in his native tongue. "Dear God, he found it." Immediately the man performed the sign of the cross before gaining control of his emotions and speaking in a language that Anuria could understand. "I will begin construction of the Dominion-class ocean liners at once. It will take a while, as I am currently working on several projects. Because of this, I will have to construct these vessels one at a time. As for the retrofitting of the existing sailing frigates, we have officially completed 10 in total. You are welcome to take however many you see fit to accomplish this mission. Though do be aware, the more vessels you bring over, the more men you will have to vet for security clearances." Anuria nodded in response to this before thanking the man for his efforts. "Thank you, Evio. You are a hard-working man, and without you, Austria would lack its powerful navy." The old Venetian shipwright merely smiled and nodded his head before dismissing the queen. "Well, if there isn't anything else you need, I should get back to work on constructing this steel behemoth that His Majesty has requested of me." Anuria gazed upon the partially constructed hull of the Adela-class frigate with a bitter smile on her face. Evio was already working on the retrofitting of yet another frigate. What bothered her about this is that Berenger had named these mighty vessels after his first wife, instead of herself. After all, Anuria was the queen of the high seas. Would such a fearsome ship not be better off being named after her? Anuria suspected Berenger had named the frigates after Adela because she was the primary wife. Of course, if she had known that Berenger named the frigate class after Adela because she had the smallest bust of his women, which correlated in his mind to the fact that he would arm these frigates with the smallest guns of his future vessels, she would probably break out into laughter. After observing the newest ship and its ongoing construction, Anuria nodded her head in silence before departing. She had much to do while she was in Austria. Rallying forth the soldiers and supplies was just a part of it. However, she had a week to fulfill these obligations. She decided the first thing she would do was visit her baby boy who she had left behind to go on this journey. After taking the train back to Kufstein, Anuria found her way into the palace. As she made her way to her son's personal quarters, she found Linda inside, breastfeeding her child. The moment Anuria saw this, her expression sank. She knew Linda was practically a milk cow and that she would be the one feeding Alexandros while she was away, but to witness such a thing brought complicated emotions to her heart. When Linda saw Anuria enter the room, it filled her with shock, so much so that she almost dropped the child. It took her a second to keep control over the boy as she quickly approached her rival. Linda immediately asked the question that was racing across her mind with an excited smile on her face. "Is he home?" However, the moment Anuria shook her head, Linda pouted. Instead of dwelling on the disappointment, she switched the subject to something more productive. Something that she had wanted to discuss with the Byzantine princess for some time. Honestly, Anuria, your son is lucky. Anuria raised her brow when she heard this. Just what was this Vol temptress thinking of when she was clutching Alexandros to her breast? How so? In response to this, Linda sighed as she looked around to see if anyone else was watching. After doing so, she lowered her voice and became honest with Anuria for the first time in a long time. Since you and Berenger are married matrilineally, it means Alexandros won't have to compete with my son for the throne. Anuria felt as if Linda was insulting her and her child. She could not believe she would say such a thing when she was in the middle of breastfeeding the very child she insulted. Of course, Linda didn't mean it as an insult. Instead, she genuinely felt that Alexandros was lucky that his father wouldn't force him to compete against his brothers for the Austrian throne. However, Anuria didn't realize this, and instead scowled as she tried to force her son away from the woman she thought had insulted him. You can talk whatever crap you want about me, but don't you dare insult my son, you fucking bitch. Give him to me right now. Linda felt mistreated, but did as she was told. After all, Alexandros was not her son. However, the moment that Anuria had forced the boy from Linda's breast, he broke out into tears. This immediately caused the woman's maternal instincts to kick in as she shushed the child, calming him in the process. Anuria gazed curiously at Linda. She did not know the woman was so good with children. Despite her venomous nature, she actually seemed to care for Alexandros, even though he was not her child. Thus, she took a step back from her preconceived notions and asked about what Linda meant by her previous statement. So you weren't insulting my son when you said he was lucky to be born matrilineal? Now it was Linda's time to feel offended when she heard Anuria's remarks. Linda puffed her cheeks up in a pouting expression as she expressed the thoughts on her mind. I would never. Your child may not be mine, but he is still Berenger's son, and whether or not you want to believe it, I still consider him family because of that. I was only saying that he was lucky to be spared the future pain that will accompany Hans and my other future sons, who their father will force to compete against their siblings for the Austrian crown. Anuria had a newfound respect for Linda. In all honesty, she had never even thought of the line of succession since her children wouldn't be a part of it. She was fine with that. It meant her kids could enjoy their lives to the fullest without being chained to the state's affairs. However, she realized now the thoughts that both Linda and Adela alike must consider every time they saw the child of their rival. Linda's next remarks further enforced this idea in Anuria's head. Though Berenger will force Hans and his future brothers to undergo some hardships in pursuit of the crown, I vow I will do everything I can to ensure that it is one of my boys who ends up on throne after their father has abdicated. I will never allow Adela to put one of her sons on the throne. If it is the last thing I do in this world, I will make sure I beat that bitch. Anuria always knew that the rivalry between Linda and Adela was fierce, but she never knew it was this intense. Of course, there was only one question on her mind, and she was not afraid to ask it. Why are you telling me all of this? Linda closed the distance between her and Anuria. As she did so, she patted Alexandros on his head, who was now in his mother's arms, before answering her question. Because I want to make sure that you are on the right side of this conflict. You may think that Alexandros is free from the politics of our family, but you and your children have a role to play. You and I both know how much of a hypocrite Adela is. She may act like the most pious woman on the planet, but she would stoop to levels I wouldn't dare to in order to ensure her son ends up on the throne. I could really use your support in this matter. Anuria smirked when she heard this before expressing her honest thoughts. You're such a bitch. In response to this, Linda merely smirked before walking out the door. As she did so, she left her last remarks. All is fair in love and war. Chapter 479. A new labor force. While Anuria was back in the fatherland preparing for the next incursion to the New World. Berenger, along with his soldiers, were still stationed within the temporary fortress that had been constructed within the coastline of New York. For the past few weeks, Berenger had been treating Kawita over her flu symptoms, and finally, the fever had broken. She, like her kin, had received basic treatment for the illness and, because of this, survived the ordeal. Unlike what Berenger had expected, the young woman did not blame him or his people for her suffering. Instead, she saw it as a test of her loyalty to her gods. One thing was sure, she was just happy to be alive. With this in mind, the young native woman rose from beneath the flannel sheets and fur covers that provided her warmth during these troubling times and slowly got dressed in her tribal deerskin clothing. Berenger entered the room as she did so, causing a slightly chilly breeze to enter the otherwise comfy lodging. Upon seeing the woman climbing out of bed, Berenger smiled. She appeared to be in a much better state than she was previously in. With this in mind, he quickly got to work as he prepared a nice meal for him and his translator to share. There was much work ahead for the King of Austria, and he intended to use this woman to communicate with the other tribes the moment she was fluent in the German tongue. However, such a thing could not be rushed. For the time being, he would make sure that Kawita was in peak shape before he began using her as a diplomat. As Berenger continued to cook a healthy meal, the chieftain's daughter worked on her German. She slowly looked over the educational materials that Berenger had provided. These were copies of the texts in use by the Austrian education system. They were designed for use by first-time learners of the German language. Berenger had brought a series of language books with him from the fatherland to train translators from among the local population effectively. They had proven to be quite effective, as Kawita's understanding of the German tongue was increasing by the day. Eventually, he finished the meal and brought it over to the young woman, where he forced her to take a break from her studies so that she could eat with him. The moment she tasted the dish prepared from a mix of rations, she moaned in pleasure before commenting on it. "This is superb." Berenger chuckled when he heard this before rejecting the compliment. "This is nothing, just something I threw together from our rations. You should see the delicacies I eat back in the fatherland." Kawita failed to understand the entirety of Berenger's comment and immediately looked through her study book while eating to ensure that she could effectively learn what he said. After a few minutes, her eyes widened in shock, and she put down her book, where she pronounced the following phrase in broken German. "Will you take me to your homeland?" Berenger had an awkward expression on his face as he heard this. He couldn't very well take the girl with him back to Austria. There were still many dangerous diseases there that she was lacking immunity to. However, he could see that she desperately wanted to see what his homeland looked like, and thus he sighed before making a statement that effectively kicked the can down the road. Maybe one day. Though he had not answered in the definitive, it was enough to bring a smile to the native girl's face. As for Berenger, he thought that if she witnessed the splendors of Austria, she might have a heart attack. After all, the pathetic timber fortress they had constructed and the measly rations his soldiers ate already impressed her enough. How excited would she be when she witnessed the extensive railways that were being constructed across Austria or its grand architecture that existed throughout every city? Perhaps in due time, she would get a taste of what the fatherland offered right here in her own home. Things were progressing smoothly in this military colony, and as Berenger had expected, there was currently a crisis underway among the native tribes of what was once referred to as New York in his past life. In fact, at this very moment, there was a crowd of natives sitting outside his fortress's gates, seeking shelter from the elements and their enemies alike. The flu had ravaged their populations, and these survivors could only turn to the people who seemed entirely unfazed by the strange illness. It was because of these circumstances that Berenger found himself in need of a translator, and though Kawita's training was not complete, she was the only person who could somewhat fill this role. With a heavy sigh, the young Austrian king made a request of his colonial concubine. "Kawita, there is a gathering of natives outside our gates seeking shelter and aid. I intend to put them to work in the fields. Spring is around the corner, and I will need a proper labor force to make this fortress last. However, to make my generous intentions clear to these people, I need someone to translate my words. Could you do this small task for me? The young chieftain's daughter gazed upon Varengar with a curious expression. It took her a few moments to translate his words within her mind, but ultimately, she understood his sentiment. A smile quickly spread upon her pretty face as she uttered the words that Varengar wanted to hear. Of course, I will help you in any way I can. Because of this warm-hearted response, a kind smile spread upon the Austrian monarch's face as he heard this before responding. I am sure you will. Immediately, the girl's excitement when she heard these words of encouragement. However, the next moment, there was a knock on the door. The captain in charge of the marine company was rather urgent as he continued to pound on the thick wooden door. When Varengar finally pried the entrance to his lodging open, he gazed upon a frantic appearance on the face of the man he had tasked to lead his soldiers. Before he could ask what had caused the man to be in such a chaotic state, the captain boldly announced what was transpiring. Sir, the natives outside our gates have become agitated. If we don't get someone to calm them down, we might have a full-scale riot on our hands. Varengar's expression sank. Such a thing was the worst-case scenario. There was no hesitation in his one good eye as he shifted his gaze upon the young woman next to him. With a stern order, he departed from his lodging towards the ramparts of the fortress, with the native girl in tow. Come with me. Upon arriving at the ramparts, Varengar witnessed the scene of dozens of men, women, and children from a variety of tribes and cultures gathered outside the gates of his fortress. There were roughly 100 people in total. Some of them had flu symptoms, while others appeared to be quite healthy. Because different peoples gathered in the same space, it did not take long before conflict occurred. To the untrained eye of Austria's marines, these people were all the same, but Varengar and Kawita knew differently. The young Austrian king had a hint of urgency in his tone as he issued forth a decree, expecting his translator to convey his words effectively. Calm yourselves. As the leader of the settlement, I assure you will be taken care of if you behave yourselves and follow my orders appropriately. It just so happens that spring is around the corner, and we need farmers and laborers. If you agree to work for us, you will be provided with proper accommodations, such as housing, food, and medical treatment. If you disagree with these terms, then you may return whence you came. Kawita immediately translated these words into various tongues, which allowed these different tribes to comprehend what Varengar had stated. Upon hearing that they would be provided for in exchange for work, many of the people gathered immediately calmed themselves and ceased their hostilities. While some refused to work for these pale-skinned foreigners, there were still dozens of people who had nowhere else to go. Disease had ravaged their tribes and villages, and what remained were conquered by their neighbors. In the end, these people could only gracefully accept Varengar's terms. Thus, Varengar had gained a small workforce for his small military colony that would provide the necessary labor to keep his settlement operational for the foreseeable future. This would be the first group of natives incorporated into the German colonies through peaceful means. Chapter 480. New arrivals. Anuria had spent a week gathering the troops and supplies to bring back to Vinland. This would be the second of many voyages that her vessel would take across the Atlantic to ensure that the military colony in the New World was adequately maintained. As per usual, the journey to the New World was uneventful. In fact, without Varengar to entertain herself with, or ships to pirate, the third Queen of Austria was dreadfully bored throughout the entire journey. Upon arriving at the docks in Austria, Anuria stepped off her vessel and greeted her husband, who appeared to be doing well. She instantly grabbed a hold of his neck and kissed him passionately on the lips. A single phrase escaped her lips as she did so. I missed you. Berenger chuckled upon hearing this before inquiring about how his family was doing back in the fatherland. "How's our son? Or my other children, for that matter?" Anuria immediately summarized what had transpired during her time in Kufstein. "Alexandros is doing well. That milk cow Linda keeps him well fed. As for Hans, he and that girl Veronica are getting along well enough. As for Helga, she is growing like a weed. I swear by the time you return, you won't even recognize your daughter. Christopher and Catherine are perfectly healthy, and Adela seems to dote on them significantly. As for Henrietta, she appears to be doing fine. She is just a bit lonely without you, but thankfully she has us to take care of her. As for Yasmin, her pregnancy is progressing smoothly, and she sends you her regards as well as this." Anuria grabbed hold of a small basket filled with pastries which was lying on the vessel and handed them to Berenger. They appeared to be home-baked goods made from Yasmin's hands in the style of her homeland. A wide smile appeared on the young king's face as he nodded his head in silence. It was good to have a caring wife who enjoyed cooking. Upon seeing this, a smirk spread across Anuria's lips as she teased her husband. "By the way, I had a few of them on the trip here, so you can enjoy whatever is left over." Berenger chuckled when he heard this. However, when he took off the cloth that covered the treats, it shocked him to see that she wasn't kidding. There were only around 3 of the desserts left for him to eat. He immediately looked up at his wife, who had long since run off to the settlement. Upon seeing this, Berenger merely chuckled and shook his head before commenting on the girl's actions. "That fucking bitch." After getting reacquainted with Anuria and the situation back home, Berenger began tracking down the shipping manifests. He spent quite a bit of time checking to see if all the supplies he had requested were gathered. After thorough research, he was pleased to see that Anuria had not failed him in any way other than eating the treats that Yasmin had baked for him. He swore in his heart that one way or another, he would get the woman back for this offense. However, Berenger shook his head after thinking about this. He had too much work to do now that the troops, livestock, and supplies had arrived. He didn't have time to engage in some petty feud with his wife that started over a few pastries. With another few hundred military personnel, it was time to overhaul this fortress into a more permanent settlement. After a few hours, they unloaded the supplies from the ship, and Berenger was standing in the middle of the fortress introducing the new men to the settlement that they would stay in for the duration of their deployment. "Men, you have entered the mythical land of Vinland. Our operations here are highly classified. All of you have been chosen due to your abilities and because you have been trusted with the security clearance necessary to know of these lands. As you may be aware, when you were given this deployment, you were informed that your tenure here would last for a year. Afterward, you can choose to return to the fatherland and seek a different position, or you can choose to remain here in Vinland. For those of you who wish to make a permanent settlement in this foreign land, you will be given special privileges here in the New World, such as political positions and ownership of property. Our aim here is simple. This land is our living space. In the coming decades, I fully intend to settle our excess population here in Vinland and carve out large swaths of land for our kingdom. So it would be best if you establish ties to the native population, scout for valuable resources, and most important of all, maintain a self-sustaining, permanent settlement. I won't lie to you, as you build this colony here in Vinland, the fatherland will progress ahead of you, and when you finally return, it may astound you at the changes that have occurred in your homeland. However, what you accomplish here in Vinland is of dire importance to the future of our kingdom. The resources in this place are abundant and untouched. They will be critical for the continued prosperity of the fatherland. Of course, you may also know we are currently seeing massive population growth in the fatherland. Because of this, in a few generations, it will be challenging to sustain our population with the minuscule land we currently hold on to. Even if we have united the German states, in 100 years, there will still be too many people to house effectively. Thus, Vinland, the first of our colonies, will be of dire importance to the continued growth of our people. As a perk of being the first men of the Old World to step foot in Vinland, you are free to take any of the local women as your concubines. As for the rules and regulations regarding such activities, if you are interested, you can inquire about such things with any of the men who have already been stationed here for some time. Be aware that the laws that exist in Austria still apply here in Vinland, as you are currently standing on Austrian soil. Thus, I will conclude my speech by welcoming you to the New World, one of limitless potential and prosperity for our kingdom and the German people. For King and Fatherland. Upon finishing his welcoming ceremony, the soldiers broke out into salutes and repeated the words that Berenger had spoken. For King and Fatherland. Berenger gazed upon the men gathered with a proud smile. Now that the settlement had been established, he had opted to bring over army units instead of naval infantry. For the time being, as the king and Reichsmarschall, he acted as the supreme commander of this expeditionary force. However, when he finally departed in a few months and returned to the fatherland, he would leave a military governor in charge of the colony. With this speech concluded, the new arrivals quickly set to task, setting up shop in their barracks and establishing familiarity with the settlement. In the following days, they would teach the native labor force who had submitted to the Austrian crown the knowledge necessary to maintain a proper Austrian agricultural system and construct Austrian-style structures. As for Berenger, he immediately regrouped with his translator, who was currently speaking with a group of Mohawk tribesmen who had gathered at the settlement. Tears were flowing from the young woman's eyes as she held onto her sister in a loving embrace. Her younger sister was only a couple of years younger than herself and was quite beautiful in her own right. The two siblings shared a moment of silence as they mourned the loss of their father. Kawita struggled to express her feelings as she questioned whether or not the news she received was accurate. Augusta, my dear sister, is what you say true? Has father passed? The 16-year-old girl silently nodded her head as she reflected on the recent passing of their father. The Anishinaabe murdered the great chief when he went to visit them. They blamed him for bringing the plague to these lands and claimed it resulted from his unholy alliance with these foreigners. Our father tried to argue that it was their attack on the Paleskins which resulted in this pestilence, but they refused to admit their fault. In his rage, the great chief of the Anishinaabe murdered our father. Now they are threatening to invade our tribe. Though our brother has assumed the role of chieftain, he is not prepared to shoulder the responsibility of war. Kawita, please, I beg of you, ask these foreigners to intervene on our behalf. If they are truly as powerful as you and brother claim, then we have a fighting chance against our enemies. As the two young women were talking, Berenger arrived, and when Kawita's sister gazed upon his handsome visage, she felt guilty. Berenger had helped her and her people so much this past month, and yet now she had to ask a major favor of him, one she could never repay. My lord, this is my sister Augusta. She brings news of my father's death. The Anishinaabe has murdered him in cold blood. Now they are threatening to invade our village. She comes to ask for your help on our brother's behalf. It shocked Berenger to hear this. It wasn't long ago where he met with the chieftain and brokered the initial terms of their trade. To be honest, he was looking to pay the Algonquin back for their trespasses against his settlement. To hear that the old chief was killed during what should have been a peaceful negotiation was the justification for retribution that Berenger was looking for. After discussing the details of what had transpired with the two girls, Berenger put on a caring facade before agreeing to the request for military assistance. Kawita, tell your sister that we are grateful for the help your tribe has provided to us when we first arrived. My people know how to pay back our debts, and because of that, I accept her terms. My men will prepare to march on the Anishinaabe, and we will bring their chieftain to justice. For the crime of murdering a diplomat in cold blood cannot go unpunished. When Kawita translated these words to her younger sister, The girl fell to her knees and thanked Berenger from the bottom of her heart. After doing so, Berenger helped her up before making one final comment on the situation at hand. "You do not need to worry any longer. Within the next few days, a great fire will engulf the region, and the Anishinaabe will have paid their debt in blood." After saying this, Berenger left the two young women be. He had much more important things to worry about now that he intended to march to war. Chapter 481, Surgical Strike. Captain Diedrich Vieringer knelt within the tree-line outside of an Algonquin village. This was one of many such locations spread throughout northeastern Finland. Over a week had passed since Berenger was informed that his ally was murdered at the hands of Algonquin. As a result, he had spent the week preparing for a surgical strike on the enemy village. Berenger was many things, but reckless was not one of them. He had spent this time gathering information on the enemy by dispatching his Jaegers alongside Mohawk scouts to collect intelligence on the target of their attack. Captain Vieringer was the man in charge of the company of Jaegers who were now conducting this operation. The Austrian king had dispatched his Jaeger company to launch a swift attack on the village responsible for the death of the Mohawk chieftain. These elite soldiers currently blended perfectly into their surroundings as a new moon filled the night sky. They were garbed in the latest uniforms, which were used to equip specialized units such as special operations and reconnaissance. These uniforms were largely based upon the Blumentarn camo uniforms issued to the East German Army during the early days of the Cold War from Berenger's past life. They even had the M56/70 pattern Stahlhelm, which were not only cheaper to manufacture than the steel pickelhaubes which the rest of Berenger's army was equipped with, but offered vastly superior protection, theoretically. These steel helmets could protect its wearer from a modern pistol cartridge. Atop these helmets were a hemp fabric cover which shared the same camouflage pattern as the uniforms. As for bodily protection, these men used a modified design of the trench armor issued to German forces during the Great War of Berenger's past life. This variant of the armor was lighter weight, offered superior protection, and allowed for better operation of arms. They also painted this armor in Blumentarn camouflage. These Jaegers were armed with the best equipment currently available to Austria's armed forces, which were G22 rifles, 1422 service revolvers, and 1422 lightweight mortars. They dedicated 2 squads of this company as mortar teams that were critical to the success of this operation. Beside the Austrian Jaegers was a small group of Mohawk scouts who led their Austrian allies to the Algonquin village. These men gazed upon the strange equipment of the Austrian Jaegers with awe. After all, if they weren't following them so closely, they never could spot them in the woods. The leader of these Mohawk scouts pointed towards the village that lay beyond the tree-line before communicating in what little German he had learned over the course of the past month. "That is the target." Captain Vieringer nodded his head in affirmation as he gazed through his binoculars at the local Algonquin village. A cruel smile appeared on his face, which was painted with camouflage. They were roughly 300 yards out and could fully launch their assault. Thus the captain dispatched his orders to the company of soldiers who silently gathered on the outskirts of the native village. "Deploy the mortars and prepare for combat. After the first shells go off, open fire on the enemy." The soldiers immediately did as instructed. While the mortar crew established position at a safe distance, the infantry prepared their weapons and ensured that they were loaded with a cartridge. After a few moments of hushed movements, the mortar teams dropped their 60mm high explosive shells into the bores of their mortars before firing them up high above into the air and onto the unsuspecting village below. When the shells landed on the timber longhouses, they immediately blew them apart and set the village ablaze. The screams of the native women and children who inhabited the village resounded in the air as the Algonquin warriors rushed out of their homes, desperately looking for the source of this attack. However, the moment they revealed themselves, Captain Vieringer issued his orders. "Open fire." With that said, Dozens of large plumes of smoke shot out of the Jaegers' rifles as their bullets went downrange and into the torsos of their targets. Blood and bones splattered onto the floor as the bodies of the men who had been hit dropped to the ground, lifeless. The Mohawk scouts gazed in awe at the firepower in use by their Austrian allies. They now understood how such few men had thoroughly repelled the Algonquin attack on their settlement. They could hardly believe their eyes and ears as they witnessed these pale-skinned foreigners conjure the elements against their enemies. While Captain Yeager and his men reloaded their weapons and prepared for another volley, the mortar crews launched a few more shells into the village, blasting structures to bits and spreading the fire even further. It would not take long for these flames to spread from the village into the forest. Despite the dangers of starting a wildfire, the Jaegers fired off another volley onto the Algonquin warriors before Captain Vieringer gave the order to retreat. Retreat! We have accomplished our aim. Fall back to the outpost. With this said, the mortar crew quickly packed up their weapons and shuffled off towards the direction of the Austrian encampment. The rest of the Austrian Jaegers and Mohawk scouts quickly followed behind them. Captain Vieringer ensured he was the last man to depart from the battlefield as he covered their rear. Though the Algonquin were unaware of who had launched an attack on their village, they eventually saw the Mohawk scouts in the distance running away. As for the Austrian Jaegers, their camouflage successfully concealed their figures. Enraged by the attack on their homes, the Algonquin warriors raced after to their attackers, completely unaware that Captain Vieringer and a squad of Jaegers stayed behind to ambush them. The moment the native warriors passed by the Austrian Jaegers, thunder resounded in the air as a volley of bullets reaped the lives of the unsuspecting tribesmen. After launching this attack, the Austrian Jaegers unleashed the cold steel blades of their bayonets and plunged them into the tanned flesh of the Algonquin warriors, which spilled their blood across the landscape. Caught unawares, it took the native tribesmen a few moments to realize that the bushes were attacking them. Or so they initially thought. After all, they could not fathom the invention of camouflage. The Austrians used this element of surprise to launch a full-scale assault on the remaining pursuers. Captain Vieringer deflected an oncoming war club with the stock of his rifle before plunging his bayonet in the warrior's throat who wielded it. After ripping out his bayonet and spilling blood across the floor, the man moved onto his next target. One by one, the native tribesmen fell to the steel bayonets of the Austrian Jaegers. The Algonquin warriors were in a state of panic. They had rushed after the Mohawks who they believed handled the attack on their village, only to come under assault by nature itself. What black magic had their enemies conjured in order to turn the thunder, the fire, and the bushes against them? The moment one of the surviving warriors fled, the others followed suit. Only 10 Algonquin warriors could escape with their lives intact, forever scarred by the events that had taken place in the dimly lit forest outside their village. Having successfully defeated the Algonquin war band, Captain Vieringer sighed heavily as he gazed upon the carnage before issuing orders to his squad. Regroup with the company. From there we will head back to the stronghold and inform the king of our success. The soldiers nodded their heads and obeyed their captain's orders. Before long, they regrouped with the rest of their unit and their Mohawk allies. Leaving behind a burning village in the middle of the night, Captain Vieringer gazed upon the smoldering ruins of the native village one last time before continuing on his journey back to the encampment. Though this was more of a skirmish than a full-scale battle, the actions taken by the Jaeger Company on this day had secured the position of the Austrian colony. They did not know at this moment, but by attacking the enemy with mortars and setting the village ablaze, rumors would spread to other villages and tribes that the Austrian people could control the forces of nature. While not everyone would believe these tall tales, such rumors would create a sense of fear in the hearts of the native tribes that would prevent them from launching a major attack on the Austrian encampment. Instead, future battles in the New World would take place in the wilderness, between dedicated teams of Austrian Jaegers and the warriors of the hostile tribes. By allying with the Austrian settlement, the Mohawk had secured their place as a major player in the northeast of the North American continent. Trade of resources and technologies between Austria and its newfound tribal ally would allow the Mohawk to progress at a faster rate than their rivals did. One thing became certain in the minds of the native peoples of the Northeast: the pale-skinned foreigners were here to stay. Chapter 482, Improvements to the Settlement. Berenger awoke the following day with his queen in his arms. Honoria was latching onto him like a lamprey. Though spring had arrived, she still found the weather too cold for her liking, and thus instinctively held onto her man, sucking away the warmth in his body. Upon seeing this, a smile etched itself on Berenger's face as he stroked the woman's indigo hair. It was nice to have at least one woman in his harem who dyed her hair with crazy colors. In his past life, Berenger had partially grown up during the scene fad of the mid-2000s. Though he wasn't a part of it, at the time he found the girls who dressed in such an unusual manner to be quite attractive. While Berenger was gazing at his wife with a sense of nostalgia, she opened her mint green eyes at this moment and gazed at his expression with a hint of confusion. Just what could have caused him to look at her in such a way? In the end, she made a joke about the whole thing. "You know you can do more than just look at me, right?" Berenger chuckled when he heard this before grabbing a hold of his wife's pretty face and kissing her luscious lips. After a few moments of passion, he broke away and sighed heavily before expressing the thoughts on his mind. "I must say it is nice being here in the New World, just the two of us. It is just a shame that we will have to go back soon." When Honoria heard this, she bit her lip in discontent. The days she had spent in the New World were some of the most exhilarating she had ever experienced. She dreaded the idea of returning to the palace and taking part in court politics once more. Berenger noticed the expression on his wife's face and immediately became curious. He raised his brow over his scarred eye before asking about the woman's thoughts. "What is it?" Honoria sighed heavily before realizing what she had been fantasizing about ever since her first step foot on the New World. "It's nothing. I just want to go exploring. There is so much we don't know about this land, and I want to be the first one to uncover its secrets. I was just thinking that after we return home, it would be nice if you would allow me to take my girls and sail across this new landmass and see what treasures I can uncover." Berenger's first instinct was to reject such a notion. Piracy was one thing, but allowing her to explore the Americas by herself and her crew was a hazardous task. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt he could agree to these conditions. After all, plenty of famous men in his past life such as Ponce de Leon, Hernán Cortés, and Francisco Pizarro had explored vast swaths of territory and even toppled empires with only sailing vessels and primitive firearms. In comparison, Honoria and her girls were much better equipped. As long as they kept their wits about them, they could easily survive the dangers of the New World. After careful consideration, Berenger agreed to his wife's wishes. "All right, if you swear, ensure that your crew swear a vow of secrecy on pain of death about everything they see here. I will allow you to do as you please. However, any information you come across must be sold to the Austrian crown. I don't want this information being leaked to any other kingdoms." Honoria smiled when she heard her dream would become reality and quickly nodded her head with an emphatic expression. "Of course, I will oversee my girls and ensure that they don't do anything stupid. You know damn well I am not above executing one of them if they do anything detrimental to the Kingdom of Austria." This statement had brought a sense of calmness to Berenger's otherwise restless heart. He could ill afford to allow the information of the New World to leak to his rivals and allies so soon after its discovery. He knew Honoria would take the precautions to ensure that the existence of this land and all others would remain an Austrian secret. Having agreed, Berenger sealed it with a kiss as he leaned over and passionately intertwined his tongue with that of his wife's. The couple began to engage in a passionate display as they embraced each other's warmth. Thus, Berenger and Anuria entertained each other once more. By the time the two of them were done with their activities, it was close to noon. Though it wasn't the regular morning exercise routine that Berenger went through, it was more than enough to sustain him for that day. After they had completed their actions, Berenger got dressed and exited from his cabin, where he immediately noticed that the fortress had begun the process of being retrofitted. The crude log cabins were being replaced with precise half-timber houses in the style commonly found throughout Germany. The large felled tree trunks used to crudely construct the cabins were being recycled into expertly crafted timber frames by the army engineers. As for the foundation of the structures, they were made via a combination of coal-fired clay bricks and Type M mortar, which was imported from the fatherland. In the end, solid structures that would last the test of time would replace the frontier-style log cabins and form the fortress's interior: barracks, a chapel, houses for officers and long-term residents. Even a tavern was being constructed within the settlement. Aside from the Type M mortar, all the resources for making these buildings could be found within the immediate vicinity of the settlement. When Berenger witnessed these plans in place, he had a broad smile on his face. He kept smiling as he strolled through the fortress. After stepping upon the ramparts, he noticed that another group of army engineers had taught the native workforce how to create a four-field system with draft horses and a steel plow. After the fields had been plowed, they would be appropriately seeded with a horse-drawn seed drill. The fact that Berenger had brought over the necessary equipment to mechanize his colony's agriculture via animal power from the start was a big plus. This meant that he could easily use a small labor force for farming large swaths of land. Though he could not implement the use of combined harvesters for the time being, such innovations could be fielded in the coming years when larger cargo ships capable of ferrying vast amounts of animals were constructed. Thinking upon this, Berenger shifted his gaze towards the coast and noticed that the crude dock that had been established was being expanded into a much larger port, intending to accept multiple large vessels for future efforts. By the time his entire navy had been retrofitted into ironclads, its ships could dock successfully in the colony. Frankly, Berenger's current ship designs were limited by cargo capability. Even his clippers could not carry much to and from the New World. He needed his Dominion-class ships to come to fruition if he wanted any massive expansion into the New World. However, those all-steel ships were still a few years away from being constructed. Thus, he was left with warships and clippers to transport goods across the Atlantic. For the time being, Berenger would use the limited cargo capacity of his warships to ferry men, supplies, and livestock over. The need for secrecy was paramount, and Berenger would only trust his military to keep it that way. Having gazed upon the improvements that were taking place in his colony, Berenger felt satisfied with the results. In a few months, this colony would look like an actual Austrian town. With this in mind, he climbed down from the ramparts and noticed a team of Jaegers was about to set forth from the settlement. Berenger took this opportunity to step forward and speak with the men, where they immediately jumped to attention and saluted their king. After seeing the appropriate response, Berenger responded in kind before questioning them about their task. "Are you departing from the fortress?" The squad leader immediately nodded his head before responding to his king. "Yes, Your Majesty. The various Jaeger squads who have arrived are being deployed for the search of valuable resources. Our objective is to travel into the unknown and seek out granite to begin building proper fortifications instead of these poorly constructed timber walls that we currently have." Berenger immediately nodded his head in response. The sooner proper walls could be constructed around the settlement, the better. After reflecting upon his knowledge from his past life, he quickly issued an order to the men. "Hand over your map. I have received intel from the natives that might be valuable for your search." The squad leader did not hesitate and handed over his map and pen. It was a relatively crude map based upon scouting reports from the Marine reconnaissance teams and information that had been traded with the native tribes. Berenger made a rough estimate of a granite location which he knew about from his tenure living in the state of New York during his previous life, before marking a red X. He then handed the map back to the officer and said with a stern expression on his face, "You may find what you are looking for in that location. However, what lies between here and there is a mystery to even me. So keep your heads on a swivel and don't be afraid to shoot anything that poses a threat, understood?" The soldiers immediately nodded their heads in response to their king's statement. "Yes, sir." Berenger left one final remark before allowing the men to begin their journey. "All right, you boys, come back safe. I don't want to ferry a body back to the fatherland. Hail victory!" The Jaegers immediately threw up their salutes once more before responding to their king in kind. Hail victory! With those words spoken, the Jaegers entered the unknown, searching for valuable resources. Whether they would return to the settlement and with viable intel remained unknown. However, their journey and what they encountered on it would be exciting. Chapter 483, Massacre at Krakow. Eckhard gazed upon the destruction with a sense of overwhelming disdain. Since he had begun his defense of the Teutonic state, the Eastern Coalition had thrown wave after wave of men at his defenses only for them to be continuously shredded apart by the overwhelming volume of fire that the Austrians unleashed upon them. By now, the leaders of the Eastern Coalition had learned a valuable lesson. A frontal assault against the Austrian army was the equivalent of suicide. Since they could not capture the fortifications or the cities that once belonged to the Teutonic state, they had begun to raid the local villages. The village lying before Eckhard was one of the victims of these assaults. The fields were burnt to a crisp, the buildings were razed to the ground, and the people were slaughtered or enslaved. Such mindless destruction weighed heavily on the conscience of the old field marshal. As he was reflecting on this, an officer beneath his command approached him to comment on the situation. "Marshal, we must retaliate for this offense. The fact that they have raided these villages after we have proclaimed them beneath our protection is an insult to our kingdom and its monarch." A single sigh escaped the lips of the veteran field marshal while he contemplated the best way to deal with these new tactics. While his army held onto the cities and castles with great skill, they could only do so much to protect the many villages of the region. After several moments of silence, he nodded his head in response to his officer's remark. With a grim expression on his aging face, Eckhard gave forth the order that would be infamous throughout the rest of history. "If they wish to raze our villages to the ground, then we will do the same. Prepare to march on Krakow. Let us show these Polish fools what happens when they march on Austria." Terror was a weapon constantly wielded by the Austrian crown since Berenger had first crowned himself king. Under the control of Austria's current monarch, retaliation was dealt with via the tenfold doctrine. This was a military strategy that operated under the belief that if civilian casualties had occurred to Austria and the people within its territories, the Austrian royal army would retaliate with a response that claimed the lives of at least 10 times what they had suffered. In the eyes of Eckhard, this was utter madness, but Berenger was a man of extreme action. He greatly despised civilian casualties. However, if his civilians were to be target, then he would do the same to his enemies. After all, there was a saying from his past life that he greatly admired: "An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth." Without any universal standard of international law regarding warfare, Berenger would respond in greater intensity to anything unleashed against him and his people. Eckhard was aware of this and knew that if he did not fulfill his obligation to his king, he would be punished severely. To allow a massacre of Austria's citizens to occur without following up with swift and severe retaliation was a failure of one's duty regarding military command. Thus, Eckhard had designed a plot in his mind to march his army through the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and to attack their capital city. With the artillery beneath his command, he could bring the city of Krakow to ruin in a matter of hours, and that is exactly what he planned to do. Thus, over the course of the upcoming weeks, Eckhard had consolidated his forces on the Teutonic region's borders and began a march across the Polish landscape, raiding any town they came across and ensuring that its people suffered the same horrific fate as those within the Teutonic region. Thousands of lives were claimed on this horrific march until finally, the Austro-Bohemian forces were gathered at the gates of Krakow. It did not take long for the hundreds of artillery pieces to set up their positions. Once everything was in order, Eckhard commanded his soldiers to unleash hell upon the unsuspecting city. Open fire. This order was relayed across the army's lines until finally, a thunderous barrage echoed in the air. Hundreds of shells fell upon the city, detonating within its confines. The fiery explosions could be seen from miles away as the artillery crews rapidly unloaded their spent shells before placing a new round within its horizontal sliding block. The moment the next shell was in place, the officer would pull on the lanyard and unleash another round onto the city. While the barrage continued, Eckhard turned his gaze away from it. He could not bear to watch the destruction and suffering his orders had caused to the people of Poland. If only the Eastern Coalition had not resorted to raiding tactics, then he would be able to conduct this war with a hint of civility. However, with an amoral tyrant like Berenger at the helm of their kingdom, it was inevitable that such senseless slaughter would occur. The age of chivalry was long dead at this point, and Eckhard had witnessed its demise. However, as the years passed, the weapons in his hands became more advanced and more destructive to the point where his army could shell an entire city into oblivion in a matter of hours. Despite their horrific actions, much of the Austrian army gazed upon the fiery death and the screams of the innocent with a stoic expression. To them, this attack was justified. They had agreed to conduct warfare under the terms that no civilian shall be unnecessarily harmed. However, their enemies did not play by these rules, and as a result, they were now forced to inflict pain and suffering upon them in a far greater manner. The more cruel members of the Austrian army smiled upon the collapse of the city's structures. To them, this was the ultimate symbol of Austrian power and authority. If anything, Poland-Lithuania should have surrendered to the terms that were initially presented to them. Had they done so, this senseless slaughter could have been easily avoided. Perhaps this event would never have occurred if they had not resorted to raiding Teutonic villages. Yet, the Eastern Coalition had massacred innocents and, in doing so, justified Austrian retaliation. If there was one lesson that could be learned from this massacre, it was that the enemies of Austria should never target their civilians, even if it were in a region that was only recently annexed. The echo of the guns continued to fire well into the evening. By now, the city's walls were brought to ruin, so were its structures. The destruction of Krakow was thoroughly completed. In fact, it was in worse shape than Berenger had left Venice. Nothing remained but a smoldering ruin of a once proud city. Cities could be rebuilt, and people could be replaced, but this was a stain on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that was not easily removed, with much of its forces depleted in Iberia and the Teutonic region as well as their capital city in ruins. The leaders of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth would find themselves in a difficult position in the upcoming days. As for Eckhard, he immediately rounded up his army and marched them onto Warsaw. His retaliation was complete, but the war against the Eastern Coalition was still very much alive. He had promised his king that he would seize much of what was now northern Poland and the Baltic in an attempt to unite the German people who dwelled within its lands. The veteran field marshal would not rest until this objective was complete. Thus, he sat on horseback and drank from his canteen, filled with alcohol as the Austrian army marched on to its following location. Retribution had been served, and hopefully, now he could fight a more conventional war against the enemy. As for the defense of the Teutonic region, that responsibility now fell to Alexej Kasper and his Bohemian soldiers. After all, they were now equipped and trained in use in the same weapons and tactics that Austria utilized. While Eckhard began his conquest of the East, Berenger was still within Vinland, where his scouts searched for valuable resources to continue the settlement's development and potentially ship back to the fatherland. Whether or not the Austrian king would join this war in the future had remained to be seen. However, when Berenger finally learned of the massacre of Krakow, he would be pretty pleased that Eckhard had chosen such a vital target as the location of Austria's wrath. Ultimately, the field marshal would be awarded another honor for his actions on this day, one that would cause him much regret every time he gazed upon it. However, orders were orders, and he could not very well disobey his king, even if he felt that the methods used were unnecessarily cruel. The massacre of Krakow would forever serve in history as a reminder of how far advanced Austria was over its neighbors and the level of cruelty they were willing to engage in to accomplish their goals. Chapter 484. Peacekeeping Operations. Captain Jonas Gering was currently standing within a village inside the Kingdom of Portugal. Months had passed since the war had officially ended. Still, the various brigand and rebel groups loyal to the former royal dynasty continued to fight for control over the region. While most Austrian units had been pulled out of Iberia, there were still a few specialized units remaining behind, acting as peacekeepers and advisors to the Royal Granadon Army, who by now had reformed into a relatively modern and exceptional force. Jonas Gering had taken a liking to the Portuguese region, as well as the farm girl he had saved months prior. He had opted to stay behind in Iberia and continue to ensure this girl's safety to who he had become close. Perhaps one day soon, he would even marry her and take her back to Austria. However, such thoughts were at the back of his mind at the moment. Instead, his attention was focused on the operation at hand. He was currently in charge of his company of Jaegers, who were working alongside the Granadon Royal Guard to secure the southernmost regions of Portugal. The Portuguese loyalists had shifted from a campaign of open warfare to unconventional methods, and the Austrians had become their most prominent targets. Thus, at the moment, the Jaegers were the spearhead of the Austro-Granadin war machine and were kicking down doors as if they were in Fallujah. Following the example portrayed by his king, Jonas had opted to be the first man into the fray and the last man out. When his breacher brought forth the sledgehammer which would breach the door, he was steeling his nerves for combat. The breacher battered away at the door with the sledgehammer in his hands. After several powerful strikes, the lock broke apart and the door was opened. After this had occurred, Jonas entered the room with his G-22 aimed down, ready to clear the space. The moment he entered the building, a loud bang resounded in the confines of the small area, and Jonas felt the impact of an arquebus ball upon his trench armor. Luckily for him, such primitive firearms were incapable of piercing through his armor, and thus he immediately squeezed the trigger and sent a round blindly into the room. Though the smoke had yet to clear, the .45-70 projectile had blasted apart the torso of the attacker. Despite this, the soldiers beneath Jonas' command fired in the combatant's direction, sending another 4 rounds into his chest. As the soldiers entered the room, they noticed that the target who their captain had eliminated was a boy no older than 12. He was carrying a primitive arquebus that the now-defunct Iberian Union likely manufactured. The lifeless look in the child's brown eyes sent chills down the spines of the Austrian Jaegers, who now realized that they were not only fighting men, but children too. Losing such a young boy immediately caused the men to grieve. However, in the next moment, Jonas got up from the ground clutching his chest. Though the projectile had failed to pierce into his body, it had left a significant blunt force trauma on the area of impact, and thus he cursed while in a state of utter fury. "Fucking bastard." After saying this, he withdrew his service revolver and pointed it at the boy's corpse before plugging 2 extra rounds in his skull. The rage in his heart could only be released by venting it upon the hostile child's corpse. After Jonas had recovered from his fragile mental state, he looked over at his soldiers, who were gawking at him in shock before issuing his commands. What the hell are you idiots waiting for? Clear the rest of this fucking building. Immediately, the soldiers snapped back to reality and checked their weapons before walking through the rest of the building. Despite his condition, Jonas quickly shouldered his rifle before leading his men through the rest of the building. He promptly kicked down a door to see a pregnant woman and a young girl huddling in fear. It was her son who had attempted to gun down the Austrian soldiers. Jonas immediately shouted in Portuguese towards the civilians, issuing his commands as he did so. "Get on the ground now." The various Jaegers pointed their rifles at the unarmed civilians. They could never be too careful when clearing a room. After all, they had just witnessed the tenacity of the Portuguese people in their resistance against their new Granadon overlords. The mother screamed in fury as she cursed the Austrians for killing her son. Though she had not confirmed his death, the fact that they were now standing here after an exchange of gunfire was enough evidence to support her claims. "You heathen bastards! How dare you kill my boy? I hope you burn in hell for your sins." Jonas was in a foul mood after having been shot and immediately wrestled the woman to the ground, where he placed a pair of cuffs around her wrists. The soldiers followed suit and forced the young daughter into a similar position. After doing so, they immediately searched the two civilians' bodies, checking for weapons. While Jonas led two of his soldiers in these actions, the other members within the fire team went throughout the rest of the building, clearing it. Before long, another exchange of gunfire resounded throughout the corridors, causing Jonas to rush towards the sound of conflict. In the building's corner, the family's father lay dead, with a crossbow in his hands. Multiple rounds had ripped his skull and internal organs apart, leaving a gruesome scene behind. By now, the Austrian soldiers were well accustomed to bloodshed and did not react in the slightest to the stage. Upon seeing that none of his troops were wounded, Jonas sighed in relief. He checked on his soldiers' well-being after doing so. "Anybody hurt?" The soldier who had been shot by the crossbow shook his head before responding with a look of contempt on his face. "I was lucky. If that bolt were an inch lower, it would have been stuck in my eye. Fortunately, it hit my helmet and bounced off." After saying this, the soldier spat upon the corpse of the Portuguese man. Jonas nodded his head in affirmation before giving his troops the rest of their orders. "All right, search the rest of the building. This is the first of many that we have to work through today." The soldiers immediately saluted their captain and responded in the affirmative before doing as they were told. "Yes, sir." After saying this, they cleared the rest of the building. However, they had already killed all the hostiles. Thus, there were no other sounds of conflict within the household. Having secured the building, Jonas and his fire team grabbed a hold of the bound civilians and brought them into the center of the village, where they handed them off to the Royal Granadon Army. These men were now dressed in their new uniforms and had begun to resemble a semi-modern force. Though when compared to the Austrian Jaegers, who were dressed in advanced camouflage patterns, they still looked quite antiquated. When the prisoners were brought forth and handed over, the captain of the Granadon Company saluted his Austrian counterpart. He noticed the dent on Jonas' breastplate and immediately commented on his condition. "Are you all right?" Jonas nodded his head and sighed as he responded to this question. "I'm fine, but it appears there are more firearms in the hands of the enemy than we had initially estimated. I will relay this information back to intelligence. It is up to them to find out where they are gaining such weapons." The Granadon captain nodded his head and ordered his troops to take charge of the prisoners. After doing so, he questioned the Austrian captain once more. "Are you going back out there?" The Jaeger captain immediately pulled out a pack of hemp cigarettes and smoked one. After releasing a large plume of smoke, he nodded his head with a bitter expression on his face. "Somebody has to kick down these doors." Having said this, Jonas dropped his cigarette to the floor and stamped it out before checking his rifle's chamber to ensure that it was still loaded. Having confirmed this detail, he slammed the bolt home before walking away and giving further orders to the troops beneath his command. One down. 12 more to go. Look alive, boys. With this said, the Austrian Jaegers once more approached another building, unaware whether it was filled with hostiles and prepared to breach its entrance. This urban warfare would later inspire Berenger to design and issue shotguns to his forces. After all, sledgehammers were not the most efficient means of breaching a building. Chapter 485. Locating the granite quarry. 2 weeks had passed since Berenger had first dispatched Jaegers in Vinland to search for critical resources. As of right now, the team that he specifically sent to a prominent granite quarry location was standing upon atop a hill gazing in awe at the beautiful sight. It had recently rained, yet now the sky was a clear crystal blue. The sight of a rare double rainbow hovered over the location of the rocky ravine. The trees surrounding the area were of vibrant green, as it was now spring, and the natural landscape was filled with life. The sergeant in charge of the unit gazed in awe at the splendid scenery as if he had stepped foot into heaven. The mild weather of the New York spring, combined with the natural beauty of its landscape, was indeed a sight to behold. Here in this new world, which was wealthy in new natural resources, one gained the feeling that a man could be anything he wanted to be so long as he worked hard enough. The sergeant immediately descended from the hill into the ravine. His task was simple. He and his soldiers needed to confirm the location of granite which was required to build the stone fortifications around the military outpost. With this in mind, he carefully climbed down to inspect the bedrock of the area. Having tied a rope to a sturdy tree near the edge of the cliff, the sergeant was the first to rappel down the hill and into the ravine below. As he slowly but surely descended, he gazed in wonder at the beautiful granite that revealed itself. Should they build their fortifications and houses out of such material, it would make the settlement in Vinland a highly desirable place to live once its existence was revealed to the general public. Such was his thought process as the Jaeger sergeant descended from the cliff and into the ravine. Before long, his squad followed him into its depths, where they stood ankle-deep in water, gazing upon the massive quantity of granite nearby. Having confirmed that this location was rich with granite, the squad leader immediately pulled out his map and marked the site. When they finally returned to the settlement, they would dispatch workers to begin the construction of a good quarry so that the materials could be mined and brought back to the territory to be used in the establishment of the most significant fortifications. Unbeknownst to the Jaeger squad, several pairs of eyes were gazing upon them from within the tree line above. The Algonquin scouts had watched as the pale-skinned foreigners descended into the ravine. Though they did not know what these people were looking for, they knew it could not be suitable for them. Remaining entirely unaware of the nearby hostile scouts, the Austrian Jaegers continued to dredge more, plunging into the ravine. Up until this point, they had not only been scouting for resources, but creating a detailed map. And this location was no exception. The soldier in the group who was skilled in cartography walked around the area and jotted down the details onto his piece of scrap paper. While he was doing so, the rest of the squad were on guard. They were far from the known territory that the expeditionary force had established, and danger lurked in every corner, from the wildlife and the natives that had proved hostile. While they were searching through the area and taking up defensive positions, the Algonquin scouts had trekked through the tree line to set up an ambush. The moment the Austrians climbed up the rope from the ravine below, the native warriors planned to beset upon them. Tactics: the Austrian squad comprised a sergeant equipped with a G-22 rifle and a 1422 service revolver. As for the rest of the soldiers, they were issued G-22 bolt-action rifles. Since they were not a company-sized unit, they were seriously lacking in explosive firepower. While gazing around the vicinity, the sergeant realized the natives' presence. In doing so, he raised his fist and communicated silently with the squad that hostiles were approaching and preparing an ambush. No words were spoken, and instead, the Austrian Jaegers communicated via sign language as they prepared themselves for combat. The individual soldiers flicked off their safeties as they climbed the rope. Before doing so, the sergeant pulled out a smoke grenade and threw it with all his might onto the cliff above. A pool of smoke filled the air when the device went off, obscuring the native warrior sights. Afterward, the sergeant began to rapidly climb onto the cliff above, where his soldiers immediately followed suit. By the time the smoke dispersed, the squad had made it to the cliff with their fingers on the triggers. The moment they could contact the enemy, the sound of gunfire echoed in the air as bullets roared down and towards the concealed Algonquin warriors. Blood splattered as the sergeant was the first to pull the trigger. In doing so, an .45-70 round pierced straight through the skull of his opponent. Immediately after, he racked the bolt back and loaded another round before acquiring his next target, where he sent another round into the man's torso. The Algonquin panicked as their initial wave was cut down so quickly. Despite this, they unleashed a volley of arrows down onto the Austrian soldiers. Arrows filled the sky and fell on the Austrians, who braced for impact, with their heads, necks, and vitals protected by the steel armor. While some arrows pierced through their limbs, they were far from mortal wounds. With this in mind, the Austrians ripped the projectiles from their joints and opened fire once more on the native warband. While not every bullet hit their mark, there was too high of a volume of fire for the natives to counteract. With each soldier having the capability of firing 10 to 15 rounds per minute, it did not take long for dozens of rounds to be sent into the tree towards the native ambushers. Eventually, survivors of this barrage had broken ranks and fled back into the forest. One soldier was too eager for blood and immediately sprinted off towards the opponents. However, before he could get far, a bullet shot past his head and hit the tree in front of him. The Jaeger looked back to see his NCO staring at him with a frown on his face and a smoking gun in hand. "What are you, a moron? They have probably set up traps for us. Fall back in line. We have done our damn job. It is time to return with the intel." The soldier immediately swallowed the saliva pulled up in his throat as he thought about what his NCO had said and immediately obeyed his orders as he fell back into line. The more able-bodied members of their squad carried away those who were too wounded to make the journey as the Austrian Jaegers fled back to the settlement. This would not be the only ambush they came across on their journey back to the main force. Nor was this the only squad under attack by the native tribes. There would be several losses on the expedition to locate and secure resources for the Austrian settlement. However, conquest was never achieved without bloodshed. The resources these young Austrian men gave their lives for would become the backbone of the Kingdom of Austria for years to come. Berenger would later declare any man who gave his life in service of exploration to be posthumously honored with an Iron Cross Second Class. While Berenger's soldiers were locating and securing natural resources, he was overseeing the ongoing construction efforts of the settlement. This fortress in the New World was designed to be self-sufficient, with monthly exchanges between the fatherland and the colony. As for the native tribes of New York, what remained were preparing for war, and these ambushes would soon become par for the course. The more Austrian soldiers that arrived in the New World, the more threatened the pre-existing inhabitants would become. This would cause a larger number of small conflicts between the Old World and the New. Berenger was well prepared for this eventuality, and before long, the fortress in the New World would be impregnable, at least when dealing with the primitive people of North America. Without gunpowder, it would be impossible to bring down the granite and mortar walls of the massive star fortress that was being constructed. While the rest of the American wilderness was an unknown factor to Austria, its fortress would be a beacon of hope for the soldiers living in Vinland and future generations to come. After all, this was a land rich in natural resources, and the only enemies the Austrians had to face were various Stone Age societies. Chapter 486. There Must Be War. Emperor Vitrani's gazed upon the sight of his mangled son with an expression that was filled with pity. Decentius had invoked the ire of the Austrian crown and, in doing so, paid a hefty price for his hubris. However, the true identity of the perpetrator of this attack was left unknown to the Byzantine emperor. Instead, an Austrian intelligence report had successfully pinned the blame on the neighboring Mamluk Sultanate for the attack on the second prince. Few people in this world knew the truth about the attack, and one of those men was none other than Decentius. However, he would never outright inform his father that Austria had maimed him and killed his supporters. After all, to do so was to announce his guilt in attempting to assassinate his sister. If his father were to become aware of such a nefarious plot, he was liable to lose more than just his hand and leg. Instead, the two men stared at each other in silence, neither one wanting to speak first about the circumstances they found themselves in. With the great warrior prince of Byzantium maimed, the hawks in the Byzantine court had lost their candidate for the throne. Despite this, now more than ever, they were adamant about going to war with their neighbors. Though Vetranes was not the wisest man, even he could see that there were holes in the report that Austria had made about the origins of the attack. If not for the support of Palladius and his spy network, he never would have believed his allies to the west. However, he was still uncertain, and thus the aging emperor broke the silence within the room. "Tell me the truth, Decentius. Who is responsible for your current state?" The second prince of the Byzantine Empire immediately turned his head towards his father, in doing so revealing the massive wound that existed on his once handsome face. Not only had the explosion blasted apart one of his hands and lower legs, but it has also severely damaged his face and blinded him in one eye. Decentius refused to elaborate further and merely retorted with a rhetorical question. "Who do you think?" Though there was not an outright admission, Decentius' words were enough to convince Vetranes that the attack on his son was not, in fact, from the Mamluk Sultanate, but rather from their most prominent ally. This caused the father to be stricken with a combination of grief and rage as he pounded his hand upon the table nearby. Why? Why would he do this? There was a tinge of guilt in Decentius' one good eye as he avoided his father's gaze before trying to deny his fault for such vicious retaliation. "Your guess is as good as mine." Vetranes curled his fist, so much so that his fingernails began to dig into the palm of his hands, causing him to bleed. He did not understand what his family had done to Austria to warrant this vicious attack. Were they not allies? The pitiful emperor steeled his resolve the next second as he began to voice his discontent with the situation. "If that bastard seeks to harm my household, then it is only fair that I do the same to him." This reckless comment was so loud that it had garnered the attention of a passerby, who silently made his way into the room where he watched his brother and father conspiring against the King of Austria and his family. Quintus leaned against the edge of the door, going entirely unnoticed by his father and brother until the point where he interrupted their little meeting. He had a wide smirk on his face as he began to intervene on behalf of their Western allies. If Austria attacked Decentius and the men who support him, then there was a proper reason for doing so. Berenger is not reckless and would not take such violent action against an ally unless provoked. As for his little spymaster, she is even more cautious. The real question is, what did my dear little brother do to warrant such a vicious attempt on his life? Quintus was aware of the allegations against Decentius. After all, Palladius had come to him for support after the second prince had murdered the late Strategos Arethusa in cold blood. However, he lacked any significant proof on the matter, and thus Quintus stayed out of these affairs. Despite this neutrality, there was now an attack on the Byzantine imperial family, and he could no longer ignore the accusations against his brother. As a significant rival in the war for succession, Quintus made sure to take advantage of this crisis and use it against his little brother, who sought to usurp his birthright. Decentius gazed at his older brother with a look of contempt across his wounded face. He knew exactly what Decentius was implying, and he was hoping to avoid this conversation with his father for as long as possible. However, his brother was a sly bastard and had begun to kick him when he was down. Immediately, the second prince denied any fault, with an innocent expression on his face. "I have done nothing to warrant such a ruthless attack on my life. You best be careful, brother. You are close to speaking slander against my character." In response to this, Quintus merely smirked before tossing a document on the bed, where Vetranes immediately gazed upon it with wide eyes. His first instinct was to question what he was reading. "Is this true?" Quintus did not hesitate and instead nodded his head before further digging a grave for his little brother. "Palladius has confirmed it, and his spy network. One of my brother's dear underlings had placed a bid for our dear sister's assassination, and the Austrians had even made arrests of the potential assassins. They likely were unaware that Decentius was meeting with the scoundrel responsible when they launched their attack. You could say this is Austria's way of gaining justice against the perpetrators who tried to kill Honoria. Whether or not Decentius was involved in this conspiracy remains unknown. Though it does beg the question, why exactly was Decentius meeting with a group of people who were responsible for an assassination plot against our sister? Vetranes immediately ignored his eldest son's implication and instead switched the subject. He could not bear to think that Decentius had knowingly taken part in an assassination attempt on his sister. Instead, he asked the second most important question on his mind. Then why did Austria pin the blame on the Mamluks? Quintus broke out into a brief fit of laughter. He did not believe his father was indeed so foolish as to ask such an obvious question genuinely. After seeing the perturbed expression on the emperor's face, the crown prince immediately bowed his head and responded obediently. "My guess is the moment they found out that Decentius was wounded in the attack, they began to panic, fearing that you might dissolve the alliance between our two realms. Such a thing would neither benefit them nor us. I suggest we accept the Austrians' gift and use this as an excuse to annex the remainder of the Mamluk Sultanate. After all, this appears to not have been an intentional attack on Decentius. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time." Vetranes thought deeply about what had transpired. If what Quintus said was true, then the maiming of his second son was unintentional, and as a result of his son associating with conspirators who attempted to murder his daughter. Even then, few men in this world knew the actual perpetrator behind the attack. If they wiped this incident under the rug and accepted the casus belli against the Mamluk Sultanate, it could aid them in reuniting long-lost portions of the empire. After careful deliberation, the Byzantine emperor nodded his head and turned to gaze at his wounded son. "There must be war. We will pay back the Mamluk Sultanate tenfold for what they have done to you, and as far as anyone is concerned, they are indeed the responsible party. Make sure you take this as a life lesson. I would hate to see what becomes of you, my son, if you were to further associate with traitors to the empire." After saying this, Vetranes left, leaving Quintus and Decentius to stare at each other with mutual hatred. Ultimately, Quintus was the one to break the silence. "Consider yourself lucky. If your attempt on Honoria's life had succeeded, then there is no force in this world that could protect you from the wrath of the Austrian king. His armies are far more powerful than ours. Whether it is the result of witchcraft or divine inspiration, I do not know, but you have stepped on the tail of the devil, and if you ask me, he let you off easy." Having said this final thought, the first prince of the Byzantine Empire retreated from his brother's quarters, leaving the second prince alone and bitter with his fate. Little did those present know that Berenger was on the other side of the world, entirely unaware of the events that had taken place. Chapter 487. Founding of New Vienna. Months had passed since the expeditionary force to the New World, currently referred to as Vinland, had procured natural resources. In this time, they had made substantial improvements to the settlement. For starters, the fortifications were now made of granite and Type M mortar as a star fortress. A proper garrison had ensured that it was well defended, using 1422 Schmidt guns and artillery pieces spread throughout its ramparts. Inside the Star Fortress were the quarters of the soldiers, which were his barracks, cookhouses, chapels, and other institutions. The half-timber structures and the Baroque cathedrals combined to form a settlement the likes of which the New World had never seen before. Outside of the confines of the Star Fortress was an important port that extended out into the New York Bay, acting as a harbor for any Austrian ships that would make the trek to Vinland. Aside from the dock, several extensive fields with horse-powered mechanized agricultural devices were set up in the four-field system. These fields used advanced fertilizers, which we're currently importing from the fatherland. As this settlement grew with an increase in Austrian overlords and native laborers, it caught the eye of the nearby tribes. Aside from some minor skirmishes out in the wilderness, there had not yet been another attack on the settlement. Now that its fortifications were established correctly, Berenger was confident in the ability of the garrison to maintain control over the region. The mighty Austrian king stood upon the ramparts of the Star Fortress, gazing upon the vast landscape in front of him. In half a year, he had successfully established a permanent settlement in the New World. With this in mind, it was finally time to name this location. As a response, he raised two flags high into the air above the fortress. The top flag was none other than the Kingdom of Austria's, while the bottom banner was a new design, a colonial flag that he had created to show off the evolution of the Kingdom of Austria. With this colony under their control, they now had overseas territory, making them an empire. However, he would not boldly declare himself an empire in European politics just yet. Such a proclamation would indeed cause backlash and investigation into the claims. Regardless, a new flag represented the New World colonial territory of the Kingdom of Austria. This flag was like the German Empire's colonial flags from his past life. The differences were that the bottom color was gold instead of red, and the von Kufstein double-headed eagle was in the center of the flag. As the Austrian soldiers stood below, they saluted the raising of the two flags. Berenger immediately called out to his people and declared the official establishment of a new overseas colony. Let today be known as the day that the Crown of Austria has formally established the colony of New Vienna. Glory to the Kingdom of Austria, glory to our newfound empire. As Berenger said these words, the soldiers beneath his location shouted in unison the following phrase: "Glory to the Empire." Having heard these words, a smile formed on Berenger's face as he quickly made another announcement to those who were gathered. "It is with a heavy heart that I must inform you I will return to fatherland shortly after this ceremony. Please make no mistake, your work here in Vinland is of vital importance to the continued prosperity of our empire. Thus, I will leave control of the colony into the hands of a man well-renowned for his capabilities as both a military and civil leader." After saying this, a familiar face came forward and stood before his king. He was dressed in a field uniform alongside Berenger. He had only recently sailed across the Atlantic to visit the New World for this purpose. Major General Arnulf von Thiersee kneeled before his king as he waited to be rewarded with a mighty title for all his years. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Years of hard work, and Berenger was eager to give it to him. I confer upon you Arnulf von Thiersee, the military rank of Field Marshal, the civil position of Colonial Governor, and finally the noble title of Grand Duke of New Vienna. I look forward to your progress here in Vinland. Now rise." Upon hearing these rewards, a broad smile spread across Arnulf's face. He was no longer a meager lord or a simple general, but a full-fledged field marshal, a Grand Duke, and colonial governor. These three titles gave him immense power within the Kingdom of Austria and elevated his family's prestige considerably. With this in mind, the young field marshal nodded his head before responding to his king's decree. I promise I will not let you down, Your Majesty. Berenger smiled and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder before leaving him with a few words. See to it that you don't. Having said this, Berenger dismissed the gathered soldiers to get back to their jobs and began to descend from the ramparts, where he saw Anuria, Kawita, and Ogista, who were waiting for him at the docks. Anuria's ship was well prepared to make the 12-day journey back to Trieste, and she had a tired expression on her face. They had been through much together here in Vinland, and she knew that her man did not want to return home so quickly. As for Kawita and her sister, they had pouting expressions on their faces. They knew that Berenger would return whence he came without them, after seeing the construction of this settlement with their own eyes. The two native girls were eager to see what the homeland of these golden-haired gods looked like. Despite their desire to see Austria, Berenger would not take them with him. These two women spoke German better than any of the other natives and were his best translators. Thus they were forced to remain behind in New Vienna and act as an intermediary between the Austrian colony and the Mohawk tribes. Thus, Berenger left them with some parting words. I must return to the fatherland. It is your duty to act as translators for my dear friend Arnulf and the native people of this land. Do not fret, for I will be back soon enough, and when I do, I hope to hear all about the adventures you will have between now and then. Kawita nodded her head in silence. Though she was disappointed that she would not get to see the home of her newfound deities, it satisfied her with just being able to help maintain diplomacy between their two peoples. She was pretty happy that she and her sister had been blessed with the benevolence of the one-eyed god. Without his support, they likely would have died from influenza. Since he was a divine being, surely he would live up to his words and return to them one day. Having made his intentions clear, Berenger left the two women and called out to Arnulf, who was watching him depart. My friend, these two young women will be instrumental to your ties with the locals. They speak our tongue well enough, and one of them is fluent in 15 other languages. Make sure they are well cared for during my absence. Arnulf would not have risen to such a prominent position if he was incapable of following orders. Thus, he saluted his king and smiled before commenting on his remarks. I wish I could fight with you against the church, but it appears you have selected me for a far more noble task. It is both an honor and, at the same time, a point of contention to be placed here so far away from home. Nevertheless, I assure you no harm will come to these girls so long as I am in charge of this land. Having heard this response, Berenger smiled before departing into Anuria's ironclad sloop of war. The king and queen stood on the bow as they watched the ship leave from the shores of New Vienna and the mysterious land known as Vinland. A colony was established, but Berenger could only be away from home for so long. After all, he had a vast family to take care of, and without their father, his children were bound to be led astray. Anuria, on the other hand, felt relieved. She would take a break at home for a while before returning to the new world with her crew. The adventures she would undergo as she explored the vast depths of the new world would forever resound throughout history. She had to admit, if not for her choice to run away to Kufstein, then she never would have been given such freedom and adventure. She only had one man to thank for all of this. With this in mind, she leaned onto her husband's shoulder and kissed his cheek. For a brief moment, Berenger could have sworn he heard the girl whisper in his ear, "Thank you for everything." However, when he looked over at her pretty face, it was as if she had never said a word. Instead, she gazed at him with a questioning gaze. In response to this, Berenger chuckled as he glanced upon the horizon. The journey home would be uneventful. As for what awaited him back in Kufstein, he would only find out when he finally returned. Chapter 488. Little Rabbit. Within the summer palace of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth dwelled the royal family of Poland, having narrowly escaped the massacre at Krakow. The King of Poland stared at a map across his table that showed the latest intelligence he had received on the Austro-Bohemian movements. With Krakow brought to ruin, the King of Poland had lost his capital and had thus moved it to Warsaw. Despite this, Eckhard showed no signs of ceasing his advance. Why would he? The Austro-Bohemian army was roughly 100,000 men in total, all of which were armed with vastly superior weapons to the medieval armies of the Commonwealth. A defeated expression was worn across the aging king's haggard visage. Just what nightmare had he brought upon himself? The rumors were true. Berenger von Kufstein was the physical incarnation of the devil, a man whose armies wielded supernatural powers to defeat any opponents they came across. However, he could not easily sue for peace, as the Austrians had made their demands clear, and such requests would force the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth not only to cede all of the gains it had made against the Teutonic state, but also a substantial sum of their pre-existing territory. As he was lamenting his options, his young daughter, no older than 5, approached him with a worried expression on her doll-like face. "Papa? When are we going home?" A bitter smile formed on the king's face. After all, he had not yet informed the girl that there was no home to return to in Krakow. Thus he knelt and placed his hand on the little brown-haired girl's shoulder and attempted to comfort her. "My sweet Natalia, we will return home soon enough. You must be patient. Some evil men are looking for us. It is up to the brave knights of Poland to fight against them so that we may return home in peace." The girl gazed up at her father with her steel-blue eyes with a curious gaze. She did not quite understand what was going on or why they had to flee their homes so quickly. Nevertheless, her father had told her to be patient so that she would do so. The young girl latched onto her father's leg and hugged it tightly as she expressed the thoughts on her mind. "Okay, Papa." While this heartbreaking scene was occurring, the girl's older brother entered the room, clad from head to toe in plate armor, while wearing the tabard of the royal house. Judging by the stern expression on his face, the King of Poland was able to guess that he carried unpleasant news, and thus he ordered his daughter to go elsewhere. "Natalia, my dear, go find your mother and sister. I have much to discuss with your brother." The little girl immediately smiled and nodded her head before doing as instructed. She waved to her elder brother as she passed by him and proceeded towards her mother's location. The Prince of Poland broke his silence only after the girl was out of earshot. He did this by tossing a letter over to his father. Its seal was broken, but it carried the sigil of the Austrian military. The king briefly read through the contents before the prince summarized what it contained. "The Austrian field marshal implores us to surrender and give in to the conditions he had previously laid out. If not, he vows to march on Warsaw and destroy every semblance of Polish civilization." Immediately, the king's eyes grew wide in fury as he tore the letter apart before cursing out his rivals from the west. "Goddamned Austrians! Who do they think they are intervening in our war with the Teutonic Order? For centuries we have had to suffer abuse at the hands of those bastards, and right when victory is in our hands, it is denied us by this upstart from the south." Despite his father's harsh words, the Polish prince was far from hostile towards the Austrians. Unlike the king, he had witnessed firsthand the destructive power that Eckhard and his soldiers wielded. There's a reason why he had personally delivered the letter to his father, rather than dispatch a messenger. He did not desire to engage in combat with the enemy. Thus, he had marched his army back to the capital to personally deliver this letter. After recalling the Austrian troops' brutality and the explosive firepower they wielded, the prince dropped his facade of strength and began to implore his father to make peace. "Father, I suggest we yield to their demands. Austria is too powerful to contend with. You are lucky they are just asking for the regions occupied by the German people. I have seen the weapons they use on the field of battle. Before our knights can even get close, they are consumed by Austria's hellfire. I hear the Austrian king has a young son who is roughly Natalia's age, and perhaps we could buy some peace by arranging a marriage between the two of them. Maybe they would even reduce the amount of territory they desire." The King of Poland did not react as his son expected. Instead, he immediately backhanded the young man across the face as violently as he could muster. The impact sent the boy to his knees as he gazed upon his father's enraged appearance with shock. "You suggest I give all which I have conquered over to the Austrians and sell my beloved daughter to this lowly baron who dares to call himself king as if she is some common whore. If you weren't my son, I would have your tongue removed for suggesting such a farce." The prince spat out a puddle of blood from his mouth and shifted his jaw. The level of force that his father had hit him with was no joke. Despite this, he continued to remain defiant. He was desperately trying to convince the King of Poland to yield. "Father, you have not seen their army as I have. They have 100,000 men who are capable of slaughtering our army as if they were mere insects. What remains of the battlefield after our defeat is a scorched wasteland, as if hell itself had been conjured onto the land." As the king heard these words, he erupted into a state of fury once more. He nearly struck his son again before forcing himself to calm down. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily before lecturing his eldest son. "I do not remember raising such a cowardly son. You have dishonored yourself and this household, not only from your actions, but also your words. Iwan, my son, I hereby order you to take charge of what remains of our army and ride out to meet the Austro-Bohemian forces in open battle. You will either return victorious or not at all." The Polish prince known as Iwan could hardly believe his father's words. This was essentially a death sentence. Nevertheless, he was honor-bound to fulfill the king's orders to the best of his ability. The man clutched his fist in grief and anger as he slowly came to accept his fate. After spending a few moments in silence, he sighed heavily before nodding his head in agreement. "If that is your command, your majesty." After saying these words, Iwan departed from the room where his father dwelled. He briskly walked towards the castle's exit, where he witnessed his little sister Natalia peeking out from behind a door. The girl quickly rushed over to her elder brother, where he caught her in his iron-clad embrace. A bitter smile formed on the Polish prince's face as the young girl innocently asked where he was headed to. "Big brother? Where are you going?" Though he tried not to show his grief to the innocent and naive princess, his dark blue eyes ultimately revealed the lament deep within his soul. He forced a smile upon his lips before patting the girl on the head. "Natalia, my sister, I have been ordered by our father to go reclaim the land stolen from us by the Austrians and their Bohemian allies. I am afraid I must leave you behind yet again." The girl was too young to realize that her brother was marching off to an unwinnable war, and thus cocked her head in a curious expression before asking the question on her mind. "You will return, though, right?" Though Iwan wanted to reassure the girl that he would be returning home safe and sound, he knew deep down that this was, in fact, his swan song. Thus he choked on the sentence he had prepared and merely nodded in silence. Upon seeing the grim expression on her older brother's face, Natalia knew something was wrong and immediately handed him her favorite toy, which was a small stuffed rabbit. With a cheery smile on her face, the girl spoke to her eldest brother with a glint of hope in her eyes. "Here, hold on to Casper for me. Make sure you both come home safe and sound." Iwan grabbed a hold of the stuffed rabbit and clutched it tightly to his chest. After doing so, he nodded thrice and patted the girl on her little head, trying not to break out into tears. After doing so, he turned towards the door and opened it. The last words he spoke to his younger sister would forever resound in her head. "I will make sure to return this little rabbit to you." After saying this, the young Prince of Poland departed from the summer palace within Warsaw. He would lead what remained of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth soldiers into battle against their enemy to the west. Chapter 489. Inner workings of the French court. Within the royal palace of Paris knelt the young prince, before his elder sister Sibylla. The princess had a scowling expression on her face as she repeatedly tapped her hand on the armrest of her seat. Though she had dispatched Aubrey to seduce the Austrian king and win over his support in the war against the various rebels, as well as the English crown, he had returned empty-handed and, quite frankly, in a state of disarray. Since then, she had been disappointed with her little brother and had been scheming a new way to ensnare Berenger into her service. As far as she was aware, a superior man had intimidated Aubrey, causing him backed down from his usual flirty self. The very sight of Aubrey kneeling before her maid Sibylla both aroused and frustrated at the same time. Just how come her little brother was so much prettier than she was? These were the thoughts that had always accompanied her every time she witnessed Aubrey cross-dressing. As for King Giles, nobody had seen him in days. Perhaps he had finally croaked on the chamber pot. Frankly, the princess did not care about her father's unusual disappearance, though she supposed eventually she would have to search for the missing king, but for now, she needed to discipline her brother for his failure. So let me get this straight. You got to Austria, embedded yourself in their royal palace, made physical contact with their king, and yet still he did not fall for your cute appearance. Aubrey nodded obediently when he heard these words. He tried to raise his head, but was immediately stepped on by the white leather heels that his sister wore. His dainty head was immediately slammed back down onto the cold tile as she grabbed a hold of a whip and lashed it at his petite back. "Who told you to raise your head?" Aubrey immediately shook upon the impact of the whip. Despite this, he did not cry out in pain. After all, he had endured Sibylla's abuse for so many years that he was well accustomed to it by now. Instead, the French princess immediately commented on her brother's untimely return. "What I don't understand is why you didn't keep at it. What did he threaten to castrate you or something?" The effeminate French prince immediately shivered upon hearing this. Berenger had indeed threatened to remove a body part from him if he dared to continue his advances, though he was not so cruel as to imply castration. "I am sorry, Sibylla, that man is terrifying." The moment the French princess heard these words, she became enraged. If there was anyone that the boy should fear, it was her. Despite being aware of this, Aubrey had failed her in the face of a superior man. Of course, Berenger was terrifying. That was why they called him the Tyrant of Steel. Yet to crack under such pressure just proved how worthless her little brother really was. Upon thinking about this, Sibylla only became more enraged and pressed his head even further onto the stone tile with her spiked heel. "That is not an excuse for your failures." Immediately Aubrey tensed up as he heard this. He knew better than anything that his sister was an incredibly domineering young woman. If she expected him to succeed, then he should have succeeded. To fail her was every bit as terrifying as trying to seduce Berenger. In the end, he had made his choice and merely remained silent as he suffered his elder sister's abuse. Sibylla felt as if she would have an aneurysm after witnessing her brother so spinelessly accept her thrashing. So much so that she completely lost interest in tormenting the young man. Instead, she threw her whip away in disgust before asking further questions about Berenger's nature. "Surely you must have gotten some valuable intel on Berenger's behaviors while you were under his care. If you tell me what you know, I will spare you." Despite her harsh tone, Aubrey knew better than to withhold information from his sister. Because of this, he quickly spoke about anything that might be seen as helpful to Sibylla. "There's not much that I can say. I had little interaction with him. However, he appears to be weak towards pretty women. However, he took no interest in me. Apparently, he has a disdain for same-sex couples." This was hardly news to Sibylla. She had already received such information from her brother when he first returned home from Austria. Because of this, she had become irritable as she stepped on her brother's head once more. "I'm losing my patience." Aubrey quickly kowtowed further to his sister before apologizing. He truly did not have any additional information to provide her with. "I am sorry, sister, I know nothing else. Please spare this miserable servant." Sibylla sighed heavily as she rested her head in her hand. She could not believe that her brother had failed so miserably to seduce Berenger. At the very least, he could have collected some valuable insights about his character that would aid her in her efforts to force him into submission. To terrify Aubrey in such a manner, Berenger must be a truly frightening and dominant personality. After all, she had trained Aubrey to be incredibly submissive. This was the only useful information she could gather from this entire ordeal. She could not entirely blame Aubrey for his failures. She was at least partially responsible. Thus she smiled as she immediately descended from her father's throne, where she grabbed a hold of her brother's face and locked lips with him. If anyone else were to witness the strange relationship between these two French siblings, they would immediately be disgusted. However, they were, in fact, alone, and thus she could openly display her more egregious affections. After kissing Aubrey for some time, Sibylla released her grasp yet still maintained a firm grip over his jaw. As she did so, she whispered something in his ear. "There is nothing to fear, my dearest brother. So long as I am here, nobody will harm a hair on your pretty little head." This response immediately caused the anxiety in Aubrey's heart to fall away. However, in the next second, a wicked smirk appeared on the girl's face, causing him to grimace once more. Sibylla proudly stood up and declared her intentions to her brother. "Well, since you have failed to properly seduce the King of Austria, I suppose it is up to me to win over his heart. After all, I hear that King Berenger can't seem to keep his dick in his pants. It should be easy enough to charm him." Though Aubrey tried to protest, the moment he let out a gasp, his sister stared at him with a chilling gaze, which immediately caused him to shut his mouth. All he ended up doing was sighing in response before asking the question that was on his mind. "What about father? Is he even aware that you want to enlist the aid of Austria in this conflict?" Sibylla immediately scoffed upon hearing these words before speaking the thoughts on her mind. "Nobody has seen that feeble old man in over a week. He is probably dead already, which means that soon you will be King of France. Make sure not to fuck things up while I'm gone." Aubrey could not believe that his father, the King of France, had gone missing. If that was true, then he was desperately needed by the kingdom. Of course, the effeminate prince didn't know the first thing about the ruling. His first instinct was to seduce the various rebel leaders and bring them to his side. However, that was easier said than done when one considered that the most powerful of these rebel leaders were in open revolution explicitly because of the prince's amorous nature. The French prince was forced to agree to his sister's demands. He bowed his head respectfully as he led the young woman down from her father's throne, where the two siblings departed towards their quarters. Much preparation would be needed if she genuinely intended to win Berenger over to her side. Whether she was interested in the man was unimportant. What truly mattered was that Sibylla believed that the Austrian king had a purpose to serve, and thus she planned to milk him dry before tossing him aside as she had always done. For what man could impress her and her high standards? While Sibylla was preparing to depart towards the Kingdom of Austria, Berenger and Honoria were halfway through their journey back to the fatherland. When the couple finally arrived, they would be introduced to the many problems that had occurred in their absence, such as the maiming of Prince Decentius and the arrival of yet another French harlot. By then, Berenger would have little patience for Sibylla's games and would be far blunter in his methods of hosting her presence when compared to her slutty and effeminate brother. He did not have time to entertain the advances of the French royal family, as more important matters were at stake, such as the war against the Eastern Coalition, colonization of the New World, and assisting Byzantium in its newest campaign against their rivals to the southwest. Chapter 490. Things are about to get interesting. Berenger and Honoria had already begun to sail from the colony of New Vienna back to the fatherland. After roughly 2 weeks, the King and Queen of Austria arrived in Trieste. The moment they did so, a telegraph was sent back to the capital informing them of the king's arrival. Berenger decided to take in the sight of progress within the major port city. He witnessed the expansion of the shipyards and the factories nearby designed to produce their components. With a silent nod of approval, he and his loving wife made their way to the train, where they began to depart from the port city to the capital of the Kingdom of Austria. After several hours, the steam-powered locomotive and the train cars behind it successfully navigated its way across the Austrian Alps and into the city of Kufstein, which after all these years had become a flowing metropolis, surrounded by acres upon acres of fertile farmland. Berenger had not made it publicly known that he was gone during his absence. Instead, there was a constant image of him being stuck within the confines of the palace while being hard at work. Thus, when he stepped off the train, people did not think much of it. Instead, they assumed he had been visiting another city for business purposes. Nevertheless, as per usual, a significant-sized crowd gathered around him and his security detail. After all, it was not every day that the common folk could witness the glorious presence of their monarch. Having been led by his royal guard to the palace, Berenger quickly opened the doors to his home, where his family immediately greeted him. This was far from the first reunion he had with them after disappearing for months. Despite this, it was no less emotional. Berenger's children, or at least those who could walk, immediately rushed forward into his embrace, much at the chagrin of their mothers who were fighting to be the first to welcome their husband home. However, Berenger did not mind this and welcomed Hans and his sister Helga with open arms. The young boy had a broad smile on his face as he jumped into his father's arms. "Father, welcome home." Berenger immediately patted the boy's strawberry blonde hair and began to joke around with him. "Hans, you have grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Before long, you will be fighting wars in my stead." This comment brought an even wider smile to the boy's face as he proudly declared his thoughts to his father. "Don't worry, father. I will show the world the strength of Austria and its people." In response to this, Berenger chuckled before rustling the boy's hair once more. After doing so, he shifted his attention to his eldest daughter. "Helga, have you been behaving yourself?" The girl was quite timid and hid behind her brother as she silently nodded her head in response to her father's question. Hans immediately noticed this and dragged his sister forward before boldly stating what she had been up to in her father's absence. "Helga, show our father the picture you painted." The little girl immediately shook her head before hiding behind her brother once more. Berenger broke out into laughter as he witnessed his daughter's shy behavior. After doing so, he smiled before encouraging her to show him the art. "Go ahead, Helga. I promise you I won't be disappointed." The little girl looked up at her mother, who gave her a warm smile of encouragement before she reached into her satchel and pulled out a sketchbook where she showed a painting she had made of her family. Berenger immediately noticed that the only ones in the childish painting were himself, Linda, Hans, Helga, and Ilse. As for Berenger's other wives and their children, they were noticeably absent. When Berenger saw this, he did not mind and instead complimented the girl for her work. "Very well done. I suspect you will be a great artist in the future." Truthfully, the only thing impressive about the art is that it was a step above what kids her age would usually be capable of creating. Nevertheless, it proved the girl had some natural talent, and if nurtured correctly, she could bring a level of prestige to the von Kufstein name in the future. Helga smiled and nodded her head in silence. Evidently, she was not much of a talker. Having given his two eldest children with Linda the attention they deserved, Berenger immediately shifted his gaze onto his second wife, who wore a pretty smile. "Welcome home, master." Berenger immediately grabbed a hold of the woman and planted a kiss on her luscious pink lips. After doing so, she whispered something in his ear in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear it. "We need to talk. In private." Berenger immediately nodded his head in silence upon hearing this before shifting his gaze to Adela. The woman had a pouting expression on her face as she begrudgingly hugged her husband. She began to scold him with a furious look in her eyes. "I hope you behaved yourself while you were away." In response to this, the young Austrian king wore a mischievous smile before addressing his wife's concerns. "Of course. Who do you think I am? Some kind of playboy?" Adela merely rolled her eyes when she heard this and handed her 2 children off to Berenger. These 2 babes were still too young to speak. Despite this, Berenger showed them affection by kissing them on their foreheads before handing them back to their mother. After doing so, he approached his 4th wife, Yasmin, visibly pregnant. Her round belly contained the fruits of their love. She wore a satisfied smile on her face as she greeted her husband. "Welcome back, husband. I hope that your travels went well." The young Austrian king nodded his head and hugged the woman and kissed her on the cheek before responding, "Of course." Before he could speak any further, Berenger noticed Henrietta running down the stairs at full speed. The girl immediately jumped into his arms and knocked him to the floor while latching onto him like a lamprey. "Big brother, you're finally home." A defeated smile spread across Berenger's face as he tried to struggle out of his little sister's embrace. This girl was seriously too forward. If only they weren't blood siblings, then maybe he would consider being with her. However, his parents had confirmed that they were blood-related, and they wouldn't lie to him. Would they? After all, he would think he would remember if she was adopted. After thinking about this for a few seconds, Berenger finally ripped himself away from Henrietta's grasp before flicking her on the forehead. "Behave yourself. I have only been gone for a few months." Though Henrietta wanted to protest, she did as she was told, thus leaving Berenger to dust himself off and stand proudly once more among his family. After doing so, he made a bold declaration to the members of the von Kufstein dynasty. "How about you all go wash up and meet for dinner? In the meantime, I have something important to discuss with Linda, so I will see you all in the dining room shortly after I have concluded my business with her." Though the other women in his harem were impatient, after all, it had been many months since they last saw their husband. They could tell by the glint in his eyes that something serious had occurred. Thus they obediently nodded their heads and did as they were told. As for Berenger and Linda, they walked to his office. It was only after the door was sealed behind them that Linda began to reveal what had transpired in her husband's absence. "I've got some bad news and some worse news. Which do you want to hear first?" Upon hearing these words, Berenger frowned before sighing heavily and answering the question. "Let's go with the bad news first." There was no hesitation on Linda's part. Instead, she immediately began to clarify what she had been made aware of. Princess Sibylla of France is on her way to Kufstein. Evidently after that boy Aubrey failed to charm you, she had decided to come in person. A loud scoff resounded in the room as Berenger heard this. He immediately began to unfasten the medals around his neck and break open his collar as he sat back in his leather-bound chair and relaxed. "What do the fucking French want from me now? I have already given them weapons and the munitions to use them. If that harlot wishes to meet with me, she can get in line. Now, what is this worse news you have to tell me?" Linda bit her lip as she struggled to express the thoughts on her mind. After a few moments of steeling her resolve, she quickly spouted out the ongoing situation with the Byzantine Empire. "Our retaliation on the conspirators who attempted to assassinate Anuria has gotten a bit complicated." Berenger's brow immediately raised as he heard this before speaking in a cold tone. "Go on." Linda could tell that her husband was not pleased with this news and thus immediately began to confess to what had transpired. Decentius was in the room when the bomb went off. He has been permanently maimed, but he has survived. Luckily, we were able to pin the responsibility of the attack on the Mamluk Sultanate, but I am certain that Emperor Vatrani suspects our involvement. Relations between our kingdom and the empire in the east will be strained for some time. Silence existed in the king's office for some time before he finally remarked, "Is that all?" Despite his calm tone, Linda knew a hint of fury in his voice. As such, she bowed her head respectfully before speaking her mind. I will assume full responsibility for this failure. Berenger scoffed as he heard this before uttering the words on his mind. You are dismissed, Linda. Linda quickly left the room upon hearing these orders, leaving Berenger alone with his thoughts. After several minutes of silence, he finally let out a sigh before expressing the words on his mind. It looks like things are about to get interesting. Chapter 491. Absolute authority. Berenger sat upon his throne while tapping his armrest. To his left was Linda, Adela to his right. The three of them stared down below Austria's seat of power to witness the French princess bowing her head with respect. With one glimpse of Berenger, she could tell that he was nothing like her own father. This was a man who wielded absolute power with both fear and respect. However, the one who truly caught her eye was the red-headed lass by his side. Linda gazed upon Sibylla with a look of complete and total contempt. This gaze did not go unnoticed by the French princess, and if she were as mentally weak as her brother, she too might have succumbed to the pressure this woman was exuding. Instead, she merely behaved with the respect afforded to a foreign monarch. However, Berenger's following words immediately caused the young woman to become enraged. I have no time to entertain the daughter of the French king. I am dreadfully busy at the moment. The fact that I have taken time out of my busy schedule to greet your arrival is the most respect I will afford a lady of your position. After this sheer level of disrespect, your brother showed me you are lucky that I had not claimed his head. Now your father sends you in his stead? For what purpose do you interrupt my peace? Sibylla was surprised when she heard the cold and callous tone Berenger used to speak with her. She had never been so disrespected before. In fact, he did not even bother to comment on her beautiful appearance. Then again, why would he? When he had two women far more attractive than her by his side. The very thought that she could not compare to the women by Berenger's side further instigated the flame inside Sibylla's black heart. Ultimately, she was forced to calm her growing wrath and sighed heavily before responding. I have come to negotiate for your continued support in the ongoing war my kingdom faces against rebels and the English alike. Please do consider what an alliance between our two houses could mean. Upon hearing these words, Berenger immediately scoffed and rested his face on his fist. After doing so, he responded in an equally stoic tone of voice as he had done prior. I have already given your family sufficient arms and munitions to win your little war. By now, my weapons should have arrived and should currently be in service by your brother's retinue. If your father wants Austrian troops on French soil, I am afraid that is not something I am inclined to do. In case you are not aware, we are currently fighting a war with the Eastern Coalition and will be soon thrust into a defensive war against the Catholic world, which I suppose would include your kingdom, would it not? Sibylla bit her lip in displeasure. She was not accustomed to verbally sparring with someone who had such a sharp wit and a complete disregard for her people. As far as the medieval world was concerned, France was a significant power, yet Berenger gazed upon them as if they were worthless. The idea of an alliance with France was laughable to him, which further stoked the rage that the French princess was currently enduring. However, like a skilled diplomat, she put her pride aside and offered Austria incentives to support her family. I don't know if you are aware of this, but my father, King Gilles, is missing currently. My brother Aubrey is acting as regent in his stead. If you pledge your support to the House de Valois, I promise you there will be ample rewards, money, territory, women, whatever you want, you shall have it. Berenger did not respond to this offer immediately. Instead, he took a drink from his gold chalice, an item he had not dusted off in some time because of its more intimidating nature, yet in a meeting with a member of the French royal family, he felt it was appropriate to break out this old relic and show it off. Having swallowed the red wine within its cup, Berenger placed the chalice down on one of his armrests and leaned forward before responding to the French princess's claims. Do you think I am lacking in any of those things? I have told you before, I have no intentions of placing Austrian soldiers on French soil. However, since you say your brother is acting as regent, surely he has given you some negotiating power? Else why would you be here in my domain? Sibylla immediately nodded her head and responded with a charming smile. Of course. What is it you desire? As long as it is in my family's power, I shall grant it to you in return for your support. Berenger leaned back in his chair and played with his skull chalice as he pretended to dwell upon the woman's offer for some time. After a while, he wore a smug grin before expressing his thoughts. I will not send troops into France. That is something I am unwilling to do. I have already sold you a substantial stockpile of arms so that you can equip your levies with some decent weapons. What more is there I can offer? Sibylla nodded her head upon hearing this result. Truthfully, although she wanted Berenger's unconditional support to herself, she knew she could not immediately require such a thing. Instead, she had to play the long con. Because of this, she made an uncommon request of him to break the ice. I would like to hire some veterans of your army to provide training and tactics to my brother's soldiers. Name your price, and whatever it is, I will fulfill it to the best of my ability. A wicked smile appeared on Berenger's face as he gazed at the French beauty before him. Since she had said he could ask for anything, he would not be polite about it. My terms are simple. I want you. Hand yourself over to me as my fifth wife, and I will do as you have requested. This request shocked Sibylla. She had not expected Berenger to be so forward, nor did she desire to be his plaything. Rather, she yearned for the opposite. As for Linda and Adela, they immediately glared at their husband. Did he seriously make such a request in front of them? They were unaware that Berenger had no intentions of making the French princess his own. He could tell by one look of the woman that she was most likely a slut, just like her brother, and he had no desire to be with a woman who had such a massive body count. This was merely a test of her resolve to see how far she would go to secure what she wanted. After careful consideration, the princess sighed before nodding her head. She had resolved herself to agree to his demands and slowly manipulate the man into becoming hers. Fine. If it means saving my kingdom, then I will gladly give myself to you. Berenger's brow raised in curiosity. He had not expected such a result. Clearly this woman's scheming against him. If he did not want to prey to her games, then he needed to decline her offer. Despite his internal hesitation, he kept a calm facade as he boldly declared his conditions for his previous demands. Very well, so long as you are a pure maiden, I don't mind adding you to my collection of beautiful wives. You are a virgin, are you not? The moment Sibylla heard these words, she felt as if her mind was going to explode. Did this man seriously have the audacity to ask her that question? She did not know how to answer him satisfyingly. Of course, she wasn't a virgin. Berenger's estimation of her was right on the money. Every night, she enjoyed the company of a man, more often than not multiple at the same time. The panic on Sibylla's face became apparent after being asked this rather inappropriate question. Linda had a cruel smile carved on her luscious lips. She immediately understood what her husband's intention was. He not only was testing the French princess, but was openly trying to humiliate her. Ultimately, Sibylla could no longer play the part of a dignified princess of a foreign kingdom. Instead, she completely snapped as she scolded Berenger for his mockery. You dare question my purity? What gives you the right? After all, I highly doubt any of your wives were pure before you got your filthy German hands on them. After all, what kind of loose women would marry a scoundrel like you? However, the moment after she said these words, the French princess became filled with regret as Berenger snapped his fingers, causing his royal guards to surround the young woman and restrain her. As they pinned her to the ground, he stood up from his seat and walked down the steps before he was staring down at her. Out of respect for your family's power, I restrained myself when your brother sexually harassed me. In fact, I was willing to let anything you said about me slide. After all, I am not a petty man who cares about the opinions of fools. However, you made one major mistake. You dared to compare my women to a French harlot like yourself? I am pretty sick of dealing with your family and your lack of manners. Have this bitch locked up in a labor camp. You can release her after the year is over. That ought to teach her some fucking respect. As for supporting your kingdom, I am now more inclined to arm the rebels than I am your wretched household. Perhaps the Duke of Burgundy will be capable of showing a proper degree of respect to his superiors. After saying this, Sibylla was dragged out of the royal palace while kicking and screaming by Berenger's guards. While this occurred, the young king sat down on his throne once more and drank from his skull chalice. Having finished his drink, he let out an enormous sigh before complaining about the current situation. I should have done that while her brother was here. Adela immediately gazed up at her husband with a look of worry as she asked the question that was on her mind. By locking up the French princess, aren't you worried France will declare war on us? Despite the dire question, Berenger was unmoved. Instead, he scoffed in annoyance before educating his High Queen on the geopolitical situation. You heard her. Gillis is missing, and that twink of a prince sits on the throne. If her father were still in charge, maybe I would not have reacted so harshly, but so long as Aubrey sits on the French throne, I can do whatever the hell I want to his sister. That boy doesn't dare to step on my tail. Linda immediately hugged her husband after pouring another cup of wine for him. As she rested her head against his shoulder, she complimented him. I love it when you act so ruthlessly. Having said this, Berenger gazed in the direction of the entrance to his throne room. Without Sibylla, France's ability to conduct intrigue would be substantially worsened. After all, the woman was a lesser version of Linda. Without the ability to identify his agents among the French populace, his plans for the Kingdom of France could continue unchallenged. Chapter 492. Until his last dying breath, Prince Iwan of Poland stared into the distance where the Austro-Bohemian forces had gathered, as a highly mobile and relatively modern force. The Austrians generally did not engage their enemies with the entirety of the expeditionary force. Instead, they utilized smaller units spread across more significant swaths of territory. At most, a division stood in the distance across the fields. Still, that was 25,000 men, all of which were armed with needle rifles, revolvers, and breech-loading cannons. Such a well-equipped force of the size was in itself fully capable of annihilating any army they came across. Immediately the Polish prince performed the sign of the cross as he began to recite his prayers. Today was the day of his death, and he knew it. However, his father's orders were absolute, and his honor as a Catholic was on the line. Thus he lowered the visor of his bassinet and unleashed his sword from his sheath as he boldly gave the orders to charge to his retinue of heavily armored knights. Charge! Upon giving this decree, the young prince snapped the reins off of his steed, sending the mighty destrier down the hill and towards the enemy. While the Austrians were entirely aware of the Polish army not far away, they had yet to react. After all, blasting such an army to bits with nothing but artillery became dreadfully dull after a while. Some of the more battle-crazed soldiers of the Austrian army wanted to fire their rifles at the enemy lines. Thus, they would not begin firing the artillery shells at the enemy cavalry until they were near the danger-close proximity. Instead, while the army of 10,000 horsemen charged down from the mountainside, the Austrian infantry reacted calmly as they fixed their bayonets and loaded their paper cartridges into the chambers of their rifles. 10 feet turned into 100 feet, 100 feet turned into 1,000, and yet the cavalry continued to charge, with a sufficient amount of infantry rushing behind them. If they could not close the gap in time, then they would indeed be eradicated. Their only hope was to get past the 600-yard mark to ensure that they were beyond the point where the Austrians could safely fire their artillery. After much trial and error, the Polish army had discovered that the Austrian artillery never fired shells beyond a certain distance in relation to their location. Thus, they devised the rapid cavalry charges to close the spaces before the army could be obliterated. Unfortunately, they were walking right into a line of needle rifle fire, but then again, they were not too keenly aware of how rapidly the Austrians could reload their weapons after firing a shot. Sweat began to pour down Iwan's forehead as he began to close the distance, and yet he could not wipe it away, for his helmet still covered his entire face. Thus he was forced to endure as he reached ever closer to the Austrian lines. Of course, once he reached the 800-yard mark, the thunder of the artillery shells firing at his location began to echo in the air. The first shell impacted not 75 yards behind him. In doing so, it blasted men and horses alike to bits. He foolishly looked back to see the damage caused. As he did so, he intensely felt the desire to throw up. He forced his head forward and raised his sword in the air to avoid doing so, screaming the words in his native tongue. Charge! However, the closer he got, the more artillery shells impacted his army behind him. 1 barrage, 2 barrages, 3 barrages. By the time a full minute had passed, 10 barrages from an entire brigade's worth of artillery had fired upon his army, inflicting massive casualties. Yet there was still hope. He was dangerously close to the line that marked the area safe from artillery fire. After safely crossing the aforementioned line, he let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, bullets flew past his head. He could hear them whistle as they just barely missed his body. Despite this, he continued to usher his horse forward. Either victory or death would be achieved on this day. The Austrian soldiers continued to fire their needle rifles at the advancing cavalry, gunning down men and horses alike. Ironclad warriors crashed to the ground, either crushed by their mounts or already lifeless by the moment they hit the floor. However, Iwan was more determined than ever to reach the enemy lines. When he was finally a distance of roughly 30 yards away from the enemy, he felt a searing hot pain in his abdomen. When he looked down, he noticed that blood had begun to pour outside of his armor. He had been hit. As he continued to bleed, the strength began to fade from his body, and yet he still managed to rush his horse forward. If he could make it to the enemy formation, perhaps he could claim the life of at least one of the enemy. However, when he was roughly 5 meters away from his target, another volley was fired from the Austrian rifleman. This time, 3 bullets had entered his torso, and another 5 had claimed his horse's life. The lifeless steed crashed to the ground, tossing the young prince from its back. Evidently, a bullet had struck his spine because he could no longer feel the use of his legs. Instead, as the dust cleared, he noticed his steed lying dead, not 3 feet away from him. Tied to its saddle was the stuffed rabbit his little sister had given him. As he looked around and witnessed the Austrian gunfire rip his army to shreds, the only thought on his mind was to protect the stuffed rabbit named Casper. With this in mind, he struggled, using all the strength remaining in his arms, to drag his broken body forward towards his now deceased steed. With each movement, he felt the life further fade from his body, until finally he reached the saddle, where he quickly pulled out his arming dagger to cut the stuffed rabbit free. After doing so, he clutched it to his bleeding chest, where he began struggling for breath. The stuffed white rabbit became stained with his blood as the young prince of Poland slowly lost consciousness. The final thought on his mind was the regret he felt for not being able to live up to his promise to his darling little sister. After reflecting upon this, The life faded from Iwan's eyes when Eckhard observed this curious behavior. He made his way through the ranks of his soldiers before staring at the dead prince and the now crimson rabbit in his hands. The veteran field marshal immediately reached down and pulled the helmet from the prince's head to reveal his handsome face and the distraught expression that lay upon it. The boy had died in grief, and Eckhard suspected the rabbit of being at least partially responsible. With this in mind, he ripped the toy from the prince's cold dead hands and then began to inspect it. As the soldiers beneath his command witnessed their field marshal inspecting a stuffed rabbit on an active battlefield, they immediately rushed over to his side to protect him. One of the men commented on the situation. "What is it, sir?" Eckhard did not shift his gaze from the dead prince and the toy he had fought so desperately to protect as he voiced his thoughts. "Curious, isn't it? With his last dying breath, this boy fought to protect a toy. Why would he even bring such a thing to the battlefield?" Eckhard recognized the tabard that the prince wore, signifying him as a member of the royal family of Poland. With this in mind, a bitter expression appeared on his lips as he grabbed a hold of the toy and stuffed it into his pouch. After doing so, he gazed off into the distance towards Warsaw before making one final comment. "Finish this battle quickly. It would appear the Polish princess is missing her favorite toy. I intend to return it to her." The Austrian soldiers immediately saluted their field marshal upon hearing this before getting back to the front lines. It did not take long for the well-trained and supplied Austrian army to mop up the Polish army's remnants after this point. Within an hour, the enemy either lay dead, had routed, or was taken as prisoners. As for the corpse of the Polish prince, it was buried in a mass grave alongside all of the deceased of the Polish army. Only the Austrian corpses would return to their homes. For the enemies of Austria, they were not afforded such a luxury. Having finished the battle, Eckhard shifted his target towards Warsaw, where the remainder of the Polish royal family lay in hiding, far away from the consequences of their actions. Upon witnessing the spectacle of the prince's death, Eckhard was convinced now more than ever that he would need to speak with the Polish king personally about his choices in life. Chapter 493. English ambitions. Within a dimly lit castle sat a short yet burly man. This man had a long brown beard combed to perfection. His hair was in a similarly long and straight state. The short man was dressed in attire that would be luxurious for his kingdom, but when compared to the wealth of his neighbors, across the English Channel was more fitting being worn by a pauper than a king. The banners of the House of Lancaster were proudly displayed behind his throne, and despite this, they appeared to be in a rather unkempt state. It would appear that Father Time had not been the most generous of benefactors to the royal House of England. Despite the lack of wealth, one thing remained certain. King Lawrence of the House of Lancaster was a mighty foe, one who had made his French counterparts bleed dearly over the past decade since he had assumed the mantle of King of England. At the moment, 2 servant girls sat in his lap as he drank from a massive goblet that appeared to be made of pewter. Embossed on this cup were depictions of the Arthurian legends. Should the chalice been made of gold, it would be quite the exquisite piece, and yet despite his martial prowess and his successful campaigns against the Irish, King Lawrence could not well afford such a magnificent drinking device. Despite his early advances into France and the rebelling duchies swearing loyalty to him and him alone, he was not exactly in the best mood. After all, the French had recently employed firearms in significant numbers, something that he had not expected to occur after his dastardly plot had succeeded. Kneeling before the English monarch was a man dressed in far more luxurious attire. This aging and feeble man was bound with a cloth gag and rope ties. He was none other than the French King Giles, who had disappeared from the royal court in Paris weeks prior. Lawrence, ever the ruffian, snapped his fingers, and in doing so, his guards immediately released the restraint that prevented the French monarch from speaking. Giles immediately panted for breath. After all, He was a mouth breather and was not well accustomed to breathing through his nose. Having secured his breath, Giles immediately unleashed curses upon his rival across the English Channel. "Lawrence, you bastard. You have kidnapped me from my home. What is it you plan to do with me, exactly?" The English king immediately began to break out into laughter as he abruptly stood up from his seat. In doing so, casting the two servant girls aside, with his pewter goblet in hand, he approached his primary enemy and backhanded him across the face. After doing so, he grabbed a hold of Giles's long gray hair before pressing his head to the cold stone floor. "Initially, I had planned to execute you and overcome your pathetic son with my forces. However, before I do such a thing, I am curious. As soon as you disappear and your twink of an heir assumed control, thousands of firearms were deployed to the battlefield. While your soldiers are not exactly the most trained and capable men, these weapons have proven to be a great deterrent to my armies. This leaves me wondering if you had such weapons stashed away. Why did you refuse to use them?" Giles immediately spat on the ground in front of him before chastising the English king. "Oh, that foolish bastard. I knew I should have raised him better. I'll have you know, the Kingdom of Austria provided those weapons. However, I refused to use their vile weapons on the field of battle. After all, what idiot would sell his soul to that devil?" It was apparent that Giles referred to Berenger when he used such terminology. However, this only intrigued Lawrence further. After all, he had yet to reveal his secret weapon. After hearing such valuable intelligence, he released his hold over his French counterpart and left him struggling with his bindings. In a fit of mad laughter, Lawrence had concluded about the state of the ongoing war with France. When Giles looked at him as if he were insane, the English king immediately whistled. In doing so, several crates were brought forward where the contents were laid bare for the French king to see. Several hundred firearms fell out of the crates and onto the ground, which astonished Giles, though these firearms did not bear the proof marks of the Kufstein armory like the ones delivered to France did. There was no mistaking that they were manufactured in the southern German kingdom. Upon seeing Giles' confusion, Lawrence explained what had occurred to the French king as if he had uncovered a grand conspiracy. "A while ago, I was approached by men who identified themselves as ambassadors of the Iberian Union, as were the Dukes of Burgundy and Aquitaine. They gave us these firearms as a gift and were willing to sell more to allegedly fund their war against the Austro-Granadan alliance. Naturally, I accepted and purchased much of these weapons for my troops. Until now, I have been ensuring that my soldiers are properly trained in these weapons before deploying them to the battlefield. Unlike you, I prefer my soldiers to have a degree of discipline appropriate for a proper army." Curious enough, even after the Iberian Union collapsed, the same men approached me once more with intent to sell. By this time, they claimed to be representatives of the Kingdom of Aragon. Thus, I kept buying the weapons. I never thought until this moment that the entire time I was purchasing these weapons, the true mastermind behind their delivery was King Berenger von Kufstein and his Austrian war machine. Tell me, Giles, what is his goal if that madman will arm all sides of this conflict? To make the most money from us as possible? Fat chance. Nobody in the Western world is more wealthy than the King of Austria, so what other purpose could he have in arming all of us with more efficient weapons? What exactly are Austria's plans for France? When presented with such evidence, Giles struggled to comprehend Berenger's plot. Like his rival Lawrence, he wrongfully assumed that Berenger had his eyes on conquering the French kingdom. For how could they realize Berenger held a vendetta against their country based upon grievances suffered by his ancestors in another world? Upon seeing Giles come to a similar conclusion, Lawrence laughed again as he unsheathed his sword from his belt. After doing so, he raised it above Giles's neck while taunting the man. "Take solace from the fact that I will prevent Berenger's conquest of France in your stead." Upon hearing this, Giles spat on the floor. There was a tint of blood in his saliva as he did so. With a smirk on his face, the French king accepted his fate. Go ahead, kill me. I'll be dead in 6 months anyway. With this said, the English king brought his sword down, decapitating the King of France. A satisfied smile was on Giles' severed head as the life instantly faded from his eyes. Having finally killed his rival, the English king tossed his bloody sword aside and chugged the wine in his goblet. After doing so, he returned to his throne, where he barked orders at his servants. Clean this mess up and bring my marshal. It is time we bring this war to new heights. Now is the time to launch our attack. Shortly after that, the servants cleaned up the French king's corpse and the bloodied stone floor. As they did so, the Marshal of England presented himself where he and his monarch discussed a new invasion plan. They would soon march on France with all the might the Kingdom of England could muster, in doing so bringing a new era of chaos and suffering to the French kingdom. Despite his bold claims to repel Berenger's future invasion, Lawrence had unwittingly played into Berenger's hands. Without Giles keeping the kingdom together, the various duchies of France would soon begin an all-out battle royal for control of the crown. After all, what man was foolish enough to follow the commands of the disgraced Prince Aubrey? Chapter 494 Rule Germania. In the center of Kufstein lay a theater hall, which had recently finished construction, and tonight was its grand opening. Because of this, thousands of people from across the city had gathered to witness the masterpiece that was written and directed by the young High Queen of Austria. Whether it be commoners or the nobility, all would gather together to witness the brilliant play conducted by the talented actors and actresses who lived within the Kingdom of Austria. For the grand opening of the theater house, Adela had constructed a play based upon the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. This was a battle fought in ancient times by the Cherusci chieftain Hermann, also known by his Roman name Arminius, who led the Germanic tribes to victory against 3 legions of the mighty Roman Empire. In Berenger's previous life, this battle was used as a propaganda piece for centuries, and he intended to make use of it in this timeline as well. Standing in the center of the stage was an attractive young man with long, straight blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. He was dressed in the thick woolen clothing of the ancient Germanic people, with a Larica Hamada coat of mail over it. This actor who played the role of Arminius was currently huddling over a fire on stage as he discussed the Roman advance into the Black Forest with other actors who represented the various Germanic chieftains. The Romans shall enter the forest on the morrow. When they do, we will meet them with sword and spear. When these foreigners enter our lands, they shall feel the wrath of the German people. For Wudenaz. For Germania. Another actor who was a middle-aged man scoffed when he heard this before responding with a boisterous voice. You want us to fight the legions of Rome? Have you gone mad, Hermann? The Roman war machine is not easily beaten in battle. The actor who played Hermann grabbed a hold of the other actor by his cloak and shook him around in a state of frenzy as he countered his argument with a passionate speech. What would you have us do? Lie down and accept the Romans as our masters? They would make slaves of us all. You have not dwelled in Roman lands, but I have lived as one of them. I would rather die 1,000 deaths than allow 1 inch of German soil to be occupied by our enemies. If you are too afraid to fight, then, by all means, you and your people are welcome to stay behind like the cowards you are, but I promise you, before the dawn rises in the east, I will have watered these forests with the blood of the Romans. While the play continued, Berenger and Adela watched it from above in their private booth. The Austrian king had a broad smile as he began to whisper to his wife about the play she had written. Truly, an excellent display of talent. This piece of theater will be sure to inspire our people to work hard for a greater tomorrow and to resist foreign influence over our lands. I must say, Adela, you have outdone yourself this time. In response to her husband's kind words, Adela smiled and latched onto his arm as she rested her head on his shoulder. It was rare for her to have alone time with the man she loved. Not only did Berenger have multiple wives, but he had many children to take care of, and frequently Adela felt that despite her position as the primary wife, she was neglected. Despite this, he had accompanied her to the opening night of the grand theater hall she had designed, as well as the first of many plays that she had written. It was indeed a monumental occasion for the High Queen of Austria. The play continued for some time before an intermission was declared, and with it, Berenger and his wife got up to stretch their legs. Gathered outside of the theater hall were the thousands of people who had come to watch the play's opening night. Berenger was dressed in his kingly attire, while Adela was in a black evening gown. Together they stood side by side as various members of society approached them and discussed what they thought of the play so far. "It is truly amazing what you have created here, Your Majesty. You have quite the future as a playwright." This woman addressed Adela, who wore a proud smile on her face. After all, compared to anything else that existed in this medieval world, the Austrian theater was extremely impressive. Not only were the sets grand, but the acting was top-notch. Watching such an extravagant piece of theater was a luxury that only the people of Kufstein could currently afford. However, Adela had planned to open theater halls all across the kingdom, among other institutions, to enhance Austria's culture further. The noble young queen nodded her head and thanked the aristocratic woman for her kind words with a pretty smile on her luscious pink lips. "I am glad that you are enjoying the play so far. However, the best is yet to come, so feel free to eat and drink your fill of wine and fine cheeses. When the intermission ends, I promise you, you will be pleased with what comes next." Having said this, Adela began to entertain more guests, and before long, they returned to their seats, where the play continued. Berenger continued to watch with an eager expression. Before long, the main battle scene occurred where the Germanic warriors ambushed and slaughtered the Roman legionnaires. As the last eagle fell, the crowd erupted in applause. Shortly thereafter, the end of the play came, where the actor representing the Roman general Varus gazed upon the devastation that had been wrought upon his army. After hearing the howls of the German warriors closing in on him, the fat, old, and bald man who played the character pulled out his gladius and fell upon it, in the end leaving behind a single sentence. What man could tame such a wild and unforgiving land? Having committed suicide, the actor playing Hermann and his Germanic allies found the Roman general's corpse, where they proceeded to sever Varus' head. Holding it high in the air, the Germanic hero boldly proclaimed for all to hear, "Let this be a lesson for those who seek to impose their will on the German people. No foreigner shall ever claim dominion over our lands. For so long as the blood of Germania flows through our veins, we will never submit, and we will never be conquered. Rule Germania." After saying this, the curtains were drawn, and the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, standing from their seats and cheering with the final phrase spoken in the play, "Rule Germania." When Berenger witnessed this, a smile etched itself upon his lips. Adela had done more than he ever expected of her. She had invoked the fighting spirit that he wished for his people to have with a single play. Thus he gazed over with an affectionate gazer towards his high queen and grabbed a hold of her hand. After doing so, he kissed her on the lips and whispered in her ear. It was truly an inspiring piece of propaganda. You have done well. I look forward to your future work. Upon hearing her husband's praise, Adela blushed. She then shifted her attention to the stage where the actors took their bows. She had put a lot of effort into the production of this play, and it turned out better than she had imagined. After the play was over, Berenger and Adela returned to the royal palace. This play would continue to perform for the following month within the city of Kufstein. After all, the theater hall could only fit so many people. With each show, it would gain an even more excellent reputation, inspiring many Austrians to work hard for the glory of Austria and the dream of a united Germany. Adela would immediately begin producing more plays, most of which acted as propaganda pieces to idealize Berenger's vision for a unified German empire. The extravagance of Austrian theater would catch the attention of wealthy noblemen and women from around the German-speaking regions who would visit Austria to see the play. With each play, the importance of German unification would be more prevalent, paving the way for the people of not only Austria, but the German regions as a whole to accept Berenger's plans for a single German empire. In doing this, Adela had secured herself in the good graces of Berenger as one of his most essential tools for developing German culture in his image. Perhaps one day he would make her the Minister of Propaganda. If she had such an important government role, the young woman who always lived in the shadow of her rival would be able to hold her head high with pride as she said to the world, "See, I am every bit as useful as Linda." Of course, Berenger had no idea that Adela's success would further increase the rivalry between her and his second wife. However, such a thing was none of his concern. As long as it was conducted with a degree of civility, he would encourage such petty competition between his wives. Chapter 495. Entering the fold, the golden-haired and one-eyed king of Austria sat upon his throne, gazing down at the newest arrival to his court with a smirk on his face. Though he had estimated this outcome was inevitable, he still did not believe it would happen so soon. As word spread about Austria's continued victories against the Eastern Coalition and the destruction of Krakow, fear and panic had followed it into the hearts of Austria's neighbors. Dietger, the Duke of Bavaria, had long since realized that a sleeping lion dwelled on his southern borders and had taken various actions to counter it. In fact, for the past year, he had taken an option of appeasement. Unfortunately for him, Austria's power continued to rise like a soaring eagle, and thus, additional difficulties presented themselves. After witnessing the entirety of eastern Germany, annexed by the southern state, Dietger had realized any attempt to keep his sovereignty was moot. Thus, without speaking to his allies in Saxony and Württemberg, he had traveled to Kufstein with a single purpose in mind. At the moment, the once proud Duke of Bavaria, who until now had fought tirelessly to be crowned King of Germany, was kneeling before the self-proclaimed King of Austria. "Your Majesty, King Berenger, I have come to Kufstein to declare my allegiance to you, and submit myself and that of my lands to the authority of the Austrian crown. If you would have me as your vassal, it would honor me to serve you and your dynasty for perpetuity." Berenger gazed upon the aging Duke of Bavaria with a cruel smile etched on his immaculate features. This was exactly what he wanted. With Dietger's support, other German regions would follow suit and swear fealty to him in the coming days. Allowing himself to proclaim the formation of the East German Confederation, he would elevate these dukes to the status of kings and proclaim himself the leader of this new faction. It was only after he had united Germany under the banners of Austria that the young king intended to declare the formation of the German Empire and crown himself Kaiser. Such a thing had long since been the goal of Berenger. Dietger played a pivotal role in this vision, and thus Berenger was more than happy to accept the man who had once been a bitter enemy in his service. "Dietger, I accept your vassalage and declare the annexation of the Duchy of Bavaria into the Kingdom of Austria. You and your dynasty may preside over the land of your ancestors, as you have done for centuries. However, the laws of Austria will henceforth apply to Bavaria and all of its people." A sigh of relief escaped from Dietger's lips as he heard the mercy the young king of Austria had given him. After doing so, he nodded his head thrice before responding to Berenger. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I promise to be a filial servant of the Austrian crown until the day I die." Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled and nodded his head. He then stood up from his throne and approached the Duke of Bavaria, where he placed a hand on his shoulder. "Be sure that you do. Come, let us feast and enjoy the union of our two realms." After saying this, Berenger departed from the throne room with the Duke of Bavaria in pursuit. Eventually, they arrived in the dining room where Berenger instructed a servant to bring his family down to eat. While the two noblemen waited for the royal family to arrive, they quenched their thirst with fortified wine and talked about trivial matters. Linda was the first among Berenger's wives to arrive. She was clutching her youngest daughter Isla to her chest, whereas Hans and Helga followed by her sides. The busty young redhead seated her children first, before taking her place by Berenger's side on his left. Berenger immediately introduced his second wife to his guest, Dietger, who gazed in awe at the beauty of the young mother. "This is my second wife, Queen Linda von Kufstein. She is the daughter of the late Count of Innsbruck Lothar von Habsburg and the love of my life." Linda immediately smiled gracefully at the Duke of Bavaria and introduced herself. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Dietger. I am glad to hear that your visit to Austria this time is for more peaceful reasons." Naturally, as the director of Austrian royal intelligence, Linda was aware of Dietger's purpose for visiting Kufstein the moment he set out from Munich. Dietger had remained silent with an enamored expression since the moment he first laid eyes on Linda. Ultimately, he could not help himself from complimenting her appearance. "I had heard there were 3 heavenly beauties of Austria, and I must say that you are much more beautiful than the late Duke Wilmar von Habsburg's daughter Agnes, who is said to be chief amongst them. If I had known that such an angelic woman existed in Austria, I would have claimed you instead of her as the bride of my eldest son." In response to this claim, Linda giggled in a rather sadistic fashion. In doing so, she responded in a manner that the Duke did not expect. "I highly doubt that, by the time you wiped out the main Habsburg line, I had already dedicated my life to Berenger, and he would never allow you to take me from him. A man of your caliber would have died trying." Though this was a direct insult to Dietger's prestige, one that wounded him greatly, he knew better than to invoke the ire of King Berenger, especially after he had just sworn subservience to him and his dynasty. Berenger merely sat back and drank his wine as his wife unleashed her venomous tongue towards his newest vassal. Before long, Adela arrived with her kids in tow. She gazed upon the awkward scene with a curious glance before introducing herself to her husband's guest. "I am the High Queen, Adela von Kufstein. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, and you are." Dietger stood up as he bowed before the High Queen of Austria, before introducing himself. "Duke Dietger of Bavaria, I have just sworn my allegiance to your husband. I look forward to working with you and your family soon." Adela nodded her head and sat down beside Berenger on his right. As she did so, she noticed the expression on Dietger's face. He could hardly believe that Berenger had 2 of such beauties by his side. He understood Linda. After all, she was one of the 3 heavenly beauties of Austria, but he was unaware of who this young blonde was. It was at this moment he remembered something important and immediately inquired for clarification about it. "You wouldn't have a sister named Ava, would you?" Upon hearing her eldest sister's name, Adela's smile turned upside down, and she glared at the man before silently nodding her head. Upon seeing this odd expression, Dietger felt confused, but ultimately smiled before complimenting the High Queen of Austria. "Then that makes sense. You are the younger sister of the 3rd member of Austria's legendary trio of heavenly beauties." Who knew that her younger sister was every bit of a looker as she was? "I feel you need to update your fables and include the High Queen as the 4th member of this elite group." Adela merely scoffed in response to these vain compliments and took a sip from her wine. She had no desire to be lumped in with her elder sister in a reputation based solely upon appearance. Shortly after this minor incident, the other members of Berenger's family made their way to the dining hall, where they enjoyed their meal. It surprised Dietger to see that Berenger had collected so many beautiful women from different parts of the world, and was becoming envious. However, a thought suddenly entered his mind as he witnessed this. If Bavaria was now a part of Austria and had to obey its laws, didn't that mean he now could marry a few more beautiful young women too? Thus, Berenger had unknowingly inspired his newest vassal to work hard to get a lifestyle similar to that of the Austrian king. Perhaps one of his children or grandchildren could even marry into the von Kufstein line. Such a thing would surely bring prestige to the House von Wittelsbach. After all, it was becoming apparent that Berenger would achieve far greater feats in this life than he had already done. Thus, the Bavarian Duke had got a new life goal as he sat and dined with his new king. As for the ramifications of Bavarian submission to the Austrian crown, the folding of the Bavarian Duke and his claim on the vacant German throne would allow the House von Luxemburg to claim that they were, in fact, the true German kings. Something that was in a direct conflict with Berenger and his goals of a unified German empire. Chapter 496. Berenger von Kufstein must die. Duke Hartmann von Luxemburg sat upon his seat of power in the land of his ancestors. At the moment, the young man was twirling the white queen of his chess set in his hand as he prepared to make his next move against his old friend and mentor. The man sitting across from the young duke went by the name of Renaud de la Roche. He was a Frenchman by birth. Yet, he had traveled into the heart of Luxembourg and swore his service decades ago to the father of the young man sitting in front of him. Since then, he had looked after the bastard of Luxembourg as if he were his own child, teaching him the ways of chivalry and the tactics that a duke should know should he wish to be victorious on the field of battle. Over the years, Hartmann had proven himself a capable warrior and a cunning leader. In fact, it was because of his actions that the true-born sons of his father met an untimely demise. Of course, none of this had ever been proven, and to speak of it was slander, which would surely result in the decapitation of whoever had uttered such foolish words. Despite his natural intellect and charisma, Hartmann now found himself in a difficult situation. He could not see through his mentor's play on the chessboard, and was only a step away from being checked. After spending nearly 5 minutes gazing at the board, examining every path to victory, he suddenly realized that Renaud had defeated him long ago. It was then that the young man noticed the cruel smile spread across the veteran knight's lips as he gloated in victory. Though such a sight always brought out the worst of Hartmann's inner emotions, he calmed himself by taking a deep breath and exhaling before doing the one thing a man in his position could do. Admit defeat. You have bested me once again, Renaud. I humbly admit defeat. The elderly knight broke out in laughter as he took a swig from his flagon of wine. Upon doing so, he gazed fondly upon his charge before commenting on the situation. You're getting better, but you are still a ways away from defeating this old knight. Before Hartmann could respond, a messenger entered the room and whispered something in his ear. Though Renaud could not hear what the messenger said to his master, he could tell by the excited expression on the young man's face that something good had happened. Despite his eagerness, Hartmann remained calm as he dismissed the servant from the room after he had received the complete message. Leave us. The messenger did not hesitate and immediately departed from the room, leaving the mentor and his student completely alone in silence. Hartmann took a sip from his drink before gracefully wiping away the residue with a hanky. After doing so, Renaud broke the silence that existed between the two. Well, don't keep me waiting. In response to this, Hartmann smiled before giving the good news he had received from his servant. Diecker has relinquished his claim to the throne. There is nobody else left to challenge my claim. That means I am the new king of Germany. Despite the good news, Renaud did not react overly joyously. Instead, he scratched his chin as he thought about what he was told. After a few moments of silence, the veteran knight quickly inquired for further details on the matter. What exactly happened? I can't imagine Diecker would spend decades of his life preparing for this war, engage in a bloody stalemate for 5 years, thoroughly bankrupting his realm just so to back out at the last moment. Hartmann did not hesitate to inform his mentor of the details of what had transpired within the city of Kufstein. I don't know exactly what happened, but Dieter has submitted to the rule of that pretender Berenger von Kufstein, the self-proclaimed king of Austria. Without Dieter, we now have control over most of Germany, aside from Bavaria and Austria. While the news overjoyed Hartmann, Renaud was far more cautious. Just what kind of man was Berenger von Kufstein? Though he had never met the Austrian monarch, he was well aware of the stories that shrouded him. Then again, it was hard to decipher what was reality and what was propaganda. Still, it could not be denied that Berenger had risen from among the lowest ranks of nobility to one of the most pivotal figures in the Western world. Such a feat was rare in the entire history of the world. If Dieter had submitted to this man, then it meant that he knew something about Austria that they themselves did not know. Because of his cautious nature, Renaud sighed heavily before speaking the thoughts that dwelled in his mind. I dare say that this is not something to celebrate. You know as well as I do the propaganda that is coming out of Austria nowadays. Every facet of their society is preaching for the unification of Germany under a single empire, ruled by the von Kufstein dynasty. If Dieter has submitted to that man's authority, then it means he believes Berenger is likely to succeed in this endeavor. By declaring yourself King of Germany, you are standing in the way of Austria's vision for a unified German empire under their hegemony. You are making yourself the enemy of a powerful man, one who has proven himself invincible so far. The moment Hartmann heard these words, his expression dropped significantly. Just when he thought he had won the war, Renaud had to reveal that an even more powerful enemy lay between him and the title of King of the Germans. A scowl appeared on the young man's face as he asked for advice on how to proceed. Renaud, you have always advised me on the best path forward, and you have never failed me. I need you to tell me how I get rid of this monumental obstacle between me and my rightful place as king. The veteran French knight relaxed back in his chair as he contemplated the most suitable path to victory. After several minutes of silent thought, he finally revealed the plan he had devised. Only a fool would face Austria in open battle. In fact, the chance of you winning any form of engagement against them is virtually non-existent. Austria has the largest, most well-equipped, and most well-trained army in the world. Don't even get me started on their navy. However, that does not mean they don't have any weaknesses. The Kingdom of Austria's greatest weakness is that until now, they've relied entirely on their king to achieve their wealth and power. Without Berenger, Austria is nothing. None of his children are old enough to take the throne, and no man at the present can fill his shoes and lead them to glory. Hartmann gulped heavily as he swallowed the saliva pooled in his mouth. After doing so, he asked the question that was on his mind. What are you saying I should do? Upon hearing this, Renaud's expression became grave. He leaned in close to his student with a stern look in his eyes before revealing the words that would resound throughout history. It is simple. You must kill Berenger von Kufstein. Hartmann immediately scoffed upon hearing this, before throwing up his hands in defeat. Kill Berenger? If it was so simple, somebody would have succeeded by now. Renaud's expression sank further as he heard his student's protests. I never said it was going to be easy, but this is the only way that you can achieve your goals in life. Without Berenger's guidance, Austria will fall into ruin. With the King of Austria's death, his bitches will fight to the death to put their sons on the throne, further dividing the unstable kingdom that he has built. If you kill Berenger, you will become the King of Germany. I promise you that. Upon hearing the speech, Hartmann mulled it over in his head for a long time. Nearly half an hour of silence had passed before the young man concluded on what needed to be done. With a cruel smile on his face, he took one last sip of his beverage before boldly declaring his intentions. Very well. If that is the only path to victory, then I must take it. Berenger von Kufstein must die. Upon saying this, a tacit understanding had taken place in the heart of Luxembourg, an assassination plan to eliminate the young King of Austria and defeat his kingdom had been hatched. Regardless of whether this plot was to succeed, it was bound to have dire consequences on the Western world and the fate of the German people. Chapter 497: Formation of the South German Confederation. Within the royal palace of Kufstein, in its great hall, stood several prominent leaders from Central Europe. Chief among them was Berenger von Kufstein, who held the titles of both King of Austria and Bohemia. As for the others, they included the Grand Duke of Switzerland, the Duke of Bavaria, as well as the Dukes of Saxony and Baden and Württemberg. These various German leaders were gathered for a single purpose, and that was to come to agreements over the future of their realms. By now, Austrian fashion trends had made their way across southern Germany as a whole. Thus, these men were not dressed in the medieval attire of their North German counterparts. Rather, they were dressed in a style similar to the royalty of Austria. Among these men, none had a more striking appearance than Berenger. If these men's daughters were present to witness this occasion, it was most certain that they would fawn over the Austrian king. Berenger, however, was interested in who sported the greatest fashion. Rather, he was more interested in the serious political ramifications that this meeting would have on the Western world as a whole. Thus, as he dukes bickered among themselves, he stood back and drank from his chalice, listening to each one of their concerns. "This is your fault, Dieter. You bowing before Berenger has made a mockery of our alliance. If it weren't for the fact that we were permanently on Hartmann's shit list for siding with you, we would not even be here." Berenger merely scoffed when he heard these words being spoken by the Duke of Saxony. These were bold words for a man who shared a border with Austria. The moment the man saw the displeasure on Berenger's face, he felt a chill go down his spine and tried to backpedal on his statement. "That is not to say that the King of Austria is not worthy of serving, but your actions have spit in the face of the sacrifice that thousands of our men have made on the field of battle over these past few years." The young King of Austria did not bother to respond to this comment. Instead, he allowed his newest pet to do so. Dieter was more than willing to stand up for his actions, and he quickly informed his former allies of just why he had knelt before the Austrian crown. "Look around you, Sivert, you old fool. While we have fought for a meaningless title, King Berenger has elevated his status to that beyond any ordinary king. You saw the technological marvels that are commonplace in this land. You have seen the weapons the Austrian army wield, and the ships that comprise their navy. Do you honestly think we stand a chance of defeating this mighty kingdom? There is only one solution to this petty war for a non-existent crown. Kneel before Berenger and proclaim him the true king of Germany. What does lineage matter when faced with overwhelming power? If you stubborn fools do not submit to the crown of Austria as I have, I assure you, only blood and death await your lands." Berenger raised his brow when he heard this last point. While he had gained the reputation as an utterly ruthless conqueror, his plans for Germany, should it be required to be unified by a force, was actually to be quite lenient on not only their armies, but especially its people. To Berenger, the German people were his people, and he had no desire to shed any more blood than was necessary to unite them under one banner. Despite his true intentions, he did not make it clear, as Dieter's speech was swaying the men who had gathered in Kufstein. The three dukes here who had not already submitted to Berenger realized just what the future entailed. With this in mind, the Duke of Baden finally broke his silence before addressing a question to Berenger. "Apologies if I am out of place, Your Majesty. However, I can no longer keep my curiosity to myself. If you would permit me to ask a simple question, I would be most honored." The other dukes gazed at the proud Duke of Baden with awe. Was this man really the duke they all knew? Never once in the past had he responded so respectfully in the face of authority, and yet here and now he was practically groveling at Berenger's feet. The Austrian king was amused by the over-polite nature of the Duke of Baden's request, and simply responded with a silent nod, signifying his approval to ask the question which was plaguing his mind. The Duke of Baden took a deep breath before doing so. "Just what are the extents of your ambitions, Berenger von Kufstein?" Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled gracefully before responding to the question with much enthusiasm. My ambitions are simple, Duke Court von Zaringen. I plan to unify the German people of this world into a single empire, and not some confederation which pretends to be the successor of the ancient Romans. No, I plan to create a German empire, one whose power and influence will extend to every corner of this world. Make no mistake, gentlemen, I have the ability to accomplish this, and I will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. I am well aware that the bastard of Luxembourg plans to fight against me until his last dying breath, and if that is his desire, then so be it. I understand that I have gained a reputation for being ruthless to my enemies. Of course, that does not mean I lack any form of generosity to those who support me from the bottom of their hearts. The time has come for every leader of the German world to make their decision. Do you kneel before the power of the Austrian crown and recognize me and my dynasty as sovereign over all Germans? Or will you choose death? Those are the only two options available to you all. Do not feel pressured to bend the knee to me if you do not desire to. As guests in my kingdom, you will be allowed safe passage back to your realms. However, if you leave here on this day without bowing before me, I will assume that you have made your choice, and the next time we meet, I will not be so merciful. Despite him saying otherwise, there was a heavy pressure in the atmosphere. The murderous glint in Berenger's one good eye had practically caused the three dukes to suffocate under the yoke of his tyranny. Diecker had made a valid point earlier. After witnessing a display of Austria's weapons earlier in the day, not a single man in this room was confident of beating Berenger. In fact, they had seriously begun to doubt the capacity of Christendom as a whole to defeat the Austrian royal army. Now they were told to make a choice, kneel before another man, or die. Though Berenger had guaranteed them safe passage back to their homes, they knew it was only a matter of time before Austria's armies swarmed their lands like a ravenous horde of locusts. When presented with such options, only a fool would choose death. Thus, the three dukes of southern and eastern Germany, who had not yet sworn service to Berenger, knelt before the Austrian king as if it were the most natural thing to do. Not only them, but even the others who had sworn fealty to Berenger once more knelt and repeated the vow of vassalage. Being surrounded by so many powerful noblemen swearing fealty unto him brought a sense of euphoria to Berenger. When they were finished, a cruel smile spread across Berenger's lips as he uttered the words that would change the status of these men and their families for the rest of history. All of you here today, except for one, have knelt before me as a duke. Under the power afforded to me as King of Austria, I hereby grant you permission to rise as Grand Dukes of your respective realms. The various men gazed at each other in shock, though it was just a change in title. To become known as Grand Dukes elevated their position to that of monarchs rather than just mere high nobility. However, Berenger's next statement after they had risen to their feet surprised them even further. Today marks a grand occasion that is sure to be remembered until the ends of time. Today, I, King Berenger von Kufstein, in the presence of my greatest vassals, announce the formation of the South German Confederation, to be presided over in perpetuity by the Kingdom of Austria and the von Kufstein dynasty. As members of this confederation, I grant you the privilege of introducing the technological innovations that have made Austria the greatest kingdom in the world. The more you prove your loyalty to me and my house, the more you will be rewarded in this regard. Serve me well, and you will see your wealth and power soar to new heights. Betray me and the men next to you, and you should expect the most fierce of retaliation. I can consider only the death of you and your house an appropriate price for such betrayal. Remember this well, gentlemen, you have chosen to join me on a lifelong journey to see the establishment of a great German empire, and now that you have sworn your allegiance to me and my house, I expect you to fulfill your obligations. Now I am sure that you all have your affairs, which you must put in order now that you have sworn service to me. You are free to return to your homes as Grand Dukes, with all the prestige that follows such a lofty title. I expect to see major reforms being instituted in your realms over the coming months. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. Until we meet again, gentlemen. After saying this, Berengar lifted his chalice in the air and took a swig of wine before departing from the great hall of his palace, leaving the newly established Grand Dukes of the South German Confederation alone in a state of both excitement and despair. Though they had risen in the noble hierarchy and gained access to some of Austria's secrets, ultimately, they had sworn themselves, their family, and their people to the service of a tyrant. Chapter 498. The Anagpur delegates arrived. Part 1. Sitting atop the back of a brilliant chocolate-colored steed was a man dressed from head to toe in the unique garb of medieval India. This man was named Ishvar Tamara, and he was the son of the current regent of the Anagpur Empire, which lie in the northwestern corner of the Indian subcontinent. Normally, he could not be bothered to waste the time necessary to travel to the Western world, and yet despite his reservations, he had received orders from the boy Emperor Daria Tamara to undertake such a journey. Throughout his travels, Ishvar had seen many tremendous sights, from the neighboring Turk-Persian Empire that belonged to the Timurids, to the glistening city of Constantinople, which acted as the gateway to the Western world. However, nothing he had seen until now had prepared him for the technological wonderland that was the Kingdom of Austria. Having landed in Trieste after chartering a ferry from the mighty Empire of Byzantium, the Indian nobleman could not believe his eyes. The scale of the vessels which sat in the harbor was beyond anything he had ever seen. While the Austrian fleet had not yet been fully retrofitted into a class of ironclad frigates, there were still several of them on display in the major port city of the Western Kingdom. Though this new class of warship had yet to be revealed to the world, Ishvar gained a first glimpse of the future that was on the horizon. It was not only the technological marvels that were the steam-powered ironclads that caught the Indian nobleman's attention, but also the many factories that existed in the port city, designed to aid in the construction of naval and merchant vessels alike. Every aspect of the city was designed around two facets of life: manufacturing and trade. The classic German architecture was blended with modern necessities, such as plumbing and wood-burning stoves, to create a beautifully sculpted and clean city free from the waste and litter commonly found in the streets of other cities around the world. The translator which had been procured for their journey during their brief stay in Constantinople had a smug expression on his face. This was not his first time visiting Trieste, nor would it be his last. On more than one occasion, he had acted as a translator for those seeking to do business in Austria. Over the years, the man had seen the small realm go from being a backwater duchy to the most powerful kingdom in Central Europe and perhaps the Western world as a whole. Magnificent, isn't it? However, if you think Trieste is grand, wait until you enter the capital of this kingdom. Kufstein is more than just a city. It is an impregnable fortress protected by multiple layers of walls, each section mounted with fearsome cannons and a full-time garrison numbering in the thousands. In response to this comment, Ishvar nodded his head in silence, his mouth agape as he gazed upon the city of Trieste. While Trieste was a major port city, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Kufstein, the capital of the Kingdom of Austria. Something that Ishvar and his delegation were about to understand. With a smile on his face, the translator led the Indian delegation towards the rail station where they would board the next rail car and travel to Kufstein in the fashion that had become most common for wealthy visitors. Ishvar and his companions were stunned by sights they saw as they walked through the streets. However, when they witnessed the train pull into the station, they could hardly believe their eyes. This behemoth of a vehicle operated entirely without the power of beasts of burden. Just what magic had the Austrians conjured to make such a thing? The Indian nobleman was so surprised by the train that he let out a gasp when he first laid eyes on it. For the natives of Austria who boarded the passenger cars, they paid no heed to the foreigner's shock, for such a thing had become a common sight. Ishvar and his companions had purchased first-class tickets for a substantial sum, Thus they were afforded their own train car. However, they were not the least bit remorseful for spending so much gold. Instead, they gazed upon the magnificently crafted cabin with wonder. Not only was the car furnished with the finest sofas, but it even had its own personal bar, along with its own personal bartender, and even a few attendants who they could order food from. This first-class train car was indeed worth the price of admission, assuming one had the money to spend, and was on a long journey. Ishvar enjoyed freshly cooked meals by the kitchen car and the Austrian delicacies they created with a pairing of fine wines, distilled spirits, blended drinks, and hearty German lagers. He had not even arrived yet at the royal palace, and yet he felt as if he had been treated with the luxury that only a king could understand. Out of all his diplomatic visits, none were more garish than this visit, and he had yet to even meet his host. Truly, Austria had surpassed his expectations in every way. When Ishvar wasn't enjoying the meals or the drinks, he was gazing out the window in wonder as the fertile fields of Austria, which were maintained by a small amount of farmers and their horse-powered machines, passed him by. Even after entering the Alps, the mechanized agriculture of the Kingdom of Austria continued to display its dominance. The journey from Trieste to Kufstein lasted a few hours, and by the time the Indian nobleman stepped off the train and into the city, he could hardly believe his eyes. The grand cathedral of Kufstein, as well as the other architectural masterpieces that had been created, soared in the sky above the many half-timber tenements and luxurious villas. In the distance, on the hills above the fortress city, was the giant bronze statue of Berenger and his fallen steed Erwin, looking over the city and its people as its eternal protector, its sword pointed in the direction of Rome. With the sun gleaming upon its metallic surface, Ishvar felt as if he had stepped foot into a kingdom belonging to a fairy tale. Under the direction of the translator, Ishvar and his delegation received visitor passes to the city, and were permitted to stay for a grand total of 90 days any longer, and the local authorities would imprison them as illegal immigrants. Having been approved for a diplomatic visit, they then found their way to the Austrian royal palace, where the guards began to check their documents for verification. After a few moments, the men confirmed that the Indian delegation was valid, before checking them for any potential weapons. A thorough search was conducted where they were then approved for entry. When Ishvar finally entered the courtyard of the royal palace of Austria, he felt as if his breath had been taken away. Such a large and marvelous palace was greater than anything that existed in his homeland. Ultimately, he was forced to calm his nerves before entering the royal palace, where the servants led him to the great hall, where Berenger was seated on his throne waiting for his guests from the east. After witnessing the grand throne of the royal palace and the golden-haired, blue-eyed king who seated upon it, even Ishvar felt compelled to kneel before this mighty figure. The Indian nobleman was the first to do so, where his delegation followed his actions. Silence prevailed for a few moments before Ishvar was able to gather and express his thoughts in a calm and collected manner. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ishvar Tamara, cousin to His Majesty Daria Tamara, and personal representative of the mighty Anagpur Empire. Though, truthfully, after witnessing the wealth and prosperity of your kingdom, I feel embarrassed to say such a thing. I have traveled a long way on behalf of my people for a single purpose: to engage in trade with your majesty and hopefully secure the weapons that your people refer to as the arquebus. Berenger rested his chin on his fist as he listened to the words spoken by the translator, who acted as a bridge of communication between him and the ambassador of the Anagpur Empire. Truth be told, he was unaware of its existence until relatively recently, when he was alerted by his Department of Immigration about the request for a diplomatic visit from the Indian Empire. To prepare for this meeting, Berenger had sifted through many old documents, learning everything he could about this dying empire in the East. He was impressed by its rich history and how it differed from the timeline of his past life. However, he was interested in its current politics, which he had little information on. Thanks to Linda's efforts over the years, his spy network was now vast, and with a little effort he could gather some accurate information about the current court affairs of the Anagpur Empire. Thus, he knew that this young man was the son of the true power behind the Anagpur throne. It was with this in mind that Berenger put on a gracious facade as he gazed upon the Indian ambassador and welcomed him to his home. "I am King Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name. Allow me to welcome you into my home and kingdom. I am sure your journey was long and tiring. You and your delegation are more than welcome to sit at my table for the coming feast. As far as trade between our two realms is concerned, this can wait for another day when you are all well rested." Ishvar had a good impression of Berenger, despite ruling over such a wealthy and powerful kingdom which contained technological marvels he could never dream of. He still acted gracefully in the face of foreign visitors, from a dying empire a long way from his borders. Thus, he acted equally respectfully as he responded to Berenger's invitation. "Your hospitality is most welcome, and I look forward to sharing a meal with your family." Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled once more and got up from his throne, where he led Ishvar and his delegation to the dining room. The negotiations between their two realms had only just begun. Chapter 499. The Anagpur delegates arrived. Part 2. Berenger sat down at the head of his table. On the opposite side sat the ambassador of the Anagpur Empire. His delegation was surrounding him much in the same way that Berenger's family did to him. The representatives of the two opposing realms made small talk as wine was poured by the servants, and the food was being prepared. The Austrian king took a sip from his gilded chalice before speaking about inquiring about current events on the other side of the world. "So tell me, Ishvar, just what is it like living in the Anagpur Empire?" "I have not been to that particular part of the world just yet, though I very much would like to see the glory of India with my own eyes at least once during this lifetime." Ishvar looked up from his wineglass with a complicated expression on his face. He knew that his family's empire was one civil war away from being completely disintegrated, and while normally he would deny this to ensure the prestige of their once mighty empire remained intact in the eyes of foreigners, the sights he had witnessed in Austria had so humbled him that he could not very well in good faith keep up his usual confident facade. Thus, with a heavy sigh, he revealed an honest answer about the state of his homeland. "Gone are the days of our empire's glory. Instead, corruption is rife within the aristocracy, and my father the regent is merely living out his fantasy of being a wealthy emperor while our family's realm collapses around us. Truthfully, he would rather spend the expense of acquiring your weapons on lavish feasts and exotic concubines. However, the boy emperor still has some degree of authority and is greatly interested in purchasing your weapons. For what use he has in mind, I do not know. Perhaps he aspires to conquer our southern neighbors in one last attempt to restore the glory of our dying empire. Or maybe the boy is afraid that the Muslims to the west are planning another invasion, as they have continued to pursue the wealth of our lands for the past few centuries. It should be no secret to a kingdom as wealthy and powerful as yours that the Timurid Empire is amassing troops. Unfortunately, our spy network is underfunded and riddled with incompetency. Thus we do not know for sure whether they plan to attack our western border or attack their neighbors to the west." The Austrian king took a sip of his wine as he listened to the ambassador's story. He was quite surprised that he did not bother to present an image of power and glory even if his realm was really in a state of decline. After all, one should always negotiate from a position of power. Despite this, Berenger felt inclined to give the ambassador a bit of good news to help lift his spirits. "You do not need to worry so much about the Timurid Empire, at least not for the time being. The troops they are preparing for war are not meant for your empire. Instead, they seek to reclaim the Holy Land from the Byzantine Empire, a conflict my troops are sure to take part in." I promise you that when my armies have finished dealing with this little jihad of theirs, they won't have the strength to invade your borders for another 100 years. The confidence that seeped from every word that left Berenger's mouth was enough to charm the Indian ambassador. However, there was still a hint of doubt in his mind towards Berenger's words, and thus he inquired about the source of this information. How can you be so sure about this? In response to this question, Berenger wore a smile before nodding his head towards his second wife, who immediately knew what Berenger was implying. She sighed before revealing her esteemed position within the Austrian government. Because my agents have infiltrated every major civilization west of the Indus, when it comes to Austrian intelligence, we pride ourselves on our ability to obtain and verify accurate information from all over the Western world. The Timurid Empire plans to launch a jihad against Byzantium. In doing so, they plan to bring the might of the Mamluk and Jalayirrid sultanates to their side as they make one last attempt to reclaim the Holy Land from the Orthodox Empire. It shocked Ishvar to hear not only the King of Austria, but his queen was so confident in their ability to accurately predict their enemies' movements. Though there was one specific phrase that caught his attention. Thus, he asked for clarification on it. Last attempt? How do you know this will be their last attempt? Upon hearing this question, both Berenger and Linda began to chuckle. After a few moments, Berenger swirled the wine in his glass before making his stance on the jihad clear. By the time I am through with the Muslim world, they will never again dare to march upon the Western world. The price for their arrogance will be paid with the blood of millions of their people. They will understand the dominance of Austria and its allies, or they will face extinction. The German people do not have the patience to endure centuries of bitter warfare simply because the Saracens' faith dictates that all should bow before their God. Nor should my people be expected to. One way or another, this will be the last jihad. I will make sure of that. Again, Ishvar and the Anangpur delegation were surprised to see the limitless confidence on Berenger's face as he spoke about putting an end to Islam's invasions of the West. For centuries, the Christian and Muslim faiths had been bitter rivals, and though in this timeline the Christians had been victorious in the Crusades, and in doing so restored the might of their Byzantine allies, the resentment between the two peoples had never ceased, nor had the hostilities. To so boldly claim that he would be responsible for ending the centuries-long feud between Europe and the Middle East would be considered an act of arrogance by anyone else, but after witnessing the technological marvels of the Kingdom of Austria, Ishvar was inclined to believe that Berenger was speaking the truth. Thus, the ambassador chuckled before taking a sip from his wine. His father would never believe the things he had witnessed on his visit to Austria, nor would he care for the words of hubris that this foreign king spoke. Yet Ishvar was determined to see whether Berenger's words would become reality. He smiled gracefully before responding to this strange man from the West. I would very much like to see your vision come true. Berenger did not respond to this comment. Instead, the servants entered the room and brought forth the meal that had been prepared for this occasion. After digging into the fine Austrian cuisine, Berenger realized now would be a great time to get involved in the spice trade. Thus, after taking a bite of his schnitzel, Berenger addressed the foreign ambassador. You said earlier that you wanted to purchase weapons from my kingdom. This could be arranged for a fair price. However, I also have an interest in establishing trading ties between our two realms, and I mean more than just a mere arms deal. For quite some time now, I have had to use the Byzantine Empire as a proxy to obtain certain goods from the Eastern world. Now that I am meeting with a representative from the Anangpur Empire face to face, I was wondering whether you are interested in exporting some of your spices to the Kingdom of Austria. After hearing this, Ishvar felt excited. Austria appeared to be absurdly wealthy, and establishing a trade with them in terms of spices was a good way to add another stream of revenue to the treasury, which by now was becoming depleted. Thus, he quickly nodded his head before asking the question on his mind. This could be possible. Tell me, what kinds of spices did you have in mind? Berenger pretended to think about it for a few moments before naming a few spices that came to the West because of British colonization of India in his past life. Off of the top of my head, I would very much like to introduce turmeric, coriander, fenugreek, cinnamon, cumin, black pepper, ginger, and cardamom to the Austrian palate. What do you say? Do you have the authority to begin shipping these to my kingdom en masse? I assure you that travel to the Western world will be much more convenient in a few years. Ishvar nodded his head with a pleasant smile on his face before taking a bite out of his schnitzel. Though it differed vastly from the cuisine he was used to, he seemed to enjoy it as his smile grew even wider after tasting the fine Austrian cuisine. It is not a problem. I assure you whatever demand your kingdom has for it, we have the ability to supply. The biggest problem is getting the goods to your lands. Anangpur is a long distance away from Austria, and there is no direct route via the sea. Berenger shook his head when he heard this while wearing a confident smile. Not to worry, I have an alliance with the Byzantine Empire. You simply need to get your goods to the Red Sea, and my merchants will do the rest. Upon hearing this, Ishvar smiled before nodding his head in agreement. Very well. I look forward to doing business with you. With that said, Berenger and Ishvar would continue to enjoy the feast until late into the night. In doing so, beginning a prosperous trade between their two realms. Chapter 500. A bit of sport. Berenger had awoken bright and early for his morning exercise routine. After a morning of running and lifting weights, he immediately jumped into training with the sword. Over 5 years had passed since he first picked up a sword, and though he rarely found himself staring down the blade of an opponent on the battlefield these days, he still committed himself to training with the weapons. However, as of the last few years, he had introduced a new exercise to his daily routine, and he was in the middle of that right now. Dressed in little more than a pair of boxers, Berenger stared down his opponent with one good eye. The two half-naked men were several feet apart, which Berenger used to his advantage as he closed the distance and dropped to one knee. In a moment's notice, Berenger had penetrated through his opponent's defenses and grabbed a hold of his legs where he lifted the man into the air and carried him a few feet before slamming him onto the thick padded surface below. However, unlike traditional wrestling rules from his past life, this conflict did not end with a point. Instead, the two men scrambled for a superior position, ultimately resulting in Berenger taking the man's back. With his legs wrapped around the man's torso as a body triangle, the young king of Austria locked in a rear naked choke, where he compressed around the throat of his opponent like an anaconda. After a single second, the other man tapped out, resulting in Berenger releasing his position of control and rising to his feet. Wrestling was a staple in medieval Europe culture and was a sport for the nobility of many kingdoms. However, Berenger had shifted the rules in Austria to be a more efficient means of combat and self-defense. Going off the memory of his combatives' training from his years in the U.S. Army, Berenger had incorporated his limited knowledge of Brazilian jiu-jitsu into Austria's variant of wrestling, and in doing so, created a new breed of martial art for this world. Austrian grappling had over the past few years become more and more advanced, as many practitioners experimented with submissions in a safe standard set forth by the Crown of Austria. By now, it had been introduced to the youth as a school sport and could be seen across many of the public and private institutions of learning that had sprawled up across the kingdom as competition. Of course, when Berenger was training with his opponent, he was completely unaware that his guest from the Anangpur Empire had found his way to the gym embedded within Berenger's palace. Upon witnessing the fascinating combat sport, Ishvar clapped and whistled when Berenger sunk in the choke. Though he was unaware of how effective such a thing was, it was apparent that the King of Austria's opponent was at his last breath the moment he tapped. When Berenger gazed upon the foreign guest with his one good eye, he smiled before making a comment about his untimely appearance. "Would you like to join me for a bit of sport?" Standing beside Ishvar was the translator who conveyed Barenger's words to the man. Upon hearing this challenge, he chuckled. He instantly disrobed to a similar state of attire that Barenger was dressed in. As for Barenger's sparring partner, he took a back step as the two men circled one another. The Anangpur ambassador boasted as he got close to the Austrian king. "Are you sure about that? I'll have you know I am a master of Kalarapayattu, my country's martial arts." Barenger struggled to hold back his laughter as he heard this. In his mind were memories from an era where unarmed martial arts were mixed to perfection in a brutally effective combat sport. Though he had little mixed martial arts training, he had extensive experience with the U.S. Army's variant known as combatives. He had even won a few competitions set up by the Army. When compared with Kalarapayattu, which was known by fighters to be one of the less efficient traditional martial arts, Barenger was unafraid. Instead, he was brimming with confidence as he boldly challenged the Indian ambassador. "He who dares, wins." After hearing the translation of these words, Ishvar joined Barenger in laughter before inquiring about the rule set. "Tell me, what are the rules of our little competition?" Upon hearing this, Barenger was excited. One of his biggest complaints about mixed martial arts from his past life was that there were too many unnecessary rules added over the years, and its predecessor known as Veil Tudo, or no holds barred, had long since been banned in the more civilized countries of the modern world. Dwelling upon this, Barenger had devised an interesting set of rules. In doing so, he responded with a wicked smile while raising 3 fingers to his Indian guest. "There are 3 rules to our competition. Rule number 1, no biting. Rule number 2, no eye gouging, and rule number 3, no groin shots. Everything else is fair game. The winner will be determined by knockout, tap out, or if one fighter is no longer capable of defending themselves intelligently. As for the referee, my sparring partner here will act as witness." Ishvar smiled and nodded his head in agreement to these terms, before boasting once more. "Very well, prepare to be beaten." The Indian ambassador immediately jumped into a flashy kick as Barenger merely grinned before catching hold of the man's leg and dumping him on his back with a sweep. Rather than follow up for the kill, instead, Barenger decided to have a little fun with his prey. He stepped back and took up a tall guard as he tucked his chin in his neck. Ishvar immediately dusted himself off. He no longer had an arrogant smile on his face. Instead, he was quite furious that his attack did not land as successfully as he hoped. He charged towards Barenger before throwing a few punches, which the Austrian king quickly parried before countering with a jab, a right hook, and a leg kick, which instantly caused the man to stumble. Barenger did not hold back his strikes, and a vicious leg kick was quite debilitating to the uninitiated. Luckily for Ishvar, Barenger was an amateur in kickboxing. Thus, his strikes did not contain the amount of power that a more experienced kickboxer would use. Still, it was more than Ishvar was expecting. The man quickly tried to get to his feet. However, unfortunately for him, as he was rising to his feet, Barenger had grabbed the back of his head and pulled it into a savage knee to the forehead, knocking him to the ground in a dazed state. Barenger was not so merciful this time, and immediately passed by the man's guard before putting a knee on his belly, where he landed a series of strikes on the man's head. His bare knuckles and elbows pounded upon the Anangpur ambassador's face, each one more vicious than the last, until finally the man was no longer capable of defending himself. When this became apparent to the referee, he pulled Barenger off his opponent, signaling his victory. The Austrian king rose from his kneeling position and offered a hand to support the man whose face he had beaten bloody. After regaining his clarity, Ishvar accepted Barenger's kindness and was dragged to his feet. He was less outraged than Barenger had initially expected, and instead had a stupid smile on his face as he asked Barenger about the skills he had used to beat him. "What was that just now?" It was as if my empire's unarmed techniques were entirely useless. Berenger chuckled as he heard this before informing the man of what he had used to beat him. Austrian grappling and kickboxing. When combined, it is possibly the most efficient form of unarmed combat in this world. Berenger was not lying, though he had limited knowledge of martial arts. There were plenty of martial geniuses in his country who were happy to get paid for beating up other men. Thus, after introducing Austrian grappling, which was a mixture of traditional European wrestling and Brazilian jiu-jitsu, as well as Austrian kickboxing, which had rules set similar to Lethwei, also known as Burmese kickboxing from his past life. The various martial artists of his kingdom had worked tirelessly to improve the rudimentary techniques that their king had introduced them to. With an emphasis on practicality rather than tradition, the past few years had caused an explosive growth in martial arts. It would not be long before a truly effective mixed martial art like ancient Greek pankration resurfaced in the heart of Europe. Ishvar wiped the blood from his nose before asking Berenger the question on his mind. "Can you teach me?" In response to this, Berenger sighed and shook his head. "I am afraid that I do not have enough time to teach you." This caused a look of dejection to appear on the Indian ambassador's face until he heard Berenger's next words. "But I know someone who can." Berenger would later introduce Ishvar to one of Austrian martial arts gyms that had popped up in the city of Kufstein over the past few years. When the man returned home to the Anangpur Empire, he would bring with him a rudimentary understanding of more practical unarmed combat.